Chapter 321. Cuckolding People Live Broadcast. Jean Xiaoyu suppressed her excitement and nodded to show that she listened to her junior sister. Then the two of them planned to retreat strategically, leaving the cave to repair themselves first. However, when they turned out of a passage together, they had a big-eye confrontation with a pair of wild mandarin ducks who were having an affair. I saw that the pair of wild mandarin ducks were particularly bold. The man was lying on the ground, and the woman's face was stained with crimson, and she was straddling him. Both of them were disheveled, and there were many ambiguous red marks on their necks. Shen Huan's pupils were shaking. Are people from StarCraft so open-minded? They actually like to do this on live broadcasts? It's really bold and exciting. If it weren't for the fact that this live broadcast didn't include rewards, she would have really thought that these two things were just to deceive traffic and attract people's attention. However, the excitement that she didn't expect was yet to come. I heard Jean Xiaoyu exclaim, "Gao Yingming! Tan Haofeng! Why is it you?" Shen Huan glanced at her senior sister suspiciously. "Does senior sister know them?" Jean Xiaoyu looked at the woman who hurriedly got up from the ground with a complex expression. "Yes, Gao Yingming is the biological sister of Gao Yinghan, the so-called perfect young master of the Gao family. Speaking of which, she is also the biological sister of your third senior brother. Your third senior brother and Gao Yinghan, they are fraternal twin brothers." Shen Huan's eyes widened in shock. Third senior brother Gao, he was actually a biological brother of Gao Yinghan. She had never heard him mention that he was from the Gao family. She was suspicious. Then I heard the senior sister continue to say, "Gao Yingning was engaged to Tan Yinshuang of the Tan family. Unexpectedly, she is now involved with Tan Yinshuang's eldest brother Tan Haofeng, and they are still on the live broadcast." Good guy. This is a live broadcast of cuckolding someone. Awesome. From now on, people all over the world will know that the guy named Tan Yinshuang has the green grassland on his head. How miserable. Wait, Tan Yinshuang? This name seems a bit familiar. Shen Huan thought for a moment, then showed a surprised expression. Tan Yinshuang? Isn't that a technician from our fortune team? He is also the only member of their fortune team who has never been seen. The only member she has never met. The Tiankai Di Bao encyclopedia software she is currently using was developed by him. It is said that he has something going on at home and has been taking leave since the beginning of the school year. Well, did he watch the live broadcast? Do you want to inform him? On the other side, Tan Haofeng, who was still lying on the ground, raised the corners of his lips irresponsibly, and then sat up from the ground without haste, with his collar open and without any intention of tightening it. His magnetic voice sounded with a smile, and he said shamelessly, "What Miss Jean said is a bit unpleasant. Ming Ming and I are in love. How can we say we are in trouble? Moreover, Ming Ming has a noble status and is the eldest daughter of the Gao family. How can Tan Yinshuang, a lowly illegitimate son, be worthy of her?" As he said that, he reached out his hand to lift Gao Yingming's chin ambiguously, and said teasingly, "You think so, Ming Ming?" He curled his lips and wanted to kiss her, but Gao Yingming slapped him away. Gao Yingming glared at him with her bright red eyes, and gritted her teeth with an ugly face. "Didn't you say that everything has been arranged so that no one will come in here? Didn't you also block the live broadcast? What's going on with the two?" The fact that other people came and proved that the live broadcast was also brought in by them. So what they just did must have been live broadcast. Thinking of this, Gao Yingning made her whole body feel like falling into an ice cellar, and she was both frightened and angry in her heart. Although she looked down on Tan Yinshuang's illegitimate son, she did not want to ruin her reputation. As long as she could win the title this time without relying on her family and relying on her own ability. Once she gets the enrollment quota at Hongming College and proves her worth, she will go back to have a showdown with her parents and break off her engagement with Tan Yinshuang, and then live openly with Tan Hao. But now it's all over, and she has been shamed to the whole empire, and her reputation has been ruined. There is none left. She turned to look at Shen Huan and the two angrily, blaming them for intruding. Shen Huan and Jean Xiaoyu, who were eating melon, took a step back and raised their hands innocently. "We didn't do it on purpose. Do you believe it or not?" Shen Huan added. "We didn't encounter any obstacles when we came in just now. We walked right over." As soon as he said this, Gao Yingning was not stupid and understood immediately. She turned back, with a look of panic and astonishment on her face. Her eyes were dripping with blood as she looked at the man in front of her, who was smiling wildly, and even a little proudly. She gritted her teeth and said bitterly, "It's you. You set me up on purpose, and made things happen to us on purpose. Was it broadcast live? Tenhao smiled brightly and evilly, with a playful tone in his voice. Yes, my father doted on that illegitimate son Tan Yingxuang. He thought about all the good things for him. Even though we were in love with each other, he still didn't agree that we should be together, and even treated you like a bastard. With Tan Yingxuang's illegitimate son, why wouldn't it be better now? Everyone in the empire knows about us, so my father probably won't object. As he spoke, he raised his lips provocatively at the live broadcast. Damn, this guy is a ruthless person. In order to be with Gao Yingming, he even gave us a live broadcast and made the matter known to everyone. This method is too extreme. He never thought about it. How does Gao Yingming feel? If Shining Huan and senior sister hadn't barged in, they would have even taken off their clothes. Bah! Gao Yingming is not a good person. He has a fiancé and still hooks up with his fiancé's eldest brother. Now he deserves to have his affair exposed by Tan Haofeng's design. Oh, I just care about it. Shining Huan and the two came at the wrong time. I want to watch more. It's so exciting. I know about the Tan family. Tan Haofeng's father, Tanli, is not a good person. It is said that he was not valued by the Tan family when he was young. He was a pitiful little boy. He only relied on the power of his original wife's family to climb to a high position in the Tan family. In the Tan family, after his family had a say, he couldn't wait to burn bridges, despised and beat his original wife, and even his own son. Tan Haofeng was not treated well by him. Tan Haofeng can grow up to be the virtuous person he is today, and Tanli is indispensable for his twisted and crazy look. The worst thing is Tan Yingxuang. His mother was originally from the Wu family, although she was only a side branch. She was also the eldest daughter of the side branch. However, she didn't expect to be deceived by Tanli, a scumbag who pretended to be single, and she got pregnant by him. Later she found out after Tanli got married. He decisively ran away with the ball. Unfortunately, something unexpected happened and the girl from the Wu family died unexpectedly, leaving only Tan Yingxuang, who was taken back to the Tan family by Tanli. She became an illegitimate child and was regarded as a thorn in Tan Haofeng's side. I was almost killed by him several times, which was also unlucky. Hey, you know so clearly. You even knew that Tan Haofeng almost killed me several times. Chapter 322. The robber sisters are here. What's the matter? It's related to the two big families, the Tan family and the Wu family. This matter was a big deal back then. Almost everyone in the Upper Star territory knew about it. In addition, Tan Haofeng, a good old man, didn't know how to give it to his family. My father would not say anything but would lift the fig leaf from time to cause trouble. We have seen enough of the Tan family's jokes over the years. Life in Shangxingyu is quite colorful. By the way, people in Shangxingyu have climbed over the wall to watch the live broadcast. It feels like there are quite a lot of people going to Starfield in the live broadcast room. And the number of people in the live broadcast room is also soaring. If you know yourself and your enemy, you can win 100 battles. You might be able to produce a few people in the Star territory that we like. What do you mean? You look down on us in the Star territory. Right. So there was a big debate between the Upper Star territory and the Lower Star territory on the live broadcast barrage. In the end, the Lower Star territory took advantage by relying on its numerical advantage. The people in the Upper Star territory were so angry that they turned red and could only act cruelly. Let's meet for the Hongmeng Academy admissions live broadcast. And then they will use their strength to prove how weak the people in the Star territory are. How could the people in the Lower Star territory resist this provocation? They all told them to wait and see. They must watch how the people from the Upper Star territory were beaten into stinking shit by the Lower Star territory. The scolding battle was even more intense than the battle on the live broadcast. The commentators were sweating coldly as they watched, until a slap in the face brought them back to the live broadcast. Gao Yingming's face was pale and ugly, and she slapped Tan Haofeng so hard that his head was deflected, and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, which showed that she had really put in a lot of effort. Tan Haofeng, you are using me. You are despicable and shameless. She cursed bitterly, her eyes scarlet red. Tan Haofeng stretched out his thumb to wipe away the blood from the corner of his mouth. The thin lips on his handsome face with the bright red palm mark were raised, and his smile was crazy. Ha! Don't you enjoy it too? What if you are really a chaste and fierce woman? Maybe you can accept my teasing. Huh? All women are bitches like Tan Yingxuang's mother. You? Gao Yingming's chest heaved with anger, and her eyes were about to burst. She didn't expect that the man she loved, the man for whom she could resist family arrangements, would treat her like this. She hates. Shi Huan frowned and had to stand up and say something to Tan Haofeng. If you curse, just curse. Don't involve all women. Not all women are bad women who can't keep their hearts. It's possible that they are simple and kind. But the scumbag's rank is too high. And what you said before was biased. Jin Qiaoyu nodded in support. That's right. Tan Haofeng's eyes were cold. Really? I have never met such a woman. All I have met are bitches. Tan Haofeng. Gao Yingming's voice sounded sharply. His eyes were quenched with blood, and he shot directly at Tan Haofeng with murderous intent. And then a huge angel bird appeared. Instantly, the cave was ignited with burning murderous intent. Angel bird is good at controlling fire, and the temperature in the cave is rising steadily. Tan Haofeng turned over to avoid a row of rockets fired at him, and then stood up neatly. A spiritual beast wrapped in black mist appeared. Several people in the cave suddenly seemed to have been cast a sleep buff, and they were all unconscious. Drowsy? This is the ancestral contracted spirit beast of the Tan family, the nightmare beast. Shi Huan opened her eyes wide, grabbed the senior sister, and then pulled her back to avoid being affected by Qiyu. Jin Qiaoyu woke up with a start, and stared dumbfoundedly at the two people in front of them who were getting louder and louder, wanting to kill each other, and exclaimed, The person who was so sweet to you just now. Now I'm going to beat you to death. This has changed too quickly. It shows that love is not a good thing. You have to keep your eyes open when looking for a man. Shi Huan nodded in agreement. Outside the live broadcast, Long Xinglo, who had been watching her, pursed his lips and shot Tan Haofeng with cold eyes. He really embarrassed their male compatriots, and he was prepared with a sack warning. Then he thought of Tan Yinchuang. He hadn't contacted them for a long time. He didn't know what happened since Aunt Wu's death. Although Yinchuang was taken back to the Tan family, he had no feelings for the Tan family. How could the Tan family have anything? What could have delayed him for so long? While the fight between Tan Haofeng and Gao Yingming was in full swing, Shi Huan and Jin Qiaoyu, who had their exit blocked, simply sat down to eat melon and watch the show when a voice suddenly rang out. Ah, we found it. The pair of robber sisters are here. Coming. Countless responses sounded, and Shi Huan and Jin Qiaoyu suddenly became excited, stuffed the melon into the spatial spiritual weapon, and ran away. But it was too late. There were Tan Haofeng who was not friendly to them, and the pursuers who were afraid of them, and used their 18th class martial arts to speed up. The two sides attacked from both sides, and Shi Huan and Jin Qiaoyu suddenly became the stars in the sandwich biscuits. There's no escaping the strawberry filling. What to do? Just pull out the weapon and start fighting. What else to do? It's all because the melon tastes so good and the show is so good. It makes them confused. It's not a good feeling to be besieged. Shi Huan and Jin Qiaoyu held on for a while, took advantage of the chaos, and took away a few number plates before decisively summoning Deng Kong. 12-level ancient beasts are in good health. Everyone is a knowledgeable person, and they recognized Wu Hua as soon as he showed up, which immediately caused an uproar. And then everyone gasped, and their morale suddenly weakened. Brothers, what are you afraid of? We have so many beasts. Hurry up and release the spiritual beasts. I don't believe it. You can't defeat a 12th level ancient beast that is not good at fighting. You're right. There are many animals among us, but we are afraid of only one bird. As a result, more than 100 giant spiritual beasts appeared in the Hulala cave, which directly overwhelmed the small passage in the cave. After the small passage was exploded, it was not finished. The continuous walls in the cave collapsed due to the collapse. In the end, the entire cave collapsed with several loud bangs, burying everyone underneath. Before the live broadcast, Long Xinglo stood up suddenly. His face was cold and ugly. His hands were clenched, and his eyes were staring at the screen. Long Xinghao glanced at this bratty brother with disgust. Sit down. This little thing won't kill them. As if in response to his words, figures were still rushing out of the cave that collapsed in a large area. Among them were Shi Huan and Jin Qiaoyu, who were sitting on the back of the colorful black tiger. They were the fastest and rushed to the front. There are also different spiritual beasts following behind, and their speed is not much worse than Shi Huan's colorful black tiger. However, the advantage of colorful black tiger is that it can teleport. It can move 360 degrees during the escape process. Just move it there. Shining Huan turned her head and looked back, and decided on the spot to play something exciting. Sister, do you want more number plates? Jin Xiaoyu, who was holding the tiger hair and sitting upright, immediately looked over excitedly. What do you want to do? Little junior sister? Grab them. Good. Chapter 323 11th Grade Fire Demoness. So the colorful black tiger that was originally rushing at the front disappeared in a swish, and then appeared next to a flying lion below. Flying side by side, sitting on the flying lion was a young man with a middle-parted hair who looked ordinary but had good momentum. He was frightened by Shining Huan and the others for a moment, but he immediately reacted and started to attack them with a fierce look on his face. But Shining Huan and the two were faster. Shining Huan took the lead. He raised his hand and pointed a sharp machete at the person's face as a warning. Jin Xiaoyu took advantage of the young man's attention to deal with the junior sister. In a flash, he boldly jumped onto the flying lion opposite. Under the stunned eyes of the middle-parted young man, he gave him a high kick with a smile on his face. Legs, kicking his chin away. The young man held his chin and quickly reacted to fight back. But he did not have Jin Xiaoyu's fighting skills and agility. After the two exchanged a few moves quickly, Jin Xiaoyu seized the opportunity to grab his sleeves with both hands and pulled them down, making two slapping sounds. The sleeves were flying, and in an instant 2 white arms, with a little muscle, and 2 white shoulders were exposed to the air. The young man with a middle parting hair was stunned. Subconsciously crossed his arms and almost screamed. Where the hell did this female gangster come from? And just when he was stunned and shocked, Shining Huan also jumped onto the flying lion with the same lightness. After raising her eyebrows slightly, she stretched out her hand and grabbed the number plate hanging on his waist and pulled it cleanly. The thing was in hand. Go quickly! Shining shouted with a smile. Jin Xiaoyu's eyes lit up immediately. She responded, and then stepped on Zhong Fan's shoulder without any hesitation and crossed over. Shining Huan, who had returned to the colorful black tiger's back, took her hand and pulled the person back. After the two sat down, Da Huang cooperated seamlessly, carrying the two of them, and the whole tiger quickly disappeared from the place and appeared at their next target. Beside me, do the same thing. The middle-parted young man who was still on the flying lion came to his senses and wanted to pursue them. But their steps were disrupted by countless collapsing flying rocks. Moreover, the place where they appeared was underneath the chaos of rocks. It was impossible to turn around and pursue them. Perhaps, he was so angry that he turned blue, holding his bare arms, dying of shame and anger. The companions who came to the rescue not far away flew over, but they didn't even catch a single tiger hair. They could only retract their weapons angrily, patted the good brother on the shoulder and comforted him. Brother, please look away. Those two are bandit sisters. It's normal for you to be robbed. Fortunately, you had both sleeves taken off and were not injured. The young man with the middle-parted hair froze, and then his fair skin turned red. What does it mean to be lucky? Such a humiliating thing is no better than being injured. Now the people of the entire empire are watching. A girl has removed his 2 sleeves and left him shirtless. How can he go out to meet people? He doesn't want dignity. Then he heard his sworn brother stabbing his heart again. It's a good thing you have an ordinary face. Otherwise you might get raped. Those girls are so fierce when they see good-looking men. It's very interesting. Before the cave collapsed, I heard that the eldest lady of the Gao family took advantage of her and knocked down a tall and handsome guy in the cave. The young man with middle-parted hair has a sullen face. Ha ha. Your square face is even more ordinary than mine. But you have the nerve to call me ordinary. But is the eldest lady of the Gao family really so impatient? The young man with the middle-parted hair pricked up his ears, attracted by the gossip, and subconsciously answered. She usually seems to be a very arrogant person. Why can't she wait until the live broadcast to start talking? The two of them had already flown to the ground and were out of danger of being stoned to death. They simply started gossiping while waiting for Shining Huan to come out. Who knows? This is not knowing people, but not knowing their hearts. On the surface, she looks like a human being, and is arrogant and inviolable. Who can imagine who he is on the inside? Maybe in her heart, she is wondering which man is good-looking and who has 8-pack abs. Well, my previous girlfriend was like this. The person next to them, who came up earlier than them, who was also waiting for Shining Huan, listened to it, and when he was bored, he simply came over to gossip. He frowned and said, "Your news is wrong. I heard that the man knocked down by Miss Gao was her fiancé's brother. I heard that because that brother was handsome. He had been targeted by Miss Gao for a long time. When we got together, Miss Gao wanted to hug her both ways. So she took this opportunity to throw her brother over and settle the matter. No. No. Your information is wrong. I heard that the tall lady is a lecherous and evil woman who will attack any man. So you must be careful. Don't let down your guard because you think you are ordinary. Ordinary men also protect yourself. What a lustful evil girl. Ha ha ha, I finally know where those outrageous rumors came from. Obviously Miss Gao is half a victim. But Feng Chong has been harmed to this extent. TSK. That's awesome. The geniuses in the live broadcast room are not only strong, but also have extremely strong associations in their minds. No wonder they are said to be so powerful. He is a genius. His brain and body are really fully developed. 66. They are all gossiping. No wonder they don't have many number plates. They can't beat my sister Huan. Look how dedicated Sister Huan and her senior sister are. They are working hard and in danger. Fire and stone. They deserve to have more numbers and be at the top of the rankings. Hey, they all say that the industrious bird catches the worm. Look what Sister Huan and senior sister found at the bottom of the cave. Damn it. What a big fire fairy. This is an 11th grade high-level goddess. It is a treasure of material and earth. People with fire attributes can strengthen their bodies and reborn after eating it. Spiritual beasts with fire attributes can be even worse after eating it. Spiritual beasts that have been bred in the wrong direction by their owners can retain their level washing skills. Recultivating. Eating spiritual beasts that have not been cultivated in the wrong direction will also have great benefits. Even 9th level spiritual beasts can directly advance to the 1st level. It is a good thing with a price but no market. Good guy. No wonder this cave was so unbuilt that hundreds of spiritual beasts crushed it. Moreover, there is still such a deep pit underneath. It turns out that there is a fire fairy growing underground. The fire fairy is growing. The root system is complex and goes deep into the ground, absorbing all the nutrients around it for its own use. When it blooms, all the roots will shrink, and the place where it is located will naturally collapse without the support of the root system. These people are lucky enough to catch it at the right time. Ha ha ha. It's a shame that they are all so powerful. Otherwise it would be tragic if their luck didn't catch up, and they would be crushed to death below. Oh! The others also discovered the Fire Demon Queen and started fighting. Can my sister Huan snatch this thing? After all, it is difficult for 2 fists to defeat 4 hands. Chapter 320 for these idiots. Everyone in front of the live broadcast was very nervous and worried about Shining Huan and the 2 of them. Long Xinglo on the rostrum clenched his fists. His eyes were cold, and he wanted to stab those people who hurt Huan to death with a knife through the screen. I hate myself even more for not having listened to her advice in the first place, and following Huan in to be Pony Boy who would hit her wherever she pointed. But I knew it was hard to buy with money. Shining Huan also regretted it at this moment. It was not that she regretted not letting Long Xinglo, the top thug, follow her, but that she was too greedy to grab the number plate just now and attracted too much attention. Otherwise, she would have just might be able to steal the Fire Fairy Queen quietly at the bottom of the pit before others notice. But the 2 people who had snatched their number plates from them all stared at them hatefully, so that they discovered the Fire Demon Queen. And those who stared at them also discovered it. And then none of them cared about the danger at the bottom of the pit. Rushed down to snatch. Poof. The knife slashed down, and a bunch of blood beads flew up, splashing all over Shining Huan's face. Now she was covered in blood, and even the most stain-resistant camouflage uniform was soaked through with blood, both her own and others. But probably someone else's blood is more. Sister! Shining Huan wiped her face, showing a pale face, and looked at Jin Qiaoyu anxiously. Jin Qiaoyu gasped and turned around with a bloody face, then nodded knowingly, followed by throwing an explosive spirit pattern. And the explosion hit. A violent explosion sounded, shaking everyone at the bottom of the pit. Everyone was injured and staggered by the impact of the explosion. The loose rocks around were struck and fell down one after another, some large and some small, densely packed. In an instant, the bottom of the pit was filled with the smell of gunpowder, smoke, and dust. Coughing sounds continued, but the sound of fighting was obvious. Weakened, Shining Huan, who had already touched the nearest position of the Fire Demon Queen, reached out decisively to grab her. The scorching heat came, immediately scorching 2 layers of skin on her hand. Shining Huan let out a low cry of pain, but still didn't let go. She gritted her teeth and pulled out the root of the Fire Demon Queen, pulling it up quickly. He put it into the space spiritual weapon, then turned around and ran away without stopping for a second. At the same time, Jin Qiuyu's little cat quickly grew in size and jumped up from the bottom of the pit with her on its back, followed closely by Xininghuan. Because there was a fire demon queen at the bottom of the pit, most of the people who were guarding the entrance of the cave went down. Now there were only a dozen or so people guarding them. As soon as they saw Xininghuan and Jin Qiuyu jumping up from below, they immediately launched an attack. But Xininghuan and Jin Qiuyu were faster. They let go and threw a spiritual pattern. A violent explosion sounded, blocking their footsteps. They also took this opportunity to split into two groups and escape quickly. Chase. The dozen or so people quickly gathered back after running away from the explosion, chasing the two of them. Countless people in the pit chased him out with gloomy faces, riding various spiritual beasts and divided into two groups, heading in two directions. There were so many of them down there, but they were tricked by two women. How could they bear this? Today, no matter what, they had to be caught and snatched back their number plates and the fire demon girl. Of course, the cruel one wanted the lives of Xininghuan and Jin Qiuyu. There were obviously more people chasing Xininghuan in the two teams, 2 or 3 times more. They were lined up in a row, and there were all kinds of spiritual beasts. In the hot red rock desert, Xininghuan walked them around like a dog, moving in a snake-like manner to avoid attacks from behind. It wasn't until she came to the back of a tall red rock hill that she put away her scars. The tired, colorful black tiger took advantage of the fact that the pursuers were not coming, and there were mountains blocking her vision. She threw out a teleportation spirit pattern. It took 30 seconds for the teleportation pattern to finally form, and then she disappeared completely in place. The people who caught up couldn't find anyone behind the hill. They were all dumbfounded and cursed angrily. Damn it! Where is the person? Quickly! Look for it quickly! It is said that Xininghuan has a hidden spiritual beast. She may still be nearby. Please search carefully nearby. Yes! TSK. TSK. These idiots. Don't they know that there is such a good thing as teleporting spirit patterns that can be used to escape? It's not that they can't think of it, but it's that teleportation spirit patterns are too expensive to buy. You must know that the spirit pattern master who draws teleportation spirit patterns must have at least an 8th level strength level. Except for those big families with profound knowledge, who can easily draw teleportation spirit patterns on their bodies. A few teleportation spirit patterns. They couldn't believe how normal they were. Yes, let alone teleportation spirit patterns. Even the explosive spirit patterns they used before cannot be drawn by ordinary spirit pattern masters. Sister Huan is so smart. She hid behind the hill to avoid the sight of the pursuers before using the teleportation spirit pattern. She must have predicted it and let them waste time here. Quack quack. But aren't they cheating? This election competition should be based on true ability. Spiritual symbols and other things will affect the competition too much. You know what the heck. My sister Huan is a 9th level senior spiritual pattern master. She drew all these spiritual patterns herself. So why is she not really capable? If other contestants have the ability, they can also draw one by themselves. Which counts? Their true abilities. As for Jin Qiuyu, those spirit patterns were given to her by Xininghuan. So they are definitely not her true abilities. Hey, you are looking for trouble, right? My senior sister has provoked you. The senior sister made an alliance with the junior sister based on her true ability. Based on her true ability, the senior sister made the spiritual pattern given to her by the junior sister. Why? I don't accept it. Hold it back if you don't accept it. If I were Xininghuan, I would have to draw a lot of spirit patterns and bring them in, and throw them around. I would blow up whoever comes, and blow them up directly. By the way, why did Xininghuan and the others only use 3 explosive spirit patterns? Patterns? Aren't the spiritual patterns brought in enough? Perhaps it is to save money. A 9th level high-level spirit pattern is worth upwards of 5 million. 1 piece is more than 5 million. And 3 is worth 15 million or even 20 million. This is it costs a lot of money. Unless you are rich, you can't spread it out without blinking. It is said that Xininghuan grew up on the Edge Star since she was a child. The Shin family is notoriously poor. It is very possible that she is reluctant to use it. Everyone on the live broadcast was talking a lot. Xininghuan had been vomited out by the teleportation array at this moment. After standing still covered in blood, she made eye contact with a handsome young guy opposite. Xininghuan looked in the direction of his hand. There was a pile of fire crystals there, and not far away there was a small robot humming and digging diligently. She immediately narrowed her eyes and struck preemptively. You want to steal my fire crystal? Xiang Hongtian quickly took his hand back, with a stern look on his face, coughed lightly and said with a dry smile. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. I just looked around and saw no one. Chapter 325 An Unexpected Attack. Xininghuan glared at him warily, then walked over to put the fire crystal away and continued to look at him warily. Xiang Hongtian, who was being stared at like a thief, felt extremely aggrieved. Didn't he think that these things were ownerless? So he went to take a look? He guaranteed that he really didn't take any fire crystals. He coughed lightly and opened his mouth to explain. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind interrupted his words, followed by the sound of electricity in his ears, and the screen in the two people's live broadcast room suddenly went black. The audience, who were watching with great interest, were immediately confused. What's going on? Why did the screen suddenly go black? First and second in the rankings. The first meeting and fight between Xininghuan and Xiang Hongtian. What a historic scene. Why did it suddenly disappear? Is there anything that our VIPs can't see? Is there any shady deal they can't do to block the live broadcast? No. I see that Xiang Hongtian was clearly planning to speak, and Xininghuan had nothing to hide. His expression was very natural. It didn't look like they were actively blocking the live broadcast. What on earth happened inside? Scratching my head and wondering. On the rostrum, Long Xinglo couldn't sit still anymore. His handsome face turned cold, and he raised his feet and left the table. Long Xinghao was so fast that he couldn't catch him, so he had to let him go. Xin Tuyu and Hua Yin looked at each other, frowned, and had ugly looks in their eyes. Did those people take action? The one who had the same idea as them was Xin Jingshan, the grandfather who paid close attention to his granddaughter on Little Star. The moment the screen went dark, his heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but feel panic. With those people's vast magical powers and rampant behavior, they may not be able to cheat in the Secret Realm competition. The Chai family school also used tricks in the Secret Realm of the college entrance examination before. This time, their guess was correct. Someone had indeed taken action. When Xiang Hongtian opened his mouth to explain, a group of no fewer than 20 killers, wearing black cloaks and menacing murderous auras suddenly sprang out. As soon as they met each other, they headed straight for Xininghuan. All of them are spiritual masters of the 7th level or above. Their strength cannot be underestimated. Their fighting skills are so strong and their speed is so fast that it is almost impossible to catch up with the naked eye. Moreover, their moves are fierce, and they go straight toward Xininghuan's life gate. They also brought giant bugs with them, and they also swooped in the direction of Xininghuan as soon as they met, and launched an attack, which was a powerful killing move. Xininghuan's face turned cold, and she quickly dodged to avoid it. However, the unexpected attack was too fast. She couldn't dodge in time, and a long gash was opened on her arm by a spiritual light, and blood spurted out in an instant. But fortunately, the artery was not damaged, so I could get through it with gritted teeth. Immediately after, a large number of fierce attacks came. She had almost no room to breathe under the dense swords and sword shadows. She could only dodge while attacking Dankong, colorful black tiger, Baja dog, blue hidden butterfly, desert monitor lizard, the desert giant eagle, ice silkworm, and several other spiritual beasts with fighting capabilities were all summoned. The formation patterns were released one after another, lighting up half of the sky. Each spiritual beast was stronger than the last. The coercion and murderous aura collided and spread fiercely. In less than half a second, a fierce fight broke out in the originally quiet red rock clearing. Rocks collapsed, the ground was sunken, and dust filled the sky. The powerful aftermath of the battle moved all the surrounding rocky hills to the ground with overwhelming force, and the diligent little robots were cut into pieces without mercy. Xiang Hongtian, who was dumbfounded, only had time to rescue a mechanical arm when he came to his senses. And then he carried it and rolled out for more than 10 meters. Damn it. I can't afford to offend them. What are the origins of these people? They are so shameless. Their faces are covered tightly, and their strength is not like the people that came to compete in the star territory. Xininghuan is also amazing. Not only can she withstand the attacks of so many people by herself, but she also has so many powerful spiritual beasts. Especially the 12th level spiritual beast Dankong, who was shocked when she appeared on the scene. His eyes almost dropped. And that ice silkworm is also amazing. It seems to be able to contain those huge insect-shaped spiritual beasts and slow them down. Guagwai. I originally thought she was just a bronze elementary school girl with good luck. But he thought differently. This special girl is clearly the King elementary school girl. But even the king cannot withstand the waves of killers. Shining-Huan had already suffered some injuries when she robbed the fire demon queen underground. After that, she and 20 men in black cloaks showed their strength. All the spirit beasts came out, and they lost a lot of blood and suffered a lot of injuries. Kill them all. But that's not over yet. Before she could take a breath, the second wave of hacking killers came again. The second wave of 30 people came, wearing uniform camouflage uniforms. They looked ordinary and could hardly be found in the crowd. The spiritual beasts they summoned were also different. They were all ferocious beasts. They roared constantly and attacked fiercely. Obviously, it's not the same number as the first wave of killers. Moreover, they are stronger, and their strength is all above the 9th level. And their spiritual beasts cannot be underestimated. There are 8th, 9th, and 10th levels, which can be said to be the peak of the lower star field's combat power. Several extremely powerful spiritual beasts besieged Wuhua. Even though Wuhua was a 12th level beast, he couldn't hold it back. Soon there were many scratches on his plump body, and the various scars added up. The injuries suddenly became horrific. However, although they were cruel to Shining-Huan, they were not as deadly as the first group of people. They seemed to want to keep her alive and capture her alive. With a bang, Shining-Huan, who had been fighting bloody battles for more than 10 minutes, was thrown to the ground by a spiritual beast with blood all over her body. She spat out a mouthful of blood in an instant. She was dripping with cold sweat due to the pain of the wound, and her face was pale. Da Huang, Ermao, and other spiritual beasts were also seriously injured. Even Wuhua, the most powerful one, had his belly scratched, and a section of his intestines fell out. However, they still insisted on limping over and protecting her in the middle. One by one, their heads were facing outward, teeth bared, growling and looking warily at the people and spiritual beasts surrounding them. The remaining 28 people who besieged her also temporarily ceased fighting. They all brought their spirit beasts with cold expressions to surround Shining-Huan and her spirit beasts. Shining-Huan took this opportunity to pierce the blood-stained machete into the ground to support her body. While breathing heavily, she looked at those people with a cold look in her eyes. "Who are you?" she asked in a deep voice. The square-faced man in the lead spoke in a cold voice with no emotion at all. "You don't need to know. Now you only have 2 choices. 1. Surrender and follow us. 2. Die. We will take your body with us." Chapter 326. Bad Times and Bad Times. Shining-Huan lowered his eyes and coughed. This small movement alone caused wounds all over his body. Stinging and tearing sensations came from all over the body. The devil-called pain began to scream wantonly, followed by a burst of pain in his chest. Dull pain. Uncontrollable blood surged up, and the smell of rust filled the entire mouth, and finally overflowed from the lips. She knew that her body had almost reached its limit, and if she continued to carry on, the outcome waiting for her would definitely not be good. "I choose number 1. She tried hard to swallow the taste of rust in her mouth, cover up the darkness under her eyes. Her body was shaky, and she answered with weak breath. After saying that, she cooperated and retracted all the spirit beasts around her into the beast control space. Even the machete she was supporting in her hand was retracted into the spirit weapon space. This made the square-faced man who had just opened his mouth to confiscate her weapon have no choice but to swallow the words. He looked at Shining-Huan with strange eyes. Unexpectedly, the little girl was quite cooperative. She seemed to care about her life. Then he waved his hand, and several people put away their spiritual beasts, and slowly approached Shining-Huan in a surrounding manner, with playful and evil eyes as if they were looking at a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. 10 steps. 9 steps. 8 steps. They approached step by step until they were 3 steps away. When they were about to reach out and grab her, Shining-Huan suddenly raised her head, with a strange arc at the corner of her mouth, followed by an explosive spirit. The tattoo appeared in her hand. Not good! The square-faced men noticed something was wrong, but it was too late. Shining-Huan quickly threw out a handful of spirit patterns in her hand. Boom! Boom boom boom! The continuous explosions were deafening, and the whole land trembled with it. The surrounding sand and rocks exploded and flew, and the powerful energy of the explosion spread with devastating force. Almost half of the secret realm and the nearby volcanoes were affected, and people were turned upside down. The hills collapsed, and all the stone and plants were destroyed. Xian Hongtian, who was hiding in the distance and looking around, decisively turned around and ran away. But he was still a step too slow. The explosive energy from behind hit him, and there was a burst of burning pain from behind, and the person was completely thrown away by the energy. He gritted his teeth, summoned the spirit beast, and flew desperately for dozens of seconds in the energy aftermath, before being hit hard to the ground. He rolled over several times before stopping, followed by the explosion and splashing sand and stones. Came down and buried his whole body. Xiang Hongtian, who was lying under the stone and sand, looked ashen and expressionless as if he was spitting out his soul. What a crime. I didn't expect Shen Huan to be so desperate in the fight. Who could escape from this explosive spirit mark? If I had known, he shouldn't have been hiding and watching the fun. He should have run as far as he could from the beginning. That's right. I regret it now. My back was so painful that it was numb. My leg was broken, and I couldn't move my arm. It was miserable. As his sigh ended, the aftermath of the explosion gradually subsided. Shen Huan, who was at the center of the explosion, slowly supported the ground with her hands and struggled to get up from the ground. Even though she took 7 or 8 photos of herself, the advanced defensive spirit pattern was still injured by the 9th level advanced explosive spirit pattern. Blood spat out in large mouths, and his face was as pale as a dead person. It seemed that his internal organs were injured. Then she didn't look to see if those people were dead or not. She suppressed the dizziness, took out a teleportation spirit pattern while vomiting blood, and used the last bit of spiritual power in her body to activate it. There is too much movement here to stay for a long time. Not only to guard against possible killers, but also to guard against competitors in the secret realm. She had to find a place to hide and heal before thinking about anything else. But at the last moment, when her teleportation spirit pattern took effect, a bombed, charred corpse that was beyond recognition suddenly raised a spirit pattern and threw it towards her. He used his last breath to activate the spirit pattern, and suddenly there was a spiritual light. Dezhen. The spirit pattern array is nested within the spirit pattern array, and the two formations miraculously merged together. Shen Huan's pupil shrank, and she wanted to run away. However, although her sense of danger was still keen at this time, her scarred and dilapidated body could no longer keep up. In the end, she could only watch herself being dragged in by the rich white light in the teleportation spirit pattern. And just after the last bit of spiritual light from the teleportation spirit pattern dissipated, another wave of people rushed here in a menacing manner. They looked around and saw only some charred corpses, but there was no trace of Shen Huan among them. Where are the people? Maybe he escaped. Chase. As soon as the leader finished speaking, a golden dragon rushed over with great anger. Immediately after, Long Xinglo, who was standing on top of the golden dragon, jumped down with a cold and low pressure. Without saying a word, he started to face this group of people. Take action. Bombard wildly, and the power of thunder pours down. When Shintuyu found an opportunity and left the rostrum to look for him, he saw corpses lying on the ground next to Long Xinglo, and he was tortured to a person with a violent and murderous spirit. The man's nails were cruelly pulled out, and his flesh was chopped off alive. He kept shouting hoarsely, "It's not us! It's not us! We didn't see Shen Huan." Long Xinglo gritted his teeth, his eyes bursting with scarlet light, so rich that he could almost bleed. Veins popped up on the back of the arm holding the dagger. Finally, he stabbed the dagger into the man's throat without even looking at him. He stood up and left. Shintuyo's body trembled. This kid was really cruel. And then he chased after him with a look of anxiety on his face. "Where's Huan Huan? Do you know where little Huan Huan is?" At this time, Long Xinglo didn't even notice that his title was too affectionate. He gritted his teeth with a gloomy face and said, "I don't know. Go find Xiang Hongtian." Shintuyu suddenly understood and nodded repeatedly. Yes. Yes. He was with Huan Huan before the black screen. He must know something. So when Xiang Hongtian climbed out of the pit with a grin on his face, he ran into Long Xinglo, who was full of anger. He grabbed the top collar with one hand and lifted him up. The cold and ruthless voice of the Ghost King of Hell came with strong murderous intent. "Where is Huan Huan? Tell me!" Xiang Hongtian's pale face suppressed redness, plus the injuries on his body piled up. He rolled his eyes, and then he quickly slapped Long Xinglo's hand with both hands. "First, let go!" Cough, cough, cough. After being thrown to the ground, he didn't dare to look at Longxing Tower, the deadly king of H.L. Before he could catch his breath, he hurriedly told what he had seen, and even took out a robot's mechanical arm that he had rescued, gave it to Longxing Tower. Shintuyu walked around anxiously, holding the optical brain in his hand and constantly sending messages, muttering in his mouth. If the 9th level high-level explosive spirit pattern goes down, Won will definitely be injured in the center of the explosion. Where is she going if she is not there? There is no news about her on the live broadcast. She must have been taken away. It's over. It's over. It's definitely going to be very bad. Long Xingluo's cold and scarlet eyes darkened again and again, and finally pursed his lips and turned around without saying a word. Shen Tuyo hurriedly followed behind, shouting anxiously, "Where are you going?" Long Xingluo ignored him, walked faster and faster, and summoned a golden dragon to fly away. Chapter 327. The body was picked up by Chai Haobua. More than half a day has passed since the live broadcast of Xinhuan and Xiang Hongtian suddenly went black. In the afternoon of that day, Xiang Hongtian reappeared in front of the public with a miserable look and continued to live broadcast the competition. However, Xinhuan did not show up, and the live broadcast room was also silent. Black screen. This is called Star Network. Everyone on the Star Network is talking about it, and there are all kinds of speculations. Some people say that Xiang Hongtian and Xinhuan fought, and in the end, Xiang Hongtian won miserably, and Xinhuan was seriously injured or died and was eliminated. Others said that Xiang Hongtian's identity was not simple, and there were shady forces behind it, and Xinhuan was behind it. The family persuaded them to quit. In short, some people are happy and some are worried about Xinhuan's absence, and many are gloating about it. However, the Empire has not given an explanation for a long time, so there are more and more speculations, and all kinds of outrageous speculations on the Star Network have become more and more intense. Secretly, many people from the Shin family, Jing family, Shintu family, etc. were searching for her whereabouts non-stop. Unfortunately, they found nothing and could not trace her whereabouts at all. Long Xingluo was as anxious as a walking freezer, freezing wherever he went. He also hurriedly carried all his small treasury to find his father, and begged him to let Qinglong come forward and use his power to make a divination for the sake of money. Find the location of his future daughter-in-law. And where is Xinhuan, who has single-handedly touched the hearts of almost the entire empire? She was lying in a luxuriously decorated room, being hidden in a golden house. At this time, there was a rustling sound outside the door of the room, and then the door was pushed open a small crack. After observing secretly, a thin figure sneaked in, and then he lowered his voice and greeted the door. Other than others. Come on in. I overheard. This room is the room of that shitty second young master of the Chai family. Most people don't dare to come in. Let's hide here for a while and wait for the previous wave of patrols to pass before looking for anyone. Okay. So a few more people tiptoed in one after another. After closing the door, several people were cautious in the room and looked around. Suddenly, a thin man walking at the front screamed in surprise. The man following him quickly covered his eyes with his hands and threatened in a low voice. What's your name? I don't know that we sneaked in. If we are discovered, what should we do? Don't get involved with us if you want to die. The thin man quickly shook his head, pointed in the direction of the bed with wide eyes, and frantically motioned for them to look over. Several people subconsciously looked sideways and saw a girl covered in blood. Her face covered in blood. Lying there. The gray sheets were soaked in red blood, and only her weak breathing proved that she was still alive. Several men burst into tears watching this, with sad expressions and red eyes. She must also be a girl who was deceived by the Chai family. Damn it! Chai Haobua tortured someone like this. She shed so much blood. I'm afraid there's not even a piece of good meat left on her body. I don't know how my sister is doing. Will he also be tortured so miserably? Wadu! My daughter. She is only 18 years old. She is in her prime years. She told me before that she would buy a house on the main star and take me to live with her after she established a firm foothold on the main star. But now, she is being bullied. The Chai family deceived them. Xinhuan woke up from this burst of whimpering and the rough man's howling, and the pain in various parts of her body also woke up. Her face was twisted in pain, and her expression was ferocious. But in view of the unknown situation around her, she still held back and quietly pricked up her ears. What's going on with these big, loud voices crying and howling in front of her bed, as if they were wailing in the grave? After waiting for a while, she also learned some of the information she wanted from their words. This place was actually on Chai's Monxiang star, and she was still lying on the bed of Shen Qiyue's scumbag husband Chai Haobua in her previous life. She frowned for a moment, disgust rising in her heart. after she was dragged into the teleportation array. Her already seriously injured body could not bear the two more violent and unstable teleportation channels with superimposed teleportation spirit patterns. She fainted before she could reach the exit of the teleportation array. After she fainted, was she transported to Mangxiangsing and had her body picked up by that scumbag Chai Haobua? This is not good news. The Chai family is not on her friendly list. And Chai Haobua is not a good person. No! Someone is coming! Someone tipped off the news at the door. And the men who were crying beside her bed immediately stood up and said, "Quick! Quick! Hide quickly! Hide under the bed! I'm going to hide in the closet! Here! Here! This Chai Haobua is an armor enthusiast! Let's hide inside!" After a moment of chaos, silence returned to the room. After a while, the door of the room was pushed open from the outside, and Chai Haobua walked in from the door in a very good mood, dressed like a dog, humming a tune. "Hey! You're awake!" As soon as he saw Shining Huan with her eyes open on the bed, her swollen and overindulgent face was immediately filled with a smile, and he blinked, thinking that he was very handsome and charming. "Miss Shin, we meet again. This time I saved you. Is it time for you to commit yourself to me?" Shining Huan frowned and rolled her eyes, not wanting to pay attention to this disgusting and greasy thing. She was in pain all over her body now, even her bones. This Chai Haobua could only be a porter to move her here, but he didn't treat her at all. What kind of bullshit savior was he? Chai Haobua's smiling face froze, and he couldn't hold back his anger. His face suddenly dropped, and there was a look of anger between his brows. He gritted his teeth and threatened, "Shining Huan, you bitch! Don't toast and eat as a penalty. You are a missing person outside now. Now, no one knows that you are here. Even your best friend, the second prince, can't find anything to do with me. If you obey me and obey me, I will keep you alive and help you with your treatment. Let's cook it later. Now that I'm mature, I can still marry you as my wife. But if you don't listen, you won't be able to survive. That dead girl Chai Zian wants to find you and torture you to death. There are also my father and my third brother. They also want to arrest you. If it weren't for you by luck, I met you first, brought you back, and hid you. Do you think you can survive this miserable life? You must not know what is good or bad." Ever since he saw the danger and strength of this woman in Xianyu's secret realm, Chai Haobua was so scared that he trembled. But he couldn't help but think in his heart that other women couldn't play well. This time, he was lucky enough to have her wandering in front of his house. But he delivered it to his door. Ha ha ha. What an opportunity God gave him. He won't let her go this time. When this woman becomes his father and third brother will definitely spare her life for his sake. Chai Haobua made a good calculation in his mind, and the corners of his mouth raised crazily and gradually became abnormal. Chapter 328 Stuffing Stinky Socks into Chai Haobua. The thin man and the rugged man hiding in the armor, with only two eyes exposed in the room, looked at each other. This seemed to be a little different from what they imagined. Wasn't the girl injured like this by that piece of shit Chai Haobua? That girl's name was Shining Huan. Wasn't this the benefactor who killed that piece of shit Chai Yu on the live broadcast to cause problems in the Chai family? So that they knew that their sister, had been deceived by the Chai family? Damn it! This piece of shit Chai Haobua actually threatened their benefactor. Unfortunately, Monxiang Star is equipped with a large signal blocker. Only the Chai family can log in with their internal identities. Outsiders like them cannot connect to the Star network at all, let alone report information to the outside world. Otherwise, they have to designate their benefactors to report information to the outside world. A letter. The thin man winked. What should we do? Chai Haobua still wants to make a living with our benefactor. I can't bear it anymore. The rugged man, fortunately, our benefactor was covered in blood. Otherwise, according to that bitch's virtue, the overlord would definitely have taken advantage of him. And he couldn't let this bitch go. Let's think of a way to see if we can take down this piece of shit without making a fuss. After all, this piece of shit is also from the Chai family. He has some abilities, so he has to hit it with one hit. Just when the two of them were talking about countermeasures, they suddenly heard a soft bang. They subconsciously turned around and saw that Chai Haobua had been stepped on the ground by a bloody man. At this moment, he was also pinched by the neck, and his face was red from holding back. The eyes that were full of perverted pride just now are now full of fear. The eyes of the two people hiding in the armor widened. They were indeed their benefactors. Even with such injuries, Haobua was fighting firewood as easily as he was beating a dog. Ahem. Why don't you come out quickly? Shining Huan frowned and coughed in a suppressed voice. Blood dripping from her mouth drop by drop. People in the room responded quickly. Oh. It's out. It's out. Then Chai Haobua's almost bulging eyes widened as he watched 7 poorly dressed men of different sizes and ages pop out from all over his room. His pupils tightened. Where did these people come from, and why did they appear in his room? Could it be that he sneaked in secretly because the guards and servants who were guarding him took them away? He vomited blood with regret. If he had known earlier, he should not have been so lustful. In order to hide Shining Huan from the eyes and ears of his father and third brother, he sent those people away. Now, he has taken advantage of them and suffered for himself. Benefactor, don't dirty your hands. Leave the strangulation to me. The thin man quickly jogged over and squatted beside Chai Haobua, stretching out his hands to take over Shining Huan's stranglehold. The rugged man also followed closely and said to Shining with a naive smile, Yes, my benefactor. Rest a while and leave this piece of shit to us. As he spoke, he stepped directly on Chai Haobua's stomach with his big foot. The powerful Chai Haobua curled up, and a broken cry of pain escaped from his throat. Shining Huan glanced at his miserable condition with satisfaction, but felt it was not enough. She breathed carefully and slowly moved back to sit on the soft big bed. She arranged for the treatment of the little snail. Then she took a breath and said in the lightest falsetto that did not involve muscle wounds, Break his 2 legs and the third legs. The men who gathered around the scene clamped their legs and looked at her with strange expressions. It was the rugged man who had the strongest execution ability. He was just stunned for a moment, and then decisively stepped down on Chai Haobua's kneecaps with his big feet. After hearing the sound of bones breaking, everyone present showed relieved smiles, and then watched the rugged man kick Chai Haobua's third leg again. Woo! Chai Haobua's veins bulged out in pain. His eyes were scarlet, and he kept moaning and screaming. Finally, after the pain passed away with his head covered in sweat, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. The rough man lifted the man up smoothly, took out a thick hemp rope from his waist, and tied Chai Haobua into a rice dumpling. The thin man who was strangling his neck also let go, but he still felt that it was not safe enough. What if Chai Haobua woke up in the middle and screamed for help, which would expose them? So he thought about it and took off his shoes. She put her stinky socks, which she hadn't washed in 3 days, into his mouth. When the others saw this, their eyes lit up, and then they all took off their shoes and put out a smelly sock, one by one, and stuffed it into Chai Haobua's mouth. Fortunately, the weather was not cold at the moment, and they were all wearing thin socks. Otherwise Chai Haobua might not be able to fit so much into his mouth. For a while, the room was filled with the smell of smelly socks, and several people were disgusted with it. They slipped Chai Haobua into a corner before returning to the big bed. Shining Huan slowly opened her eyes, which were closed to repose, and glanced at them before slowly talking about business. How did you get in? The rugged man scratched his head. We came in openly and honestly in the cargo transport cabin of the Chai family. They arrested a group of people. It is said that the third young master of the Chai family wanted them. The few of us used the trick to get in and followed them. We sneaked out when people were being transported. Shining Huan pursed her lips and glanced at them. She was quite courageous. If she was not careful with this method, she might end up being caught. She took a breath and asked again. Besides the 7 of you, is there anyone else? Yes, there are Xiao Liao and the others. Let's look for them separately. I don't know how they are doing now. The rugged man sighed and said worriedly, and several people around him quickly comforted him. Don't worry. Sister Liao is so smart. If she can find a way for us to sneak in safely, she will definitely be able to avoid those Chai family members. Yes, Xiao Liao is not an ordinary person. She organized us to come in to find someone. She must have her own plan. But if she knew that we met our benefactor here, she would definitely be happier. The benefactor's great kindness to her is even greater than to ours. Many. Shining Huan looked at the speaker curiously, and was very curious about the Xiao Liao they were talking about. As soon as the man saw her eyes, he immediately popped up his chest knowingly and said happily, Xiao Liao was captured to the Edge planet before. She said you were the benefactor who rescued her from the laboratory. She is very grateful to you. This time, through her benefactor, she saw the news about Mang Xiangxing from the Chai family who liked to trick women into coming to the Chai family through her benefactor you, and then disappeared. At that time, she also happened to investigate that the sister she grew up with was the Chai family member. Yu's ex-girlfriend. All suspected that her sister had been tricked into coming to Mangxiangsing and wanted to find her. It happened that some of us also had daughters and sisters who were missing. Xiao Liao didn't know how to find us, so he organized those of us who were willing to come to Mangxiangsing. I am the sister who treats me with all her heart and soul. Now that I finally have a clue about her, I definitely agreed to follow Xiao Liao to find someone. Chapter 329. Xiang is confused. After figuring out their purpose, Shining-Wan wanted to help, but she was powerless at the moment. Her injuries were serious and it hurt even to move. She could only stay in the room to recuperate. Moreover, she wanted to recover as soon as possible and rush back to participate. I don't know if it's too late for Hongming College's quota competition. The 7 rugged men couldn't stay in the room and ran out from time to time to inquire for information. Fortunately, Chai Halbwa had made arrangements before. No one from the Chai family came near this place. In addition, he, the second young master, was not very valued in the Chai family, so no one came to find him until dark. And they didn't know that this place had been changed. Owner, the original owner of the room, who was tied up like a rice dumpling, woke up once in the middle of the night, but was soon suffocated by the smelly socks stuffed back into his mouth. Bah! Useless trash. The rough man glanced at him with disgust, then looked cheerfully at Shining-Wan, who sat up from the bed and looked at her face, which finally had some blood. She put her hands on her clothes and wiped them carefully. He took out a bottle of nutrient solution from his pocket and asked, "Benefactor, do you want to drink some? This is a high-grade nutrient solution, which can help to replenish the body." Shining-Wan pursed her lips and smiled. "No, you can drink it yourself. I have food here." As she spoke, she took out a small casserole from the space spirit weapon. In the small casserole was simmering hot red blood ginseng and snake stew, which was extremely effective in replenishing blood and healing wounds. This was something she had stewed specially before. Anyway, one side of the yin-yang ring is that time stops, which is very convenient. As soon as the lid of the small casserole was opened, a strange aroma suddenly hit the nostrils. Several people in the room who were sipping the nutrient solution suddenly felt that the high-grade nutrient solution in their hands was no longer rare, and they all turned to look at it. "Darling, what is this thing that smells so good?" They were confused by the fragrance. Even the faint smell of smelly socks lingering in the room was covered up by this fragrance. Shining-Wan noticed their looks and asked politely, "Would you like a bite?" At most, 1 bite per person. No more. However, a few people were embarrassed to take advantage, and quickly looked away, then shook their heads like a rattle. No, we have food ourselves." As he spoke, he raised his head and gulped the nutrient solution into his mouth, indicating that what they drank was delicious. Shining-Wan rolled her eyes, then glanced in the direction of Chai Halbwa and said with a smile, "You can search for Chai Halbwa's space weapon. He is a young master of the Chai family. He is good at eating, drinking and playing. There may be some delicious food in it. You guys take it out and try it too." Several people were stunned for a moment, but they didn't expect this. The rugged man quickly shook his head and said seriously, "That's not okay. This piece of shit Chai Halbwa was defeated by your benefactor, and his things are your trophies." Several other people also nodded. They didn't see the far-fetched meaning and looked at it with a matter-of-fact expression. "Yes, it belongs to the benefactor." The smile on Shining-Wan's lips deepened a bit. "They are all principled people." Then she said, "It's not all mine. You guys are also helping me. Let's see if there's anything to eat in it. If there is, you can take it out and eat it. As for the rest, how about it belongs to me? It's just food." Shining-Wan said emphatically before they refused. Only then did the rugged men agree, and then walked over happily. Under the angry eyes of Chai Halbwa, who woke up again, he took off his space spiritual weapon. As the representative, the rugged man looked into the spatial spiritual weapon, and his eyes widened immediately. Good guy. This guy is really a master who knows how to enjoy himself. There are really a lot of fine wines and food in there. After hearing this, Shining-Wan smiled and urged, "Bring them all out, and I'll have a taste too." "Okay." The rugged man grinned, his face full of excitement, and then he put the plates one by one on the long coffee table in the room, including braised pork elbow, lobster, etc., and quickly put them on the table. The coffee table is filled to the brim. There's no room for this. There are still more than 10 plates in it. Keep it for now. Let's eat it next time. Okay. The rugged man responded with a hearty smile, and then handed the space spirit weapon to Shining Huan. Shining Huan did not refuse this time, and took it directly, put it in his pocket, and greeted several brothers who looked straight at him. Let's come and eat together. Waves of fragrance came through his nose, suppressing the overbearing smell of smelly socks in his mouth. Chai Haobua's eyes turned red as he stared at those people who occupied his room, ate his food, and drank his popularity. He wished he could use it. Yan Daozi killed him, and then regretted once again that he shouldn't have hidden Shining Huan's scourge, and should have let his father, his third brother, and that damn girl Chai Zian fight her out and kill her. Shining Huan noticed the look in his eyes, and the corner of her mouth curled up with a hint of contempt and ridicule. Then she took a piece of big lobster meat in front of him and ate it happily. Not to mention, although this Chai Haobua was an unlearned master, but his taste is really good, and every dish is delicious and delicious. Soon these delicious dishes were snapped up, and they were all sold out in a short time. Shining Huan didn't eat much. She only tasted a little of each item, then put away her chopsticks and moved the small casserole aside. Soon after consuming a pot of hot red blood snake stew, her body began to feel warm. The statue of Bai Zhe hidden under her clothes shone faintly, and pure spiritual energy began to pour into her body, gradually filling her body. The nearly empty muscles and body were exhausted. Compared to usual times, more pure spiritual energy came out of the Bai Zhe statue this time, and there was even a hint of warmth that had never been felt before. My body feels much better immediately. Then she walked to the bathroom, picked out a set of clothes from Chai Haobua's space spirit weapon that he had not worn before, and put them on with a tag. After putting them on, as soon as the mouse's ability was used, another Chai Haobua, who was exactly the same, appeared, and her body has not fully recovered yet. Her body is a bit weak. Her steps are light. She is more like Chai Haobua's usual self. So as soon as she opened the door, the people outside immediately tense up and looked at her warily. Who are you? Chai Haobua, who was completely exhausted after being interrogated by the 7 well-fed and drunk people, also used up his last bit of strength to cast a shocked look. Shining laughed happily and said in her original voice, "It's me. Don't worry. This is a skill of my spirit beast. I will use the identity of Chai Haobua to go out at night to explore and find a way to leave Monxiang Star." The eyes of the rugged man suddenly lit up. His benefactor's transformation skills were really amazing. They were exactly like Chai Haobua himself. "Okay, my benefactor. Please be careful when you go out. We went out to explore the area before. There is no big danger. We need to go farther to see people. Chai Haobua is also useless. I don't know why his father if you want to kill your benefactor. You don't know where the women who were deceived are kept." Chapter 330, I found the person in charge as soon as I looked for it. Although the rugged man looked rough, he was still quite careful. After hearing Chai Haobua's threat to Shining Huan, he remembered it in his heart. Before interrogating him, where were the women who were deceived by the Chai family and kept? At the same time, he also helped Shining Huan ask about the chief Chai family's murder of her. Unfortunately, it was useless because he didn't know the inside story at all. He also used a lot of interrogation methods that he had learned and sold, and tortured people until they screamed. In the end, this kid said to him, "What do you know? The more you know, the faster you will die. I pretend that I don't know anything. How nice it is to be a dandy who only enjoys family rights and enjoys dividends. Good guy. I didn't expect this kid to have something. I really can't find anything wrong with what he said." Later, they were unwilling to dismantle Chai Haobua's bones from top to bottom, and finally found out a few forbidden areas or suspicious places in the Chai family. If there were more, they would not have any more, so they could only stuff the smelly socks into him again. Went back. "Benefactor, it depends on the situation. The suspicious things this guy said may be false, and he deliberately deceived you. And my benefactor, please be careful not to report any messages to the outside world. Even the optical brain of the Chai family will not work. I heard that some big families attach great importance to the protection of their own planets. In order to prevent the leakage of information, they will intercept all messages sent to the outside world without discrimination. I don't know if the Chai family exists, and whether Chai Haobua is determined to live or die, but I still think there is a problem. It's better for us to be careful in everything." The rugged man still gave some uneasy warnings. Shining Huan didn't expect him to be so attentive, so she nodded solemnly. "Okay, I understand." She actually knew about this matter. She had specifically investigated the major families in the Upper Star Territory and the Chai family before. Among them, the Chai family star network had a protective wall to prevent the transmission of information to the outside world. Without absolute technology, this protective wall could not be broken through. So she had never acted rashly in an attempt to convey news to the outside world. In the dark night, Shinning-Huan walked out of the room. Chai Haobua's house is an independent villa. This room is on the second floor. After walking to the first floor, the house is still quiet. After she confirmed that there was no one else in the villa, she walked out into the light outside without hesitation. Brother Bo! Brother Bo! Here! Here! Shinning-Huan walked out for nearly 100 meters when she saw a man dressed like a dog, but with an ordinary and slightly wretched appearance, rubbing his hands and walking back and forth. When he saw Chai Haobua in her disguise, he immediately waved to her excitedly. Shinning-Huan thought about it and walked towards him. Before she could say anything, the man couldn't wait to speak. Brother Bo, why did you suddenly stop letting people go to your villa? You didn't reply when I sent you a message. I've been waiting here for a long time. Oh, forget it. None of this matters. Brother Bo must have your own reasons for doing this. He looked helpless and helped find a reason. Shinning-Huan thought this chatterbox was quite good. Then she imitated Chai Haobua and said impatiently, You have something to say. The man quickly smiled flatteringly. Hey, there is indeed an important thing. Isn't that boy Chai Liang bringing his girlfriend back? It is said that she is a pretty girl. She is very beautiful. She is very popular with Xinguang recently. The hot one named Shinning-Huan looks a bit similar to Chai Liang. He is very arrogant and ignores me at all. He won't show me this little guy. I'm going to come and find you. Brother Bo. You have so much face. Chai Liang doesn't dare to stop you. Just take me to see it. Shinning-Huan felt disgusted by his substitute literature, but a smile appeared on her face, and she gave him a look as if you were a kid and said, Okay, you lead the way. Hey, I knew you were interested. Brother Bo. Then the man immediately led the way in a hurry. The Chai family is worthy of being the first family in the empire. They have made their base camp, Monxiang Star. Very luxurious. The farther you go, the brighter the lights, the feasting, the extravagance, and the dazzling atmosphere. It is even richer and more prosperous than the main star. They didn't find anyone at Chai Liang's house, and later went to the most luxurious club in the central circle of Mangxiangsing to find someone. This happened to be the place where Chai Haobua gave the most likely chance of keeping those women. Shinning-Huan knew she was in the right place as soon as she entered. Inside were not only Chai Liang and his girlfriend, but also many other people and women from the Chai family. There are old and young in the Chai family. Some are gentle scum and some are already wild. And the women are all beautiful. Almost every man in the Chai family has an arm around them. Some of them are obviously being forced and are resisting, while some have surrendered and have empty eyes. The glorious ones. The very few are those who have resigned themselves to being enchanting and pleasing the men of the Chai family. Along the way, under the dim lights, countless unsightly scenes were staged here, hearing the screams of resistance, but being suppressed by the excitement of the men of the Chai family. Shinning-Huan clenched her fists unconsciously, with a cold look in her eyes. But her impatience would lead to big plans, and she was not sure of rescuing them from this club. And I have no confidence that I can take them away from Mangxiangsing. If I save them, they will only alert the snake and may catch me. So I can only endure it now. Oh! What kind of wind has brought Brother Bo here? Brother Bo has always liked fresh and clean things and wouldn't be happy to come to our place. In the front compartment, a muscular man with a stern face sat on the sofa, hugging a voluptuous woman who wanted to please him, and said in a sinister tone, before Shinning-Huan opened her mouth. The loser next to her stood up and said, Chai Xiang, you are enough. Our Brother Bo is the second young master of his direct lineage. Who do you think you are? Chai Xiang snorted coldly. Isn't it just that he knows how to reincarnate? It's a pity that he has no ability and is not valued by the family leader. He is not as good as me. A side branch. The family leader has given me the matter of sending women to the Upper Star Field. As long as I can do it tomorrow after sending those well-trained women to the Upper Star Territory and receiving praise from the Upper Star Territory, I will be the second in command in the Chai family besides our third young master. Shinning-Huan's eyes darkened slightly. Unexpectedly, she was lucky and found the person in charge as soon as she searched. Okay. Please give me face and stop arguing today. Brother Bo must be here to see my girlfriend. I heard that Brother Bo has been obsessed with Shining Huan for a long time. My girlfriend looks a bit similar to her. Brother Bo will definitely like it. Not far away, a young man with a human-like appearance and a handsome face stood up to smooth things over. This should be the Chai Liang, the bastard said. Next to him was a shivering girl. Chai Liang smiled and held her chin up, lifting her face. The face did look a bit like hers, especially the pale and weak temperament, which was not as healthy as before. It is even more similar when you are still weak and inexperienced. Then Chai Liang smiled and continued in a devilish voice. My girlfriend's name is Liao Lin. Lin. Go quickly. You just need to serve Brother Bo tonight. And you don't have to worry about others. Otherwise, the man here there are more. You know. Chapter 331 The Light of Righteousness. Shining Huan's eyes flickered. Liao Lin, who was threatened by Chai Liang, had tears in her eyes. She shook her body and nodded slightly, seeming to have compromised. Chai Liang patted her face with satisfaction, then smiled, pulled her up and pushed her in the direction of Chai Haobua. Shining Huan's eyes darkened slightly, and she calmly caught the person who was stumbling over. She pulled her arm and spun her around. The forearm of her hand pressed on Liao Lin's arm and rested on her waist. It looked like he was holding her waist intimately, but in fact, he was just resting on Liao Lin's arm. A look of surprise flashed across Liao Lin's eyes, which was full of weakness and fear, but she soon returned to her timid appearance. Shining Huan lowered her eyes to see the emotion she had revealed this time. It seemed that the Miss Liao in her arms might really be the little Liao in the mouth of the rough man. What a courage to sneak in this way. Seeing the two people hugging each other, the scene immediately started to cheer, and the doglegger who was following him looked at Chai Xiang provocatively. Chai Xiang frowned with dissatisfaction. Anger gathered in his eyes, and angrily kicked over the table filled with drinks in front of him. Suddenly, there was a crisp bang, and drinks of different colors were sprinkled on the ground and mixed with the glass. The air is filled with the smell of various spirits. The atmosphere at the scene was like this strong drink, full of tense excitement, and it was still faintly over the top. Shining Huan took Chai Haobua's temper into consideration and glared at him angrily. As for hitting him, he couldn't hit him. She would definitely reveal her secret once she made a move. Fortunately, the Chai family members around him were all colorful. Seeing that something was not going well, they hurriedly grabbed Chai Xiang and tried to persuade him. A wave of people also came to persuade Chai Haobua, and this was how the upcoming conflict was suppressed. Go down. Chai Xiang sat back with a cold face and gloomy eyes. Then he took the wine handed to him and stared at Shining Huan with dangerous eyes. He raised his head and drank a sip. Then he threw the glass away and hummed. After making a sound, he stood up and strode outside. This kid has become more and more angry since he was put in the important position of the master of the family. He even dares to challenge Brother Bo. Many people who were still in the booth were muttering dissatisfiedly. And then as the waiter collected the drinks poured on the floor, it quickly became lively again. Shining Huan's eyes stayed in the direction Chai Xiang left for 2 more seconds. Then she walked over with Liao Lin in her arms, and said to Chai Liang with a flirtatious smile on her face, "Give me an empty room. I'll have some treasures. When the weather comes, come and choose." Chai Liang's eyes suddenly lit up, and he glanced meaningfully at Liao Lin in her arms, and then said happily, "Brother Bo is so generous. Unlike Chai Xiang, who doesn't take us seriously at all. Brother Bo, there is no way he can compare to the master's biological son. That kid is stupid." She flattered her so much that she was so obedient and didn't show any seriousness. Then she quickly helped Shining Huan arrange a vacant room, and even enthusiastically asked someone to show her the way. But Shining Huan refused impatiently. Chai Liang was very sensible. He winked at her ambiguously, smiled and showed an "I understand" look, and then gave her a room number and let her do as she pleased. Liao Lin, who pretended to be afraid and hid in the arms of Chai Haobua, rolled her eyes silently. Chai Liang's mouth was very beautiful whether he was coaxing men or women. If she hadn't approached her deliberately before, she already knew it. His true face may be deceived by him. But now that Chai Liang has brought her into Monxiang Star as she wished, and let her touch this club where countless deceived girls are kept, then he is of no use. The one responsible for sending women to the upper star realm, Chai Xiang, is useful. She has to follow him to find out. Thinking of this, she had been taken outside to the corridor by Shining Huan. There was no one in the corridor, and the lights were much brighter than in the club box just now. Her eyes darkened, and she was ready to take action. But Shining Huan let her go first and said quietly, Let's go. Follow Chai Xiang. Liao Lin's heart skipped a beat, and she looked at her with wary eyes, asking, You are not Chai Haobo. Who are you? The light of righteousness. After Shining Huan replied casually, she walked to the right side of the corridor. She put her mental power on Chai Xiang, but it would be broken if he went further, so she had to chase him quickly. Liao Lin was stunned for a long time looking at him, walking like flying. The light of righteousness? WTF? But for now, they shouldn't be considered enemies. She suppressed the emotion shown on her face, and then chased after the person after a pair of dark eyes surged. The two of them kept a safe distance one behind the other, and followed Chai Xiang all the way to the basement of the club. The basement was in a good environment, and the decoration was unique. There was just an extra transparent cell door, and a group of women were locked inside the door. They were beautifully dressed and sitting quietly on their respective beds, like gifts waiting to be opened. The few people who were playing cards and drinking at the door stopped immediately when they saw Chai Xiang, and shouted, Brother Xiang, with a smile. Brother Xiang, weren't you playing up there today? Why are you down here? Chai Xiang tugged on his collar and gave the person who asked the question a cold, impatient look. Where do I need to explain to you? The man shook his head in a fawning manner, with a flattering smile on his face. No, 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 no. How am I qualified to inquire about your whereabouts? Brother Xiang? What about that? Brother Xiang, are you here today as usual? These women are very well behaved, and I promise to serve you. Comfortable. Chai Xiang's expression improved a little, and then he walked to another empty room and asked the man to bring some girls in for him. After a while, several girls who looked very young, almost 18 or 19 years old, were brought in. Different from the expressionless expressions and empty eyes just now. They now had cheap and profligate smiles on their faces. Chai Xiang, they did whatever they were told, even those extremely shameful things, but they didn't resist at all. It seemed that they no longer felt shame and just did it anyway. It was like a tamed dog, even if it was beaten by firewood. Xiang was dying of torture as if venting his anger, but he still had the same smile on his face. This beast, Liao Lin, who saw the scene, had red eyes and was shaking with anger. When she thought that her sister might be treated like this, she couldn't help but want to rush in and kill this beast, who was worse than a pig or a dog. Shining Huan frowned, and there was also a fire of anger burning in her heart. She wanted to cut the person into pieces, but that was not enough. She grabbed the impulsive Liao Lin and whispered, Wait a minute. This beast's life is still useful. Tomorrow, he will be responsible for sending people to the upper star field. That is our best chance to escape from Monxiang Star. Or have you already considered your escape route and have other better ways to escape? Liao Lin stiffened. No. Chapter 332, The Uncrowned King. Main Star. There was only the last day left for Hongming College's enrollment quota election, and Shining Huan seemed to have disappeared completely. Not only on Xinguang, but also on the live broadcast. Where is Sister Huan? Where is my Sister Huan? She wants to see people alive and dead and wants to see corpses. What happened to her? Please give us an explanation. That's right. Tonight is the last day of the campaign. Sister Huan's number plate has not changed, and she has dropped to 3rd place. Something must have happened to her. I heard from the gossip that Shining Huan is no longer in the Burning Heaven secret realm. Some of the supervisory judges proposed to deprive her of the right to participate. In other words, even if her final ranking was in the top 8, she would not have the 8 spots this time. It was her share, however. There was also a supervising judge who did not agree and felt that it had to be based on ranking. Ha ha ha. I am watching the live version. Those old guys who are clamoring to deprive Shining Huan of the right to participate are all children from the family participating. TSK. TSK. It is okay to use power for personal gain. Fortunately, our eldest prince, His Highness, is domineering and suppressed them. Look at how angry those old guys are. Especially the dean of Jining College and the head of the Chai family. Their faces are blue. Bah. What the HL. These two bad old guys are very bad. And you can tell at a glance that they are jealous of Shining Huan. But if Shining Huan doesn't come back to grab the number plate, even if she is not deprived of the right to participate, she may not be able to get a place. Those people finally started to sprint and exert their strength. Look at the fierce fighting inside. Especially those ranked on the list. For those in the top 15, the total number of number plates behind them changed in the blink of an eye. Shining Huan has now been pushed to 3rd place. After another night, she may fall to 9th place, and then she will miss the 8 spots. I don't care. Anyway, in my heart, Sister Huan is still the uncrowned king even if she doesn't get the final spot. It doesn't matter even if Shining Huan didn't get the quota. Anyway, she is only 18 years old now. According to Hongmeng College's admission standards, she can still participate 4 times. If it doesn't work this time, let's do it next time. If this doesn't happen to her again next time, what a surprise. It was certain that he would get a spot. Have you ever thought that maybe Shining is in love? Damn it. That bad old man from Jinding College. Chiou. Cursed my Sister Huan. Looking at the comments on the barrage, the Shin family's brows on little Luo Xing's family were twitching, and their faces were full of worry. Could it be that their Shin family's second phoenix was also going to be gone? Shin Jingshan's face was the ugliest, and he was so gloomy that he could shed tears. It must be them. It must be them who did something to his good granddaughter. No! I have to go find her! He couldn't sit still anymore and planned to go out to find someone in person, but was stopped by Zhao Xuanmei. Dad, don't worry. Xinglo has arranged for people to start a large-scale search throughout the empire, and he also personally invited His Majesty the Emperor to Qinglong divination is used to calculate Huanhuan's whereabouts. And we should be able to find Huanhuan soon. Shin Jingshan frowned, feeling relieved, and then glanced at his daughter-in-law. When did you get in touch with that kid? Zhao Xuanmei. The last time he came to our little Luoxing with Huanhuan, he added the communication number. This time he also took the initiative to send a message telling me not to worry. I think this kid in Xinglo is infatuated. We, Huanhuan, are much more interested in me than Shinsun was back then. There is no harm in Huanhuan being with him. Just like this time, Huanhuan is missing. What our Shin family can do is limited. Other big families in the empire have control. The planet does not allow us to search at all. But it is different for the child with Star Tower. Shin Jingshan really had nothing to say about this. The reason why he let his good granddaughter be with that boy before was also because of this. He didn't know if the two of them were in a relationship now. Then he snorted. That kid didn't add him to his communication before. Nor did he send him a message to tell him not to worry. After all, his mother-in-law has more face. Unfortunately, that kid also has a mother-in-law. A real mother-in-law. Don't think so. Once you get this one done, it's okay. On the other side, Long Qingtian rushed back as if his buttocks were on fire after his own son's serial killings, and cursed. Unfilial son! Unfilial son! Your mother and I's trip has been ruined by you. Long Xinglo's handsome face was like an ice sculpture, full of coldness and low pressure. He looked at the old father opposite the communication screen with dark eyes. I gave him the money. Long Qingtian snorted. Is it important to pay so that I can accompany your mother on the trip? Long Xinglo's cold voice was filled with urgency. Twice that. I have to see you tonight. According to the previous clues, Huanhuan must have been seriously injured. I don't know where she is now. What if she encounters some bad guys? No. There is no news about her now. There is a high possibility that she will be unable to report the news if she encounters bad guys. He must find her as soon as possible to feel at ease. As for asking his old father to come back from his honeymoon, he didn't feel any guilt at all. How important was it to have a daughter-in-law on the honeymoon? Indeed not. Long Qingtian also thinks so. If something happens to the little girl named Xinghuan, his second son's life will probably be over. As for the honeymoon, if the second son has given so much this time, he can take him with him next time. I go to more places with my wife and eat better food. So with a hard-spoken and soft-hearted attitude coupled with the charm of small money, Long Qingtian drove the starship as fast as possible and finally met up with Longxing Tower that night. Qilong divination also needs something with the aura of a diviner. But Long Qingtian doesn't have it. So he is in such a hurry. He feels that the next time he goes out, he not only needs to bring something belonging to his 2 sons, but also something belonging to his 2 sons' sweethearts by your side. Otherwise it would be too much to rush through like this time of urging. As for Xinghuan, who was thought to be caught by bad guys by Long Xinglo, she was very happy at the moment. After letting Chai Xian go, she separated from Liao Lin. Liao Lin continued to look for her sister in the club, leaving her trapped here. The woman tipped off the news and rescued these poor women. Xinghuan left the club overnight and went to another suspicious place mentioned by Chai Haobo. She had to say that Chai Haobo's face was easier to use than she thought. She only needed to brush her face, and it was almost unobstructed in Mangxiangxing. allowing her to successfully found the place where the head of the Chai family lived. The place was heavily guarded. Shin-Huan spent a lot of energy before sneaking in. Then she was lucky enough to find a secret compartment in the bedroom of the head of the Chai family. There were 18 spatial spiritual weapons in it. The space of each spatial spiritual weapon was huge. And it's filled with lots of spiritual stones, natural materials, earthly treasures, and ores. There is also a space spiritual weapon containing goo insect eggs. It seems that the Chai family is indeed deeply involved with goo worms. Not only Chai Haoji, who used goo worms to kill his eldest brother Chai Jiyuan, but also the head of the Chai family also held a large number of goo worms in his hands, saying that the Chai family and the Edge Star base were behind the scenes. She doesn't believe people she doesn't know well. And she was attacked and assassinated several times by people related to goo insects. Was the Chai family also involved? Was the assassination of her in Finchen's secret realm also the work of the Chai family? She thinks the answer is yes. Chapter 333. The faces of other people in the Chai family can also be swiped. After quickly putting away the 18 spatial spiritual weapons, Shin-Huan planned to leave. But as soon as she stood up, an extremely harsh alarm sounded. And at the same time, the entire villa lit up with flashing red lights, followed by countless hurried and fast footsteps came from outside. Shin-Huan's face darkened, and she glanced at the hidden grid, thinking that she had made a mistake. The old fox, the head of the Chai family, was really good at calculating. The formations and mechanisms she encountered when she came in just now were all deceptions. The ultimate purpose was to let people touch this secret compartment and lose their vigilance after getting the things inside. She did fall into the trap. She quickly stood up and glanced around the bedroom, finally landing on the cabinet behind the door. As soon as he hid, a group of Chai family guards burst in through the door. "Search quickly! We must not let anyone escape!" A group of people cheered and rushed into the bedroom. After seeing no one, they scattered around the corners of the bedroom to search for him. Menacingly, Shin-Huan narrowed her eyes and looked through the crack of the cabinet door, taking in a panoramic view of the situation in the bedroom. There were many people coming in. At least 20 people. Their strength was unknown, but it should not be low. Whether they were rushing out to fight head-on or fighting head-on, sneak attacks were not an option. So she chose to join. Chai Hui, an unremarkable but very motivated side branch of the Chai family, who got the job of guarding by stroking his beard and walking his horse. After working for 3 years, all he could do was stop the unfilial son of the Chai family, the second son of the Chai family, who asked the family leader for money. Besides, he was so idle that he almost picked his feet, which really left him with nowhere to use. Every day he had to pray to God that something would happen to the owner's villa soon. And then he would appear so handsome, perform heroic feats, and get promoted and raised his salary. As soon as the siren sounded tonight, his eyes immediately lit up. Thank God. His opportunity to make a meritorious deed finally came. So he rushed into the villa and went straight to the bedroom. But he didn't see a single person. How could this be possible? He ran up so fast. That person must not have been far away. He must still be hiding in this room. He rolled up his sleeves and searched. Under the bed, under the table, in the closet. Finally he turned around and wanted to search the place where he came in from the door. Unexpectedly, someone was already here one step ahead of him. Chai Qing! He looked warily at the person holding the cabinet behind the sliding door, frowning and secretly thinking it was bad luck. But he didn't expect this kid to get there first. He snorted dissatisfied. Chai Qing! What the hell are you doing? The cabinet is so big. Is there anyone who can tell with just a glance what you are doing here? Groping around. Are you trying to be lazy? Hurry up and go elsewhere. Search somewhere. Chai Qing didn't even look back. Okay, I understand. I'll go outside and have a look. Seeing his obedient figure running out, Chai Hui nodded with satisfaction, considering that this kid was obedient. Then he quickly turned around and went to the other side of the bedroom. But unexpectedly he ran into Chai Qing again. Didn't you go search outside? Why are you back here again? As he spoke, he looked at Chai Qing in front of him warily. Does this guy want to take credit from me? Chai Qing scratched his head in confusion. I've always been here. Chai Hui's face was ugly. Okay, this kid is telling lies with his eyes open. People who usually look like idiots and can't even open their mouths are still hiding their intentions. Sure enough, a dog that can bite can't bark. Humph! He rolled his eyes and secretly wrote down the account so that he could settle it with Chai Qing later. Chai Qing was puzzled by his glare. But he didn't do it if he couldn't figure it out. He shrugged and went to search another place. At the same time, Chai Ching, who had gone out, met other guards on the corridor. Each one of them could accurately call out his name and inquired about the information. Chai Ching replied with a tight face and a serious expression. I didn't see anyone suspicious in the bedroom. I'll go take a look in the garden. Okay. The guards didn't question his behavior of running around alone at all. Instead, they took it for granted. Everyone is from the Chai family. Who hasn't put in the extravagant efforts to win the first place through meritorious service? How normal is it to leave people alone and find things by themselves? Chai Ching obviously noticed this anomaly. The guards of the Chai family were chaotic and unorganized, and their separate searches were just convenient for her. The corners of her mouth raised slightly, and she walked out more boldly and skillfully. So she relied on a familiar face to reach the door of the villa without being identified or found to be abnormal, and finally successfully escaped from the villa. This trouble-free escape experience also opened the door to a new world for her. Not only Chai Halbua's face can be painted, but also the faces of other members of the Chai family. After leaving the villa, Chai Ching's face changed back to Chai Halbua's face and continued to face another place. As a result, shocking and terrifying legends spread within the Chai family. Overnight, alarms sounded in several places in the central circle of Mangxiangsing. But the strange thing was that the guards rushed in and turned over the land. A suspicious person was found. Some people suspected that the Chai family had done too many bad things, and the evil ghost came to claim their lives. The timid person was so frightened that he didn't even want to hug the woman. He hurried home and got into bed, calling 17 or 8 friends to sleep with him to feel at ease. There are also brave ones who pick up knives and order 3 or 5 groups to fight ghosts and compete with the guards for jobs. The central circle of Mangxiangsing was very lively all night long. But Shining Huan, the instigator, was still running around the map conscientiously, looking for suspicious places. Unfortunately, most of the forbidden areas or suspicious places mentioned by Chai Halbua were just blind tricks, and she didn't catch any good things. Instead, it triggered an alarm. However, once it was familiar, she transformed into a runaway driver, and later even took the initiative to trigger the alarm and play tricks on the guards. Seeing how they can't find anyone, hey, it's quite fun. Of course, there are also gains in some places, such as the Chai family's spirit beast egg breeding room, which contains tens of thousands of spirit beast eggs that have not yet been cultured. She was good at hatching eggs. She collected all the eggs and put them in an empty space spirit weapon, and threw in a constant temperature spirit pattern. And it was done. This was no better than the egg-raising warehouses of the Chai family. Another example is their spiritual plant cultivation land. Hundreds of acres of land are cultivated with spiritual patterns. They are planted with high-grade spiritual grass, spiritual flowers, and spiritual fruits. At this time, most of them are mature. The Chai family is harvesting them overnight. Shining Huan came back here after searching in other places, and killed a member of the Chai family to replace him. It wasn't until dawn that they stopped working. Then she tricked the person in charge of all the harvests here into a corner, killed him, and scooped him out. In the spiritual weapon space, he changed into his appearance, and then left in a big way. When he got to a deserted place, he changed into Chai Halbua's face, and walked to the club on a deserted path. Chapter 334. Goodbye to the spirit-loving insect. The transformation ability of the little white mouse is really a magical skill for sneaking into the enemy, especially those with lax discipline like the Chai family, who compete for credit and go wherever they can just brush their faces. With this trick, Shining Huan visited several important places in the central circle of Monxiang Star. If not for time, hurry. She is in a hurry to leave here. She can search the entire Monxiang Star. But the good mood lasted until she returned to the club. Ah! Xiao Liao! Calm down! Don't be impulsive. The anxious shouts of the rough man came from the basement. Shining Huan's heart trembled, and she suppressed the smile on her face and walked down quickly. The previously decorated basement was already filthy. The floor and walls were covered with messy traces and mottled bloodstains. The lights seemed to be flickering due to poor contact, and the whole atmosphere was cold and terrifying. After turning a corner and walking over, there were countless corpses lying on the ground. Shining Huan pursed her lips and looked around, but did not see the rough man. The voice came from below. Her eyes turned cold, and she walked over quickly. In the room where the group of vacant-eyed and beautifully dressed girls had been kept, a square hole opened in the ground. revealing a section of steps. It turns out there is a room down there. She followed the steps vigilantly, jumping down as lightly as a civet. When she saw the scene inside, her pupils shrank. They were spiritual insects. But they were not many. And they were not as good as those on the Edge Star. There are only a dozen or so of the dark group created by the masked man's self-destruction. However, they are absorbing the spiritual energy of the more than 10 corpses on the ground. And their number is slowly increasing. Sheninghuan no longer cared about Liao Lin. Her face was ugly and tense. She quickly took out a forbidden spirit pattern from the space spiritual weapon and activated it with her spiritual power. Immediately after taking out the parts he had collected earlier, he used his hands to make an insect suction device of the same type that he had made on the Edge Star. He threw a forbidden spirit pattern into it, and then used it to remove more than 10 people. Only spiritual insects are sucked in. After doing this, she stared at the spirit-loving insects in the bucket with a solemn face, watching them gradually stop from being active and bumping around, to being motionless and seemingly dormant. She breathed a sigh of relief and felt deeply at the same time. Sighed deeply. It seems that for a while, we still can't test whether the method of starving the spirit-loving insects to death with the forbidden spirit pattern is effective. There is not enough time. But it's nice to be able to trap them. Fortunately, she likes to plan ahead and prepare in advance. After witnessing the power of spirit-loving insects on the Edge Star before, she also heard from Uncle Shintu that she had seen this thing in the Upper Star territory. So she collected the same type as Dean Wei in the month before the competition. Without aura parts, he also devoted himself to researching the forbidden spirit pattern, and also drew 24 of them for emergencies. Unexpectedly, he used them before he even reached the star territory. But where did the spirit-loving insects here come from? She frowned and looked at the only 2 people in the room who were still alive. They were the rugged man and Liao Lin. However, their conditions were not very good. Liao Lin had a broken arm, and the rugged man had a broken leg. Both of them looked in the direction of Sheninghuan with pale faces and shock. No. To be precise, it was at the insect suction device at Sheninghuan's feet. Sheninghuan raised her eyebrows and asked, "Who can tell me what's going on? Didn't you say you left secretly without making any noise?" Nowadays, people have killed a lot of people, and even brought out spirit-loving insects. She rubbed her temples. Her face turned pale after not sleeping all night. Her eyes were black, and there was no blood on her lips. It was obvious that her physical condition was not optimistic. Liao Lin's face was full of ferocious and crazy looks at this time, and her eyes were full of murderous intent and strong hatred. She gritted her teeth and said, "They all deserve to die. Damn it! The man on the Edge planet planted the spirit-loving insect for me. I caused it, and I want the entire Chai family on Monchiang planet to die." Sheninghuan frowned, with a look of surprise in her eyes. She didn't expect that the spirit-loving insect was caused by Liao Lin, and she seemed to be in better condition than the masked man. She only had a broken arm, but the masked man blew himself up. The spirit-loving insects came out. After a brief moment of surprise, a look of displeasure flashed through Sheninghuan's eyes, and she was a little dissatisfied with Liao Lin's crazy and indiscriminate attack. She was still on Monchiang Star, so he wanted to pull her to die together. The rough man who was leaning on the wall and dragging Liao Lin crazy with both hands saw that she looked wrong and quickly explained, "No, that's not the case. Liao Lin did it for a reason. My benefactor. Please turn on the surveillance over there. The screen will tell you." Sheninghuan followed his line of sight and turned around, only to realize that there was a row of large screens here. Although they were running, the screens were turned off. She raised her eyebrows and walked over to open it. Then his attention was immediately drawn to the home screen in the center. I saw a large square inside. There were 3 huge pots on the square, and the pots were steaming hot. Not far away was a row of large iron cages holding people. Then I saw a group of 3 members of the Chai family walking into the iron cage. They smiled ferociously, and regardless of the cries and pleas of those in the cage, they pulled the people out and fed them insects. Those people looked ferocious after swallowing the bugs. After struggling in pain, their whole bodies quickly shriveled up and turned into mummy corpses. The situation was like being sucked away by spirit-loving insects. But the spirit-loving insects were uncontrollable. But the bugs on their bodies can be controlled. After sucking the people, the bugs grew in size, and then cruelly burst out of those people's stomachs and flew back to the hands of the Chai family just now. The Chai family laughed and threw the insects into the cauldron to boil. The person guarding the pot stirred with a big spoon, and gave spoonful after spoonful to the Chai family members, who lined up with the bowl. Instead of feeling sick, the Chai family members looked up at the bowl with excitement on their faces. The head drank. The effect was immediate. Several of them had advanced auras on their bodies, and the people around them immediately cheered and screamed with joy. On the other side, unlike their joy, there were shrill screams, sounds of despair, and mountains of bodies. A shriveled corpse with a broken belly. And now the iron cage is empty, with no living person left. Xininghuan felt chills in her heart as she stared at the cauldron and the happy Chai family on the screen with a pair of dark eyes filled with coldness and endless gloom. No. They can no longer be called human beings. They are devils. Use living human lives to accumulate demons of their spiritual master level. At this time, the rough man sounded sadly. When we discovered that there was a screen in this room, we happened to see the sister Xiao Liao had been looking for. We just watched helplessly as the little girl was sucked into a mummy by insects and became those the advanced human sacrifices of the Chai family are powerless. Xiao Liao couldn't bear this blow and wanted to go find her sister. But she didn't expect to alert the people guarding here. Then we were discovered. We couldn't fight. At the critical moment of life and death, Xiao Liao cut off her arm and put the spirit-loving insect in her body away. We were released and killed all the Chai people here before we were left alive. Then Xiao Liao wanted to go to the square and release all the remaining spiritual insects in his body to die together with all the Chai people there. But those beasts couldn't. It's worth her life. Xininghuan fell silent, glanced at Liao Lin, whose eyes were red and was filled with hatred and became unconscious, and then sighed to express her understanding. She understands the feeling of having relatives die right in front of her eyes, but she can't do anything about it. Chapter 335 ruined all the Chai family members. Where are the others? Where are the girls locked up here? Have the other girls in the club been sent to the starship? Xininghuan changed the topic. The rugged man was stunned for a moment, and then said honestly, "It has been sent in. One of our brothers has the ability to subconsciously influence people's thinking and logic through people's dreams. That guy named Chai Xiang is tired of playing, sleeping like a dead pig. We took advantage of the opportunity to maneuver and sneak into the starship. It was not a problem. Originally, the starship was to leave in half an hour, but we influenced Chai Xiang to delay it for half an hour, which is an hour. It will open later." There was a surprised look on Xininghuan's face. No wonder they, who are experts in human skills, were bold enough to go directly to the headquarters of the Chai family, the first family in the empire. It turned out that each of them had special skills. This ability to influence Chai Xiang's subconscious is very useful. If used well, he can even directly control the starship. "You can take Liao Lin there too." "No, I won't go. I want to kill the Chai family." Liao Lin's eyes were bright red. She struggled hard, broke away from the rough man's hand and ran out excitedly. But Xininghuan grabbed the remaining one arm. Xininghuan looked solemn and shouted, "Calm down. Are you willing to kill these Chai family members? The Chai family head with the highest status is not on Monxiang Star. The Chai family's most promising successors. The Chai family 3, the young master Chai Haoji, is not here either. Although this is the base camp of the Chai family, it is only the Chai family in the lower star territory. If this place is gone, the head of the Chai family can still take his son to the upper star territory to join the Chai family in the upper star territory. They can build another L on Earth and harm countless victims like your sister. How can you just watch these two most damned culprits walk free, live freely, and continue to harm people?" Liao Lin's struggling body stopped. Her eyes were red and dripping with blood, and she gritted her teeth and said, "No, the head of the Chai family must die too. But here, every member of the Chai family here has drank the bug soup fed by her sister's spiritual power. No one is innocent, and she doesn't want to let them go." Xininghuan's eyes were dark, and she glanced at the dormant spirit-loving insects over there. Her low and hoarse voice contained a strong murderous intent. "It's not possible to go directly to the square with the spirit-loving insects to kill them. If they run fast, they will slip through the net. There will be a lot. I took the spirit-loving insects to find the star source core of Monxiang Star. As long as the star source loses its spiritual power, the entire Monxiang Star will explode and annihilate like the Edge Star. As long as you are careful enough not to be discovered by the Chai family, it is possible to bury all the Chai family members on this planet silently, and no one will have the chance to escape." Liao Lin's eyes glowed wildly, and she said excitedly, "Okay, this is a good idea. Take me with you. I can control these spirit-loving insects for a short time." Xininghuan was really shocked this time. She knew how difficult the spirit-loving insects were. They didn't even have consciousness, and she couldn't communicate in animal language at all. But Liao Lin could control them. This ability was quite powerful. No wonder the two of them were so close to the spirit-loving insects just now. But they were not targeted and attacked by the spirit-loving insects. A smile finally appeared on her face. Okay, I can take you with me. It will be more convenient if you are here. So the two girls quickly discussed how to take away the entire Manxiangsing and all the Chai family members in one wave. The rough man on the side was dumbfounded and swallowed in fear. This is the Chai family. The first family in the empire. Can what these two girls say really work? The rugged man, with a commoner background, was both excited and frightened. He always felt that a behemoth like the Chai family could not be solved so easily. But he obviously couldn't stop the two people who were already eager to try. However, before taking the spirit-loving insects to devour the spiritual source, they had to prepare an escape route. And that escape route was Chai Xiang's starship. Their previous idea was to escape from the Chai family and sneak out. So just sneak into the starship and hide it quietly. But now they have changed their minds. So this starship must be in their hands. Just fine. Shininghuan picked up Liao Lin's broken arm and the rugged man's broken leg. After washing and treating the seams, it still worked. So he didn't leave in a hurry. He briefly treated them with a small snail before taking the two of them there. Starship. The three of them hid in the dark and looked at the starship parked in the starry skyport from a distance. The rough man whispered, "This starship is to escort those women to the star field. There must be many people sent to escort it. We overheard last night that there were at least a dozen people above the 9th level. We influenced Chai Xiang to open the starship door early and hid in the starship before others arrived. So they didn't find out. But now we want to control this starship. I'm afraid it's not that easy. All the Chai family members on it must die. And we must give them no chance to report the news. Otherwise it may affect your next step of burying all the Chai family members without leaving anyone behind." Plan of. Shininghuan's eyes flashed. The starship hatch is still open. And there is still a little time before it starts. There should not be all the people on the starship in place. Or even only a few. Liao Lin was not stupid. She understood her words immediately. And the gloom in her eyes burst out. The soup in the square that can help them advance is still going on. They don't want to miss it. Shininghuan. I will take this opportunity to go up and kill a few of them first. And then I will seize control of the starship. You guys wait for me here. Liao Lin had seen her heroic appearance killing everyone on the Edge Star. She nodded solemnly without hesitation. Okay. Then I saw Shininghuan changing into a strange man's face and walking towards the starship. There was a Chai family member guarding the door of the starship. He immediately recognized this face and greeted him happily. Shininghuan's disguised Chai family member also grinned slightly and said a few words happily. A small eye silkworm clone followed Shininghuan's hand that patted his shoulder and landed on his shoulder, and then penetrated into his body from his neck. The Chai family members felt a chill on their necks. But this little abnormality was like a mosquito bite, so he didn't take it to heart at all. After Shininghuan saw that the eye silkworm goo had been planted, she stopped talking and walked in with a swagger. The rugged man was stunned for a moment. So he got in? This is so easy. But how did the benefactor know what the starship escort looked like? And how did he become like him? The corner of Liao Lin's lips curled up. She is so smart. She is a unique genius. It is not surprising to know this. Brother Wang, you still underestimated your benefactor. Wang Ming scratched his head and felt that she was right. The benefactor was indeed very clever. With her transformation skills, she couldn't go anywhere. But thanks to that idiot Chai Haobua who hid his benefactor, no one noticed his appearance, which left the Chai family defenseless. Chapter 336. The head of the Chai family appears. The two of them sat in the corner for 7 or 8 minutes. Wang Ming couldn't help but keep muttering anxiously. Even Liao Lin started to feel anxious before finally seeing someone coming out of the starship. Do you think he is a benefactor? Wang Ming scratched the wall and stared at the unfamiliar face with wide eyes. Liao Lin frowned, with a vigilant look on her pale face. She shook her head and said, I don't know. Let's hide it first so he doesn't notice. It wasn't until the man walked straight towards them without hesitation, and when he got closer and changed to Chai Haobua's face, that the two finally confirmed that this man was Shininghuan. The two people came over happily and asked softly, How is it? A smile appeared on Chai Haobua's face. Okay. I have planted eye silkworm goo on all of them. The eye silkworm goo will gradually reduce their perception of the outside world, making them unable to control their desire to sleep like animals hibernating, silently putting them to sleep. Their spiritual power will be gradually blocked, and their danger will become lower. When they truly fall into hibernation, even a child can easily kill them. Wang Minghu's eyes widened. Good guy. This benefactor's move is amazing. Whether it was his previous transformation ability or his current eye silkworm goo ability, they were both excellent means of undermining people. It really refreshed his understanding of his benefactor time and time again. He didn't know what other skills his benefactor had, so he used them all to open his eyes. Liao Lin's eyes were complicated and surprised. She didn't expect her benefactor to use poison, but it was a relief to treat him the way he did. Her eyes filled with thick resentment flashed with light, but only for a moment were they swept away by the darkness of endless hatred. Xininghuan said nothing more and told Wang Ming about the next arrangements. I will give you a clone of Lan Hidden Butterfly in a while so that it can hide your figure and help you sneak into the starship. Next, Liao Lin and I will go to the star source of Monxiang Star to carry out our plan. The starship side only it's up to you and your companions to watch. Those people who were poisoned by me with eye silkworm goo are nothing to worry about. Their lethargy should not arouse any suspicion. But if before we came back, the Chai family came again during the period, I have to rely on you to stabilize it. Wang Ming nodded seriously. Don't worry, my benefactor. I can definitely do it. I'm waiting for you to come back. Xininghuan's mouth curled up slightly. Okay. Liao Lin's face became more solemn. We will be back as soon as possible. So after splitting up Wang Ming's blue hidden butterfly clone, Xininghuan and Liao Lin quickly walked back with the insect sucker containing the spiritual insects, in order for the spiritual insects to devour the spiritual source of Monxiang Star faster. They need to find the place closest to the spiritual source to release the spiritual insects. Xininghuan guessed that the nursery planted with spiritual plants she had visited before was the best place. It's possible, because that's where the spiritual energy is the most abundant. With the transformation ability of the little white mouse, and the stealth ability of the blue hidden butterfly, and the Chai family's attention was all on the 3 cauldrons in the square. They met 3 Chai family members scattered along the way. All of them were ordinary Chai family members, not very powerful, and they were all killed directly. After that, they had a smooth journey and arrived at the nursery without any setbacks. The place was already empty of people, probably attending the conference in the square. Right here, I'm going to release the spirit-loving insects, so be prepared, Xininghuan said with a solemn expression. Liao Lin took a breath and nodded solemnly. Okay, let it go. As soon as the insect suction device was opened, the surrounding spiritual energy poured in, and the dormant spirit-loving insects immediately came to life, and more than 10 of them flew toward Xininghuan. Liao Lin's expression changed, and she quickly used her abilities. The spirit-loving insects all stagnated in midair, and then flopped a few centimeters in the direction of Xininghuan. After a tug-of-war, the spirit-loving insects were finally defeated and obeyed the control. It just fell down and burrowed into the soil, and disappeared from the ground after a while. Xininghuan watched the whole process and thought that it was lucky that Liao Lin was here. Otherwise it would not be wonderful if these spiritual insects were staring at her. Are you okay? Seeing the shaky Liao Lin from the corner of her eye, Xininghuan quickly stretched out her hand to support her. Liao Lin's face was as pale as paper at this time, even more ugly than before, and she was sweating profusely, as if she had been fished out of water. It was obvious that it was not easy for her to control the spirit-loving insects just now. Liao Lin twitched the corners of her mouth at her, trying to bring out a smile. But as soon as she pulled the corners of her lips halfway, she closed her eyes and fainted. Xininghuan picked him up with a cold expression and quickly left the plantation. The spirit-loving insects reproduce very quickly, and the spiritual source of Monxiang Star cannot last long. They must leave Monxiang Star as soon as possible. The combination of Chai Helbua and Liao Lin, and he was still holding the extremely weak Liao Lin. At first glance, it seemed like he was overdoing it. So even when he met Xininghuan, a member of Chai's family, he did not hide and hugged the person openly. The people in the Chai family didn't doubt it. Everyone knew that Chai Helbua loved beauties. When they saw their ambiguous gestures, they all winked at her, and then left with understanding expressions, which saved Xininghuan a lot of trouble. She also successfully carried the person to the Starry Sky port. But what's going on with that starship docking at the starport? Is the Chai family from outside back? Xininghuan's heart tightened, and her face turned cold. This was not part of her plan. She lowered her eyes, and didn't hesitate. She made a decisive decision. Hug the person. and walked quickly towards the previous starship. The door of the starship cabin was in front of her, and there were still 10, 9, or 8 steps to go. Her heart beat like a drum. Her heartbeat almost rang out from her chest, and there was faint sweat on her forehead, indicating her nervousness and uneasiness at this time. Who will come back at this time? Chai family master or Chai Haoji? If it is Chai family master, that, no matter what happened, she encountered the worst possible outcome. You are not my son! Who are you? The angry roar pierced the eardrums, followed by a vicious purple light that struck Xinhuan from behind. She made a prompt decision and rolled on the spot while hugging Liao Lin, narrowly dodging the attack. However, the remaining light still scratched her shoulder, and a corrosive stinging sensation came. The small wound had already turned purple. It ulcerated and spread to the surrounding fair skin. Xinhuan's face suddenly turned pale, and he was attacking with poison. This was a mutated spiritual power that was partial to the poison system. She turned around and saw a middle-aged man who was somewhat similar to Chai Haobao, but older and with more sinister and oppressive eyes. He was looking at her with sinister eyes. Behind him, there was a huge snake lingering around him. Ziwu. A pair of snake eyes stared at her with strange and scarlet eyes. Just one glance made her hair stand on end, and the alertness in her heart was raised to the highest level. This is the head of the Chai family that she saw on the main star rostrum, the person she was most afraid of meeting on Monxiang Star. But the Hongming Academy campaign hasn't ended yet. So why is he back? Chapter 337. Time backtracking. Chai Barong was extremely upset. The bunch of losers he sent out couldn't even catch the little girl Xinhuan, and they all died. What made him even more angry was that those losers left traces for the Empire to investigate. It was on his head, but luckily he still had a hand to use the hidden thread to erase the evidence. But it didn't take long for him to feel comfortable when someone from his clan came to report that there was a thief in his villa. However, the idiots he spent a lot of money to raise were guarding the door, but they didn't even see a thief, and they didn't even know what was missing. He had to come back to check and confirm in person, which made him furious on the spot, thinking of the important things hidden in his bedroom. He hurriedly used many methods to rush back from the main star overnight. Who knew that he would meet a fake son as soon as he arrived at Monxiang Star? Huh. This kid must be related to that little thief. Chai Barong immediately took action and killed the person first. The huge snake behind him was already a 12th level divine beast, and the poison gas it sprayed was sinister and corrosive, forcing Xinhuan to retreat. But within half a minute, she couldn't hold it anymore, and there were several wounds on her body. There were traces of corrosion and ulceration, and his clothes had become dilapidated and tattered, with sand, dust and blood mixed together. Chai Barong paused his offensive, with the corners of his mouth raised, and his vicious eyes filled with condescending contempt. Boy, if you tell me who sent you to steal from my Chai family, I will spare your life. Xinhuan gasped and said nothing. At this time, she was half kneeling on the ground. Behind her was Liao Lin, who was protected by her, but also suffered a lot of corrosion injuries. The look in her eyes was dark and unclear. No, this old guy from the Chai family is too strong. Now, taking Liao Lin with her would be even more of a drag. She had to send Liao Lin away first. At the same time, Wang Ming and others on the starship had already noticed the situation outside. They made a prompt decision and took advantage of the distraction of the Chai family members on the starship to swarm forward. Especially the girls, who were rescued, were the most ruthless. Their moves were all aimed at the fatal point, venting out all the resentment they had after being imprisoned and humiliated for so long. This was a life-threatening state of madness. Even Wang Ming and others were scared when they saw it. The Chai family members, who were made drowsy by the eye silkworm goo and had almost no spiritual energy, were even worse. The weak girls who had been tortured picked up knives one by one, and their pale faces were like slashing ghosts. When he stabbed them, even if blood spurted onto their faces, they didn't even blink. Instead, a strange smile appeared on their numb faces, looking perverted and cold. Wang Ming's body trembled. Seeing that he was no longer needed here, he quickly called his two brothers and ran away. Ahem. To go outside to help. As soon as they came out of the starship, they immediately caught the attention of Chai Barong and Xinhuan, and they both turned to look over. Chai Barong frowned and looked at the three unknown faces, thinking that there were 3 more juniors from the Chai family who wanted to get close to him. Humph. They were all idiots trying to get benefits and take credit. He had just when he was about to yell at them to get away. The little thief in front suddenly jumped up, reached out, and picked up the unconscious girl behind him. and then threw it towards the three people with all his strength. Then, take her to the starship. Chai Barong stared angrily. Are those three accomplices of this little thief? Damn it. Why did they come out of his Chai family's starship? He was so angry that he commanded the snake to rush over and kill them, and wash away the stain of his mistaken identity. Shining Huan's dark eyes revealed a glimmer of light. Right now. 5 flowers. She shouted sharply. But before she could fully recover, Dan Khan, who had many wounds on his body, appeared in front of her with a complex array of patterns lighting up. Manipulate time. Go back in time. The 5-flowered stupid pig's face immediately showed a fierce light and executed, and a mysterious bright white light rushed from the side towards the huge snake shrouded in purple mist. As soon as Khan came out, Chai Barong immediately guessed who the little thief was who was standing in his son's face. Wasn't this the same Shining Huan who had been missing for a day? He and the second prince's love-minded lunatic had been searching hard but were missing. She is actually on their Chai family's Monxiang star? His face turned ugly, and he roared angrily, Become a snake! But it was too late. The beam of light had already broken through the purple mist and hit the transformed snake. Then under the eyes of everyone in disbelief, the huge transformed snake that almost covered the sky shrank smaller and smaller under everyone's eyes. No. It should be a time rewind. The 12th level divine beast transformed into a snake returned to the state of the 6th level in an instant. The sinister and mysterious purple mist around him also disappeared, and his figure became more than a circle smaller. The transformed snake swung its tail in midair, and then screamed, What's going on? This divine snake has rejuvenated and become younger again? Wouldn't it be possible to find a few little female snakes to fight for 300 rounds? It even let out a cheery laugh. Shining Huan, who was seriously waiting for him to kill him while he was sick, twitched the corner of his mouth. It turned out that he was such an unscrupulous snake. Chao Barong glanced at him. His face was livid at this moment. The anger in his eyes almost burst out, and the murderous intention in his body burst out, pointing directly at Shining Huan. The sense of crisis suddenly rose. Shining Huan sensed something was wrong, stood up abruptly, and retreated backwards. Before her body landed, circles of complex formations immediately appeared around her body. The giant desert eagle flapped its feathery wings, let out a sharp shout, and rushed towards the snake in midair. Wu Hua had the time skill controlled by hatching eggs, and time retrieval was a skill branch it had recently developed. As a normal spirit beast, time retrieval can directly send it back to when it was an egg, but as a snake, it is at the same level as it, so its skill is not that effective, and it does not last long. 1 more minute. Shining Huan knew this. So except for the ice silkworm and the blue hidden butterfly who stayed by her side to help, the summoned spiritual beasts were all commanded by her to attack the snake that had fallen back to the 6th level. After a while, the beasts flying around, the two sides fought together. At the same time, the disguise ability of the white mouse on her body was also released, restoring her original appearance and saving spiritual energy. Wang Meng hugged the unconscious Liao Lin, closed his mouth that was open in an O shape, and retracted his gaze. He glanced to the other side vigilantly, and came out of another starship. He was watching from the side, with a clear look on his face. There are several Chai family members who don't know why. After checking his eyes, he was someone they couldn't kill even if they joined forces. His eyes darkened, and he gritted his teeth and said, Let's go! Let's listen to our benefactor and return to the starship first. He had to quickly go see if the starship was equipped with offensive weapons, and bombard these people while they were defenseless. Otherwise, it would be difficult for them and their benefactors to escape here today. You know, the benefactor and the others just went to do something big. Mang Xiangxing couldn't hold on for long, so they had to hurry up and leave here. Chapter 338 Longxing Tower arrives. Shining Huan thought so too, but it was almost impossible for her to escape at this time. Chai Barong was too difficult to deal with. Even though he showed obvious contempt for her and did not kill her completely, she still couldn't bear it. There were more and more injuries on her body. Her shoulder blades were broken, and she could hardly lift her hands. Over there, the snake is also much more difficult to deal with than expected, even though it is only at the 6th level now. Wu Hua, Da Huang, and her mouth still have nothing to do with it. At most, they only add a few more scratches to it, and cannot reach it at all. The extent of the injury. On the other hand, the Wu Hua and other beasts that had not yet recovered from serious injuries in the Burning Sky's secret realm were injured by it, with old injuries plus new injuries. And it was also the most difficult to treat corrosive poisonous injury. Shining Huan couldn't dodge. and was slapped by Chai Barong and flew away. When she flew backwards, her face was pale and bloodless. The pain and blood loss in her body made her dizzy. She bit her lip and forced herself to hold on. Before she fainted, she covered her head with both hands and fell to the ground. She rolled a few times before stopping. Then, as she gritted her teeth and put her hands on the ground with a pale face, she caught sight of a field not far away. The lawn changed from the original verdant green to withered yellow. This is because the spiritual source of Monxiang Star has been devoured by spiritual insects. Monxiang Star cannot hold on for long, and it will be too late. Her eyes darkened. Her heart tightened. The blood in her throat surged uncontrollably, and she spit out a mouthful of black blood. It seems that the poison has invaded the body, and things have reached their worst point. She looked ugly and shouted in her heart, "Baze! Baze! The day for Baze to break out of his SH. L is just around the corner. Maybe a little stimulation can help him break out of his SH. L in advance." Maybe he heard her call. And the shimmer around the holy white egg on the top of the snow mountain in the beast-controlling space suddenly grew stronger. And the white light was dazzling. And then it began to shake. Outside, Chai Barong looked at Shininghuan, who had fallen back to the ground. Shininghuan was at the end of his strength. A strange smile appeared on his cold and soft face. "Little girl, hand over the statue of Bai Zhe, and I will spare you. How about a life?" Shininghuan was startled. Sure enough, the Chai family was also a participant in her assassination. Then her eyes darkened, and she pretended to be stupid and said, "What are you talking about? The statue of Bai Zhe?" Chai Birong's face dropped, and he was in front of Shininghuan in a flash. Then he grabbed her neck and lifted her up from the ground. He looked at her with cold eyes. "Don't act stupid with me. Is the Baize statue of the Baize clan here with you? If I can't see it today, then you will die here." Shininghuan suffocated due to lack of oxygen. Veins popped out on her pale face, and her eyes were red and bloodshot. "Let go! Let go!" She struggled uncomfortably, grabbing Chai Birong's wrist that was holding her neck with both hands, and digging in with her nails. But Chai Barong didn't even blink, and snorted, showing his weak resistance to her. Scoff. Owner. Da Huangermao and other spirit beasts saw their master's crisis, and screamed and rushed to help. Inside the starship, Wang Ming hurriedly slapped the control console. His eyes were about to burst. Where was the button to fire the gun? No one could stop him. He wants to kill that damn head Chai. The people around him quickly stopped him. "Calm down! Calm down! Brother Ming, the benefactor is also there. We can't bomb him too." Countless anxious voices came and gathered in Shininghuan's ears. And the white eggs on the snow-capped mountains shook more and more intensely. Click. The thickest ring of eggs, L in the middle cracked open a thin crack. And then a strong, snow-white claw stretched out from the inside, instantly kicking a big hole in the egg, L. The silent things in the beast-controlling space began to noisy. The grass swayed. The big trees swayed. The river swayed with blue waves. And the sea water became higher and higher, as if celebrating the birth of the Lord of all things. Shininghuan also noticed something, and a hint of joy flashed across her pained and bloodshot eyes. But before Bai Zhe could come to the rescue, a loud shout came from the distance. "Let her go!" The starship was still some distance away from the starport, and a golden dragon rushed out impatiently and attacked Chai Barong. At the same time, dark clouds surged. The color of the sky and the earth changed, and thunderclouds surged above the starry skyport, roaring and roaring, indicating the furious mood of Longxing Tower at this time. As soon as Qinglong divination determined the location, he couldn't wait for a moment and rushed over in the starship, who knew that what he saw was the old poisonous Chai Barong grabbing Huanhuan's neck. This scene made his eyes bloodshot. Monstrous anger suddenly hit my heart. When Shininghuan saw this, the opportunity came. While Chai Barong was distracted by the roaring thunder and lightning, the machete appeared in her hand, and she chopped off his head with all her strength. Even if she was choked, she was expert at beheading. This move was a reflection of her superb skills that she had developed by beheading countless zombies in her previous life. Chai Barong may have sensed the crisis. He raised his hand with an ugly expression, and his arm turned into a hard insect-shaped mantis arm. When the two interacted with each other, causing sparks to shoot out, and the mantis arm was cut to a split. A flash of panic flashed across Chai Birong's cold face, and he subconsciously threw Shininghuan out of his hand. Shininghuan did not resist, and took this opportunity to take Da Huangermao and the others back to the beast control space. Long Xinglo rode a golden dragon, and swooped over quickly to pick up Shining Huan, looking at the scarred person in his arms. His gloomy black face added a bit of ugliness, and heartache filled his chest. Huan, I'm late. Cough, cough, cough. Shining Huan coughed uncomfortably. The blood in her mouth continued to gush out as she coughed, and her face became paler. Long Xinglo hurriedly took out the healing props prepared by me, she for her to use, and then stared coldly at the old poisonous creature below, and the roaring thunder and lightning in the thunder clouds rumbled down. Rocks flew, grass exploded, and the starry skyport was chopped into a mess in the blink of an eye. When Wang Ming and the starship saw this, he exclaimed that it was a good job, and then excitedly followed suit. Boom! Chai Barong and several Chai family members dodged one after another amid the chaotic and powerful attacks. After taking a breath, Shining Huan was no longer in the mood to see the miserable state of the Chai family. She quickly grabbed Long Xinglo's collar and leaned close to his ear. Her weak voice was urgent. Let's go! Let's get on the starship and leave here! Monxiang starburst. Before she finished speaking, Shining Huan could no longer hold on, and could only use the strong sense of lethargy to drag the last remaining bit of consciousness down into the abyss. Huan. Long Xinglo shouted twice urgently, and glanced at Chai Barong with his sullen eyes. Then he turned around with the person in his arms, and commanded Jin Long to fly back to the starship as quickly as possible. When Wang Ming saw this, he immediately stopped the bombardment and shouted anxiously, Quick! Start the starship. Let's get out of here. Monxiang Star is going to be destroyed. The others didn't understand what he meant, but that didn't stop them from being obedient and quickly activated the starship. The starship left the Monxiang Star airport at an explosive speed. Chapter 339, Upper Star Territory Tailing Star. As soon as Long Xinglo carried people onto the starship, he was immediately surrounded by Jing Yao and others. One or two people came up to him anxiously and asked questions. How's it going? Is Senior Shin okay? Quick! Mishi, come here and treat Senior Shin. There is so much blood and the black and purple ulcerated wound. It's too sinister. Okay. I knew that old poisoner from the Chai family was not a good guy, but I didn't expect that he really hit people. No. I have to go and avenge Senior Sister Shin. Even if I can't kill the old poisoner, I still have to give him a taste of his suffering. As they spoke, one or two of them got angry, and I rushed out as if I wanted to avenge our schoolmate Shin. But I was stopped by Long Xinglo with a sullen face. Jing Yao's bright and dazzling eyebrows were filled with anger at this moment. She frowned at him and said dissatisfied, Why stop me? I won't avenge Xue Shin. This is not the reason you, a love brain, should have. Don't worry. I will beating up dozens of people from the Chai family without killing them will not make it difficult for His Highness the second prince to explain. But as soon as he rolled up his sleeves and hadn't taken 2 steps, Gong Shan from behind grabbed him by the collar. Gong Shan looked outside with solemn eyes and said calmly, The situation is not right. Wait a minute. What are you waiting for? Hey, why is the aura surrounding Monxiang Star missing? It's a bit like the Edge Star was about to collapse before. Jing Yao raised his eyebrows in surprise, and then Man Xiangxing performed for him a live-proof version of, You're right. I'm going to explode. Boom. Along with a violent roar, the entire Monxiang Star exploded, setting off a gorgeous fireworks. The shock wave impacted their entire starship and was pushed outwards. Various instruments and machines made beeping noises, which continued for a while. After more than a minute, he stopped and regained his composure. A group of people opened their mouths and watched helplessly. The Monxiang Star, the second largest planet in the Empire, which was only slightly worse than the main star, disappeared from the Imperial route map, and a group of Chai family members became dust in the universe. Jing Yao blinked and said, Abba, you are worthy of being a senior student Shin. If you have any grudges, you will avenge them on the spot. Then he picked up his chin, patted his chest and said with lingering fear, Fortunately, I didn't go out just now. Otherwise, I might have been sent away like the Chai family. As he spoke, he looked at Long Xinglo with a smile. I just misunderstood you. Brother, your love brain is obviously more serious than before. He actually helped Shining Huan do such a big thing. That's awesome. But then, the Chai family's accountability will be troublesome. Longqing Tower. He pursed his lips and said with a cold expression, I'll hold the Chai family accountable. My fiancé was hunted down in the Burning Heaven's secret realm and disappeared after a narrow escape. Why was she hidden on the Chai family's Monxiang star, and still hanging on by a thread? If the Chai family doesn't give me an explanation, the Dragonborn clan, will not be a vegetarian. Jing Yao and others were silent. And then they all gave him a thumbs up in admiration. As expected of my brother Lu. Strike first. This is a great move. You can't be defeated by someone who wants money. The uncles, eldest brothers and sisters of the Long family like to do debt-related work. You are really a good boy in your family. The one who answered them was Long Xinglo, walking away cautiously, holding a big baby in his arms. With the end of the competition for the 8 spots in Honggang Academy, and the sudden annihilation of Monxiang Star, the Empire Star Network ushered in an unprecedented carnival. And various hot posts and discussions appeared like a blowout. If it weren't for the Silky Soul, if the program runs with force, the Star Network will definitely crash. And it will crash 3, 4, 5, or 6 times a day. Shining One fell asleep, all of this unconsciously. It seemed that the injury was too serious, and her body functions chose to repair itself in a deep sleep. She showed no sign of waking up for 7 or 8 days in a row. She was like a sleeping beauty who would not wake up no matter how much she screamed. The frightened Longxing Tower asked for the consent of the Shin family and sent her to the Upper Star Territory overnight to save her. Upper Star Territory. Taiheng Star. The gathering place of the Dragonborn clan. This is a beautiful place with outstanding people and a vast area, 3 or 4 times larger than the main star of the empire. There are high-rise buildings and fashionable metropolises with bright lights and greenery. There is also an adventure place with thick fog and thousands of miles of red land. It is also a natural place with beautiful mountains and clear waters. High mountains and flowing water, integrating experience and life. It is commonly known as a backcountry. Shining One woke up in a rough room with little decoration and only a luxurious king-size bed. Her face was flushed from her sleep, and most of her body's energy had recovered. When she woke up, she was able to sit up directly from the bed. But what is this place? Her big eyes turned around. This room could be described as a bare house. But the bed she was lying on was somewhat valuable. Recalling the Longxing Tower she saw before she fell asleep. Could it be that this guy finally sold her because he was crazy about money? Ah, little fatty Long, I will fight with you. A childish cry came from outside, which shocked Shining Huan. She immediately opened the quilt and looked at her clothes. Well, she had changed into a comfortable pure white nightgown, and all the wounds on her body had disappeared. Not even a mark. None are left. So it seems everything is fine. Then she felt the temperature, then leaned out and looked around the bed. She didn't see any shoes, so she had to take out a set of exquisitely embroidered white skirts from the Space Spirit weapon, paired with a pair of white short boots, and headed out the door. Go! As soon as the door opened a small crack, an unknown object flashed across her eyes, like a meteor, hitting the stone house on the left. With a rumble, a stone house collapsed, and the dust dispersed, leaving only the walls were in ruins, and not even a good room was left. Ha ha ha. A fat man on the right looked at a 5 or 6-year-old fat man with his hands on his hips and laughed, his fat face sulking. Long Ye, you can't get up now. Huh? I asked you to frame me for destroying Brother Lu's house. The wall made me hang on the wall all night. A little girl with a dirty face, messy hair, and crooked pigtails crawled out from the ruins. She glared at the little fat man angrily. You are stupid. You don't know that Brother Lu has a big secret hidden in the golden house at home. Beauty, you have to smash the wall. How can you blame me? The little fat man felt aggrieved. You said there was a big treasure hidden inside, but you didn't say there was a big beauty hidden inside. The little girl turned her face away with disdain. You are the one who is stupid. The little fat man was furious. You still call me stupid? I'll beat you up. Just beat me. Who's afraid of you? Go away, and don't smash the wall of Brother Lu's house. I don't want to be hung up on the wall. So the two little kids moved away from Shining One together. And then, they started to fight one after another. The fight was very fierce and violent. A small fist could knock the opponent's child away completely. In the blink of an eye, they were all gone. 3 more stone houses were destroyed. Chapter 340, Selling my son to you as a partner. But this is not over yet. After a while, several children jumped out from nowhere and joined the fight. The same long breaths were whistling. The fight became fierce and fierce, and the destructive power was even greater. It hit several times, and soon a house collapsed with a rumble. Shining Huan looked outside through the crack in the door and fell silent. Are all the children fighting so ferociously these days? Now she understands why this house is a rough house. She is afraid that it will collapse and the decoration cost will be wasted. Ah, you little bastards. This is my house. A scream that could be called death came, and the little kids trembled in fright. They looked at each other, stopped all together, then covered their faces with their little hands, and fled away skillfully. After a while, they disappeared. The adults, who rushed back carrying all kinds of wild vegetables, had no choice but to go to the ruins of their homes and curse in sorrow. They gnashed their teeth and vowed not to give up until they caught these little bastards and beat them until their butts were as red as monkeys' butts. In front of the first collapsed house on Xininghuan's left, there was also a man and a woman, a handsome uncle and a beautiful aunt. Although both of them were dressed very plainly, Xininghuan could still recognize them at a glance. Aren't these the Emperor Long Qitian and the Empress Mei Wan who were rarely seen in their empire? They were also the parents of Long Xinglo. So Long Xinglo was not so poor that he sold her. And it seemed that he brought her to the gathering place of the Dragonborn clan, just when she was thinking about whether she should go out to meet his parents and ask him something. The two people were already complaining angrily, especially Long Qitian, who no longer had the majesty of the original lord of the empire. At this time, his handsome face was wrinkled, and his body pain could be seen through the crack in the door. I spent a spirit stone to build this stone house. It only took 2 days for those little bastards to smash it down. This is a spirit stone. I sold it to Hao Error. I earned it through 36 tricks to please my sweetheart's family. But I lost it in the blink of an eye. I haven't come back for decades. And the little bastards in our clan still deserve a beating. Mei Quan also sighed. It's because we are too conscientious. We have worked hard in the lower star territory for so many years. Except for the money we swindled from our 2 sons. We haven't made any profit at all. It's almost and posted it backwards. Long Qitian looked embarrassed, touched his nose and coaxed quickly. Honey, don't worry. The clan has rewarded us with 3 Hongming College admissions examination places. Once we sell them, we will have money. After saving the money, I will be the first to buy a defensive spirit pattern to ensure that our cozy stone house will never collapse. Xininghuan, who was not eavesdropping intentionally but heard everything through the crack in the door, brightened up. Although she didn't know how long she had been sleeping for the entrance exam quota for Hongming College, it was certain that she would be absent from the competition. The 8 places in the lower star territory would definitely not be available. It would be nice if she could buy it. She straightened her clothes, opened the door and walked out. Uncle Long, can you sell this spot to me? Long Qitian and Mei Ju turned to look over, with identical friendly smiles on their faces, as if they were not surprised by her appearance. Mei Quan came over with a gentle smile, and even looked at her with joy and said, Of course, but the quota in our clan can only be used by people in our clan. If outsiders use it, Hongming College will not recognize it. If not, Huan, I will sell my son to you as a companion, and you will become my daughter-in-law and a member of my Long family. So you can use this quota. Long Qingqian's face was sullen. His deep eyes were shining, and he nodded in agreement. Xininghuan, is it okay for my son to be my partner? Does Long Xingli know about this? But if they are willing to sell her, they are still willing to buy. She wants both the quota and the man. So he smiled reservedly and nodded. Buy. What's the price? Uncle Long wants a defensive spirit pattern that can protect the stone house from collapse forever. I have it. I can also help you draw a customized version on site. Other prices or we can also discuss it further. Long Qitian immediately smiled from ear to ear. That's enough. That's enough. Just this customized version of the defensive spirit pattern is enough. It's a blessing that his son, who thinks about cheating every day, can sell it at this price as a partner. What if he hadn't agreed earlier and couldn't sell it? So he would have lost his hands. Xininghuan, looking so impatient makes Longxing Tower look worthless. So both parties were willing to do so. And the deal was quickly concluded. When Long Xingli came back from hunting, he saw that his Huan had woken up and was still helping his parents build a house and draw defensive spiritual patterns. The corners of his mouth were raised, and his handsome face, which had lost weight these days because he was worried about not being able to eat, finally turned gloomy and became a bit softer. As soon as Mei Quan raised her head, she saw her son's worthless look. He didn't even notice, but he still waved to him and said, Son, come here. Mom wants to tell you a good thing. What's the matter? Long Xinglo's eyes were glued to Xininghuan. and he didn't glance at his mother at all. The angry mother laughed angrily. You come here first. Oh, Long Xinglo responded, slowly looking back, giving a little to his mother, and then walked over. Mei Quan glanced at him and said with a smile, Why? Now that you have a wife and you forget about your mother, it's hard for me to call you. Long Xinglo glanced at his biological father, who was watching the show, and said slowly, The strong genetics are all inherited from my father. My father also had the same virtue back then. Long Qitian, the unfilial son, is using him as a shield. Meikui was happy. That's true. You and your brother have followed your biological father. Well, Mother just wants to tell you that your father and I sold you to be the admission quota of Hongming College. I'm selling it as a partner. Hongming College's admissions exam will start in 2 days. You should find a time as soon as possible in the next 2 days to take Huan to register for marriage. Get a status first. You and Huan can discuss the wedding and other matters later. Let's discuss it and see when it's convenient in the future. What? Get married? Long Xinglo stumbled. His handsome face flushed as red as a boiling kettle, and his whole head was smoking. Why are you getting married so suddenly? He hasn't officially confessed his love yet. Hasn't fallen in love yet. And is he getting married now? In a trance? Long Xinglo stood there with a dazed look on his face. His mind was on fire. TSK. Long Qitian glanced at this silly son with disgust, and then proudly puffed out his chest. Huh? 1 or 2 chasing wives has become a long-distance race. After so long, they can't see the end point. They have no future. And he has to be the father. I personally took action. Look, my wife is here at her fingertips. He slapped his silly son on the shoulder and said, Okay, don't be dumbfounded. Talk to your wife to get the certificate. Oh. Long Xinglo's face turned red, and his soul flew into the sky. He turned around and walked toward Xinghuan with both hands and feet. Long Qitian shook his head behind him and sighed. If you are so stupid now, you won't be able to enjoy the wedding night in the future. The young man is still too young and needs to practice. A smile appeared on Meikui's gentle and beautiful face, and she glanced at him. You were no better than your son back then. Long Qingtian's old face turned red, and he didn't expose the shortcomings of others. He blinked hard and signaled with his eyes that his wife, who was an old married couple, should save some face for him. Meikui just smiled and said nothing. No matter how much he wanted to save face, his son already knew the virtues of his old father. Chapter 341. Are there so many single dragons? Looking at the couple who were in a great relationship, Xinghuan raised her pink lips and felt much more relaxed and happy. It seemed that it would be good to live such a life in the future. Then she raised her beautiful eyes to look at the man who was walking in front of her with hands and feet, and her eyes were filled with a chuckle. The wandering soul of Longxing Tower finally returned to his place. His thin lips curled up, and a smile appeared on his handsome face. Then his ears turned red, but his black eyes looked at her with burning earnestness and refused to move away. Her eyes are all about her. Huan, did you really agree to marry me? He looked at her nervously, wanting to confirm again. Xinghuan looked at her with a smile, blinked with a hint of slyness. Didn't you say you were sold to me? And you were sold as a partner? If you don't want to, I can spend money to sell you. You can redeem it yourself, but the ransom will be doubled. How can that be done? If you buy it and leave it, it will not be refunded. I will not redeem it. Long Xinglo quickly shook his head and refused to redeem it, and then said firmly, And I am so poor that I definitely don't have the money to redeem myself. Thinking of his usual stingy persona, Xinghuan couldn't help laughing, but she quickly calmed down and said seriously, That's good. I'm quite satisfied with that quota. And I'm quite satisfied with your match. And I don't really want to quit. Long Xinglo immediately beamed with joy. His handsome face flushed red. He couldn't help but grin and tried to suppress it. His voice became a little hoarse and low due to excitement. He took advantage of this opportunity to seize the opportunity and said excitedly, Well, then when are we going to register? I have already prepared the betrothal gift. No, the dowry. I will give it to you first, and then go to register. It is only 30 minutes away from the nearest marriage registration office. It is faster to take my dragon there. I recently upgraded to a new level, and my speed is even faster. As he said that, he took off the ring-like space spirit weapon in his hand and put it into Xinghuan's hand. It was just enough to fit on the ring finger of her right hand. It was not too big and not too small. It was just right. Shining Huan seriously suspected that he had premeditated it. Long Xinglo didn't notice her suspicious eyes. He held her little hand that had already put on the ring with both hands. He looked satisfied and his eyebrows were gentle. I prepared these for now. I will continue to work hard to save more in the future. I heard that Hongming there are many secret realms in the academy. And there are countless natural and earthly treasures. After we enroll in Hongming Academy, I will take you in to pick them out yourself. Good guy. Even before I was admitted to Hongming College, my secret realm was clearly arranged. If the dean knew that you were here to save your dowry, he would expel you, a love-minded student, from school in a matter of minutes. Shining Huan couldn't hold it back again, and the corners of her mouth curled up even higher. Then she poked into the space spiritual weapon. Oops. There were a lot of things, including all kinds of high-grade heavenly materials and earthly treasures, including those she had collected before. Ivory bamboo marrow liquid, dragon scale grass and sky-light glazed fruit. It seems that this man has been preparing secretly for a long time. The light in her eyes softened. Boy Lu, his wife. A passionate shout interrupted the two people's gaze, and Long Xinglo's face immediately darkened. But the 5 beautiful women who came together were not afraid at all, and they did not take him seriously. All 5 pairs of eyes looked at Shining Huan eagerly. Long Xinglo suspected that they were here to steal his wife, and their eyes were very wary. He blocked Shining Huan behind him and looked over with cold black eyes. Are the ants looking for something to do with my wife? Go. Go. What are you doing to guard us like a thief? We don't want to eat your wife. That's right. Please don't get involved in our women's chat here. As they spoke, they unceremoniously pulled Long Xinglo aside. They pushed him so hard that he staggered. And then, their daughter-in-law was snatched away. Before Shining Huan could react, his hand was held by a beautiful woman. She smiled enthusiastically with her charming red phoenix eyes. Huan Huan, my family also has a quota for Hongming College's admissions examination. Why don't you buy my quota? My family will also send my son as a companion. When buying things, you have to shop around. You haven't registered with Mr. Lu yet. It's not too late. Let's see how you pick. My son is no worse than Lu Boy. He has a handsome mouth and a sweet mouth. And he can coax girls. He is much better than the cold ice cube like Lu Boy. Chilling ice cube Long Xinglo was so angry that he gritted his teeth secretly. If he dared to snatch his wife in front of him, if he couldn't beat the mother in front of him, then he would beat the son. He immediately began to search for this ant in his mind. Son, prepare to arrange the battle. But before he could confront the younger generation of the Long family with this ant, the ant was squeezed away by the people next to her. Go! Go! What's the point of your kid's sweet mouth? I think he is probably the other extreme of the Long family. An unreliable playboy. If a beautiful girl like Huan Huan buys your son, you will suffer a big loss. Long Xinglo was satisfied in his heart. Yes, a man with a sweet mouth and a sweet tongue is like stinky dog shit. And he still stinks for nothing. As soon as he relaxed, he heard the second ant continue to say happily, if you want me to buy a place in my family, and add my son as a partner. My son looks like a jade tree. Handsome and handsome outside. The little girl screamed excitedly at the first sight. But my son didn't bother to talk to any of them. He was very clean and self-possessed. Just to protect his future wife. Ah, it's good for your son to keep himself clean. But he can't handle too many rotten peach blossoms. Women come and go around his man, thinking about hooking up with him every day. If it's you, you can be comfortable. Huan Huan, listen to your aunt. Don't do it. Her son wants my son. Although my son is a little bit smaller, he has the ability to appreciate tea and can cut peach blossoms by himself. So he feels very safe. No. If you want my son is better. My son is fine. Your son is a stinking piece of shit. Seeing that they were quarreling among themselves, Shining Huan, the client who had not said a word, was stunned. Why? There are so many single dragons in the Dragonborn clan. Do they still need to rely on sales? Long Xinglo walked over with a calm face and carefully pulled her away from the circle where the quarrel had escalated into a fight, so as not to hurt Chiyu. Shining Huan did not resist, and took 2 steps back following his strength. She could not suppress her curiosity and whispered to him. How many places do you have for Hongming College's admissions exam in your clan? Why are they all available? And they can all take the exam? Sell it together with your son? Long Xinglo felt a little guilty. Huan Huan was so keen. Wasn't this the right point to ask? There were more than 100 quotas in their clan every time. But because of the special nature of finding a partner in their clan, there were not many heirs. There are many places available every year. And his parents not only exchanged their quota with Huan Huan for a defensive spirit pattern, but also exchanged him for a wife. When the ants around heard about it, they all came to snatch her away. Would Huan Huan be angry if she found out? Chapter 342 Registering Marriage. What's wrong? Seeing that his face was full of confusion, and he didn't speak for a long time, Shining Huan looked over suspiciously. Long Xingto subconsciously straightened his back and told the whole story without hiding anything. After he finished speaking, he looked at her cautiously, for fear that she would regret the return. After hearing this, Shining Huan's expression was indeed a little depressed. Good guy. I went to the Star Territory to fight for those 8 places with all my life. The Dragonborn clan was not only afraid of losing their hands, but also sold their son. It was really a waste of water and drought. Death from drought. She now suspected that Uncle Long and Aunt May had deliberately tricked her just now. Long Qingtian and Mei Quan, who were looking over here, caught her gaze and immediately looked away with guilty conscience. Shining Huan, although she has no evidence, it is already certain that she was tricked. Long Xinglo looked at her anxious expression and said, I'm quite satisfied with what you said. I won't back down. Shining Huan came back to her senses and frowned deliberately. Really? My memory is a little bad after sleeping for a long time. Long Xinglo grinded his teeth and said decisively, Yes, you just said it yourself. I remember it very well. As he spoke, he directly put his arm around Shining Huan's waist, pulled the person into his arms, and held her tightly. Then summoned the golden dragon, jumped up with the person, and flew out on the dragon. Father! Mother! I'll take Huan Huan to register. I'll do the spiritual pattern after Huan Huan has rested. As soon as he finished speaking, there was no shadow of the golden dragon anywhere he could see, which was so impatient. When the beautiful women over there, who were trying to sell their sons, saw that they had been abducted by the boy from Longxing Tower, they all stopped and then expressed regret. Alas! There is no quality girl again. My single son has to continue to be a light bulb at home. It is really bright and annoying. Young man Lu is still discerning. Whoever sees this beauty will like it. My son will definitely like it too. But it's a pity that it's too late. I don't know if this girl has a good beauty friend who could introduce her to my son. I am willing to pay some money to marry off my son. This girl should be from the Lower Star Territory. In recent years, we have very few outstanding and beautiful girls in the Upper Star Territory. Even if there are, they have been booked early. The boys of our Dragonborn clan don't know how to spread the word. If you catch more fish with a net, you won't have an advantage. Why don't they also learn from Boy Lu and Boy Jingyao from the Suzaku clan and go to the Star Territory to practice? And maybe they can find a wife to bring back. The few people exchanged words with each other, and they became harmonious again. The anger of the fight just now completely dissipated, and they even joined hands to find Mei Wan to consult her about the Star Territory. On the other side, Long Xinglo hugged Shining Huan and flew from the remote countryside. From the beautiful scenery all the way to the city, straight to the marriage registration office. Hey, Brother Lu, why are you here? At the door of the marriage registration office, a young man with long, handsome face and very fashionable clothes stared at Longxing Tower in shock. Then he looked at Shining Huan, who was in his arms, and his eyes widened even more, and he was even more shocked. You? This is your wife? Long Xinglo nodded to him and smiled reservedly. Well, we're here to register. Then he looked down at the person in his arms and introduced her in a gentle tone. Huan Huan, this is my childhood playmate named Long Tianrui. He will also take the Hongming College admissions exam with us this year. Shining Huan stood up straight and smiled politely at the young man. Hello, my name is Shining Huan. Long Tianrui immediately came to his senses and said respectfully loudly, Hello, sister-in-law. Long Xinglo glanced at him with satisfaction. The boy said, and then asked, What are you doing here? Are you also here to register? Long Tianrui scratched his head and laughed dryly. How can it be possible? I haven't found my destined wife yet. Isn't this? The marriage registration office has recently developed a new business and is working as a marriage agency part-time. I'll make an appointment for the next large-scale blind date. One more way. How can you be so lucky like Brother Lu, who usually keeps strangers away and women alone? But I didn't expect to find a wife so quickly. As he said this, He couldn't help but look at Huan with envy and hatred. His sister-in-law was so beautiful. And Brother Lu didn't know what kind of bad luck he had. But he worked so hard to find a wife, but couldn't find her. It's really unreasonable. Noticing the look in his eyes, Long Xinglo became vigilant and protected the person in his arms. He said Lo to Long Tianrui as if he were protecting his treasure. Without further conversation, he quickly went in to register for marriage and turned the person into his true self. He is relieved because of his wife. Huan raised her eyebrows, with a smile on her lips, and followed him in without resisting. Long Tianrui didn't think anything was wrong. This was how the Dragonborn clan protected their wives. If it were his wife, he wouldn't let other men take another look at her. After watching the two of them go in, he hurriedly took out his optical brain and excitedly sent messages to a group of brothers who were having fun. Family members. What a big surprise. Brother Lu is back. And he brought a very beautiful daughter-in-law with him. Now he has just registered for marriage. The group responded immediately and violently. Damn it. That guy from Longxing Tower is so capable that he actually chased his wife? I usually don't see how capable this guy is. No. I have to ask him for help. I've been chasing my wife for 3 years, and I still haven't won her heart QQ. Brother Lu came back early. I heard from my mother that he hit a beautiful girl in the house. The beauty was probably injured and has been unconscious. My brother Lu was also very grumpy in the past few days. Who did he see? I didn't dare to look at whoever I was beating. Is Mr. Lu's wife really that beautiful? When can we organize a group visit? The marriage has been registered. And the wedding banquet should be held as well. We should go together before the wedding. Otherwise we will have to send gifts twice. My brothers are tight on money recently. And there is no extra money for this. But I heard that Mr. Lu is going to take the Hongming College admissions exam this year. Do you have time to hold a wedding? Ha ha ha. Look what I heard. That boy from Longxinglo was not the wife he chased after. It was his wife who bought him. He was also the first person to get a quota for Hongming College's admissions exam. No wonder this boy is so fast. You can register your marriage. Hey, this is a good idea. Anyway, there are so many quotas in our clan every year. So why not use them to get a wife? When I try this method, I will definitely be able to sell myself as a partner. The discussion among the younger generation of the Long family was lively, and they were excited that they had found a good way to chase a wife. Long Xinglo and Huan have gone through the process and successfully registered their marriage and obtained their marriage certificate. Chapter 343 Drawing Lots to Take Turns to be the Emperor. Long Xinglo held a thin marriage certificate and was excited. No matter how hard he tried, Long Xinglo could not suppress the raised corners of his mouth. The people who met him who were familiar with him on the road all said H.L. This big ice cube was actually smiling. There is always an illusion that the sky is going to rain red. Shening, who had received countless attentions, pushed his arm helplessly and said, Relax. Long Xinglo coughed lightly and quickly put away his smile. His handsome face was serious. But within 3 seconds, the corners of his uncontrollable mouth could not help but grin. Collect again and again. Collect again and again. Huan couldn't help but laugh. Okay. If you can't control your expression, don't control it. Otherwise others will think you are practicing some kind of face-changing technique. Hearing this, Long Xinglo completely gave up on controlling his expression and let the corners of his mouth turn up to show his good mood. Then he looked at the marriage certificate in her hand eagerly. Daughter-in-law, leave this marriage certificate to me. Bar. Huan was suspicious. Isn't it a copy for each person? If you want to see your own copy, why not? Can Long Xinglo say that he is worried and afraid that she will take the marriage certificate to exchange for the divorce certificate? Of course not, he said seriously. It is safer to keep the 2 copies together. It will be easier to find in the future. Huan didn't think much and handed it to him casually. If you want to keep it together. It doesn't matter if you lose it. You can get a replacement. Moreover, these 2 copies are only paper copies. Their absence will not change the fact of our marriage. Long Xinglo's deep eyes shone. These words were so pleasing to the ears, and he immediately felt safe. You are right, wife. Huan blushed a little when he called her wife. This person entered the role too quickly. She gave him an angry look and said, Okay, let's go back quickly. We still have to help Uncle Long and May. My aunt is building a house. Otherwise they will have no place to stay at night. Long Xinglo immediately became alert. He had no place to live. What if he wanted to sleep in their house? Tonight was the night when he and Huan received their certificates. although he was not sure whether they could do anything as a couple. They didn't care. You can never put a light bulb in. Not even your parents. He suddenly regretted building the house, so close to his parents. The two of them rushed back on the Golden Dragon, and saw a man in front of the one-third built stone house holding Long Qingtian's thigh, rolling around and crying. Brother Qingtian, you have done me a terrible job. The Emperor of the Lower Star Territory is beyond human power. I haven't finished my official duties for 5 days and 5 nights. Look at the dark circles under my eyes, and my hairline has moved up. And my wife disliked me and didn't let me go back to my room to sleep for 2 days. I'm so miserable. The man cried miserably, with runny nose and tears. Long Qingtian's brows twitched, and he shook his leg in disgust, trying to throw the leg pendant away. Stop howling. It's useless to howl anymore. Just accept the reality. The man continued to cry shamelessly. I want to go back to the Star Territory. I want to be free. Otherwise, I will grit my teeth and bear the pain and pay you to continue to do the Emperor's work. Anyway, Brother Qingtian, you are already here. After so many years as Emperor, I have become perfect at all the official duties. I am sure that I can do it more smoothly than me. I still have money to earn. What do you think? Long Qingtian rolled his eyes at him. I don't think so. I don't want to be an emperor. I also love freedom. Who told you that you were unlucky enough to get it in the lottery? No matter how much money you have. I won't do it. Let go now, or I'll tell you. Wife, you have a crush on me. The men panicked and immediately let go. With sad eyes, you know you're threatening me with my wife. So you can't do something new. Long Qingtian snorted. As long as it works. Shining Huan watched from the side, turned to look at Longqing Tower and asked quietly, What's going on? Uncle Long quits being the Emperor of the Star Territory. Has the Emperor of the Star Territory been replaced? Looking at the head that was leaning closer, smelling the fragrance coming from the tip of his nose, Long Xinglo, who was thinking about moving away from his parents, came back to his senses, and then said in a good mood, Yes, there is a change. My parents are here. The time to garrison the Star Territory is almost up. Then he explained, Not long ago, after the clan drew lots to select the next person to be stationed in the Lower Star Territory, my parents were urging people to take over the handover every day. Finally, they got tired of the urging and went to the Lower Star Territory in advance. My eldest brother stayed down there to do the finishing work, and they were released early. Fortunately, he ran quickly with his wife. Otherwise the job of cleaning up and handing over would have fallen on him. Long Xinglo was also helpless towards this pair of parents, who cheated both people and their son. But when he said these words, his eyebrows were gentle. Shining Huan was greatly surprised. The Emperor was chosen by lot. Long Xinglo nodded and told her the origin of why the Dragonborn clan took charge of the Star Territory and became the Emperor. In the past, there was no one to manage the Lower Star Territory. Jackals were in power and wars were raging. It was inevitable that there would be disputes and chaos everywhere. There was almost no room for the weak to survive. The Lower Star Territory was an important line of defense against the spirit-devouring beasts. Once the game was over, it would also affect the upper stars domain, compressing human living space. Therefore, the chaos in the Lower Star Territory needs to be rectified. But the Lower Star Territory has little spiritual energy, few benefits, and few talents. No one wants to take on this thankless job. Only the Dragonborn clan can't stand it, and finally took it. However, they were not stupid and would not waste their efforts. They asked other families for money and supplies before taking on this job. This job was taken over by Long Qingtian and his wife, who were extremely short of money within the Dragonborn clan at the time. But what I didn't expect was that the couple were so outstanding that they used strong means to establish an imperial legion to fight against the chaos, formulate legal systems, establish academies to train students, and make the empire prosperous. Later, many high-potential geniuses appeared and attracted the attention of major families in the Upper Star Territory. In the past few years, they began to be unable to sit still and develop downwards to get a share of the pie. After their intervention, Long Qingtian and his wife, who originally wanted to leave, were unable to do so. First, they were afraid that these families would cause chaos in the Lower Star Territory and return the Lower Star Territory to its previous chaotic state. All previous efforts were in vain. Secondly, due to the miserly nature of the Dragonborn clan, why should the country they conquered be handed over to others? There is no way to do it. But Long Qingtian and his wife didn't want to be shackled in that position, because they were conscientious. And instead of taking advantage of the situation, they trapped themselves and became poorer and poorer. Of course, they didn't want to continue to be bullshit emperors and queens. He had wanted to escape more than 10 years ago. For this reason, Long Qingtian cried out, slander, to the Dragonborn clan every day, and finally got rid of the throne of the Lower Star territory. But no one in the clan wanted the throne. So for the sake of fairness, they decided to draw lots and take turns. Chapter 344, Family Status is So Low. After hearing this, Shenninghuan also admired the Dragonborn clan. In fact, if the current people in power in the Star territory want to be greedy, they must be greedy. Just look at the Chai family, and you will know that they have made a lot of money in the Lower Star territory. But just because the gentlemen of the Dragonborn clan love money and get it wisely, so they feel that this throne is thankless if they can't make money. So they are unwilling to take it. Just when she opened her mouth to say a few words of praise, she heard the new emperor over there making a fuss with a loud voice again. Oh, no, Brother Qingtian. If you don't care about me, I will sleep with you tonight. I can't hold you. Don't even think about hugging my wife. Shenninghuan, suddenly I don't admire you very much. Long Xinglo also looked disgusted. Suddenly he didn't want to introduce this gangster to his wife. It was embarrassing. Long Qingtian was also annoyed by the fuss, and the veins on his forehead were jumping. This guy said that he could tolerate other things by opening one ear and listening to the other. But it also involved his wife. So he couldn't about to get angry. On the spot, he picked up the man's collar and punched him hard with his fist. That man is not a coward waiting to be beaten. He dodges as soon as possible, and his movements are so fast and slippery. It can be seen that he is often beaten and dodged frequently. So the two men who were fighting for their wives got angry and fought fiercely. 1/3 of the house that had just been built was destroyed again. It can be seen that both the little brats and adults of the Dragonborn clan love to smash the house when they fight. Long Xinglo also saw his forehead twitching. This was related to whether there would be a problem with the light bulb during his wedding night with his wife tonight. He couldn't bear it. So he picked up the optical computer with a cold face and clicked on it. Shenninghuan came over curiously and looked around. Who are you sending a message to? Long Xinglo looked upright and said, Give Anhua, the mother of Long Tianrui, the boy we just met at the marriage registration office, to come over and take care of Uncle Mao. Uncle Mao would rather sleep with my dad tonight. Not sleeping with her is not what a good husband should do. It really shouldn't be. Shenninghuan confronted the new emperor of Xiaxingyu who was crying loudly with Uncle Mao, and then looked at Longxing Tower with an unforgettable look. I didn't expect that this man was too old to tell false news. I'm afraid Uncle Mao would have to have his wife's ears screwed during the evening. Not long after, the Anhua that Long Xinglo was talking about arrived. She looked bright and flamboyant, and she looked like a queen when she stepped on high heels. As soon as she came, she pinched Long Maoyan's ears and said with a smile, I despise my mother, and would rather sleep with other men than share the same bed with me. Okay, now that you're able, if you don't want to, we'll get a divorce. I don't care about you. The person who wants to marry me can still divorce you. Go to the city here. Long Maoyan howled in pain, but did not dare to resist, and looked anxious to please. Don't leave. Don't leave. My wife. I never said I disliked you. There must be some unscrupulous person who framed me. Yes, it must be Brother Qingtian. You can't defeat me in a fight, and I will sue you if you don't have martial ethics. Hui Qing's beautiful eyes glanced at Long Qingtian, whose clothes were a little messy, and then looked at her husband who had been slapped with two panda eyes, and sneered, I can't hack you. You have such a big face. Long Maoyan looked away guiltily. Then I just didn't pay attention. He muttered a few words of explanation, and then concluded confidently, who else could accuse me of being cunning except him? Long Xinglo stood up bravely. It's me. Long Maoyan's eyes widened in astonishment. Second nephew. Why is it you? He straightened his face and said angrily, even you can't accuse me of being cunning. Long Xinglo looked calm. Didn't Uncle Mao just say that he wanted to sleep with my father tonight? Said. But, as long as I said it, I will state it according to the facts. How can it be called a complaint? Hui Qing nodded. Boy Lu is right. Then she took out a gift box from the space spirit weapon and handed it over, and said with a smile, I heard that you and your wife got the certificate today. She must be the girl next to you. That boy Tian Rui is really right. You guys are so lucky to have found such a beautiful girl. Anhua came in a hurry today and didn't prepare any gifts. You too. Please take this one first. And Anhua will give it to you after your wedding. A great replacement gift. With a smile on his lips, Long Xinglo held Xininghuan's hand and walked over. Then took the gift box without hesitation. Thank you, Anhua. Xininghuan also smiled and said, Thank you, Anhua. Wuqing gave her an honest smile and said, No thank you. No thank you. You and Mr. Liu are both good-looking. And the babies you will give birth to will definitely be good-looking too. Get married as soon as possible. Anhua will give you a baby when you have children. Give gifts. The roots of Long Xinglo's ears turned red, and his thin lips curled into a smile. He was obviously in a good mood for Anhua's blessing. Even Xininghuan's face felt hot, and she avoided Long Xinglo's lowered gaze. Only Long Maoyan was unhappy and yelled at the side. I don't accept this guy's efforts to alienate our relationship and even give him gifts. Before he could finish his words, Wuqing carried him away by the ears, and her tamer's voice came from a distance. When will it be your turn to be the master of this family? Daughter-in-law. Wife. I was wrong. I have no right to speak in this family. I will definitely not interrupt in the future. After watching the two people leave, Xininghuan turned to look at Longxing Tower with bright eyes. Do all the men in your Dragonborn clan have such a low family status? Long Xinglo coughed lowly and said, We dote on our wives and respect our wives. Xininghuan understood that their family status was so low. Long Qingtian, who also has a low family status over there, is now hanging his head and being scolded by his wife. Then he acted so powerfully outside, and now he is an obedient stone hauler. He will never move to the right when asked by his wife to move to the left. Base. Upon seeing this, Long Xinglo immediately rolled up his sleeves and said, I'm going to help too. Wife, if you just woke up and haven't recovered yet, just sit next to you and rest. Don't rush to draw the defensive spirit patterns. Xining followed up with a smile. No. After sleeping for so many days, I feel that my body has recovered quite well. It's just a defensive spiritual pattern. Nothing is wasted. Long Xinglo saw his insistent look. Although he was worried, he didn't stop him. He gave a few uneasy instructions. Okay. Then you draw first. If you feel uncomfortable, stop immediately. No. After saying that, Long Xinglo quickly helped his father move the rocks. Long Qingtian glanced at him and said with a smile, You did a good job just now. Even if the house is not built at night, I will not take your mother to sleep in your house. Damn it. He can't see through this little calculation. Long Xinglo felt no embarrassment at being exposed, so he nodded calmly. Remember to keep your word. Chapter 345. Poaching in front of her. This house may not be built today. They had just laid the foundation when someone came to inform the leader of the Dragonborn clan to invite them over. That's my grandpa's little errand boy. Long Xinglo thoughtfully walked to Xininghuan to introduce the person to her, and then helped her clear away the yellow paper and other things on the table. The little errand boy had a good ear and became unhappy when he heard this. Hey, little errand boy. I am your uncle. Come on. Call me uncle and listen. Xininghuan looked at the young man's sunny and handsome face that looked like a puppy, and blinked suspiciously. Uncle? This one is a little too tender. Hey, Lo, niece-in-law. The little uncle responded loudly. His smiling eyes curled up with a clear and cute look. Xininghuan. Long Xinglo cast a sidelong glance at the guy climbing up the pole, then approached Xininghuan and explained carefully. This is my grandfather's son, who is the same age as me. His name is Long Yukong. Then he asked Long Yukong. His tone became colder. What did Grandpa want us to do there? When it came to business, Long Yukong stopped asking Long Xinglo to call him uncle, and explained the matter smoothly. It was the Chai family's head who brought people here. It should be about the bombing of the Chai family's Monxiang star in the lower star region. Grandpa asked me to tell you to make more preparations. That old guy took the initiative to come to our door to blackmail us. Bah. We can't help but give him face if he takes the initiative to offer compensation. We must quote a heavy price to show respect. The young man still knows the art of speaking very well, and what he said was very polite. Long Qingtian, who was still moving stones over there, became interested when he heard this. He rolled up his sleeves and said, Then let's go and take a look together. When we ask for the account, well, I still have some experience in quotation. When the time comes, I can give you some advice. Long Xinglo agreed immediately. Okay. Then the family was gearing up to ask for the bill. Ah. Bah. To get a quote. Only Shining Huan was still a little confused. Head of the Chai family. Is that old guy not dead yet? Long Xinglo noticed her expression, took her hand, and explained to her what happened before in her ear as he walked. It turns out that the head of the Chai family is not the head of the other Chai family. This Chai family owner is more important than the Chai family owner in the lower star territory. This is the main branch of the Chai family. The head of the Chai family, who truly controls the power of the Chai family. The head of the Chai family in the lower star region is just a branch of the Chai family. At that time, the Monxiang star exploded, and Chai Burong, the old poisoner, was not so lucky because he did not react in time. He had just climbed onto the starship in a hurry, and was swept away by the explosion before he could run away. Following the entire Monxiang star, Chai the family perished together, and was annihilated into cosmic dust. Now the only main characters of the Chai family in the lower star territory are the third young master Chai Haoji, and the fourth young lady Chai Xian. They were summoned to the upper star territory because of the Hongmeng Academy quota, and were not on Monxiang planet. So they escaped. Then Long Xinglo explained how he had preemptively asked the Chai family to give an explanation. This time, the Chai family leader came here not to readily compensate, but to find trouble. But it doesn't matter. As long as people come, they have to compensate even if they don't want to compensate. Long Xinglo's grandfather, the patriarch of the Dragonborn clan, lived not far away. Also in this backwater. However, the stone house seemed a little larger and more spacious than other houses, and there was a defensive spirit placed outside. Pattern. However, Shining Huan knew that this remote village was not simple. Although it seemed to pursue ecological nature and the house was shabby, it was full of spiritual energy. At least it was higher than the bustling metropolis where Long Xinglo took her to the marriage registration office before. More than 3 times more. It is an excellent place for spiritual cultivation. So the people who live here must not be simple. The fact that the patriarch of the Dragonborn clan now lives here is enough to illustrate the problem. Young master, you are here. Several tribesmen who poked their heads at the door noticed their arrival and immediately greeted them excitedly. They were especially enthusiastic about Longxing Tower. More enthusiastic than Long Qingtian, his wife, and Long Yukon, the elder of the tribe. Shining Huan also immediately grasped the key point. Young master. These 2 words are not simple. The person who is called Young Master in the big family has been confirmed as the next leader of the clan. He has a high status in the clan, and only second to the patriarch. So Long Xinglo is still the young master of the Dragonborn clan. Sensing the curious gaze cast by his wife, Long Xinglo pursed his thin lips, held her hand a little tighter, and explained in a low voice. I was selected after the contract with Jin Long. The Golden Dragon is the most respected among the tribe. But I am not the final candidate. I am still being examined. If I don't meet the requirements, I will be kicked out and the young master will be chosen again. Oh. Shining nodded understandingly. Shining Huan, you bitch. I will kill you. As soon as Shining Huan and Long Xinglo crossed the threshold, a familiar scream came from inside, carrying strong resentment and hatred, followed by a cold water arrow that shot towards her head. Face door. Shining Huan calmly raised her eyes. Her eyes were calm, and she made no dodge movements. Seeing that the pressing water arrow was about to pierce her forehead and heart, a hand suddenly stretched out from the side and held the water arrow. Veins appeared on the back of the strong hand, and she crushed the water arrow with her bare hands with powerful force. The water arrow immediately turned into water molecules, fragmented and dispersed in the air. Then he looked at the person who shot the water arrow with a dark and cold face, as if a ferocious beast was eyeing its prey, with murderous intent fully evident. Chai Xian looked at him with resentment on her face, which was paler and thinner than before. She seemed to be blinded by anger. Instead of being afraid, she shouted crazily, Brother Xinglo, why are you still protecting this bitch like this? She will kill me. Dad, you have killed so many of my tribe. Why can't you feel sorry for me? I like you so much. Shining Huan raised her eyebrows. Was he poaching in front of her? The surrounding Long family members, including Long Qitian and his wife, immediately cast scolding glances at Long Xing Tower. It was outrageous that he had provoked such a bad peach blossom while his wife was still around, and they were planning to take away her daughter-in-law. The face of Long Xinglo, the person concerned, was even more ugly. His eyes were as cold as knives, and he looked at the crazy Chai Xian. His voice was cold and ruthless. I don't protect my own wife. Who should I protect? Please respect yourself. Miss Chai. I respect Chai Zian. Miss, you don't have the slightest interest in your feelings. After saying that, he stepped back and hid behind Shin Huan, looking at her warily, as if he was afraid of being defiled by the madwoman. Chai Zian was so angry that her eyes were bloodshot and her canthus was about to burst. She was about to say something crazy, but was interrupted by a voice. For sister, please calm down. We know that you are targeting Miss Shin because of the death of father and clan members. But now in the Long family, we have to give the Long family a face. Miss Shin doesn't know the etiquette of being a guest. If we attack Mang Xiangsing without any precautions, we must know the etiquette of being a guest. Chapter 346 Chai Family Compensation. These words were said in a strange way. On the surface, they were scolding Chai Zian. But in fact, they were blaming Shin Huan for the explosion and annihilation of Monxiang Star. Although the blame does belong to Shin Huan, it does not mean that she has to bear it. She raised her eyebrows and looked at the speaker. The speaker was Chai Haoji, the third young master of Chai. He still looked feminine and evil, even stronger than before, different from Chai Zian's obvious resentment and agitation. He had a smile on his face. I can't see the slightest sadness that my biological father is dead. Sitting in front of him was an evil and sycophantic old man with a cold face and the aura of a superior. He glanced over at him with such ferocious eyes that no one dared to look at him. Shin Huan looked at him calmly, and then moved her eyes away to focus on Chai Haoji. The corner of her mouth curled up slightly. I'm afraid it's not Chai Sanchao's turn to judge whether I understand etiquette or not. After all, Chai Sanchao is the one who killed his biological brother. How can a person know etiquette if he doesn't even have basic kindness? Chai Haoji's face instantly darkened, and the murderous intent burst out from his eyes. Chai Zian looked over in shock. What do you mean? What's going on with killing your biological eldest brother? Some of the Long family members, who were watching with squinted ears at the door, were also curious and gathered there to whisper. That boy is from the Chai family in Xiaxingyu. Right? Who is his biological eldest brother? I know this. It's Chai Jiyuan, the proud son of the Chai family, who is known as a genius. Later I heard that he went to the Lower Star territory and his descendants disappeared. I didn't expect that he was killed by his own brother. Hey, I also know about this matter. The truth was revealed by our family master, the old guy from the Chai family who used the video as evidence to fight back, who originally wanted to blame our young master, was speechless. In the end, he personally gave a large sum of thank you money and hush money. In addition to our Long family, all the heads of the Jing family and Shintu family knew about this and received a hush money. Oh, the seal is really tight. Even that crazy little girl's own sister doesn't know about it. I don't know what the Chai family leader is thinking. This Chai Haoji has already killed his own brother, but he still keeps him by his side. It looks like he plans to focus on training him. What else can you think? The Chai family is not as upright as our Long family. Their family has always valued interests. The dead must make way for the living. I heard that Chai Haoji's potential is only slightly worse than Chai Jiyuan. It would be a pity to kill him. A group of people stripped the Chai family and Chai Haoji clean. This left no room for Long Qitian and his wife, who originally planned to stand up for their daughter-in-law. To show off, they looked at their daughter-in-law with admiration. This girl was capable of taking on things, and she could turn the situation around with just one sentence. Not bad. The head of the Chai family looked ugly, and directed his cold eyes at the head of the Long family, Long Hung, who was sitting at the head of the table and watching the show happily, signaling for hush money. Long Hung spread his hands to express his innocence. He did receive hush money, but his grandson-in-law did not. The head of the Chai family was so angry that he had no choice but to attack Shin Huan. Little girl, what we are talking about now is that you blew up the Monxiang Star and killed tens of thousands of people in my Chai family. If you can't give me a satisfactory answer, the Chai family will definitely pursue this matter to the end. Shin Huan grabbed Long Xinglo, who was about to step forward, and looked at the Chai family leader with a smile. Master Chai, please calm down. Before blaming me, take a look at a video that I recorded on Monxiang Planet. I believe that after watching it, Master Chai will know that all the Chai family members on Monxiang Planet were not unjust. As for the explosion and annihilation of Monxiang Star, I don't admit it. I was one of the victims who was seriously injured and was caught in the Chai family, and I am not that capable. As he spoke, He turned on the optical brain and projected the video without giving Chai family master and Chai Haoji a chance to stop him. The video shows the scene where the Chai family gathered in the square to catch people in cages and let the insects absorb their spiritual energy and vitality, and then cooked it into soup and drank it among the Chai family. Vomit. Some of the onlookers from the Long family couldn't hold it back and vomited. They looked at the Chai family with eyes full of disgust. I didn't expect that the Chai family would engage in such crooked ways. No wonder the Chai family has seen so many geniuses emerge in recent years. This is how it turned out. Even Long Xinglo was stunned. He just wanted to take advantage of the Chai family first. He didn't expect that the Chai family had such a big handle. No wonder even the head of the Chai family came in person this time. After seeing the video, the Chai family leader's expression was not one of shock and surprise, but rather seemed to confirm that Shining Huan was livid after knowing about the incident. Long Qitian and his wife were even more furious. The lower star territory they had worked so hard to manage was turned into a mess by these idiots from the Chai family. People were killed to fill up the spiritual power level of the Chai family. Such crooked things happened right before their eyes. Under the hood, it seems that they are still too tolerant of these big families that are developing downwards. They must let Mr. and Mrs. Shigen, who took over their position, strengthen the control and restrictions on these big families. After the video was played, Shining Huan continued, Master Chai, you can see clearly that I was arrested for no reason. The victims on your Chai family Monch Young Star are the same as those who are locked in cages. Come and find me. It was wrong of me to ask for an explanation. The reason why I am still standing here is because my husband came in time to save me. As for the explosion of Monch Young Star, those people should have come to take revenge. After all, your Chai family has engaged in crooked ways and arrested people everywhere in order to improve their strength. Who knows if you might accidentally catch a relative of a strong man and be revenged by him. Yes, let everyone in the Chai family be buried with him. The head of the Chai family, who knew the inside story and why Shining Huan appeared on Monch Young Star, was speechless. He couldn't reveal her true identity because he couldn't tell her. So he couldn't expose her and could only let her open her eyes and tell lies. And when she mentioned her husband, she was married to that guy from Longxing Tower? Then even if she is a member of the Long family now, the truth cannot be told. At this point, he can only cut off the relationship with the Xiaxing Chai family, claiming that he has absolutely no idea what the Xiaxing Chai family did. Everything was done by the Xiaxing Chai family on their own initiative without telling them. They deserve their death. Those who caused the Monch Young Star to explode will no longer be held accountable. In the end, he expelled the Chai family from Xiaxing, and even Chai Haoji and Chai Zian were abandoned by him on the spot. As for the victim Shining Huan, he gritted his teeth and took out a large amount of spiritual stones, and heavenly materials, and earthly treasures, as compensation according to the price negotiated by Shining Huan and the others. From this straightforward method, it can be seen that the Chai family leader is a ruthless person, and he clearly shows that he puts profit first. Shining Huan also won this battle brilliantly. She didn't say a few words, but made the head of the Chai family suffer so much. People in the Long family looked at her with admiration. Even the patriarch was very satisfied with his granddaughter-in-law. Chapter 347, Raising a Good Husband with 24 Filial Piety. After sending away several of the culprits of the Chai family, Long Heng's beard was glowing with joy. And then he smiled and generously invited Shining Huan to stay and have a reunion dinner together, which could be regarded as a celebration for the young couple to receive their certificates. In this way, Shining Huan naturally couldn't refuse, and stayed in a good mood. Although Long Heng is the clan leader, he is no different from the men of the Dragonborn clan. They are all strict with their wives and doting on their wives. During dinner, he rolled up his sleeves and led Long Qitian, Long Yukong, and Long Xinglo. 3 generations of grandfather and grandson were busy cooking in the kitchen. And soon the aroma came out. Long Yukong's cooking skills needed to be improved. So in the end, he was not allowed to cook, and he was only assigned the job of a vegetable washer and a waiter carrying dishes. After 2 hours of careful preparation, plates of deliciously delicious meals were brought out of the kitchen. Shining Huan, her mother-in-law Mei Quan, and her grandma, a gentle and kind elder like a lady. The 3 of them did not have to do anything. They just sat outside drinking the tea and drinks carefully prepared by the men, eating melon seeds, fruits and other things while watching, chatting while enjoying the scenery. We had a very pleasant time. Shining Huan blended in perfectly and felt more and more that her married life was good. It's time to eat. Mom, sister-in-law, niece-in-law. Long Yokong's voice came from inside the house, interrupting the chat among the three women. The three of them smiled and stopped eating melon seeds, patted the crumbs, and got up and walked into the room. Long Yukong was already squatting in front of the table full of food, sipping his saliva. When he saw the three people approaching, his eyes lit up, and he immediately grinned his big white teeth and said excitedly, "Mom, my father's craftsmanship has improved again. It tastes delicious, and the presentation is beautiful. My nephew's craftsmanship is also good, and his knife skills are beautiful, and he can carve them like anything, but my second brother's craftsmanship has deteriorated, and he can only eat it. You brat. I was too busy before and didn't have time to study cooking. If I wait another month, my skills will definitely improve." Long Qingtian walked out with rice and chopsticks and cursed with a guilty smile. Long Hung came out, with a smile on his majestic face, and said, "What I am saying is that you have been really busy in the lower star territory these years. But now that you have escaped, the skills of us Long family men cannot be left behind. Otherwise, you will be laughed at by other tribesmen if you can't coax your wife. I don't want a son who can't coax my wife." Long Qingtian lowered his eyebrows and nodded in agreement. "That's what Dad said." After Long Hung taught his son a lesson with satisfaction, he looked at his grandson, who had received the certificate today, with a satisfied look in his eyes. "Since Lure is already married, he has to shoulder the responsibility of being a husband. Come to me for further studies in the future. Improve your cooking skills and cook more delicious food for your wife." The old man firmly believes that if he wants to catch his wife, he must first catch his wife's stomach. So he studies more on cooking skills and educates his juniors to study more. Long Xinglo looked serious and nodded solemnly. "I understand, Grandpa." Shining Huan was stunned for a moment as she listened. "Are you trying to cultivate a good husband with 24 filial piety?" I have to say that her favorability towards this grandpa is slowly rising. Her husband does not need to train himself at all. Grandpa just helps teach him, and she can directly enjoy the results and be happy. After sitting down, the table was filled with people eating warmly, with constant laughter and laughter. Shining Huan also felt an unprecedented relaxed family atmosphere, which was more relaxed and enjoyable than when she ate on Xyloxing before. So much so that on the way back after dinner, the corners of her mouth were raised. "You two go back. Your mother and I will go to a hotel to stay one night." It was already dusk now, and it was obviously too late to go back and build a house. Long Qingtian kept his promise and did not plan to stay in their house temporarily. Instead, he turned around and planned to go directly to the city. "Okay." Long Xinglo nodded hurriedly for fear that he would regret it. Long Qingtian didn't even look at his unfortunate son. He snorted, hugged his wife, mounted the green dragon, and flew away. In the end, only Shining Huan and Long Xinglo were left walking slowly back. The breeze blows with plenty of spiritual energy, and even the air is particularly fresh and comfortable. Shining Huan casually picked up a piece of bamboo leaf that was flying down and played with it in her hand. She said in a leisurely tone, "I was in a coma for a few days. Is there any obstacle that makes it difficult to contact the upper and lower star regions? I can't contact them. My mother has killed them, and I want to give them peace of mind." Long Xinglo suddenly felt as if he was struck by lightning. The smile on Jun's face froze. No wonder he always felt that he had forgotten something. It turned out that he forgot to tell his wife's elders. He swallowed, feeling a little anxious. "Yes, we should report that we are safe. And we should also report to our elders that we are registering our marriage." As he said this, he was already thinking crazily about the apology ceremony. As a good son-in-law, how could he let people from his wife's natal family have opinions about him? Such things that would affect the relationship between husband and wife must not exist. Seeing that his forehead was sweating, Shining Huan laughed unscrupulously and said deliberately, "Well, this matter must be said. Let's cut it off first and tell it later. I don't know if they will be angry." Long Xinglo's handsome face fell slightly, and his sexy thin lips pursed nervously. "Then, what should I do? I will apologize to them next time I go back." Shining Huan suppressed her laughter and nodded in agreement. "Okay, you can try it next time." Long Xinglo looked over with sad eyes. She was really willing to give up on her daughter-in-law. Shining Huan chuckled. "I'm just teasing you. Speaking of which, your expression is quite rich now. It's much prettier than the cold face you had before." The corners of Long Xinglo's lips curled up, feeling a little beautiful in his heart. "Really? Then I'll smile more in the future." The two seemed to have let go of their estrangement, and after a familiar banter, they returned to the topic. You have been comatose for nearly a month. I will report your situation to my mother-in-law every few days. They should not be too worried. As for contacting the lower star field, you have to reset the brain. Upper star field and lower star field. The main brains and signals are not of the same system. I will help you connect the signals of the two main brains to contact the star field. Please reach out and give me the optical brain. Good. Shining Huan stretched out her hand without hesitation, and Longxing Tower was done with it in a few moments, and was in contact with Xiaxingyu. However, Shining Huan did not put the blame on Longxing Lo, but told them that in order to buy Hongming College's admissions examination quota, they must also bind Longxing Tower before they can participate. Grandpa, who was roaring the most angrily, immediately muted his voice and said dryly, Then treat him well. Shining Huan had a smile on her lips. Okay, Grandpa, I will. By the way, I will take the Hongming College admissions exam in 2 days. This exam will be broadcast live across the entire star. By then, Grandpa, you will be able to see me in the lower star territory. Chapter 348. Confess that you can read minds. Shin Jingshan's expression on the screen immediately turned serious, with deep worry in his eyes. My dear granddaughter, you put safety first. Don't worry even if you fail the exam. Don't show off. You now have the Dragon Clan to protect Grandpa. I feel relieved. As for your parents, your uncles are also worried about it. Your third uncle, fourth uncle, and fifth uncle went to the upper star territory a long time ago, but for safety reasons, they have not contacted me for a long time. If you have a chance, you can go find them. Shining Huan's eyes flashed. The corners of her lips flattened, and she felt a little heavier. I know. Grandpa, don't worry. Longxing Lo stood beside her, and the corners of his mouth that were originally raised to the base of his ears were retracted. There was firm love in his deep eyes. Then he put his arm around her thin shoulders, and looked at the other side of the screen with her in a calm and gentle gaze. Several people said, Grandpa, parents, don't worry. Huan has me by her side. I will definitely follow her every step of the way this time. Shin Jingshan looked at his erratic hands and heard his smooth address, and choked up. But seeing the serious expression on his face, he could only suppress his dissatisfied words. And out of 1,000 words, he could only utter one word. Good. After hanging up the communication, a haze enveloped the two people who were originally relaxed and happy. In the dim bamboo forest, apart from the rustling of leaves, the only sound was the breathing of the two of them. Shining Huan glanced sideways at the man next to her, touched her nose, and felt that she was a little unreasonable. After all, she was burdened with so many responsibilities, and there were unknown enemies eyeing her. Wouldn't it be bad to involve him? Is it too hasty to marry him in a quota? Not sloppy. Not sloppy at all. In the quiet bamboo forest, Longxing Lo's deep voice was filled with a hint of urgency. Shining Huan glanced sideways in astonishment. You? Longxing Lo avoided her eyes with some guilt. I can read minds. Shining Huan was surprised. You actually have this kind of ability. Did you always know what I was thinking before? She narrowed her eyes and looked carefully at the handsome face in front of her. No wonder she sometimes felt that this man was so considerate that he was like a roundworm in her belly. He knew what she wanted and got it for her in advance or cooked it for her. Now he said that he could read minds. Isn't it just the roundworms in my stomach? Then did he hear the dirty things she was thinking about before? Longxing Lo's ears turned red, and he coughed lightly. Yeah, I can't hear it all the time. This ability is not under my control. It sometimes disappears. Huan, don't be afraid of me. I'll try to think of a way to use this ability. Eliminated? No. Shining Huan stopped him, her eyes shining brightly, and she looked at him with interest. Since you have this ability, do you already know my life experience? Longxing Lo nodded. I guessed a little before, but then I confirmed it after hearing your voice. Shining Huan clapped her hands and said excitedly, That's great. Those people hiding behind the scenes are still hidden and can't be found. If you have the ability, you can help me look for it. My situation in the upper star field is definitely worse than that of the lower star field. The domain is dangerous. I can't tell which people are good and who are deliberately plotting to get close to me. Didn't you get this ability just in time? Seeing that she did not despise him, but instead praised his ability, Longxing Lo suddenly smiled on his handsome face. The soft light in his eyes was like the gentle sea surface, which was almost overflowing. Okay. Leave it all to me. Xinhuan was in a happy mood, and the stone in her heart was slightly loosened. It was good to have someone by her side to share the burden with her. She happily stood on tiptoes, approached Long Xinglo, and kissed him on his thin lips. Long Xinglo was stunned for a moment. His eyes suddenly brightened, and then gradually darkened. When the warm breath left, he couldn't help but lower his head and chase after it. A warm and soft touch came. The two lips met, and each other's breaths intertwined. The temperature in the originally quiet and cool bamboo forest was rising steadily. Long Xinglo's big hand slowly slid down from his shoulder and moved to the position of his slim waist, hugged her tightly slightly, and held the back of her head with his other hand. Wow! Suddenly a loud cry came from a distance, disrupting the rhythm. Xinhuan paused slightly, tilted her head slightly, breathed heavily, and then raised her hand to push the shoulder in front of her. Long Xinglo chased after the red lips and kissed them again. Then he slowly let go of his hand and said in a low and hoarse voice, "What's wrong?" Xinhuan smiled angrily and glared at him. "I didn't hear any crying." Long Xinglo reluctantly buried his head in the side of her neck and hummed, "I heard it. It's just a little kid crying. It's something that happens all the time. Don't worry about it." But in the end, this first intimacy was ruined by the group of crying and squealing brats. Long Xinglo led Xinhuan out of the bamboo forest with a stinking face. It turned out that the group of brats who had fought and destroyed the house in the afternoon had been found and were being taught a lesson by the adults. The little fat guy named Long Wenyu was also caught by an ant. He cried so loudly at the top of his lungs. I covered my face. Why do you still recognize me?" The ant who caught him laughed angrily. "You are the fattest among the children. How did you recognize him? Eat less meat to lose weight in the future. Maybe I won't be able to recognize you." "How can a little fat man who loves me do anything?" He twisted his neck and said stubbornly, "The head can be cut off or bleeding. But meat can't be lived without. You can't even try to trick me into not eating meat." Then the little fat man saw Long Xinglo coming back. His eyes lit up, and he quickly stretched out his hand to ask for help. "Brother Lu, help me. Please help me." Long Xinglo glanced at him. The little fat guy ruined his good deeds and wanted to ask for help. It would be a good thing if he didn't beat him up. So he decisively lifted his foot and left, pulling away Xinhuan, who had stopped walking. "Daughter-in-law, please leave him alone. The little fat guy is rough-skinned and thick-bodied. A beating is nothing. We, the children of the Dragonborn clan, can only bear the beating." Xinhuan was stunned for a moment, recalling the scene where they were shot out like small cannonballs and smashed the house, and then stood up again alive and kicking. She nodded. They were indeed very resistant to beatings. The little fat man had tears hanging in the corners of his eyes, refusing to fall off. His fat face showed fear, and he suddenly remembered being hung on the wall. He quickly withdrew his hand to ask for help. No. Brother Lu was so cruel. It hurt more than Auntie's beating." The little fat man gave in and raised his butt with a generous expression on his face. "You go ahead and hit me." This ant suddenly couldn't do anything anymore. This shit-like posture was really hard to do. "Okay, you little fat guy. Remember to ask your parents to pay the compensation. As for today's beating, you'll owe it now." "No. My mother said you can't owe. If you owe and compound interest, you will lose a lot. We must fight today." "Hey, you little fat guy. I've never seen you looking for a beating like this." The whole class discussed whether to hit or not to hit each other. Xinhuan was very happy to see it. She was worthy of being a member of the Dragonborn clan. She had been so calculating since she was a child. Chapter 349: The story of the little spoiled woman's rise to power. Long Xinglo snorted softly in his heart. This little fat guy is wise. Otherwise, he would have to arrange the wall tonight. "Let's go into the house." "Wife." The man's deep, dark eyes looked sideways at the people around him, full of tenderness, and his heart seemed to be blooming with joy. "Brother Lu." "Brother Lu." Long Xinglo's forehead jumped suddenly. He turned his head. His face darkened, and he looked over with cold eyes. Gee, this little fat guy really can't help but praise him. The little fat man shrank his neck. "No, I didn't call you. It was Uncle Qitian who called you." "His father?" Long Xinglo frowned and looked along the fat hand of the little fat man, and saw his own father standing not far away with a smile on his face, and waving to him. "Why can't I come over and talk about it? But I still have to let him go." Xininghuan also saw it, smiled and pushed the man next to her. I must have something to talk to you about. You go over there. I'll go into the house first. Long Xinglo reluctantly let go of his hand and looked at her reluctantly. Well, then you go inside and rest first. I'll be back in a moment. Good. Xininghuan was not as clingy as him. She let go of her hands neatly, pushed open the door and walked in. Long Xinglo watched her enter the house before turning around, striding over quickly, his cold voice full of resentment. Dad, didn't you go to stay in a hotel? Why did you come back to me? Long Qitian glanced at his married son angrily. Humph! I just came back to give you a wedding gift when I remembered it. Otherwise you would think that I would be willing to leave your mother and come back. Long Xinglo was suspicious. New wedding? Is it free? Long Qitian smiled and glared at him. Don't forget it. Long Xinglo said decisively. Yes. It's rare for your biological father to give you something free of charge. So how can you not give it up? Then he saw Long Qitian take out 2 books from the space spirit weapon and stuff them into his arms. If you study these 2 books carefully, they will definitely help you tie your wife's heart. Okay. The things have been delivered. I'm leaving. Your mother is still waiting for me in the hotel to look at the stars. As he said that, he mounted the green dragon and flew away gracefully. Long Xinglo raised his head and glanced, and then took out the 2 books in his arms. 36 Strategies for the Wedding Chamber, and The Story of the Little Sweet Husband's Ascension. How to be Pampered by a Domineering Lady. He couldn't help but curiously open the book. 36 Strategies for the Wedding Chamber. And when he saw the pictures above, his handsome face turned red. On the other side, Xininghuan opened the door and saw the newly decorated room. She was surprised to see that the room, that was empty with only a big bed before, was now filled with antique furniture. From the exquisite and elegant bed to the exquisitely carved dressing table. There are also big red words of happiness posted on the windows and doors. And the feeling of a wedding room is suddenly there. What was originally a large room has now been divided into bedrooms, bathrooms, kitchens and living rooms. And the space is not small. It is much more than the small stone house seen outside the house. Some space technology must have been used to separate the room. It has been expanded. So both the bedrooms and bathrooms in this house are not small and quite spacious. She didn't know when the man secretly asked someone to do it. She didn't notice it before. But she was quite surprised. Xininghuan's cheeks were slightly red. The corners of her mouth were raised. And her eyes were a little more charming and thoughtful under the bright lights of the room. But why hasn't this person come back yet? She waited in the living room for a while, but didn't see Long Xinglo come back. So she simply didn't wait any longer. Took her clothes and went to the bathroom to take a shower. After she came out of the shower, she saw Long Xinglo hurriedly walking in from the door. Why is Dad looking for you? Why are you so late? She asked while wiping her hair. Long Xinglo was startled and subconsciously raised his eyes. He saw his beloved girl standing at the door of the steamy bathroom. She was wearing a white palace-style gauze pajamas, and her body curves were looming under the light, which reminded him of him at once. I just couldn't help but turn a few more pages of the book, which wasted a lot of time. His handsome face turned red immediately, from his neck to his ears. It was so red that it was half ripe. Then he quickly closed the door, turned his eyes away uncomfortably, and said in a hesitant voice, Dad gave us a wedding gift, and I delayed it for a while. Show me the wedding gift. Xininghuan stopped wiping her hair and looked over with curiosity in her eyes. Long Xing downstairs subconsciously hid his hands behind his back. His eyes evaded, and Jun's face was red and bleeding. How could he let his wife see that unfair book? What if she thought he had impure thoughts? He felt extremely guilty at this moment. Xininghuan was stunned for a moment and narrowed her eyes. Why? I can't see? Why do these words sound a bit dangerous? The alarm in Long Xinglo's heart rang loudly. Then, with a strong desire to survive, he took out a book from the space spiritual weapon and handed it over obediently with both hands. Xininghuan walked over and glanced at the cover of the book. The Story of the Little Sweet Husband's Rise to Power. Please be pampered by the arrogant lady. Did Dad give it to you? Her face was full of shock. She gave this to her as a wedding gift. Her father-in-law must be too talented. Why does Long Xinglo look like a little spoiled man? Yes, Long Xinglo responded, then raised his eyes and glanced at her secretly. Seeing the interested expression on her face, he breathed a sigh of relief. It was impossible to come up with the 36 strategies for the bridal chamber. But this will, although it's easy to expose your little thoughts. It's good if you can make your wife happy. Xininghuan was indeed very interested in this book. She reached out and took it and flipped through a page. It was a familiar bloody novel. It had been a long time since she had read a novel. This was her little hobby after the apocalypse in her previous life. I didn't have time to read it. I didn't expect that there was such a novel in Star Wars. So I stopped wiping my hair, held the novel in my hand, and read it with gusto. Then went back to the bedroom and casually said, "You wash up. I'll go back to the room first." Good. Long Xingluo's heart was beating loudly, and his eyes looked happily at the big red words, "Hi," on the door of the bedroom. His deep eyes flashed with little stars of joy, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but raise. And then he took a deep breath. He walked hand and foot to the bathroom, which was still full of fragrance and warmth. The sound of dripping water lasted for about 20 minutes. When he came out again, his black hair was still dripping with wet water. The water droplets fell and rolled down from his handsome profile to his sexy Adam's apple, and then all the way down, submerged into the noble black satin nightgown. The bathrobe is not too long and only reaches the knees, exposing the strong calves. The main theme is a lazy temptation. Long Xingluo was quite satisfied with his carefully prepared shirt. He shook his hair and walked nervously to the bedroom. Chapter 350. Started to have a love brain at the age of 8. Under the warm lamp, the beautiful woman was leaning on the bedside, holding a book in her hand and turning the pages. Her half-dried black hair fell down, sticking to her fair-skinned jade face, and her hair was still clinging mischievously. The corners of the upturned red lips made people's fingers itch, and they couldn't help but want to take off the 2 hair strands and hook them behind her small and exquisite ears. Long Xingluo stood by the bed, staring silently at the 2 hairs, and then at her drooping eyes and long, raised black eyelashes. He pursed his thin lips, and his eyes were full of gentle smiles. Just when he was mentally prepared to reach out and try to take off the 2 hair strands, Xininghuan, who was flipping through the book, said, "Why are you still standing here?" Long Xingluo was overjoyed and looked towards the empty space on the inside of the bed. "Can I come up?" Xininghuan looked away from the novel with some unfinished thoughts, and looked up at him with a half-smile. "Otherwise, it's not impossible for you to lay the floor tonight." Long Xingluo immediately jumped onto the bed, laid down obediently on the empty space inside, and pulled up the quilt. How could he sleep on the floor the night he received the certificate? His wife had invited him to sleep in her bed. How could a husband say no if he was so obedient? "Daughter-in-law, let's go to bed. It's getting late." Well, just when Xininghuan was about to put down her book and get ready to sleep, there was a knock on the door outside, and she subconsciously turned her head to look in the direction of the door. Long Xingluo's face turned dark, and he looked over. "Who?" The little fat man outside the door immediately explained nervously, his voice trembling slightly. "No, it's not me. It was the patriarch who asked me to call you. He said that the bride's mother-in-law is here and asked you to come over." Xininghuan had a surprised expression on her face. Her natal family? Who is it? She frowned and couldn't think of anyone who would come to the Star Territory to look for her. "I'll change my clothes and go take a look." Compared with her calm and curious attitude, Long Xingluo felt unhappy all over. What kind of mother-in-law would come at such a critical time when she wouldn't come at other times? He was full of resentment in his heart, but he didn't dare to show it on his face. He thoughtfully lifted the quilt and got out of bed first. With a low and gentle voice, he looked at Xininghuan and said comfortingly, "I'll go out first, and you can change your clothes slowly." "Okay," Xining responded with a smile. After the 2 of them changed their clothes, when the door opened, the little fat man outside had disappeared, and they didn't look for it. Long Xingluo turned his head and handed over his hand. "It's dark outside. Hold on to me, and we'll go directly to Grandpa's place." Xininghuan looked at his big hand dumbfounded. Although it was not very bright outside, it was not too dark, and spiritual cultivators could see it even in the dark night. However, she still put her hand on his big hand in a dignified manner. Long Xingluo clenched his big hands and dissipated the resentment in his heart, then summoned the Golden Dragon brothers and flew over at the fastest speed. It was quite lively outside the patriarch's house at the moment. A group of people were gathered around and didn't know what they were doing. Even the little fat guys were standing on tiptoes outside, jumping and jumping, shouting, "Let's go! Let me go in and have a look! Let me go in and have a look!" Xininghuan turned to look at Longxing Tower. "What are the lively activities in your clan at night?" Long Xingluo shook his head suspiciously. I haven't heard of it. Maybe I came back and didn't know. Both of them walked over curiously, and then caught the little fat man who was jumping up and down trying to squeeze in but couldn't. The little fat man's body stiffened, and he looked at Long Xinglo with a guilty look on his chubby face, with a slightly flattering expression on his face. Brother Lu, what can I do for you? Long Xinglo chuckled, but he didn't care about the little fat man and asked, What are you doing here? The little fat man's eyes lit up, and he got excited when talking about this. The bookseller is here. We all want to buy books. Brother Lu, don't you know that the novels about love sold by the boss are very popular? Well, many single dragons in our dragonborn family have relied on the methods in the book to catch up with their wives. I also want to buy a few more books. If you want to have a wife when you grow up, you have to learn from childhood so that you won't be a bachelor in the future. When it comes to love brains, there are really many dragon descendants. Look, this little fat guy started growing love brains at the age of 8. Xininghuan couldn't laugh or cry after hearing this. And then she became curious and pulled Long Xinglo to squeeze in. She also helped the little fat man and squeezed in with him. In the center of the crowd was a suave man. He was sitting on a pony. There was a long low table in front of him. On it were colorful and girly books, such as The Pampered and Unruly Little Wife, The Scheming Rough Man Takes on the Power, The Domineering President's Beautiful Girlfriend, Contracted Couple for 99 Days, Fake Acts Can Be Real, etc. There was one book that looked particularly familiar, but it wasn't the one she was reading just now while lying on the bed. The Story of the Little Darling Husband's Ascension. Please pamper the overbearing lady. This book was also the bestseller. When she saw it, there was only one copy left on the stall. Several men from the Dragonborn clan almost got into a fight over buying this book. Fortunately, the boss still had the stock in stock and put it out in time, so this was avoided. A murder caused by buying a book. Xininghuan was a little moved when she saw this grand event of snatching books. It was not like the people of the Dragonborn clan, who wanted to rely on the methods and books to chase people. But she wanted to enjoy reading novels. The one just now was not enough for her. Long Xinglo looked at the bookstall with deep eyes, sparks dancing in his eyes. And he was also very excited. So the two of them followed without hesitation and lined up. And soon it was their turn. Which one do you want? The boss asked while lowering his head to sort out the goods. I want them all. One copy of each. This time Long Xinglo didn't search at all. He wanted them all with a wave of his hand. He felt that he also needed to catch up on these lessons in dating and chasing people. Compared with the little fat man, he was already behind at the starting line. But he was smart and eager to learn. And it was not too late to learn now. Even though he can feel relaxed after marrying his wife, he doesn't feel relaxed at all. Can't he still divorce after getting married? He must always be prepared to tie his wife's heart tightly in order to avoid the misery of being divorced and abandoned. Result? Take it yourself, the boss said in a lazy tone, and raised his eyes to look at them. When he saw Xininghuan, the smile on his lips widened, and his peach blossom eyes also lit up. Niece Huan. Xininghuan, who was choosing a novel, was stunned for a moment, then looked up and scanned the man's face with his eyes, which looked a bit like his second uncle Xinhui. Just when she was guessing which uncle this was, he introduced himself with a bright smile. I am your fourth uncle Xinyao. I heard that you registered with the young master of the Long family. I happen to be in Taihang of the Long family. Xingshan will come and see you. Chapter 351 Fourth Uncle Xinyao. Xininghuan's eyes flashed. Is this fourth uncle so well informed? Grandpa said that he had not contacted his three uncles in the Upper Star territory for a long time, so it was impossible for him to know about it from his grandfather. Moreover, they had not registered for a long time, and the spread of the news was limited. At most, only insiders of the Dragonborn clan knew about it. Where did the fourth uncle get the news? And it came so quickly? But just come and see her. Why are you selling books here? Noticing that her little eyes kept looking at the small table, Xinyao was not embarrassed at all. He raised a handsome face and explained with a smile. Isn't this your fourth uncle? I also want to eat. You haven't done it yet. I'm just going to set up a stall here and make some money. Your fourth uncle is poor, and I have only been able to make ends meet for so many years in the Upper Star territory. Niece Huan. You don't mind? Right? Xininghuan pulled the corners of her mouth and shook her head. I understand. Poverty is the characteristic of the Xin family, so of course they must seize the time and race against time to make money. Xinyao immediately raised a brighter and more dazzling smile. His beautiful peach blossom eyes made the girls from the Dragonborn tribe around him look straight at him. I know, niece Huan, that you are kind-hearted and will understand me. By the way, I don't have much to offer your newlywed fourth uncle, so I will give you a few of my best-selling novels as gifts. As he spoke, he reached out and took one of each of the colorful novels on the small table. Finally, he thought about it and gritted his teeth and took out a book with a golden cover from the space spirit weapon and handed it over. This one is also here you go. The hardcover version of the novel, Taming the Husband Soon, is out of print. This is the only one I have left here. You must read it and study it carefully. On other planets or other families, these novels are just scraps. Regardless of whether they are hardcover or out of print, they are not very popular on the market. However, it is different in the Dragonborn family, which is rich in love brains. These are simply the highest treasures. Use them. The 12th grade treasures of heaven. Materials and earth will not be exchanged. When the surrounding girls of the Dragonborn clan saw the out-of-print novel that Sheninghuan had taken, their eyes turned green, and they all cast envious looks at her. If Long Xinglo hadn't been there to hold her down, they would have turned green. They might even dare to grab it. What a wonderful novel. So suitable for them. But it's a pity. After giving the gifts, Shen Yao didn't even look at Long Xinglo, his niece-in-law, but waved his hand and started to chase them away. Okay. I've finished reading the people, and the gifts have been given. You guys should go quickly, and don't delay me. It's business. Before Long Xinglo could reach out for the book, his hand stopped in midair. Then the two of them were squeezed out by other members of the Dragonborn clan who came to buy. Shen Yao's book-selling stall became lively and noisy again. Of a piece, Long Xinglo pursed his thin lips and looked sideways at Sheninghuan beside him. His brows furrowed and a hint of grievance in his voice. Does your fourth uncle not like me? Sheninghuan twitched the corner of her mouth. What a coincidence. She also felt that her fourth uncle didn't seem to like him very much. The highest level of not liking someone is to ignore him. Humph. You married someone's niece without saying a word. Do you still think he likes you? Sheninghuan and Long Xinglu were stunned for a moment and looked in the direction of the strange voice. Uncle Shintu, why are you here? The two looked surprised. Shintuyo had two dark circles under his eyes and looked listless. He stared at Longxing Tower with sad and angry eyes. Why was he here? Wasn't it because this kid abducted Huan? When Huan's disappearance in Xiaxing had caused such a big commotion. When he got the news and found out that she was teleported to Chai's house by those people, he hurried over to save people. Who knew that he was a step too late? And when he arrived? When Xiaxing exploded. He was unlucky. And the starship he was traveling in was also affected, and a big hole was blown out. They tried their best to save the people on the starship, and finally made an emergency landing on a deserted star to recuperate. When they finally returned to the main star from the desolate star, they heard the news that Sheninghuan was seriously injured and unconscious, and was taken back to the upper star territory for treatment by Longxing Tower. He was also anxious, and immediately rushed to the upper star territory non-stop. As a result, the news leaked out for unknown reasons, and he was caught by his own father as soon as he returned to the upper star territory. Without saying a word, his father started to teach him, an unfilial son who had not been home for more than 10 years, a lesson in life. After a meal of stir-fried shredded pork with bamboo shoots, he was escorted back to Shintu's house, where he was immediately locked up and given he went on a blind date to find a partner, and was not allowed to leave the house until he gave birth to a child. Good guy. Shintu Yu, who would rather die than be a tool to give birth to a child, of course ran away quickly. So he spent all his efforts to escape from his biological father. When he had just escaped to the Dragonborn clan's Taehangsing to join Shen Yao, the unfortunate news came that Huan and Long, this brat from Xinglo, registered his marriage. Suddenly, a bolt from the blue made him feel bad. He immediately took the lazy Shen Yao and rushed non-stop to the Dragonborn clan. He was chased like a dog by several dragons, and finally revealed his identity as the bride's mother-in-law, thus saving his own life. As a result, Shen Yao was so unreliable that he even set up a stall in front of the house of the Dragonborn clan. The most important thing is that Tang Yang's business is very good. Everyone from the clan leader to the clan members of the Dragonborn clan has a good impression of Shen Yao. It skyrocketed, and he was upgraded from an intruder into the clan's land to an idol of the clan in a matter of minutes. His attitude changed completely by 180 degrees. Of course, this is just Shen Yao's treatment. He is not so lucky. No matter how lively and popular Shen Yao's doll is, he will be squeezed out ruthlessly. Do you think he can avoid being haggard and wilting? Shen Tuyu carefully recounted the process of finding him here. Of course, he was caught and beaten to a pulp by his biological father, and he was almost treated as a childbearing tool. He did not mention the things that were detrimental to his majestic image, but it was enough to make Shen Huan sympathize, especially when she rushed to save her and was almost killed by the explosion of Monxiang's star, which made her look away with a guilty conscience. I don't know if the main reason for the explosion of Monxiang's star was her, so she quickly changed the subject. Hey, Uncle Shintu, have you known me for a long time? It was not only Shintu Lei's nephew who discovered this, but she, the client, was also aware of Shintu Yu's excessive attention to her. After much deliberation, she found no other explanation except that Uncle Shintu knew her before or fell in love at first sight. But love at first sight is obviously impossible. Long Xingluo's black eyes also glanced over. Shintuyo didn't hide it this time. He raised his lips and said, Your biological father is a close friend of mine. You should already know about him from your grandfather. Chapter 352 Hongming Sanctuary. Shen Huan had such an expression on her face. Then when you were on Edge Star, did you recognize me a long time ago? Shintuyo was pleased with her keenness, and then nodded as if with memories. Yes, I discovered you by accident 16 years ago. At that time, you had been transferred and were living on the Edge planet with your adoptive parents. After 2 years, your body was severely injured by a hunter not long after you were born. Your genes have almost collapsed, and you are likely to become a useless person with no ability to practice. Although the identity of your father has been dealt with fairly cleanly, it does not rule out that someone has already found out about the Shen family. Once you return to the Shen family, you are likely to be in danger. So I simply ignored the mistake and did not replace you. But secretly, the Edge Star will help you. If you can take good care of your body and successfully cultivate, it will not be too late to switch back when the time comes. But if you cannot practice, then just stay on the Edge Star and be an ordinary person. As long as you live happily, it will be fine. It's also your parents' wish. Originally, I thought you could only be an ordinary person with your body, but I didn't expect that the change was so fast. Your life experience was exposed by Shen Qiyu in advance, and you were taken back by the Shen family, and you were able to practice again. This was something Shen Qiyu couldn't understand, but he was still happy. Maybe it was because Huan had some adventure after being taken back to Shen's house. Shen Huan didn't know that Shintuyo had stayed with his original body for so long. No wonder the original owner was weak but never died. She was even well raised when she took over the body. It was her powerful soul power that brought the body to the verge of collapse. Or it was Bai Zhe who sealed most of her soul. Only then did he save her. And although the adoptive parents live in a gathering place where the natives of the Edge Star gather, it is not absolutely safe. Many families around them have also encountered dangers of one kind or another, but their family has always been stable. I am afraid that Shintuyo is indispensable here. Protected secretly. Thank you, Uncle Shintu, for your help over the years. Shen Huan bowed to Shintuyu with a solemn expression and thanked him. He thanked him for staying in a shabby place like Edge Star for 16 years, where his spiritual energy was almost cut off and unable to practice, to protect him and secretly help him. As for him not revealing the news to the Shen family, Shen Huan also understood very well. One less person knew that there was less danger. After all, there were too many and too powerful enemies behind him. Beside him, Long Xingluo also bent down solemnly and looked at Shintuyu with more gratitude. If it weren't for him, he might not have found such a good wife. Uncle Shintu, if you have nowhere else to go, you can stay in our clan and I will arrange a place for you. Shen Huan didn't know Shintuyu's difficulties, but Long Xingluo had the ability to read minds. He knew it very well after accidentally listening to Shintuyu's unlucky thoughts just now. Since he didn't want to be caught by his biological father and used as a childbirth tool, that it's safest to stay in their homeland. Shintuyu's eyes lit up and he immediately said, Really? Then you can arrange a place for me and I will live here. Hey, even his father wouldn't dare to be so presumptuous in the Dragonborn clan. Ha ha ha. He looked at Long Xingluo with a hint of kindness in his eyes. Considering that this boy has a good eye for the road, he looked a little more pleasing to his eyes today. After sending Uncle Shintu and his fourth uncle Shen Yao, who had sold out all the novels, to rest, Shen Huan and Long Xingluo returned to their houses. It was getting late at this time. Long Xingluo felt sorry for his wife and didn't want to do anything bad, so he hugged her and fell asleep. The next day, we set off to Hongming Sanctuary, where Hongming College is located, to take the admissions exam. The Hongming Sanctuary is located in the central area of the Upper Star Territory, and the Taiyang Star of the Dragonborn clan is also located nearby. It went very quickly, and it only took 2 hours to arrive. Hongming Sanctuary has a different style from Taiyang Star. There are no big cities here. It is all natural scenery. The amount of spiritual energy is several times higher than that on Taiyang Star. It can even form a dense mist and become spiritual mist. So everywhere in the sanctuary is covered with a thin layer of misty white gauze, making people feel like they are in a fairyland. Sheninghuan felt the spiritual energy rushing towards her face as soon as she stepped off the starship. Even if she did not exercise, the spiritual energy would penetrate into her body bit by bit. No wonder so many people are vying to become students of Hongming College. It is very exciting to take the initiative to drill spiritual energy into the body. Candidates taking the Hongming Academy admissions exam. Please note that once you enter the starry sky port of Hongming Sanctuary, a live broadcast will be started, recording the real situation of the candidates after entering the Hongming Sanctuary. The organizer is organized by Hongming College, and the Pishio clan is the partner provides live broadcast technical support, and all income belongs to Hongming College, candidates, and the Pishio family. If you have any objections, please do not participate. The broadcast sounded in the starport, and they could hear it as soon as they got off the starship. The starship that Sheninghuan was riding on belonged to the Dragonborn clan. So the only people on board were candidates from the Dragonborn clan who took the admissions exam. As for other unrelated people, they were not allowed to enter the Hongming Sanctuary. So the starship held 10 many candidates from the Dragonborn clan fled after arriving. At the same time, there were starships from other families that sailed into the starport and then left the same way. Each starship had its own gorgeous and domineering look. It could be said that the gods were already fighting before the admissions exam had even begun, showing off a wave of excitement. Among these starships that are either gorgeous or domineering, a low-key, broken starship appears to be particularly weak, helpless and pitiful. This is the starship that sent the candidates down to the star territory. At this time, 8 candidates were hiding in the starship and shivering. The starships outside looked very majestic and domineering. We lost the moment we came on stage. Ling Liang, who finally got one of the 8 places, had a slender and beautiful boyish face. Now he looked at the grand scene at the starry skyport with his eyes wide open, feeling a little bit reluctant to give up. He was born as a commoner, and had never seen much of the world. His ability to get into Baiwa Academy, one of the 3 top universities in the lower star territory, was all due to his simple hard-working nature and a little bit of luck, which was completely opposite to his appearance. The reason why he was able to get one of the 8 places this time was entirely due to his luck. Who would have known that a big explosion suddenly occurred during the Starfield competition, blowing up a group of 2 unlucky people who were arguing with each other. They were so close that the explosion immediately took the blame for them. While Ling Liang, fortunately, he avoided the big explosion and was not far from the unlucky ones who were bombed. But he just happened to pick them up while they were seriously injured and unable to move, and finally picked up the 8th number of number plates. For this reason, he was affectionately called the King of Leak Pickers by the people of the Empire in the lower star region. So he felt guilty at the moment. Among the 8 people, he felt that he was the weakest. As soon as he encountered a big scene, he couldn't hold himself back and started to panic. Chapter 353, I really thought she didn't dare to fight. Jean Xiaoyu also took a look outside and walked out of the starship with a solemn expression on her bright face. Well, the big family in the star territory has a profound background. Every Hongming College admissions exam is equivalent to it as normal for such a grand event to occur during a family strength competition. Wei Siyuan looked at the people in the starry skyport. His eyes were shining, and he looked eager to try. Aren't the geniuses from the big families very strong? I really want to fight with them. Gao Yu also blinked his seductive eyes and whistled in a frivolous tone. There are many beauties in the upper star territory. All of them are the pride of heaven. They must be very suitable to be confidant. There was an expression on Jean Xiaoyu's face that was hard to describe. There was a 4th junior brother who was a fighting man who could get into a fight with anyone at any time. A playboy 3rd junior brother who could have his legs broken at any time. And a 3rd junior brother who had no ambition at all and stayed in the lower star territory. She didn't want to take him with him at all. Ah, I miss my junior sister so much. I don't know how my junior sister is doing. Ling Liang turned to look at her. Remembering Shining-Huan, who was ranked first on the list when he first entered the campaign, caused a storm in the secret realm, and later disappeared and was searched by the entire empire, and had to lament his own shit again. Luck. If Shining-Huan hadn't disappeared and was still here, what would he have to do with Hongming College's 8 enrollment quotas? But at this moment, Gao Yingming, who was walking aside, snorted disdainfully. There has been no news from Shining-Huan for so long, so he might be dead. The affair between her and Tan Haofeng in the secret realm was discovered by Shining-Huan and Jin Qiaoyu. That bitch Tan Haofeng broke up with her on the spot, causing her to be divorced by the Tan family, abandoned by the Gao family, and ridiculed by the entire empire. As long as she went out, countless rumors would fall into her ears, forcing her to change from a noble goddess to a resentful woman with a worrying state of mind, wandering between madness and not madness. Jin Qiaoyu and Shining-Huan were obviously angered by her, and Jin Qiaoyu was sharply targeted by her on the way here. Jin Qiaoyu had tolerated it because she was going crazy. But now that this woman dared to curse her junior sister, she couldn't sit still. My junior sister Jiren has her own destiny. She must be fine. You are talking nonsense. What's wrong? I've been putting up with you for a long time. Gao Yingming looked over with cold and gloomy eyes, sneered and said mockingly, Why? Am I wrong? People are dying every day in this interstellar world, and one more Shining-Huan is not that many. To tell the truth, you won't be happy. I won't be happy with you. Come hit me! Jin Qiaoyu rolled up her sleeves with a hey, really pretending that she didn't dare to fight. The two girls, who were the only two among the 8 places, were competing against each other. In addition, Tan Haofeng, a big troublemaker who didn't mind watching the excitement, was laughing and fanning the flames. Not surprisingly, the two started fighting. TSK. TSK. You are indeed a bumpkin from the lower star territory. He has no manners at all. He broke into internal strife as soon as he came out. It really embarrasses their lower star territory. I don't care what the occasion is here. How can Hongming Sanctuary allow them to run wild? Those who come out of Xiaxingyu are not qualified. Even if you give them 8 quotas, it is too much. I think you should not give Xiaxingyu quota in the future. They are all here to embarrass you anyway. The people who came out of Xiaxingyu in the past few times are not one of them passed the test. And they were killed by our geniuses in the star territory. As a person, you still have to be self-aware and quit early. Otherwise you deserve to lose your life. Who is Shining-Huan that these bumpkins from the lower star territory are talking about? It sounds like she has some ability. Hey, I heard a news recently. I heard that the Chai family's branch in the lower star territory was taken over by someone. The instigator seems to be named Shining-Huan. I have also heard that it seems that because the Chai family broke a taboo and boiled human broth to increase the level, Shining-Huan was the victim who was almost stewed after being captured. Then when she fought back, she directly blew up Monxiang, a branch of the Chai family. Star. That branch of the Chai family was also in bad luck, catching someone they shouldn't have. No. I heard that the Chai family branch betrayed the main branch and colluded with the Miao people. They used Miao insects to absorb the aura and vitality of the human body to stew soup to increase the level. Then, they were served in a pot by the Dragonborn clan, who came to save Shining-Huan. People of the Dragonborn clan have always been fond of love, and it is something they can do to serve the whole family for the sake of their sweetheart. Ha ha ha. No matter what, the relationship between the Dragonborn clan and the Chai family has been forged. Brother, you are lagging behind with this news. Even if this incident had not happened, the relationship between the Long family and the Chai family would have been on the same level. There was a fight between the two clans more than a year ago, and several branches of the Chai family died, as well as a direct descendant. You forgot. There is such a thing. The Chai family is a snake-turned-snake clan. They have long been unhappy with the Dragon clan. They have targeted the Dragon clan openly and secretly. The hatred between the two clans is deep. Is there something good to watch in the Hongming College admissions exam this time? Well, the number of people coming from the Chai family this time is twice that of the Long family. The Long family does not have an advantage in terms of numbers. Let's fight. Fight. We can finally see Hongming College's admissions exam this year. Thanks to the Pishio clan for providing technical support. Ah, don't look at those bumpkins in the star territory. Let's take a look at the geniuses of the major families in our upper star territory. I heard that young heads from several families are participating this year. Mi Qianyan from the Unicorn clan, Bai Mei from the Mianshui clan, Miao Hua from the Miao clan, Gong Shan from the White Tiger clan, Jing Yao from the Suzaka clan, And she gone from the Chi family. All of them are the best among people. Ah. By the way, there is also the young master of the Dragonborn clan, Long Xinglo. He has always been in the lower star territory, and rarely moves in the upper star territory. I don't know what he looks like, but the men of the Dragonborn clan have always been handsome and infatuated. He is the dream husband candidate for all the girls in our upper star field. Hee hee. Maybe this young master of the Dragonborn clan, who is selected in the Hongming Academy's admissions exam this year, can also spark love with other proud girls. Hey, the ladies from our Nightmare clan, who took part in the admissions exam, have long been thinking about the young master of the Dragonborn clan. A few days ago, we even heard them bet on who could capture him first. The same goes for several ladies from our Chaos clan. They are particularly interested in the young master of the Dragonborn clan. If they can really catch this golden turtle son-in-law, their future prospects will be limited even if they fail to enter Hongming College. In the future, the wife of the patriarch of the Dragonborn clan will be able to have a large supply of natural materials and treasures even if she does not work hard and relies on the favor of men. Hey, I really want to marry into the Dragonborn clan. But the Dragonborn clan's method of choosing a mate has always been unreasonable. You don't just get chosen if you are good. You have to rely on your feelings. They rely on their feelings, looking for the destined person. Although I am poor and average, if I feel right, if I am attracted by the young master of the Dragonborn clan, I will be able to reach the sky in one step and reach the pinnacle of my life. Ha ha ha. Chapter 354. Is she jealous of her beauty? Don't worry about our young master's chastity. Our young master has already registered to marry a wife. Women outside have no chance. Don't think about it and dream about it all day long. Wake up quickly. As soon as the Dragonborn clan member spoke, a huge earthquake immediately occurred on the live broadcast. Some girls in the upper star territory, who were eager to stage a romantic encounter, immediately withered and begged for death before the plan even started. In their hearts, this was really not good news. So they all reluctantly wanted to see which little goblin had bound the person so quickly. The people of the lower star territory empire, who had been dissed for a long time and did not dare to show up, now quietly became angry. They knew about this. Isn't Longxing Tower the former second prince of their empire? The second prince. Not long ago, the search for Shining Huan was so vigorous that the whole empire knew about it. They could guess who the daughter-in-law he was marrying could be guessed at random. So one by one, they looked at the people in the star territory jumping up and down on the barrage looking for the little goblin. They raised their heads and raised their chests, feeling a sense of pleasure in mastering the secret. However, this secret could not be hidden for long. The big families in the upper star territory also had branches in the lower star territory. So the news spread quickly. This time, the name Shining Huan has officially entered the eyes of everyone in the upper star territory. The previously ambiguous Shining Huan took over the branch of the Chai family in the lower star territory. It was not a big deal. It was just a branch that was expelled by the Chai family. It was not uncommon for certain branches of families in the upper star territory to be wiped out. The opposite is very common. So even if Mangxiangxing is really blown up by Shining Huan, they will not take him seriously. But the way to becoming the young master and wife of the Dragonborn clan is different. The Dragonborn clan is the largest family in the upper star field in terms of combat power. So it will naturally attract widespread attention. Some people are envious. Others are jealous. And some secret eyes are very angry. Those who were dissatisfied with the Dragonborn clan or Shining Huan immediately jumped out. TSK. A bumpkin from the star realm. Young Master Long is so blind that he actually falls in love with her. Humph. It must be because young Master Long grew up in the lower star territory, so his vision is not high. If young Master Long grew up in the upper star territory and has seen other proud women, then she is nothing. Found it. That one is Shining Huan. She is pretty. Could it be that she attracted Long Xinglo because of her appearance? I didn't expect Long Xinglo to be such a superficial person. You guys have some moral integrity. Our sister Huan is more than just looks. She is very powerful. Yes. It scares you to death to say it. But we just don't say it. Hey. It's just that the people I like in Xingyu are not very good. I just generalize and say bad things about Sister Huan without understanding. Just waiting to be slapped in the face. Damn it. Do people from the lower star territory deserve to be beaten for their words? The headbanging between upper star territory and lower star territory on the live broadcast did not affect the people in the starry sky port. Shining Huan, who was among the Dragonborn clan, also noticed the commotion caused by the 8 people from lower star territory. What happened to third senior brother? Why did senior sister get into a fight? The sudden voice frightened Gao Yu. He turned his head in shock with his peach blossom eyes widened. Little junior sister. How come you suddenly appeared like a ghost and made no sound? Shinning-Huan had an innocent look on her face. It's third senior brother. You were too engrossed in watching me. I walked over here normally. Long Xinglo, who was standing next to her, also nodded solemnly in support. My wife is right. Third senior brother. You are too careless. Huh? Gao Yu looked at the two people who were married to each other and was speechless. Two of them were bullying him. Right? No. Have you two made any progress? He looked at the hands held by the two of them, his peach blossom eyes sparkling. As a man with countless confidence, he keenly felt that the atmosphere between the two had changed and became sweet. Long Xinglo glanced at him appreciatively, then nodded reservedly. Huan and I have registered our marriage. What? You are married? Jin Qiaoyu over there didn't even bother to fight. She looked over with a shocked face. Then she threw Gao Yingming away and strode over and asked hurriedly. When did you get married? Why didn't you notify me? I didn't have time. I'm preparing wedding gifts for you. Shinning smiled happily and said, It was just yesterday. There is no need to send gifts now. It will not be too late to send them after we have a wedding. Jin Qiaoyu nodded and said it was true. When her strength becomes higher in the future, it will not be too late to give away better things after she gets them. Then she seemed to remember something, and asked with joy on her face. By the way, junior sister, why are you here? You also got a quota? It's great that the junior sister didn't miss the Hongming College admissions exam. Shinning-Huan curled her lips. Well, otherwise how could I stand here? Jin Qiaoyu giggled. Senior sister asked the wrong question. As she said this, she looked towards the resentful Gao Yingming not far away, with a proud expression on her face. I knew you would not fall behind. Little junior sister. Some people's curses have failed. Shinning-Huan followed her eyes, and understood why the senior sister got into a fight just now. Then she glanced at Gao Yingming lightly, and looked away to continue talking to the senior sister. Silence was better than sound at this time, and the obvious neglect made Gao Yingming's face darken, as he had just put on fighting mode. This Shinning-Huan was even more annoying than Jin Qiaoyu. Her eyes were vicious as if she wanted to kill on the spot. Long Xinglo sensed the murderous intent and frowned. He raised his feet and stood forward, blocking her sight. He glanced at her coldly, daring to bully his wife to pass him first. Gao Yingming subconsciously looked away, and then gritted his teeth unwillingly. Shinning-Huan was really disgusting. Why did she have such a good man? But she ended up like this. The scene of Longxing Tower protecting his wife has also fallen into the eyes of many of the proud women of the major families in the Star Sky Port, especially those who have investigated him and regarded him as a target. Dark, secretly angry, jealous and angry eyes from all directions were directed at Shinning-Huan. Shinning-Huan noticed it and raised her head blankly. She was a little confused. Why were everyone looking at her like this? Could it be that they were jealous of her beauty? This episode passed quickly. Everyone who came to take the admissions exam was led by the belated seniors of Hongming College to officially enter the Hongming Sanctuary. However, they were not students of Hongming College yet, so they were not eligible to enter. In the center of the sanctuary, you could only rest for one night in the bamboo huts on the periphery, waiting for the admissions exam to start tomorrow. Chapter 355. Grab the best house. Even the bamboo forest on the periphery of the Hongming Sanctuary is an 8th grade purple bamboo forest. The bamboo forest is as dense as clouds and has a profound artistic conception, coupled with a light white mist. It is like a Guanyin dojo, sacred and inviolable. In this bamboo forest, there are purple bamboo houses of various sizes, especially the bamboo house in the center of the forest, which is the tallest, largest and most elegant. The person leading the way was a beautiful senior sister in white clothes with an air of fairy spirit. Her name was Hua Nanrong. After leading all the candidates here, she said with a gentle smile, This purple bamboo forest is the most beautiful place for every candidate to take the exam. Temporary residence in front of us. You can choose your own place. Ah, yes. There is another thing you may want to refer to. Every year, the best Ziju house in the Ziju forest ranks first in the admissions examination of our Hongming College. It is said that there is some mysticism in it. I don't know if it is true or not. You seniors, I didn't grab the best room back then. Nor did I get first place. It's such a pity. If I had known, I would have worked hard to grab it. After she finished speaking, she and the other seniors who were smiling strangely, disappeared like a puff of smoke without giving others a chance to react. This whole fairyland seemed to have suddenly turned into a ghost, which was quite scary. Jin Xiaoyu looked around with vigilance and cautiously moved closer to Shining Huan. Junior sister, do you think there is any mystery in what the senior said just now? Should we go grab the best house? Shining Huan and Long Xinglo looked at each other, and then said in unison, grab it. As soon as they finished speaking, the two of them took the lead and rushed towards the purple bamboo house in the center. At the same time, several figures jumped forward among the crowd of candidates. But in the blink of an eye, the originally quiet and peaceful purple bamboo forest was filled with tense situations and murderous intent. All kinds of swords and swords flashed by at an incredible speed. Those with lower strength could not keep up with their speed. What was equally astonishing was the purple bamboo forest. The bamboos seemed to be refreshed. 1 second they were broken and destroyed, and the next second they were restored to be exactly the same as before. No trace of the fight could be left in this purple bamboo forest. It's awesome. It's worthy of Hongming College. It has a profound foundation. Even the temporary settlement in this peripheral area uses an infinite reset spiritual pattern array. The reset speed is so fast. It must be at least 11. It's a high-level spiritual pattern. What's the 11th level? I don't know what I'm talking about. This is obviously the 12th level advanced spirit pattern array. It is said that the president of the Spirit Pattern Masters Association set it up when he was still a student of Hongming College. Look! Look! This fight is so exciting. My eyes are so dazzled that I can't keep up with their speed. Is this the strength of the geniuses of the major families? They are really too strong. It's just a solo fight now. Their spirit beasts haven't appeared yet. Otherwise it would definitely be more spectacular. No. What the senior said was probably just a joke. Is it necessary to fight so hard to grab the bamboo house? I think the senior sister is deliberately provoking it. The geniuses present all represent their respective families. This recruitment is not only about their admission to Hongming College, but also represents the face of the major families. The senior sister said that the best house was suspicious, so they had to rob it just to save face. So the doubts are raised. True or false? Oh, I'm a little bald. No. Is there any first-place finisher from the previous sessions of Hongming Academy who can give an explanation? Everyone on the Star Network scratched their heads, unable to determine whether the senior sister's words were true or false. But the intensity of the war in the bamboo forest was rising steadily. Even those who were still hesitant were affected, and the blood in their bodies was ignited. One by one, they began to be eager to try and gear up. As a result, a chaotic war began. Even if someone wanted to stand still or take advantage of the situation, everyone was involved. Shining Huan and Long Xinglo were at the forefront of the chaotic battle, and she also encountered a strong enemy. This is a seemingly delicate, charming and seductive woman. She has a soft figure and is very good at jujitsu. She also likes to fight with people close to her body. She is like a beautiful snake that entangles and hangs people. Originally, she was clinging to Long Xinglu, but Long Xinglu abides by male morality. When he saw something was wrong with this woman and wanted to covet his beauty, he immediately hid away from his wife on alert. Shining Huan stood in front of him and looked at the woman with a charming smile opposite him displeasingly. She chopped off the person's head with a sharp machete without mercy. Her voice rebuked. He is a married man. Please respect yourself. Miao Ying's body was soft, and she lowered her waist and spun around, easily dodging it. Then she winked at her with a charming smile, and smiled sweetly. There are no men in the world who don't steal cats. So you turn a blind eye and close one. If you don't just look at it, it's okay. Women who care too much are not liked by men. Don't you think so, Master Long? As Jiao Ruan spoke with a smile, her arms wrapped around Shining Huan's arms as dexterously as a snake. They seemed soft, but were actually extremely powerful. Shining Huan lowered her eyes and said in a calm tone with a hint of ridicule, Huh? People have different personalities, and men have different temperaments. It seems that you are not very lucky. You have met unkind people in the past, and all you have met are scumbags. It's so miserable. Nowadays, men still wear the same colored glasses as before. As she spoke, her arm was wrapped in white light. Then her arm vibrated and trembled. Then she changed her hand with a machete, flipped it around, and slashed at her arm quickly and accurately. Miao Ying's face changed slightly. She didn't expect Shining Huan to be so bold and die together. At the same time, she was very angry at her words. but she had to avoid their sharp edges. She subconsciously loosened some of her strength. Loosening can lead to retreat, but advancing can attack. Once Xininghuan's sword hesitates for a moment, it is her best time to attack. Miss Shen seems to have great confidence in young Master Long. It must be because of the rumors that the Dragonborn clan has a lifelong relationship with one person. Then does Miss Shen know the other extreme of the Dragonborn clan? They are carefree and spend their whole lives lingering among flowers. The gene may not show up in the early stage, but may show up in the later stage. Xininghuan's dark pupils were calm and resolute. There was no hesitation in the knife in his backhand. On the contrary, he was decisive. Sharp and sharp. The strong wind that was coming had already arrived first, and the sharpness pierced the skin. Miao Ying's face changed drastically. She actually dared. At the critical moment, she let go and retracted. In the confrontation between the two sides, she showed her intention to retreat first, which was also the best flaw for Xininghuan. The blade of the blade, which was just a hair away from her arm, suddenly stopped. She grasped the scale accurately. She curled her lips, and the knife in her hand as if he had expected it. He didn't stop for a second before turning in a very fast direction and slashing across. Chapter 356 Gender, Women Like Men. The bright silver blade cut through the air, and the cold edge of the arc could no longer be resisted. Miao Ying dodged and retreated. Retreating steadily, she fully demonstrated what it means to retreat step by step. The moment she stepped back, it meant that she lost this confrontation with Xininghuan. She looked at Xininghuan with an ugly face, and there was a haze in her beautiful eyes. Miss Shen doesn't seem to have listened to my kind words, so I wish Miss Shen can really grow old with young Master Long. Xininghuan raised her red lips, pretending not to understand the strange mocking curse in her words, smiled and nodded her thanks. I'd like to lend you some good words. Long Xinglo also put his arm around her waist at the right time, and nodded reservedly to Miao Ying as if to declare his sovereignty. Thank you for your support. Miao Ying's face suddenly turned green with anger. Ah, showing affection will kill you quickly. Woohoo, this Xininghuan looks like she has something. Humph. I just forced back one Miao Ying. Miao Ying's combat power level can only be ranked in the middle among the Miao geniuses. Her most powerful skill is raising poisonous insects. Now she just hasn't used her poisonous insects yet. Yes. The Miao people are not good at fighting. Their poison is the most powerful. It is too early for you to blow on Xininghuan. And young Master Long is still with her, so he may have helped secretly. She is just a lowly person from the lower star territory. She was chosen by young Master Long just because of good luck. Do you really think she is a person? It is still interesting to see our genius from the upper star territory. Oh, look! The young master from the Mianshui tribe. The master Bai Mei and the young master Mi Qianyin of the Unicorn clan are facing each other. Oh, this is called a fairy fight. Both of them are good-looking, high status, and have excellent temperament. If you are lucky enough to eat the soft rice of one of them, you can hundreds of years less struggle. Qi Qian and Tan Anlin are not bad here either. The Tan family has not chosen a young master yet, but it is said that Tan Anlin is the most promising candidate. Ah, that boy from the Chai family stepped in to help Tan Anlin. Qi Qian lost, but Tan Anlin won and got the priority. Damn it. He and young Master Long and his wife met. Hey, Bai Mei also won here. Tan Anlin and Bai Mei cooperated. Now there is a good show. If it was just one-on-one between young Master Long and the two of them, there is no need to say the chance of winning. But now Long the young master brought a bottle of oil, so the result is not certain. Ah, exciting. Xininghuan looked at Bai Mei and raised the corners of her mouth. One for each person. Long Xinglo nodded obediently, then turned around and faced Tan Anlin. Xininghuan also took action at the same time, slashing at Bai Mei with a machete. Bai Mei swung a water chain whip beautifully and sharply, and the water vapor was chilly. Your eyes seem familiar. After several battles, Bai Mei suddenly said. Xininghuan raised her eyebrows, but they looked familiar. She had met Bai Mei once in the Xianyu secret realm of the lower star territory. They were also in a bamboo forest at that time. But at that time, she cheated on Qian Hongxiang's face. After killing Chai Haoji and others, they almost drained the Yashan bamboo marrow liquid. But at the last moment, it was revealed by Bai Mei, the sixth person, who also pretended to be a pig and eat the tiger. Finally, Bai Mei took out the remaining Iwari bamboo marrow liquid, and the two of them worked together to finish the entire pool of Iwari bamboo marrow liquid. Chai Haoji was so angry that he jumped up and down. In this way, the two of them could barely be regarded as allies in the same trench before. but it was impossible for them to recognize her. Shining Huan refused sternly. I'm married and have no interest in women. You can't even think of chatting with her. Bai Mei, who was looking into Shining Huan's eyes and wanted to examine them carefully, stumbled. Her eyes widened in shock. I didn't mean that. Shining Huan raised her eyebrows. What does that mean? After hearing this, Long Xingluo immediately felt like a gust of wind. He put his arms around Shining Huan's waist and glared at Bai Mei across from him with a dark face. If you want to steal my wife, you must get past me first. Bai Mei was wronged. She was a woman and like men. She opened her mouth to explain. But Long Xingluo didn't listen. He felt that this woman was shameless and coveted his wife. His eyes were very wary. And he immediately beat her up. Bai Mei had to fight back and continue to explain that she was not interested in women. Long Xingluo, on the other hand, had a stinking face and an attitude of, if you don't listen, I won't listen. And I will kill this little goblin who covets my wife. The original serious style of the battle for the house suddenly changed. Tan Anlin, who had no opponent, rushed over and saw this scene. He, Dot! Tan Anlin, how about I leave? Of course, he had to go in the direction of the bamboo house. But Shining Huan, who had eyes and ears in all directions, stopped him. The two sides exchanged opponents and fought fiercely. However, this one-on-one situation could not last long. The geniuses from other major families had already caught up and started a chaotic fight again. As long as anyone approaches the bamboo house, they will be besieged by many parties and jointly pushed back. Therefore, even if the Dragonborn clan's combat power is stronger than that of other clans, they will not be able to gain favor, because they are the most guarded. So, the fight continued into the night and into the early morning, when everyone was tired and their mental defense was at its weakest. Shining Huan pretended to be exhausted and weakly hid in the defense circle of the Dragonborn clan. Then she caught those people's contempt for her, and her figure slowly disappeared into the defensive circle. She hid her figure, mobilized Da Huang's ability, and plunged into the bamboo house with a teleport. Someone sensed something was wrong and wanted to stop him. Shining Huan opened the door and rushed forward with all her might, and finally successfully entered the bamboo house. Ding identity information has been entered. Shining Huan, owner of Bamboo House Number 1. This not-so-loud mechanical sound was undoubtedly a thunderbolt in everyone's ears. The scene of the chaotic battle seemed to have been pressed on the stop button, and they all froze in place. Miao Ying's smile cracked. Shining Huan? How could it be Shining Huan? How did she get there? The geniuses of other families also had the same loss of grace on their faces, showing expressions of disbelief and shock. Impossible. How could it be her? Didn't she just stop making it, and could only seek refuge in the shelter of the Dragonborn clan? Everyone in the Dragonborn clan also subconsciously looked at their central circle. Oh wow. She is really gone. When did such a young master and his wife disappear? They don't know either. The corners of Long Xinglian's face were raised high. My wife is very powerful. I have already told you so. Everyone in the Dragonborn clan was confused. They thought the young master's wife was just in charge of the young master. She was very capable in this regard. But the other geniuses were dissatisfied, and all of them looked gloomy and ugly, as if they owed them 8 million and made excuses for their failure in not being able to grab the bamboo house. Humph. It turns out that he is from the Star Realm. He can't get on the stage, so he tries his best to sneak in. Unlike us, who are upright and upright. It's normal for our upright gentlemen, Miss Duanfang, to scheme against a gutter rat. Chapter 357 is full of cowardice. Shining Huan got half of her body out of the bamboo house, looked at the people outside with envy, jealousy and hatred in their eyes, and said with a half-smile, I thought only those sour chickens who couldn't afford to lose like to make excuses for their incompetence. No, I thought some of you would like it too. Immediately, the outstanding talents of the major families exploded like a cat whose tail was stepped on. And then stay away from the person who just spoke, using practical actions to show that they were not stupid chickens and were not in the same group with that person. Shining Huan raised the corners of her mouth, smiled, and then looked at Longxing Tower. Come in quickly. The space inside this bamboo house is quite large. There is no problem in holding dozens of people. Let all our tribesmen come in together. Yeah. Coming right away. Long Xinglian responded with a gentle face, then raised his chest slightly, and under the complicated and weird eyes of others, he led the tribe members to walk proudly towards the bamboo house with steps that they would not recognize as relatives. Leaving behind, they have a proud back of the head. Let's just say, does this young Master Long look like he deserves a beating? Like my divorced rich wife's newly adopted pretty boy. His whole body is full of greedy people. Ahem. This metaphor is a bit too much. He is the young master of the Dragonborn clan. How can he be compared to the pretty boy who was kept in the family? Breaking news! Breaking news! Guess what I learned from a good friend of the Dragonborn clan? This young Master Long was actually bought by Shininghuan and was given as a gift. Hey, there is such an outrageous thing. Please expand on it. Just like this. And then again, young Master Long was sold as a partner by his parents. What? Just a customized defensive spiritual pattern array can get a love-minded husband from the Dragonborn clan. This is a great deal. How about I also buy one from the Dragonborn clan? Even if they can't buy their young master. The other little brothers of the Dragonborn clan are also good. Looking at the dozens of people in the live broadcast. They are all tall, long-legged and good-looking. What are you thinking? Although our Dragonborn clan is poor, we don't sell ourselves to everyone. Yes, we are all dragons with backbone. We must be the one who is destined. Not only can we sell ourselves, but we can also bring all our family property to pay for it. Wah. Look at me. You are my light, my love, and my destined person. Ah, please buy me as soon as you see the news. I will be waiting for you at the place where we first met. Tang Tang. I am also waiting for you to buy me in Tay Hangsing. I will give you my life. Tang Tang. Don't you want to ride a dragon? I am 18 years old and have contracted a black dragon. Come to me quickly and let's ride the dragon together. Damn. This live broadcast has become a confessional wall for the Dragonborn clan. These Dragonborn clan men are really good at it. The love words they write are so disgusting. Seeing that the style of painting on the barrage was gradually getting worse. The atmosphere in the bamboo forest was not quite right either. After the Dragonborn clan entered the bamboo house, several acquaintances, Jing Yao and Shin Tu Lei, also shamelessly squeezed in. Shininghuan also called the senior sister, third senior brother and fourth senior brother in. And then, there was a sound coming from inside the house. There were bursts of exclamation and excitement. Wow! There is so much going on in this bamboo house. There are so many delicacies there. It smells so good. Hey, don't compete with me for this pan-fried lamb chop. Suck. Sniff. Put down that cheese cube and let me do it. Everyone outside looked at each other, frowning. Senior Sister Hua said the secret to winning first place is some food? It's just some food. How can it determine victory or defeat? It's probably the people of the Dragonborn clan who deliberately confused the situation. Yes, that must be the case. The woman who came from the Star Territory is very cunning. She must have done this to cover up the real mystery in the bamboo house. No, we can't be fooled. We must be careful, someone suggested. In our alliance, the Dragonborn clan is already strong, and with the opportunity to seize the opportunity, they have a greater advantage than us. We must cooperate to have a chance of winning against them for a place in the school. Is there a possibility that they didn't mean it and were really eating delicious food? Looking at the serious analysis of these talented people, I suddenly felt that they thought too much and seemed not very smart. Who says they are not smart? No matter what the mystery is in the bamboo house. They took this opportunity to stand on the community of interests and propose an alliance to eradicate the Dragonborn clan first. This is definitely a wise move. Right? Oh, it's all the Shininghuan's fault. So what if they rob the bamboo house? It's just a table of delicious food. The group of people outside are in an alliance. It's hard for them to defeat 4 people with just 2 fists. The Dragonborn clan is already at a disadvantage because of their small number. Now the geniuses of other families have joined forces. And the situation of the Dragonborn clan is even worse. She is a broomstar. And the entire Dragonborn clan is implicated. That's right. The Dragonborn clan praised this woman like a flower before. But now they regret it. All kinds of news criticizing Shininghuan were rolling in all of a sudden. And all the praise she had received when she snatched the bamboo house was drowned out. Everyone in the lower star territory threw the plate in anger. They couldn't help but roll up their sleeves and go online to defend Shininghuan. We don't believe it. Although they can't beat the people in the upper star territory, it doesn't mean they can't scold them. Look at these upper stars. The people in the star territory have a sense of superiority on their faces. And they are talking about the bumpkins from the star territory one after another. Ah Tui. They can't bear it anymore. On Xiao Luo Xing. Zhao Xuanmei comforted Shin Jing Shan. Dad? Dad? Don't get angry. The more evil those people are now, the more we Huan will be slapped in the face when we get more powerful in the future. This is called suppressing first and then rising. Shin Jingshan didn't even look back and continued to fight on the front line of the verbal battle. Don't worry. I'm not angry. I just want to scold them. These people who go to the Star Realm are too arrogant. They will be bloody if I don't fight them. Zhao Sun was stunned for a moment. That's okay. We have nothing to do now anyway. Then she rolled up her sleeves and happily went online to tease people. The chubby Shin Jidong on the side also had a serious face. And Shining Huan, the little anti-terrorist pioneer, was particularly serious about her role. In the bamboo forest of Hongming Sanctuary, the people in the bamboo house did not come out after entering. On the contrary, it became more and more lively. Some people waiting outside looked ugly. Mi Qianyan, who was standing in the corner, was different from them. Now she chuckled and said to the tribesmen behind her, Let's go. Let's go rest. Wait a minute. Won't young Master Mi discuss with us how to deal with the Dragonborn clan? Miao Ying frowned slightly and shouted. Mi Qianyan had a smile on his cheerful face. He paused and glanced at her lightly. We, the Unicorn clan, have not promised to form an alliance with you, so there is no need to discuss it. After saying that, she took her tribe members to a few bamboo houses nearby and went into rest. Chapter 358 Game Secret Island Survival. Miao Ying's face turned ugly. When she turned around, the people from the Suzaku, White Tiger, Pishio and Xuanwu tribes also left the place and entered other bamboo houses in the bamboo forest. She stamped her feet angrily. A bunch of idiots! If you don't cooperate with us Miao people to deal with the Dragonborn clan now, I don't think you can get anything out of it. Miao Hua, as her name suggests, has picturesque features and a cold temperament. When she heard this, her cold eyes swept over her, and her voice was cold. When will you be able to represent the Miao people? We, the Miao people, have always had a good relationship with the Dragonborn people, and the clan will not allow it. You start a fight. After saying that, she turned around and left, followed by several Miao people who were obsessed with their own world, leaving only a few standing behind Miao Ying. Miao Ying's angry eyes glared at Miao Hua's back fiercely, gritted her teeth and said bitterly, Damn Miao Hua. Sooner or later I will take your place as a saint. A woman behind her stepped forward and reminded her worriedly. The live broadcast is going on now. Will the elders in the clan see it? They always value the Miao Hua saint. Miao Ying sneered, with disdain on her face. No. Those old guys are obsessed with cultivating goo, and don't even know the way out. How could they watch such a live broadcast? If it weren't for the secret realm of poisonous insects in Hongming College, Miao Hua and the others, I won't travel thousands of miles away from the mountains to take any test here. Chai Haoji walked over with twinkling eyes, a gentle gentlemanly look on his face. Miss Miao, do you want to deal with the Dragonborn clan? I'm willing to help. Miao Ying glanced at him, with a charming smile on her face again, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Oh, what can you do? Chai Haoji had a sinister look in his eyes. Young Master Long is the center of the Dragonborn clan, and his weakness is also obvious. That is Shining Huan from the Lower Star region. According to the Dragonborn clan's paranoia about their partners, as long as Shining Huan dies, young Master Long will be eliminated, and the rest of the Dragonborn clan will be in chaos. Miao Ying's eyes flashed, and she said thoughtfully, What you said makes sense. Several families, including the Chai family and the Gao family, who had not left, also gathered around, and a group of people gathered together to discuss the plan. Hey Tui, why is this insidious villain Chai Haoji here? Didn't you hear that he was kicked out of the house by the Chai family before? Where did he get the quota? Could it be that the Chai family says one thing and does another, and is still here secretly? Support this Chai Haoji. The ghosts who were killed by the Chai family on Moncheong Star are not happy. Humph. Chai Haoji only asked for the enrollment quota when he became someone's son-in-law. It has nothing to do with our Chai family. Chai Haoji and Chai Zian are also interesting siblings. One became a son-in-law, and the other married himself off. They both got quotas. It can be said that they did whatever it takes. I want to see what kind of trouble the two of them can make in the admissions exam. Come. Why haven't these Chai brothers and sisters been beaten to death? They used to be very annoying in our lower star territory, but now they are still jumping around in the upper star territory. Forget about Chai Haoji. He is also a famous genius after all. But Chai Zian, who dares to marry this woman? She liked the second prince before. No. She should be called Young Master Long now. She was madly in love with young Master Long before, and made it known to everyone. For this reason, she also targeted our sister Juan. Now she is willing to marry for sure, not for love. She may be using her wronged husband as a stepping stone to get closer. As for young Master Long, you should leave as soon as possible. If you marry such a woman, you will be in bad luck sooner or later. And you may even get a free cuckold. The estranged husband is Gao Inghan from the Gao family, who was also Chai Zian's previous fiancé. Is there something wrong with his mind? He should know everything about what Chai Zian caused in the lower star territory before. And he still marries her even though he's like this. Could it be that she is also a lover? That she loves Chai Zian so much that she tolerates everything about her? What Chai Zian did in Xiaxingyu is very interesting at first glance. Please tell me more. I like to hear it. Amidst a group of people gossiping and watching the show, it finally arrived at 6 o'clock in the morning, and the Hongming College admissions exam finally began. Hongming College is a typical place where people don't talk much. There is no opening ceremony, and there is no gathering speech. As soon as the time comes, the candidates in the bamboo forest are directly transported into the secret realm of the examination. The venue for this Hongming College admissions examination is the heaven-level game Secret Island Survival. All game rules in the game's secret realm are the existence of truth, light brains, externally carried space spiritual weapons are prohibited. Externally carried side weapons are prohibited. And only the beast controlling space can be used. All items are obtained by the candidates themselves in the secret realm based on their ability. There is no limit on food, weapons, parts, natural materials, and earthly treasures. The rules of the game are explored and understood by the candidates themselves. The flow of time in the secret realm of the game is accelerated. The game time is 100 days. Within 100 days, candidates who reach the central island and pass the game will pass the admissions exam and become Hongming Academy student reserve. As soon as Xinhuan opened her eyes, she heard the news coming from the air, and her face flashed with surprise. There was actually a secret realm in the game, which was a bit interesting. Look again. You are on an island beach. The scorching sunshine and the hot sand are extremely real. There are only some white SHLs and small crabs crawling on the surrounding beach. And there is a single seedling not far away. Coconut tree. And a lonely big coconut on the coconut tree. She swallowed her saliva, feeling like she was thirsty, and her body was short of water. Ever since she started spiritual cultivation, she no longer had such a strong physiological reaction. She subconsciously used her spiritual power to condense a drop of water and stuffed it into her mouth. However, when she took a sip of water, not only did it not relieve her thirst, but the water in her body was lost faster, and her mouth became drier. Isn't one of the rules of the game in the secret realm that one cannot use spiritual power to turn water into daily necessities? Thinking of this, she quickly ran towards the coconut tree. A blade of wind passed by, and the big coconut hanging on the door fell straight down and was put into her arms. Ding dong, congratulations to player Xinhuan for getting an edible coconut. Listening to the mechanical sound ringing in her ears, Xinhuan finally felt like a game. Then she couldn't wait to open a scoop of coconut, raised her head, and drank some coconut water. The dehydration and thirst in her body were finally relieved. Putting the unfinished half of a coconut aside, she finally had time to fumble for a game board. The game panel is not complicated, with only 2 interfaces. One is her introduction homepage, which has her 3 data introductions. 1. Fullness value. 90%. When the fullness value drops to 0, it means death and elimination. 2. Drinking water value. 80%. When the body's water shortage drops to 0, it means death and elimination. 3. Health value. 100% represents the degree of injury. The injuries are superimposed, and the health value drops to 0, which means death and elimination. As for the second interface, it is a chat interface. The candidate needs to add friends face-to-face before sending messages to contact her. Currently, her friend column is blank. Chapter 359, A Sweet Shrimp in One Bite. Just looking at the game interface, when Xinhuan checked the data introduction panel again, the satiety value had dropped to 89%, and the drinking water value had also dropped to 76%. It seemed that the flow of time had indeed accelerated, so the satiety value and drinking water value will decline rapidly. As a result, finding food and water sources to ensure that these 2 data will not return to 0 is now the top priority. She picked up the remaining half coconut next to her, raised her head, and poured it into her mouth. After drinking all the coconut water, The drinking water value climbed back to 80%. And finally stopped at 89%. Half a coconut only adds 10%. If you want to add 100%, you have to drink 5 large coconuts. This water requirement is really large. So in other words, the initial values of these candidates are also very important. If their own the initial value is 10%. After entering the secret realm and not being able to detect the nature of the game in time. If you find water or food, you may be dead in the first 2 minutes. Therefore, Senior Sister Hua's previous reminder is correct. There is indeed an advantage in grabbing the best bamboo house. As long as they eat the food inside. It is equivalent to adding the initial value in advance. Which means they make money. But even if they don't grab the bamboo hut, candidates who realize the role of the food inside and eat extra meals can still have an advantage. It's a pity that none of them could have imagined that the assessment secret realm would be such a secret realm at the time. The game secret realm was also very strange and novel to everyone in the Upper Star territory. I didn't expect there to be this type of secret realm. It looks quite fun. Haha. It's fun to see it with your eyes. But it's dangerous if you don't see it. As long as one of the 3 values drops to 0. It means death. This is not only death in the secret game, but also reflects the real body. Will also die. Look at the guy from the Chai family named Chai Mao. He was sent directly into the secret realm of the game because he slept in and didn't eat anything. When he entered, the initial satiety value and water value were 10%. He didn't even feel a sense of participation. And he ran away for a few seconds. After Bu exhausted his energy, his satiety value immediately returned to 0. And then he died completely. I'm afraid he won't know how he died until his death. Yes, I was caught off guard. No wonder the secret realm in this game is a heaven-level secret realm. The danger is that there is no real sense of immersion when entering it. We thought it was just a game. As a result, as long as one value returns to 0, it will disappear silently. It's terrible to take your life away. Actually, if this Chai trader had calmed down and listened to the prompts and checked the game panel before moving, he might not have died so early. There happened to be a coconut tree above his head. As long as he drank coconut water, his water value would increase. Coconut meat also increases satiety. Not so good. Not so good. Now it's fun. The satiety value requires eating. But the ingredients inside are raw. These are the things that talented people who don't touch Yan Chun Shui can make edible things. Well, I don't know if there is such a thing as food poisoning in this game. Getting excited? I really like to see these proud men in disgrace. They are all distributed. This is good. It is easier to see the true level of each person. Otherwise, if you are in a group, you will not be able to see individual abilities. Ha ha ha. Miao Ying and the others' plan to deal with the Dragonborn clan was useless. Hey, look at her dark face. The charming beauty has turned into a black widow. Everyone in the live broadcast room became more and more excited as they watched. But the candidates in the secret realm were facing the difficult mode. And they were all worried. Before entering the secret realm, they were eager to punch and kick their opponents to dominate the examination room. After entering the secret realm, you cannot fight spirit beasts. Nor can you fight your opponents. As long as you use your hands a little harder. Especially if you use your spiritual power. The value will start to beep down. This is special. What else can the mother do? Just collect food and water quickly. The same is true for Xinghuan. Only when food and water are sufficient can the next action be guaranteed. She looked at the seawater not far away in front of her. And then at the woods 100 meters away behind her. And she decisively chose to dive into the sea to model fish. I don't know what the structure of this island is. The seawater outside the beach does not gradually get deeper. Instead, as long as you leave the beach, the seawater is deep sea. This island is like a ship floating on the sea. So Xinghuan stepped on it and jumped directly into the sea. Fortunately, she observed carefully and saw the situation clearly beforehand. So she was not surprised. She jumped into the water and immediately held her breath and dived down. There were many fish, shrimps, and crabs floating in the sea. The first thing Xinghuan encountered was a colorful fish that was smaller than her palm. There was a line of red text label on its head, small-mouthed fish, satiety value plus 1%. Her eyes widened, and the game began to feel more real. However, she didn't rush to catch it, and continued to dive while holding her breath. As she expected, the deeper the water, the higher the satiety value of the fish and shrimp she encountered. Mr. Fish, fullness value plus 3%. Turbo Fish, fullness value plus 10%. Yellow Croaker, fullness value plus 20%. Octopus, fullness value plus 30%. Tuna, satiety value plus 80% per gram of meat. Xininghuan's eyes lit up. But when she saw the body of the tuna, which was almost bigger than both of her, she didn't rush to take action directly, but opened the data panel to check her personal values. Fullness value, 55%. Drinking water value, 88%. Health, 100%. In addition to the large amount of exercise consumed during diving, which caused the satiety value to drop. The drinking water value only decreased by 1%. It seems that the decrease in drinking water value will also slow down after avoiding direct sunlight in seawater and reducing sweat loss. Xininghuan only paused for a moment, then decisively left the tuna position and began to float upward. On the way, she took off her clothes and coat and caught a large handful of sweet shrimps. Sweet shrimp, satiety value plus 15%. The satiety value is only slightly higher than that of smallmouth fish and turbot, but far less than that of croaker and octopus. The reason why we catch it is because it can be eaten raw and tastes pretty good. As for the octopus, which can also be eaten raw, forget it. She couldn't stand the feeling of a living thing twisting around in her mouth. And she didn't like it when it burst into juice in one bite. So she let the octopus go. After diving to the surface, she wiped her face, then pinched off the shrimp heads, and took one bite of a sweet shrimp. After the satiety value reached 100%, she ate another one. But the upper limit was only 100%. She could not eat more. She could only regretfully throw the remaining bag of sweet shrimps in her clothes onto the beach, then take a deep breath and dive down again. This time her goal was clear, and she didn't stop in the middle. She rushed directly towards the place where she found the tuna before. Without using her spiritual power, she climbed onto its head with force and punched it hard. The tuna immediately struggled excitedly and swung wildly. The confrontation between one person and one fish lasted for 30 seconds, and finally ended with the death of the tuna. Chapter 360 found a golden treasure chest. Xininghuan opened the interface again to check her personal values. Fullness value, 50%. Drinking water value, 87%. Health, 100%. She was surprised. The fullness value was only 5% more than that of the previous dive. You must know that this time she used up more physical strength than before. And she even took action. Could it be that the more she eats these things, the more she can eat? Increase numerical durability? With a twinkle in her eye, she decided to give it a try. So she dragged the tuna back to the shore, and her satiety level dropped to 10%. She quickly ate a few bites of sweet shrimp to replenish her satiety level back to 100%. Then she used the wind blade to cut off a few pieces of tuna meat and ate them, feeling full again. After the belly value increased to 100%, she went into the water again and caught other seafood that could be cut into sashimi and eaten directly. This repeated, constantly filling the satiety value, and constantly going into the sea to consume the satiety value. Why is this Xininghuan still on the original island? She keeps going up and down. It's been an hour outside, and almost a day inside. Why? Young Master Long is around. She must be scared. The other geniuses have already built ships and left the island. People with marine spirit beasts felt more comfortable. They swam directly over. And now they have passed through several islands. Then those who go to the star territory because they look down on others. Open your eyes and take a look. Except for Xininghuan. Several of your friends have not left the initial island. Okay? For example, young Master Mi of the Unicorn Clan. And our sister Huan, my husband? Young Master Long, forget it. We won't count them one by one. There are so many people, and the best among them are all doing the same thing. What does this mean? It means those talents who left the island first. It's a fool. No way. No way. Are the people in the star realm so stupid that they don't notice that our sister Huan is training her durability? We don't see that the frequency of decline of her 3 personal values is constantly slowing down. As expected of Hongming College, the candidate's sensitivity and patience began to be tested from the very beginning. Damn it. This bumpkin from the lower star territory seems to be a little smart. The people of the empire in the lower star territory were proud and delighted, saying that Sister Huan had really given them credit in the lower star territory. But the good mood didn't last long, and they were heartbroken by Gao Yingming's slutty behavior. Gao Yingming belongs to the angel bird family. She also contracted an angel bird. The angel bird is good at flying and can fish on its own. It can be said that it has an excellent innate advantage from the beginning in the secret world of the game with a large area of the ocean. So she set off from the initial island on an angel bird at the beginning of the game. Along the way, she ate fish caught by the angel bird to replenish her satiety points. She also picked coconuts on the island to replenish her drinking water points. She flew to several islands along the way, and her satiety points were replenished. It has been jumping repeatedly between 100% and 3%, which can be said to be thrilling and exciting. Her performance was also quite amazing. There were no other problems except that it was a bit risky and almost caused a heart attack. But the bad thing was that she met Tan Haofeng when she was crossing the 4th island. Then she got into a fight with Tan Haofeng. She couldn't kill Tan Haofeng by herself, so she bribed other candidates with food and water to deal with Tan Haofeng. In the end, she was tricked by others. After they took the food and water, they turned against each other and refused to recognize him. She also wanted to control Gao Yingming with his backhand. Gao Yingming couldn't beat him with 2 fists and ran away. Later, he met Tan Haofeng and was saved by a hero. In addition, Tan Haofeng showed sincere repentance and sweet words. Gao Yingming, who originally wanted to kill him, actually falling in love with him again. Now she was catching fish and collecting coconuts for a 5-person team led by Tan Haofeng. She was working hard as a mother, which seriously slowed down her progress. Damn it. Everyone watching this has high blood pressure. I originally thought that Gao Yingming was someone who dared to love and hate, and she was really serious about killing the scumbag. But now? Shit. She was really serious about it. This girl is clearly a serious love brain. Tan Haofeng's attitude as soon as he lowered his voice. He just said a few sweet words to coax her, and she was deceived. TSK. This woman in your star territory is not good. Her brain has been eaten by birds. What a great opportunity. It was delayed just because of a man. Follow her original pace. If there are no accidents on the way, the difficulty ahead will not increase. She would probably be able to reach the central island within the top 10. No. Gao Yingming is a member of the Gao family. The Gao family is a big family in the upper star territory. How can we say that we are from the lower star territory? And that scumbag Tan Haofeng is also from the upper star territory. How can we be from the lower star territory? There may be such scumbag men and stupid women. You guys in the star territory can't blame us in the star territory. No. We in the upper star territory don't recognize him either. Gao Yingming is obviously a branch of the Gao family in the lower star territory. How can he be considered a member of our upper star territory when he grew up in the lower star territory? Gao Yingming's identity is impure. People like Jin Qiaoyu and Shining Huan are the representatives born and raised in our lower star territory. At this time, Shining Huan, a native of lower star territory, came out of the sea for the 108th time, holding a golden treasure box in her hand. The people in upper star territory and lower star territory who were arguing with each other online immediately stopped arguing and looked over curiously. Holy shit. There is a treasure chest in the sea. According to my many years of gaming experience, there must be a big treasure in it. Ha. Those people who rushed away must be dumbfounded. Flying in the air and floating on the sea. How could they find the treasure chest in the sea? My young master me has also gone to the sea many times, but he still hasn't found the treasure chest. Look! It's time to unbox it. Shining Huan wiped her face and let the water droplets on her head fall to the ground. She reached into the box and opened it. There was a piece of fresh tuna-like fish meat and some scattered parts lying inside. Red herring, maximum satiety value plus 50. Shining Huan had an expression of surprise on her face. It could actually increase the upper limit of the satiety value. She immediately ate eagerly and then checked her personal values. The original 100% satiety value had now become 150%. This is great news. After her trial and error just now, she had roughly figured out a few rules of the game. One is the durability of the satiety value. The higher the food with the satiety value, the higher the durability can be improved. Moreover, the durability can be superimposed after being consumed and replenished with food with a high satiety value. In other words, after repeatedly consuming the satiety value and then refilling it, the subsequent satiety value will decrease slower and slower, and the same piece of tuna meat will support her for longer. Second, it is possible to use spiritual power without using spiritual power, because the consumption of spiritual power is nearly 3 times faster than that of pure physical attacks. And the satiety value will drop exponentially, and the satiety value may return to 0 accidentally. In addition, The satiety value consumed by summoning spiritual beasts is higher than that of using spiritual power, which is 3 times the amount of spiritual power. Use it with caution when there is insufficient food and the satiety value is not durable. According to the durability she had worked hard to develop in a day, summoning 3 spiritual beasts at once with 100% satiety value was not a big problem. But now with the addition of 50% satiety value upper limit, it was even more powerful for her. Summoning 2 more spirit beasts won't be a problem. However, after the spirit beast is summoned, it also has a satiety value, a drinking value, and a life value. In this way, there is a limit to how many spirit beasts there are, unless you only summon 1 or 2 of them in the game's secret realm. If you want to summon all the spirit beasts, that's okay, but it will require more food and water, and it will take time to continuously train the spirit beasts to increase their strength. Numerical durability. It can be said that Hongming Academy's admissions examination took into account the advantages of beast masters who have many spiritual beasts, and then suppressed this advantage. But she didn't suppress them all. She checked and found that the data durability of the spirit beasts was stronger than that of the candidates. A small injury in the health column could not change its value at all. In other words, a beast master with many spirit beasts could not suppress it at all. There are still advantages. Chapter 361. Being immersed in a pig cage. What kind of bad luck did Xininghuan have that she picked up the treasure chest? The upper limit of satiety value is plus 50. This is so useful. The survival rate is constantly increasing. Ha ha ha. Our country bumpkin in the lower star field has no merits. He is just lucky enough to find a golden treasure chest and get good stuff with a maximum satiety value of plus 50. Why show off? I just found a treasure chest. Xininghuan is still where she is. Our young master me has come from behind and crossed 6 islands. What did we say? That is, Miao Ying took people across 5 islands effortlessly with her excellent communication skills. What did we say? Ah, what an excellent communication skill. You are blind. What she did was called seduction. In ancient times, her behavior was called flirtatiousness, and she was destined to be imprisoned in a pig cage. Ta! That's brilliant. Sisters, what you say is so good. Hongming College's admissions criteria are based on strength rather than the ability to seduce people. Miao Ying is not afraid of being kicked out if she does this. Hey, look! Our sister Huan is going to sea on a boat. Damn it. Where did Xininghuan get her boat? I'm just going to pour some water. Can anyone tell me what happened? Why does Xininghuan have a boat? Why else? Of course, it was assembled by our sister Huan herself. As expected of our sister Huan. She can even do the work of a spiritual weapon master. Oh ha ha. I didn't expect that the bits and pieces in the treasure box were special spiritual weapons. After assembling them, they immediately grew in size and turned into a ship. That's awesome. Our sister Huan is so awesome. She actually assembled these small parts. If it were me, I would definitely throw them there and collect dust. For a moment, everyone in the star territory was like a chicken blood, and they were full of praises for Xininghuan. The praises came one after another. Fortunately, Xininghuan, the person involved, didn't know. Otherwise, he would have dug out an island with his toes. At this moment, Xininghuan's boat was preparing to leave the island sea and officially embark on the journey. The extra space on the boat was stacked with large and small coconuts. The unopened coconuts served as a source of water. The open coconuts contained edible fresh foods such as sweet shrimps and tuna meat. As for other supplies, the initial island she was on just now she went in and took a look around. There were only trees and grass. And there were no fruits. There was no value for stocking up at all. There was no clean water source either. So she could only use coconuts to supplement the drinking water value. At the same time, she was also glad in her heart that she chose to look for food in the sea instead of on the island at the beginning. Otherwise the satiety value might return to 0. After Xininghuan filled a little spiritual energy into the driving core of the boat immediately began to ride the wind and waves. The speed was extremely fast, and it successfully surpassed an island in only 20 minutes. The only drawback is that it's a bit useless. She had to constantly eat and drink to replenish her satiety and water levels before she could use her spiritual power. She had to pour spiritual power into the boat to keep it moving. There are also benefits, and it successfully has the effect of training durability. So after constantly consuming and replenishing her satiety and water points, Xininghuan successfully crossed 4 islands. It was already dark in the game, and she took advantage of the night to prepare to stop on the 5th island. Take a break and replenish food and water. Just as she was dragging the boat ashore, a sudden change occurred, and an icy sharp arrow shot towards her, as fast as a stream of light under the cover of the night. Shining Huan turned her head to hide, raised her hand, grabbed a handful of sweet shrimps from her pocket, stuffed them into her mouth, and then summoned rhubarb. The blue formation glowed brightly, and a colorful black tiger flashing with colorful Mary Sue's light appeared in the formation. Roar! The roar of the angry beast came, and then it disappeared directly. At the same time, several low voices came from the darkness not far away. Shining Huan raised her lips slightly, took out a coconut SHL filled with tuna meat from the boat, took 2 pieces of fish meat and put it in her mouth. Her fullness meter was instantly full. Then, after setting up the boat, she hugged the coconut SHL and walked towards the direction of the sound. There Da Huan was confronting 3 people who were ambushing him. 2 of the 3 people were from the Chai family, and 1 was from the Gao family. Shining Huan spent some time at the Star Airport to make a general note of those who took the admissions exam, especially the key points. He was paying attention to the Chai family, Gao family and other families, so he recognized these 3 people at a glance. The Chai family is not a good person, and she has a very bad impression in her mind. The Gao family was the family that persecuted the ancestors of the Phoenix clan back then. She is responsible for both families, so there is no need to hold back. Rhubarb. Oh, leave it to me. Da Huang immediately understood what she meant. The giant white tiger roared, and space blades that twisted the air attacked the 3 of them. The 3 of them were all outstanding figures in their respective families, and they were angered by Shining Huan's provocation. However, a 6th level colorful black tiger actually wants to attack us. Originally, for the sake of young Master Long, we just wanted you to hand over the boat, and we would let you go. But now that you are rushing here, then young Master Long can't blame us. So a snake and 2 angel birds immediately appeared on the scene. All 3 were famous ancient spiritual beasts. The snake was a 7th level elementary bird. The angel bird was a 7th level intermediate. And the angel bird was an 8th level elementary. As soon as they appeared, they were forced to gratitude is full, no matter in terms of quantity or level. They are far superior to the colorful black tiger. But the advantage of rhubarb is that it can teleport. It can't defeat those 3, but it can run. After running away, it can come back and sneak attack. They catch up. It runs again. They stop chasing it. It comes back again, and launches another sneak attack. Alas, the main idea is to chase an enemy while I run. And when the enemy retreats, I chase, using the power of 1 tiger to drag down 3. 1 Gao family member and 2 Chai family members had ugly expressions on their faces. And then they rushed toward Shining Huan, who was standing there, with evil glints in their eyes. Shining Huan calmly summoned Air Mao. The blue formations lit up, and a ferocious pug with full aura glared fiercely at the 3 people who were rushing towards them, and then pounced on them fiercely. I'll stop this pug while you attack Shining Huan, one of the Chai family members shouted. The other 2 people responded immediately and rushed toward Shining Huan excitedly. You have already summoned 2 spiritual beasts, and your satiety level should have dropped below 20%. Now, if you hand over the ship and all supplies, we can still spare your life. Shining Huan glanced at them and stuffed a handful of sweet shrimps into his mouth. A complex formation appeared in front of him again. This time it was azure light, and the desert giant eagle appeared. The 2 people who were rushing here stopped again. The remaining Chai family member looked ugly. I'll deal with this giant desert eagle. It's only a 5th level high level one. It's downgraded from the 2 just now. Shining Huan must be already there. There is no trump card. Go and catch her. Chapter 362 found another treasure chest. Okay. The Gao family nodded solemnly. Then I saw another complex pattern light up in front of Shining Huan. It was also a blue light representing the 6th level, rising into the sky. 1 wing was mainly blue, with colorful patterns. A dazzling butterfly appeared. The Gao family's eyes widened. Their expressions became unbearable, and they shouted in a broken voice. How many spiritual beasts do you have? You wrong Yin from Xiaxing you, ha 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 ha. You are dumbfounded. You are confused. Our sister Huan has many spiritual beasts. If you don't believe me, bring another person to try. Sister Huan still has them. People in the Upper Star territory were shocked and curious. So how many spiritual beasts does Shining Huan have? This Shining Huan has a bit of a problem with him. As for Shining Huan, her eyes curled up and she uttered 2 words. Guess. The Gao family members across from her were so angry that they almost spit out a mouthful of blood. Everyone in the Shangxingyi room in the live broadcast room also felt that she deserved a beating. Some people couldn't resist their curiosity and went over the wall to the lower star territory to find information about Xininghuan. Of course, the vast majority of people in the upper star territory are arrogant. Although they think Xininghuan is a little more powerful than they thought, they still don't take him seriously. The sense of superiority in the upper star territory makes them look down on the lower star territory at all. People, even though one Gao family member and 2 Chai family members were defeated and died in the end and were reported out of the game, they stubbornly believed that it was because Xininghuan had enough food and took advantage of the rules of the game's secret realm to kill those 3 people 1-on-3. But Xininghuan didn't know what they thought and didn't care. After sending the 3 people out, she immediately took the 4 rhubarbs back to the beast control space. At this time, she didn't have enough food to feed them, so she had to take back the beast control space and let them. It is better for the 3 values to recover by themselves. This is also another major advantage of being a beast master with multiple spiritual beasts that she discovered before. That is, after the spiritual beasts take back the beast control space, their 3 values will be restored by themselves, and there is no need to feed them with food. During the battle, you can take turns summoning spirit beasts. If the value of this one drops, quickly take back the beast control space and replace it with another one. This greatly increases the combat output rate of the spirit beast. Of course, if you always use this method to restore the 3 values of the spirit beast, the durability will not increase. So if possible, it is better to feed it with food. After collecting the spirit beasts, Xininghuan did not leave in a hurry, but walked around in a circle, looking for explosive equipment or something. After sending the opponent away, it was a good time to lick the bag. Unfortunately, after searching around, she only found 3 bamboo tubes, 2 of which were empty, and the last one only had 2 mouthfuls of water left, which was pitiful. TSK. Poor guy. She clicked her tongue in disgust, put down the 3 bamboo tubes and hung them on her waist, then walked towards the island. By the way, I almost forgot. She suddenly stopped and summoned the little treasure-hunting lizard. Please help me find out if there is anything good on this island, including food and water. She touched the little lizard, which had not grown up yet and was still a small one, and said, although the little lizard has not grown up, its skills have. Before, it could only faintly sense the breath of the baby, but now it can distinguish the level of the baby or other materials within 100 meters. A good helper for survival in the wild. The little lizard was so excited. It had not been out for a long time. It nodded happily and said, Okay, master. I can already feel the breath of the water source, which is in the south direction. Xininghuan's eyes suddenly brightened. Let's go! She raised her hand and put the little lizard on her shoulder, and then ran quickly to the south. After running for nearly 10 minutes, she really saw the source of water. A clear stream. Xininghuan saw the fish wagging their tails in the stream at a glance, but there were no words on their heads. She immediately became alert, then picked up a stone from her feet and threw it into the stream. Suddenly, countless densely packed small fish rushed up, with snow-white fish maws, cold and sharp teeth, and the splashing clear water instantly became turbid. People with intensive fear would sweat from their white hairs, and the stones she threw down before have now been shattered into pieces, which shows how strong the fighting power of this group of fish is. If a person were there, they would probably be chewed up to the point where no skeleton is left. It seems that even if there is water, it is not easy to get it. Xininghuan sighed, and just when she was thinking about whether to go upstream to take a look, the little lizard made a sound. I sense a big treasure beneath the school of fish. Xininghuan's eyes lit up, and she did not doubt the little lizard's words. So she immediately made the decision to kill the little piranha. And that would be it. Then she stuffed a handful of sweet shrimps into her mouth, rolled up her sleeves, and started playing. After 10 minutes of continuous fighting, she finally managed to catch the group of fish. Then she went into the water to fish for the big treasure that the little lizard said was actually a small golden treasure chest as big as a palm. Yes, I found another treasure chest. Awesome. How on earth did she discover this treasure chest? It was hidden in such a hidden fish nest. The Gao family and the 2 Chai family members just went back and forth so many times without seeing it. Fortunately, they are dead now. Otherwise they would see this. This scene makes me angry to death. Ha ha ha. There are still many things you don't know. Our sister Huan doesn't have much else, but she has a lot of abilities. Look! 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 Sister Huan has opened the treasure chest. It's such a small one. and there probably won't be much in it. But their guess was wrong. This small treasure box turned out to be a small space spiritual weapon. From it, Inghuan took out a high-grade spiritual painting pen, a box of high-grade spiritual sand ink, a dozen pieces of Huangqi paper, and spiritual patterns. The division has all 3 sets. In addition, there is an 8th grade high-grade natural material, an earthly treasure Tianxin Kue, and a bird leg. Tian Xin Kue, maximum health value plus 100%. 8-legged bird legs, maximum satiety value plus 100%. Xininghuan's eyes lit up, and she gnawed on a bird leg first. The upper limit of the satiety value was increased to 250%. Well, although this number is a bit silly, it works. As for the 8th grade high-level Tian Xin Kue, she looked around and finally closed her eyes and simply stuffed it into her mouth. Checking the personal value again, the health value has also risen to 200%. Not to mention the Spirit Pattern Master's 3-piece set. Just these 2 items have already made a lot of money. She happily put the 3-piece Spiritual Pattern Master set back into the small treasure box. Although the space in the small treasure box was not large, it could only hold 3 Spiritual Pattern Master's 3-piece suits at most. But it could also help save some space. Then she put the little treasure box on her back and went to the stream to clean the 3 bamboo tubes around her waist. After filling them with water, she walked in the other direction pointed by the little lizard. Within an hour, she had harvested a boat full of supplies. Not only did she encounter a bamboo forest, but she also filled 15 bamboo tubes with water. She also found wild oranges, bananas, and a nest of sweet potatoes. She just made a fire and threw all the sweet potatoes into roast. After eating tuna and sweet shrimp for 2 days, I finally had grilled sweet potatoes, which tasted amazing. Chapter 363 The Treasure Hunting Little Lizard is a bit awesome. Does Xininghuan's golden little lizard have any skills in finding things? Otherwise, there is no way to explain why the 2 Chai family members and the Gao family member have been wandering around this island for so long without finding anything to eat, and finally fell into ruin. They came out to rob, but Xininghuan found it effortlessly. Yes, there is also the treasure box in the fish nest. Xininghuan seems to know that there is something in it and has a purpose to find it. It seems that this is indeed the case. Damn it. The treasure hunting lizard is a bit awesome. Spirit beasts with such skills are rare even in the upper star field. If we guess correctly, then the Hongming College admissions test game Secret Realm seems to be tailor-made for Xininghuan. Shit. Stop putting gold on her face. What kind of tailor-made clothes? It's hard to say whether her yellow little lizard has the ability to hunt for treasures. But for her status, Hongming Academy has made it tailor-made for her. How is that possible? You are trying to reach the sky. That's right. Jin Xiaoyu, the person you came from the star territory, is also a good expert at finding treasure boxes. Look, she also found 2 treasure boxes there. Do you have any special skills in finding things from the star territory? Don't be stingy. Take it out and share it. Haha. How is that possible? It's all up to the 2 of them. The barrage became lively again, and when I stopped to take a breath, the time in the secret realm had already reached the time when the morning sun was shining. After Xininghuan put all the collected things in the boat, he took out the 3-piece spiritual pattern master set from the golden treasure box and prepared to draw a spiritual pattern generator on the spot, automatically collecting the surrounding spiritual energy and pouring it into the boat's driving core, so as not to she poured spiritual energy into it again and again. But what she didn't expect was that the spirit pattern generator was easy to draw, but it required too much spiritual power, and the satiety value dropped rapidly, even almost reaching 0. She was shocked and quickly stuffed 2 handfuls of sweet shrimps into her mouth. Only then did the fullness value come back. Good guy. I was so scared that I almost thought Xininghuan was going to be sent away by herself. Xininghuan can actually draw spiritual patterns. Is she also a spiritual pattern master? Calm down. Basic operations. Our sister Huan was first famous for her spiritual patterns. It's rare to see this, but I've already told you that our sister Huan is very versatile. I will tell you that my sister Huan is still a 9th level senior spiritual pattern master. What are you talking about? Our Tan family, Tan Shizong, is also a 9th level senior spiritual pattern master. People in the lower star realm really have no self-cultivation at all, and they will yell at the smallest thing. Zheng Huan was noisy on the barrage. Xininghuan had already photographed the drawn spiritual patterns on the boat. The boat immediately flew out as if it was equipped with a motor. This time, the speed was more than twice as fast as yesterday. In a short time, He passed through 5 islands. From the comfort zone on the outermost edge of the secret realm to the dangerous starting zone on the outer edge of the middle zone. Xininghuan clearly felt that the wind and waves in the surrounding sea were much stronger than before. The speed of the boat was also slowed down by the wind and waves. And there were floating reefs and aggressive marine beasts on the sea. Bayou, fullness value 120%. As soon as it flew out of the water and attacked the boat, Xininghuan saw the red mark above its head. She thought about it and summoned the giant desert eagle. It has wings and can fly. And its eyes are sharp. It is obviously good at catching fish at high altitudes. Although the ocean environment is not as suitable for it as the desert environment. It is worse than other spiritual beasts here. One Piece has many advantages. As Xininghuan expected, as soon as the little eagle appeared, he quickly and accurately caught the Spanish mackerel with his talons, and then swallowed it in one gulp, increasing the satiety value and achieving his goal of self-sufficiency. As long as she provides some water to increase the drinking value, there is no need to worry about anything happening to the little eagle. The Spanish mackerel jumped out one after another on the sea, but they could not escape the sharp eyes of the desert eagle. It threw its claws into the air, then raised its neck and swallowed it in one gulp, with smooth movements. And because of its huge size, these small mackerel are like small jelly beans to it. It can eat more than 10 in one bite. After eating it, it will send some to Xininghuan's boat. There was no need for Xininghuan to command it all. And his obedient behavior made some of the beast masters, who had also contracted with the desert giant eagle, feel envious for a while. And then, they complained about their own unfair spiritual beast on the barrage. Xininghuan was not idle either. She sliced the fish into pieces with a wind blade and put it on the bow of the boat to dry in the sun. The sun was strong now, so it was cooked until it was about 80 to 80% cooked, coupled with its own salty taste. The taste was still very good. She had plenty of food along the way, and except for going to the island to replenish freshwater resources and find some other food for a change, she rarely went to the island. And as she passed through more islands and moved toward the center of the sea, the wind and waves on the sea became more and more turbulent, and the marine spirit beasts she encountered became larger and higher in level. If the bayou before was just a level, then by the time she passed through the 50th island, the spiritual beasts on the sea had already been upgraded to the 6th level. For the desert giant eagle, this is no longer as easy as eating jelly beans. It has to waste a lot of energy. Now it has encountered a boss level 6th order advanced sea kingfish. The desert giant eagle is even more. I have been fighting with it for a long time without ever winning. Boom! A purple lightning flashed with fierce electric sparks on the sea, and hit the giant desert eagle, slamming it to the sea. Its huge figure seemed to be floating on the sea. Thump 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 thump. After a dozen times of swiping and huge waves, it finally stopped. Then flapping its half-folded wings, staggeringly started flying again. The feathers were wet, dripping with water, and stained with bright red blood. They looked very miserable. And the sea kingfish with purple thunder and lightning all over its body appeared proudly on the sea surface with high ambition. I'm so angry. This fish is so squeaky. It's like those self-righteous geniuses in the upper star field, with their nostrils turned upward. Hey, you bumpkins from the lower star territory are getting more and more courageous. Who gave you the courage to be so presumptuous and dare despite us people in the upper star territory? Who else could it be? Our confidence is of course our sister Huan. Those of you who are in the star territory have been impressed by our sister Huan's heroic appearance in her live broadcast room. Otherwise, how could you stay here so long? Originally, he was just unconvinced that young Master Long and a bumpkin from the lower star territory registered and received his certificate and came over to see the bumpkin's jokes. Who knew that everyone from the upper star territory became fascinated after just watching? But they wanted to lose face. And they didn't want to be crushed by the bumpkins from the lower star territory. So they started making excuses one after another. We were just passing by. I just habitually open a few more live broadcast rooms to watch together. And I happened to open one of Xininghuan's. Yes, don't think too much about it. Xininghuan is just a country bumpkin from the lower star territory. How could we from the upper star territory deliberately stay in her live broadcast room? Chapter 364 Desert Giant Eagle Advances. Humph. Xininghuan is not that good either. You guys have exaggerated her too much. Along the way, I saw her commanding the desert giant eagle to work. She didn't even move. It was fine before. But now the eagle is injured. It was so heavy that she could still sit still without any panic expression on her face. She was so cold-blooded. If I were that eagle, I would be heartbroken. When this barrage came out, it immediately attracted the approval of many people in the Upper Star Territory. Everyone is a beast master who has raised spirit beasts. They know that some spirit beasts have a bad temper and cannot bear any loss. Otherwise they will become more rebellious. Now look at it. Seeing that the giant desert eagle was so injured, Shining Huan, as its owner, was indifferent. So they thought about it one by one and determined that the eagle would have to be separated from Shining Huan sooner or later. But not long after they finished playing, the seriously injured giant eagle on the screen actually advanced on the spot. The azure aura on its body gradually turned into a blue halo, and it was promoted from a 5th level advanced spiritual beast to a 6th level elementary one. It flapped its wings excitedly, and all the injuries on its body were healed. Then it pounced on the sea kingfish ferociously and excitedly. Its combat effectiveness improved to a higher level than before. Shining Huan, who was standing on the bow of the ship, raised her lips. The desert giant eagle was already at the critical point of the 5th level. As long as it was stimulated, it would be the best opportunity to advance to the 6th level. Sure enough, it happened. Listen. This slap is loud and bright. Pap 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 pap. The slap in the face was so loud. Even though I didn't want to hear the sound, it still slipped through my fingers. Shank Singurin, Shining Huan is not doing well. The next second, hey, the desert giant eagle has been upgraded. It is better than my sister Huan's cultivation method. There was a burst of laughter and ridicule, and the barrage was dominated by the people in the lower star territory, who were happily setting off firecrackers. The people in the upper star territory, who were originally sullen, also felt a little pain in the face. Then the hero chose to retreat strategically and huddled up to observe secretly. After getting rid of the kingfisher, the giant desert eagle flapped its wings and screamed loudly to catch the golden treasure box that the kingfish exploded and bring it back to Shining Huan. A pair of eagle eyes looked at its owner eagerly with excitement. Shining Huan raised the corners of her mouth, stood up, touched its big head, and said with a chuckle, "Well done." Then she casually opened the golden treasure chest brought back by the desert eagle. Apart from the treasure chests hidden on the islands and under the sea along the way, the best way to obtain the treasure chests was to fight monsters. However, the drop rate depends on the situation. Some will drop treasure chests, and some will not. There is a little treasure hunting lizard here. As long as she visits the island, she will collect all the treasure boxes on it. As for the treasure chests in the sea, as long as the little lizard finds them, she will selectively go there to look for them. Therefore, the treasure chests she harvested along the way were both young and old, and the audience who followed her all the way were already used to it, and did not show any expressions of shock or surprise. This time, after all, it was a treasure chest exploded by a 6th level high-level mini-boss. There were a lot of good things in it, including parts ores, a 3-piece set for the Spirit Pattern Master, water, and heavenly materials, and earthly treasures, and fish that increased the upper limits of the 3 values. Shining Huan ate everything she could eat on the spot, put away the 3-piece Spiritual Pattern Master set, and would draw a few more spiritual pattern generators later. Along the way, her small boat was also heavily modified with the parts she found in the treasure chest. It turned from the small boat into a 2-story medium-sized boat that could accommodate 30 or 40 people without any problem. As the ship gets bigger, it naturally consumes more spiritual power, so it is necessary to prepare more spiritual pattern generators. As for the ore, her eyes lit up when she saw it. It was the space stone she was in urgent need of now. With this space stone, she could make a space spiritual weapon by herself. She learned this from Dean Wei's notes. I have also successfully made one. The space is not too big, but it is enough for now. Just when she was about to take action, the giant desert eagle piloting outside suddenly sounded an alarm. Shining Huan took a look and saw dark clouds covering the far sea ahead. Lightning and thunder, and a huge waterspout roaring like the sky was falling in doomsday, sweeping across the surrounding seas crazily. It was an ocean storm coming. The sea surface was stirred by waves, and the waves raised dozens of feet high. Countless fish fled in her direction in a panic. Her expression hardened. "Go to a nearby island." "Yes, master." The giant desert eagle grabbed the rope hanging from the bow with its sharp claws, pulled it onto the boat, and immediately accelerated to fly. Shining Huan also took a picture of the spirit pattern engine into the driving core of the ship, and then took a picture of the acceleration spirit pattern of the desert eagle, and added a defensive spirit pattern to the ship. Driven by the giant desert eagle, the boat quickly sped across the sea, surpassing the candidates sitting in the boat, and the candidates riding flying spirit beasts in front. "Damn it! Such a big ship sails so fast. How can you control it? But the huge wind and waves drowned out their curious voices. They ignored their curiosity and wiped their wet faces. They speeded up and started a life-or-death chase with the turbulent waves. The ocean storm is gradually approaching, and the power of natural disasters is really huge. The ship is like a small boat bumping and undulating violently in the waves. So the defensive spirit patterns are consumed too quickly. After all the 10 defensive spirit patterns accumulated in Xinhuan's pocket are exhausted, only then did they see the location of the island in the huge waves. On the beach of the island, a group of candidates were standing. They looked in the direction of the sea, their eyes glowing green, and they were very excited. As soon as he saw Xinhuan's boat, he immediately shouted excitedly, "Wow! This ship is big! It's a big fat sheep that hasn't escaped. Brothers, cheer up! After we finish this job, we will go to the island to escape the ocean storm. Okay." The other candidates also cheered happily, full of gangsterism. Then everyone talked to each other, discussing how to divide the things in the boat. At the same time, because the candidates were close to the same frame, several live broadcast rooms automatically merged into one. And the fans in the respective live broadcast rooms crowded together. Ha ha ha, Wu Fangxing is going to bring his little brothers to rob again. This time I don't know which unlucky guy will deliver the goods to my door. That ship is really big, and it must have a lot of good stuff. Damn it. This bastard Wu Fangxing got an advantage again. Save some for our Tan family. Our Tan family's robbery team is also coming nearby. I hope the candidates on that big ship can hold on longer. Our Tan family has more gentlemen than the Wu family. We only need supplies at all costs. Oh, he's a brother of the Tan family. That ship belongs to Xinhuan from the Lower Star Territory. That is, young Master Long's wife. Wow, that's it. I want to take advantage of that bastard Wu Fangxing. What's the name of young Master Long's wife in the Star Territory? She definitely won't be able to hold on. Our Tan family's Taoist robbery team has come over. Let's break up. I don't want to watch the Wu family steal the show. Ha ha ha. Young Master Long's bumpkin daughter-in-law from the Lower Star region. I like her a little bit. I'd like to thank her for sending supplies to our Wu family. To be honest, Wu Fangxing likes kind-hearted beauties. Seeing her appearance because she is beautiful and has the kindness to deliver supplies, Wu Fangxing will definitely spare her a small life. So don't worry, you bumpkins in the Lower Star Territory. Chapter 365 Difficulty in choosing is about to occur. Everyone in the Lower Star Territory, damn! I'm so angry! But they still held back, holding back their energy and waiting to see these people from the Upper Star Territory who had a sense of superiority get slapped in the face. But they didn't say a word, just secretly waiting for the famous scene to come. But even though they held it back, it didn't mean that the other families in the Shangxingia family in the live broadcast room could hold it back. There were people on the spot who were not willing to deal with the Wu family and got into fights. You people from the Wu family are too arrogant. How proud is that thief Wu Fangxing? If he really leads people to rob, who will be the unlucky one? That is, although Xinhuan is not a good person from the Lower Star Territory, Wu Fangxing is not necessarily that powerful. He still wants to rob other people's ships. Don't risk your life when the time comes. There is no place to cry. Hey, which family do you belong to? The Tan family, the Mi family, or the Jing family? What are you talking about? What can Xinhuan, a bumpkin from the Star Territory, do? As soon as the message on the barrage was sent, Xinhuan's boat on the sea had already arrived at the shore through wind and waves. Wu Fangxing immediately excitedly called on his brothers to rush to grab it. But unexpectedly, the leading eagle in front opened up. The boat was so windy, and its position was so coquettish. The whole boat was like a speeding car. Using the power of a huge wave, it flew directly into the sky and jumped into the beach. Wu Fangxing and others rushed toward them on the beach. In the violent wind and rain, their reaction was a little slow, and they failed to avoid it. The people who were hit were knocked over. The worst thing was that Wu Fangxing, who was leading the charge, was hit by the bow of the ship on his fragile head. He lay straight on the ground and used it as a human cushion to reduce the impact of the ship hitting the beach. He looked frightened and wanted to escape, but he was a step too late. The back half of the boat also landed on the beach. The whole boat was pressed down. Wu Fangxing was firmly pressed to the bottom of the boat, and he didn't even have the chance to turn over. None. If he hadn't cultivated his spirit and strengthened his body, he would have been crushed into a meat pie by now. Several other members of the Wu family who had escaped looked shocked. And then, they quickly turned around and tried to come over to rescue them. However, Shining Huan on the boat was a step faster, jumped directly, flew down, and kicked out alternately with both feet at the same time. Several people were kicked to the ground. What's important is to be fast and accurate, and then land steadily on the beach, making an appearance that amazes the audience. Several people in the Wu family were shocked. Oh no! They have encountered a tough situation. In the violent storm, they wiped their faces and quickly launched a counterattack, while taking out food and stuffing it into their mouths. They summoned the spiritual beast Chaos and rushed forward. A total of 8 chaotic spirit beasts were all extremely ferocious. They opened their big mouths and exposed their fangs. They were the first to stare at the giant desert eagle hovering above Shining Huan's head. Shining Huan frowned, with a cold look on her rain-soaked hibiscus face. She looked at the 8 chaotic beasts warily. These were all super high ancient beasts. Each one had extraordinary aura and levels. Above the 6th level, there are difficult opponents. If she doesn't handle them well, these people will be her fatal disaster in this secret realm. So she narrowed her eyes and decisively summoned helpers. The gorgeous spiritual pattern array flashed, and Lan Yin Dai and Dang Kong appeared in the array pattern. F***CK? The 12th level ancient beast is in good health. How can Shining Huan, a bumpkin from the lower star field, control it? Does she want her life? Spiritual beasts with such a huge difference in level dare to make a contract. Aren't they afraid of being backlashed? Is she a member of the Dangkong clan whose ancestors signed a contract with Dangkong back then? But I have never heard of the Yukong clan. Is it because I haven't read enough? Those of us whose ancestors have contracts with ancient mythical beasts do not dare to directly contract with mythical beasts of a higher level than ourselves. We all cultivate the mythical beast from the cub stage to ensure that the mythical beasts will not bite back. So what exactly is this Shining Huan? Did it? The barrage in the live broadcast room exploded instantly, and various speculations and words emerged one after another. Many people were attracted by the 12th level ancient beast Dangkong, and the number of people in the live broadcast room soared rapidly. Everyone in the lower star territory felt relieved after holding back their anger. Isn't it just the 12th level mythical beast? We are all tired of seeing it. It has been said that our sister Huan is very powerful. A 12th level ancient beast is just a good thing. It's no big deal. You people in the star territory don't have much knowledge. This is shocking. Sister Huan, we are not from the Dangkong clan. This Dangkong came to us from being friends when we were young. For those who cursed Shining Huan, everyone in the lower star territory pretended not to notice. How could their sister Huan's good friend backlash? It's absolutely impossible. But it's useless to tell these people from the Wu family in Shangxingyu. They all have their own tricks and won't listen. They don't bother to talk and just enjoy themselves. Amidst the fierce wind and rain that could lift people away, a huge Dangkong and 8 chaotic beasts were fighting inseparably, and most of the island shook. Shining Huan also wiped his face and rushed to the front line to deal with the 8 Wu family members. He wanted to fight quickly, so the confrontation was extremely fierce. The powerful fighting skills hidden under his weak and slender body were also fully revealed. In this way, she was even more at home in the dangerous environment of strong wind and rain, and was not affected at all. The 8 Wu family members couldn't get enough of her for a while, and 2 of them were kicked and suffered internal injuries. What? What's going on? After chasing after Shining Huan in a small boat and riding a flying mount, the 2 people finally arrived on the island and were stunned by the large-scale battle ahead as soon as they landed on the island. The 2 of them looked confused and puzzled. Why don't they go to the island quickly to escape the ocean storm and leave it here? Are they mentally ill? One of them is from the White Feathered Bird clan, and the other is from the Silver Wolf clan. They can only be considered a medium-sized family in the Upper Star territory. Seeing this situation, both of them were a little panicked. Are they afraid that something big has happened to them? The 2 of them looked at each other through the thick and messy rain curtain, then narrowed their presence in a tacit understanding, and carefully walked behind the big boat parked on the beach in front, their heads overlapping each other, and they poked out to observe secretly. What's wrong? These people are blocking the beach entrance to the island, so we can't get in. It seems we have to wait until they finish fighting before we can enter the island. I didn't know that they were going to fight until the end of the year of the monkey, and the ocean storm was coming. If we didn't get to the island quickly, we would definitely be in trouble. How about we go help and finish the fight and get to the island quickly? Then the question is, which side should we help? The 2 heads, one raised his eyes and the other lowered his eyes, looked at each other, and then silently wiped their faces. showing an extremely difficult expression on their faces. Damn. I'm going to have difficulty choosing. Chapter 366 Ocean Storm. How about helping the Wu family? Their 8 chaotic spirit beasts are so powerful that they have a numerical advantage at first glance. Helping them will definitely end the war as soon as possible. The young man from the White Wolf clan immediately shook his head seriously. No. Look at that 12th level divine beast. It is so powerful that it can be blocked by one man. It took 5 chaotic beasts combined to suppress it. Even if it's not easy for us to join in and deal with a 12th level ancient beast. The most important thing is that I recognize who the girl is. She is the wife of the young master of the Dragonborn clan. The young man from the White-Feathered Bird clan opened his eyes wide and said fearfully, "Brother, you have good eyesight. You can recognize people even in such heavy rain." You are right. The partners of the Dragonborn clan are really not to be offended. Their clan, all of them are powerful in combat. And they are even more intelligent in love. If we help the Wu family deal with young Master Long's wife, we won't survive until tomorrow when young Master Long finds out. The young man from the Silver Wolf clan had a sullen face and nodded solemnly. Yes, that's right. That's it. Then the two of them glanced at the sky, which was getting darker and darker, as if a fierce storm was brewing. Without waiting for a second, they rushed forward, and each of them held a chaos spirit beast. Shining Huan, who had become a drowned rat in the rain but still had fierce attacks, felt something. After a quick glance, she came back to her senses and continued to deal with the Wu family. The arrangements were made, and it was time to send them off. When Kong activated his skill, time was reversed, reversing the 3 chaos in front of him back to the 3rd level. Shining Huan took advantage of the situation, and a complicated summoning array lighted up around him, and a colorful black tiger appeared. It seemed to have been prepared. As soon as it appeared, it teleported directly to the front of Dankong, and aimed at the 3 chaotic beasts. It dug out the tiger's heart with its claws. Moves quickly. The 3 chaotic beasts died unexpectedly, and the 3 members of the Wu family who contracted with them were also affected. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Shining Huan immediately seized the opportunity. Her 5 fingers formed claws. Golden light flashed, and the metal took shape. She covered all 5 fingers. The sharp claws easily dug into the Wu family's neck, and then twisted hard. Then he followed the same pattern and broke the necks of the other 2 people. At the same time, affected by the illusory array arranged by Lon In Dai, the remaining 3 Wu family members mistakenly thought that their 3 attribute values were still under control. Shining Huan launched a large attack, and they also subconsciously used their spiritual power to increase it. As a result, the satiety value dropped rapidly, returning directly to 0. Before the 3 of them had time to react to what happened, their eyes widened in shock and they quickly died. The remaining 3 chaotic spirit beasts were naturally eliminated. Shining Huan immediately took back the colorful black tiger, Dankong and blue hidden butterfly into the beast controlling space. Then took out the small golden treasure box in his arms, took out a shrinking spirit pattern from it, and took a picture of it on the big ship. The big ship quickly shrunk into a palm-sized model of a small ship. She stuffed the model into a small golden treasure box, and prepared to enter the island and run away. This series of actions moved smoothly without any pause. The 2 people from the Silver Wolf clan and the White-Feathered Bird clan were stunned for a while. They came to their senses only after Shining Huan was about to enter the island and looked at each other. They all saw shock in each other's eyes. Damn it. Master Long and his wife are so strong. And she can also use spiritual patterns to shrink large ships. What kind of spiritual patterns are these? Why haven't they heard of them? Aren't you going to enter the island? Looking at the 2 silly boys who were still stunned, Shining Huan, who was passing by, asked them for the sake of helping them just now. Oh, come in, come in. The 2 people quickly came to their senses, jumped up excitedly, and then ran towards what they had brought. The boy from the White-Feathered Bird clan didn't have much. He just stocked up 2 large packages of things, and could run away with them on his back. But the boy from the Silver Wolf clan was not okay. He had a small boat, which he could carry on his back. It's hard to leave. So why not leave it here? He had worked so hard to get this, and some of his supplies were stored on it. He wiped his face anxiously in the heavy rain. Shining Huan glanced at him. Do you want to buy the shrinking spirit pattern? The young man from the Silver Wolf clan nodded excitedly. Buy! 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 Can you get a natural treasure that increases the upper limit of satiety value by 30%? Shining Huan nodded quickly. Okay. Then he immediately took out a shrinking spirit pattern and photographed it on his boat. The shrinking time is 24 hours. Please pay attention to the time. Okay. Okay. The young man from the Silver Wolf clan hurriedly agreed, handed over the treasures of heaven and earth that he agreed to trade, and then hurriedly ran forward to hold down the model boat that was almost blown away by the wind. He showed his white teeth happily. And after he took the boat when I was about to leave, I accidentally saw someone lying on the beach not far away, already sunk deep in the sand. He looked suspicious and pointed towards the man. What should I do if there is someone else there? Huan glanced in the direction of his finger and thought of the unlucky guy who was knocked down by her boat and pinned under the boat when he just landed. Don't worry. Let's go! Oh. Huan had said so. So the two of them naturally had no objections. And everyone here was a competitor. So they had to be careful when rescuing people. Otherwise it would be over if something bad happened to the farmer and the snake. So the three of them quickly ran into the island in the rain. Not long after they ran, the person lying in the sand pit quickly got up and ran away quickly. Then, a strong ocean storm had already approached the island. And a strong hurricane almost the entire beach was swept away. And no coconut trees, sand, or stones were spared. Huan and the other three were close to each other and were affected by the hurricane. She could only summon Dankog and let him run away, while the two people from the Silver Wolf clan and the White Feathered Bird clan were tied up with ropes, floating in midair. Both of them looked ferocious, with a strong desire to survive, and they clung to the rope tightly. It was not that Huan was incapable of pulling them down and letting Dankong protect him, but he had to be on guard against others. If they were too close, it would be dangerous if they made a sneak attack, so it was safer to fly them like kites. Ahead. I see a cave ahead. The young man from the Silver Wolf tribe floating in the air, with veins popping out in his neck, shouted at the top of his voice to Huan, who was almost invisible under the heavy rain. Huan didn't respond, but her reaction was very quick, and she immediately told Dankong to run forward at a fast speed. There were already people in the cave. At this moment, someone was pushing stones out to block the entrance of the cave. Huan's eyes were sharp. She grabbed the rope, flew down from Dankong, kicked away the stone that was only half blocked, and rushed in. The two people she pulled behind also came in one after the other, and they fell to the ground and rolled into a ball with two large packages. Phew! It's safe! It's finally safe! The two got up from the ground, patting their chests and talking happily, but soon realized something was wrong. After realizing it, they raised their heads and saw that there were more than 30 people scattered in the cave, all with straight eyes, staring at them. They were trembling with fright. Why do you feel like you have just emerged from the tiger's den and entered the wolf's den again? Chapter 367. The Tan family's Taoist robbery team came through the hole. Sweat appeared on their foreheads, but they couldn't see the few drops of sweat because they were soaked by the heavy rain. The young man from the White Feathered Bird clan quickly wiped the water from his face and greeted the owner of the pair of eyes dryly. Hello, everyone. It's fate that we are all sheltering from the rain in a cave. The young man from the Silver Wolf clan quickly grabbed him and reminded him silently. Stop talking. They don't seem to want this fate. The boy from the White Feathered Bird clan choked, retracted his hand, and then quickly cast a look for help to his temporary teammates. What's going on? It's so quiet in this cave that I'm almost embarrassed. Why don't I say something? I feel so unhappy. The young man from the Silver Wolf clan was speechless, and then looked sharply at Huan, who was walking towards the open space in the corner of the cave. He didn't care to talk anymore, and quickly grabbed his temporary friend and chased after her. After all, they are also people who have experienced wind and rain together. They feel much safer following the young Master Long and his wife, who came from the Star Territory, than with the other 30 people in the cave. After Huan sat down, they also followed closely and sat down. Huan didn't say anything or chase them away. She just took out the firewood and lit a bonfire. Her wet body finally felt a little warmer. The 30 or so pairs of eyes that were originally following them slowly looked away. The two young men from the Silver Wolf clan and the White Feathered Bird clan finally breathed a sigh of relief. And then the young man from the Silver Wolf clan. She whispered to Huan with a grateful face. Mrs. Long, thank you for your help just now. I am very grateful. If you need help with anything in the future, I will not hesitate to help you. By the way, my name is Rong, and I am from the Silver Wolf clan. The young man from the White Feathered Bird clan's eyes widened when he saw it. Good guy. I didn't expect you. A thick-browed and big-eyed guy. To get close to you. Not to be outdone. He whispered that he was Xu Ming from the White-Feathered Bird clan. And also expressed gratitude and desire to repay. Xininghuan nodded slightly. And her attitude toward them became better. So Sheng Rong and Xu Ming, two guys who had climbed up the ladder immediately, laughed and talked to get closer. There was a strong wind outside. But the cave was temporarily peaceful. No one was causing trouble. But there was no ice break. All three or five people sat together in small groups. In short, no one was alone. After drying their clothes, Sheng Rong and Xu Ming also calmed down. Like everyone else in the cave, they all closed their eyes and rested, listening to the howling of the wind outside, and quietly waiting for the ocean storm to pass. Xininghuan and the three of them are lucky enough to have come to this cave. It seems to be quite stable so far. And they can't fight. The Chongming Bird clan, the Vajra Bear clan, the Thunder Rabbit clan, and the Ghost Scorpion clan are all small and medium-sized families that have checks and balances on each other. So there shouldn't be much of a problem. It's still miserable for Wu Fang. He was pinned at the bottom of the boat and barely managed to save his life. Now he entered the cave where the Tan family's robbery team was, and almost had his clothes taken off. TSK. You know that Wu Fangxing is dishonest, and actually led the Tan family to this cave. The Tan family must have been so easy to deceive that they actually believed his words, and started to go here. I planned to come here while drilling holes. Ha ha ha. It's a good show. Wu Fangxing deceived the Tan family, and said that there were only Xininghuan and two other boys in the cave. After they dug it out, more than 30 pairs of bright eyes stared straight at it. They watch. Tan Bei, who was the first to come from the Tan family's robbery team, was dumbfounded. The Tan family members, who were stuck behind, immediately urged, "Why are you not moving? Come over quickly." Tan Bei came to his senses, and said to the people behind him with a sullen face, "Kill that boy Wu Fangxing. He lied to us. There are more than 3 in the cave here. At least 30. The person behind me who was urging me froze. The number exceeds 10 times. Is it still Calamity? Just when the Tan family members were hesitating, the wall next to them was collapsed. The small hole that could only accommodate one person immediately expanded many times. The Tan family members in the cave over there, and the people in the cave here, more than 30 people, came face to face, eye to eye, and could clearly see the situation in the cave on both sides. Tan Sheng, the leader of the robbery team, came over holding Wu Fangxing's shirt. He narrowed his eyes and scanned the cave with a cold face. He turned to look at Wu Fangxing dangerously, with murderous intent. "Are you lying to me?" Wu Fangxing noticed something was wrong and quickly struggled to remedy the situation. Brother Sheng, you see, the people in this cave are not from the same family, and they are all small families that have nothing to do with the Dragonborn clan. Let's rob Xininghuan. I believe they don't dare to meddle in other people's business. Besides, when our Wu family and Tan family do things, they will have to pay the price if they want to meddle in their own business. What he said was true. Tan Sheng was slightly shaken and glanced over. The more than 30 pairs of eyes in the cave retreated and dodged one by one. It was obvious that Wu Fangxing had been right. Then he looked at Xininghuan sitting in the corner, and the greed in his eyes was revealed. "Does she really have a ship's worth of supplies like you said?" Wu Fangxing quickly nodded in assurance and said in a bewitching voice, "Yes, that's right. There must be one. I saw it with my own eyes. The ship is very big. As long as you seize her supplies, Brother Sheng, you can reach the central island and become a student of Hongming College. The chances are even greater, even if Long Xinglo wants to take revenge. There is nothing you can do about it, Brother Sheng." The corners of Tan Sheng's mouth raised and he smiled. "Okay, I will believe you again." Obviously, he was completely persuaded by Wu Fangxing, and his greedy eyes looked at Xininghuan again, as vicious and difficult as a gangrene attached to the bone. Sheng Rong approached Xininghuan warily, with a serious expression on his face. Xu Ming glanced at him with a sullen face, gritted his teeth, and risked his life to accompany Junzi, staying by Xininghuan's side without leaving. There are a total of 18 members of the Tan family, including Wu Fangxing. There are 19, 11 more than the Wu family at the beach before, and there are only 3 of them here. A huge difference in number. Is this possible? How about running away? With this thought in mind, Xu Ming immediately carefully tugged at the corner of Xininghuan's clothes, looked at the whole block by the big stone, and motioned for her to run that way. Opposite him, Wu Fangxing, who was full of viciousness and wanted revenge, was keeping an eye on him. He wanted to kill Xinhuan more than the others in the Tan family, so he immediately noticed his little move. Roar. As soon as the 8th level primary chaotic spirit beast came out, it immediately blocked the entrance to the cave, occupying most of the space in the cave, and approached Xinhuan with its fierce and sharp teeth. At this moment, the smoke of war suddenly started in the cave. Chapter 368. This woman is actually eating roasted sweet potatoes. His Xinhuan is really going to die now. Wu Fangxing really holds a grudge. When we were on the beach before, we shouldn't have let this bitch Wu Fangxing go. He cut the weeds without eradicating the roots, and the spring breeze blew them again. Xinning loved a woman's kindness, but her heart was still not cold enough. What if this were changed? If you don't like me, I'll just go up and stab him 360 times to ensure that he can directly enter reincarnation and never do any harm again. You guys know nothing. As soon as Xinhuan left on the beach, Wu Fangxing jumped up like a rabbit. It was obvious at a glance that this bitch was pretending to be dead. If Xinhuan took action, could he not fight back? If the two of them fight, they will definitely have to wait for some time to get out. By then, the ocean storm will come, and it will be over. They will be wiped out directly, and no one can escape. Well, that makes sense. It turns out that it's not Xinhuan's kindness as a woman, but her ability to see the overall situation. Let's just say that people like the Tan family are a little too shameless. 18 people surrounded 3 people. Aren't they looking down on people from the lower star field? What are they doing in such a big battle? A one-on-one duel. TSK. People in the upper star territory like to fight in groups, right? The same goes for Jin Qiaoyu, who is also surrounded by a group of people. Why? They agreed to bully our girls from the lower star territory. The audience in the lower star territory were filled with resentment and anxiety. They wanted to climb in directly at the screen. Even if we couldn't beat them, it would still be good. Some families in the upper star territory also looked down upon the actions of Tan Sheng and the others. If they didn't work hard, a group of people would rob other girls from the lower star territory and lower their prices no matter how they looked at them. They all lost face in the upper star territory. So one by one, they spoke up and attacked the Tan family and the Wu family, which also hurt the other families in the cave, who did not do anything and huddled like quails in the corner. Especially the Dragonborn clan. They all took the lead in attacking the Tan family and the Wu family. Of course, the small and medium-sized families were not spared. They threatened that if their young master's wife was gone, the Dragonborn clan would definitely remember these families one by one, then take revenge one by one in a small notebook. The frightened little family patriarchs were frightened. They didn't expect that in the past. The Dragonborn clan didn't pay much attention to Hongmeng College's admissions. It was too late for them to bring their partners to fall in love. Why did they all keep guarding now? In front of the screen, the patriarchs of the small families looked at the younger members of the clan on the screen, and they were filled with hatred. They just waited for them to come out, beat them to death, and then take them to the Dragonborn clan to plead guilty. Only the chiefs of the Silver Wolf clan and the White Feathered Bird clan were in mixed moods. They were pleased that Sheng Rong and Xu Ming were loyal and had a good education and did not learn anything wrong. They were also a little worried that although they did not bring any trouble to their family, they were considered by the Dragonborn clan, but they themselves are in trouble. The two of them are the most valued talents in the clan, the leaders of the younger generation in the clan. If they are left there like this, the many resources in their clan to cultivate them will be in vain, and there will be a gap in talents. Small families like theirs are not as talented as big families, and even if one of them dies, they will feel heartbroken for a long time. The bloody storm outside did not affect the people in the cave. Looking at the powerful chaos spirit beast on the opposite side, Sheng Rong and Xu Ming swallowed their saliva at the same time. The two of them tensed up and clenched their hands into fists. They still did not leave, but did so with firm eyes, ready for battle. Several members of the Tan family looked at them with disdain. They only laughed and ridiculed the two people who were nosy, and did not take them seriously at all. However, when they turned their attention to Xinhuan, the client, they were a little concerned, confused. This woman is actually eating roasted sweet potatoes. Smelling the smell of roasted sweet potatoes in the air, they swallowed vaguely, and each of them looked at her with different eyes, full of weirdness and absurdity. Hey, let's get down to business. Why is one of your main characters eating roasted sweet potatoes? He ate slowly and without any panic at all. What made this heart so powerful? Or do you want to have a full meal before you die? Noticing their looks, Sheng Rong and Xu Ming turned their heads and glanced back, then looked confused. What's going on? Isn't this going to be a fight? Why do you act like you're on an outing? And you're still eating it? Just when they were about to open their mouths to remind them to give others face and pay attention to the situation, Wu Fangxing, who was staring and furious, suddenly screamed. Everyone turned their heads subconsciously and saw Wu Fangxing's face turning pale, holding his head in pain with both hands, veins popping out on his forehead and neck, and a ferocious expression on his face, as if he was suffering from rabies. At the same time, his chaotic spirit beast seemed to disappear uncontrollably and return to his beast control space. Psychic attack. People in the upper star territory were more knowledgeable than those in the lower star territory, and they could see at a glance why Wu Fangxing was like this. Everyone in the Tan family looked at Xininghuan, who was already chewing the second sweet potato with shocked eyes. It's you! Xininghuan looked up at them, raised the corners of her lips, and smiled. Then she tilted her head and asked innocently, What is me? Tan Sheng's face was ugly, with a sinister look in his eyes, and he simply ordered, Kill her! The curve of the corners of Xininghuan's mouth rose a little more. If you look carefully, her face illuminated by the bonfire is extremely pale, but the expression on her face is extremely calm. From the moment the hole was opened and the Tan family showed up, she had already sensed that something was wrong, especially when they mentioned Wu Fangxing. So she immediately used the filaments of her mental power to weave a fine network, tying the Tan family members together, slowly circle into the net. Fortunately, no one here has a mental attribute, so no one noticed her little move until the fine mesh of mental power was weaved. The first one to attack Wu Fangxing was to test the attitudes of the Tan family members. Unfortunately, they did not seize the opportunity and still wanted to kill her, so she had no choice but to strike first. Ah! What on earth did you do? The Tan family members screamed one after another, holding their heads and roaring in pain. Their eyes looking at Xininghuan were full of horror. They never expected that her mental power was so powerful that she could target all of them at once. All 18 members of the Tan family fell down without exception, and no one was left standing. After Xininghuan quickly gnawed another sweet potato, she took out a fire stick directly from the bonfire, walked over expressionlessly, and swung it at the Tan family, who had extremely weak resistance, and hit their heads with one stick. Although the fire stick did not, she was handy with a machete. But as a headshot professional, her movements were still skillful and crisp, full of violent aesthetics. In a short while, the 18 Tan family members plus one Wu Fangxing were all sent away neatly. Chapter 369. Don't even think about fishing and law enforcement. Everyone in the cave and the audience in front of the live broadcast looked shocked. She actually has some mental attributes. People with mental attributes are very rare even in our upper star field. People from every family who have mental attributes are treasures. Young Master Long is so blind. He clearly has a sharp eye. Okay? Even the people in our family who prefer mental attributes are not as strong as her. She can take down 19 people at once. That's awesome. Speaking of it, the Miao people are the big clan with a spiritual attribute. They use mental power to control the poisonous insects. Every poison master is a strong spiritual attribute. This time, young Master Miao Hua. And it is said that Miao Ying is a genius in cultivating goo in her clan, and their mental strength is probably very strong. I wonder how she compares with this Xininghuan. That must be because our Miao family is so powerful. But our mental power is used to control goo insects, and we will not directly attack people with our mental power like Xininghuan does. Ha ha ha. You are worthy of being my sister Huan. Those of you who are in the star realm, please support me and give me a big call for Sister Huan. The young master and his wife are powerful and have endless abilities. I wonder if the young master and his wife have any sisters who are as good as her. Please introduce them to me. Lower Star Territory. Feishing Academy. The little sister next to Shen Qifei held her hand excitedly. Fei Fei, aren't you Xininghuan's triplet sister? People from the Dragonborn clan want to get to know you. Compared with people from the Dragonborn clan, Han Wenhua, what kind of? The female classmate on the other side was equally excited, holding her face with a look of nymphomaniacs, and nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Yes, Han Wenhua can at most become famous in our Feishing Academy. So, students from the 3 top universities in the Star Territory are incomparable, let alone the Dragonborn clan in the Star Territory. The people from the Dragonborn clan who come to take the admissions exam are all so handsome. They are all tall and long-legged, with handsome features and extraordinary temperament. I like the one named Long Tianrui the best. I heard that his father has now taken over as the emperor of our Lower Star region. Now that he is in the throne, he can be regarded as the prince of our Lower Star territory. So we will have the opportunity to get close to him in the future. I just don't know if he has found his destined partner, and whether I might be that person. Oh, why are we not as lucky as Feifei? We have such a powerful triplet sister. Feifei will have many opportunities to meet handsome guys from the Dragonborn clan in the future. And she might even get a good husband. The two little sisters' words to each other aroused the girl's infinite fantasies. Shen Qifei, who was originally rejected by her crush, now felt much better. Yes, she now has access to the resources of the Dragonborn clan in the Upper Star territory. But she is just Han Wenhua. He is blind if he refuses her. She has a better choice. Shen Qifei's mood was so high at this moment that she completely forgot that her relationship with her younger sister Shening Huan was not good. Shening Huan was still in doubt as to whether she would hold a grudge or not. There was even a slight chance that she would be brought to the Dragonborn clan in the Upper Star territory. Unlike the carnival on the barrage, there was deathly silence in the cave when they saw Shening Huan raising her head while holding the blood-stained fire stick. Xu Ming and Sheng Rong couldn't help but swallow their saliva and couldn't help but take a step back. She is so cruel. This young Master Long's wife. Oh no. Sister Huan. Sister Huan is too powerful. As long as the record of killing 18 members of the Tan family and 1 member of the Wu family today is spread out today, from now on she will not only be respected as the wife of young Master Long, but they will also respect her for her genius and powerful aptitude. No one dares to underestimate her ability anymore. Sheng Rong's eyes shone brightly. Looking at the petite figure in front of him, he felt that she was as tall as 1.8 meters, which was unbelievable. Suddenly, the 1.8 meter tall man vomited a mouthful of blood. His delicate and beautiful face turned pale, and his aura quickly weakened. Sheng Rong suddenly panicked and quickly took 2 steps forward and asked, Sister Huan, what's wrong with you? Shening Huan tugged at the corners of her lips. What else could she do? Of course, her mental energy was consumed too much. The 18 Tan family members plus Wu Fangxing. Although it seemed easy to kill them. In fact, she spent a lot of energy. He has a lot of mental energy, and it's almost drained. The talented person in the big family is indeed very powerful, and she doesn't dare to underestimate him. Careful. Sheng Rong, who was suddenly 5 meters away from her, looked in the direction behind her. His pupils dilated, and he shouted anxiously. Shening Huan turned her head and glanced. The attacker's eyes flashed with fear, and then he hugged his head and howled. She walked over with a shaky body, and a fire stick hit his head mercilessly. A direct headshot. Fast and accurate. Still precise and full of violent aesthetics. Then the fire stick in her hand was leaning on the ground again. Shening Huan looked toward Sheng Rong with a pale face. Her breath was weak, and she looked pitifully and asked, What did you just say? Sheng Rong immediately shook his head. No, I didn't say anything. I just think you're awesome, Sister Huan. As he spoke, he raised the corners of his lips and gave a sincere thumbs up. The fishing law enforcement is also awesome. From now on, he will never look down upon those people who look pale and sick. Maybe they are pretending to be pigs to eat tigers. Or they are big men who want to fish for law enforcement. The sicker, the harder the beating will be. Find out more. The 30 or so people huddled in the corner of the cave looked at her with awe in their eyes. Although Shening Huan looked very weak at the moment and would fall down when the wind blew, there was a senior who was sent away after the sneak attack failed. How can you dare to be careful again? The corner of Shening Huan's mouth curled up, and a smile flashed in the black eyes on his shockingly pale face. It seemed that the shock effect was good, thanks to the person who had just attacked. Then she slowly returned to the campfire where she was sitting with a fire stick, pulled out a few more roasted sweet potatoes from the fire, and continued to eat them deliciously. Sheng Rong and Xu Ming picked up the things that the Tan family had dropped on the ground, and then sat back happily. Seeing that Shening Huan looked sick and didn't want to talk, the two of them realized what was going on. He didn't say anything, just put the things next to her. Then Sheng Rong smiled and borrowed something to eat from Xu Ming's 2 big bags. Everyone was following the same boss, so it was no problem to borrow some food and drinks. After a while, the two of them fell in love with each other and became good brothers. After Shening Huan ate 5 large sweet potatoes in a row, she couldn't help but lean against the wall and fell asleep boldly. Her action made everyone in the cave even more sure that she must have some trump card hidden in her body, or that she was not as weak as her pale face showed. A look of fear flashed across everyone's face. Huh. Don't even think about fishing for law enforcement anymore. They won't be fooled again. Chapter 370, the title of the female devil. Time passed by one night, and it was already noon the next day when Shining Huan regained consciousness. The originally quiet cave was now filled with the sounds of footsteps and the presence of many people, and the entire cave seemed to come alive. At this time, two people suddenly passed by in front. Why is this person sleeping here with a pale face? Could it be that he is seriously injured? Good guy. Zhao Han-san, finally have the opportunity to pick up the leak. Come on. Let's kill her while she sleeps and explode her supplies. A long, muscular young man stopped and looked at Shining Huan, who was leaning against the wall, rubbing her hands excitedly. He looked at her as if he was looking at an unknown treasure box, and he couldn't wait to take the treasure box for himself. But before he could take action, he was grabbed by a young man next to him. What are you doing? You don't want to die. The strong young man waved his hand, with a look of dissatisfaction on his face. What's wrong? Why are you stopping me? You see how beautiful this woman is, and you can't bear to do anything to her? The young man had an ugly expression on his face and cursed. What kind of pity is there? You pig brain can think of this. If you were not of my race and your father asked me to take care of you, a mentally retarded person, I wouldn't bother to save your life. In front of you, this female devil is not an ordinary person. She is a powerful figure who single-handedly killed 18 people from the Tan family's Taoist team yesterday. The strong young man trembled and his eyes were astonished. Are they the 18 Tan family's Taoist robbery team formed by Tan family's Tan Sheng who have been kings and lords on the island for 2 days? The young man snorted. Then, there is another Tan family robbery team. Hey, even if she killed 18 people, she must have been seriously injured when she looks so sick now. We took advantage of her illness to kill her. She killed 18 people from the Tan family. I must have the supplies of those 18 people. And I know that those 18 people have stolen a lot of good things, including spiritual patterns, spiritual weapons, and so on. The strong young man became more and more enthusiastic as he talked, and his eyes shone with astonishing brightness. The young man was speechless and said in a low voice, the person who attacked her yesterday after she killed those 18 people and had her head blown off and sent away also thought so. Strong young man, but he would feel bad if he didn't take a bite of the fat meat right in front of him. Shining Huan felt irritable as she listened to the buzzing conversation in her ears. She couldn't sleep this time. She frowned and opened her eyes. The strong young man and the young man opposite him immediately took a few steps back. The young man even further distanced himself from the strong young man, and then smiled favorably at Shining and said, Sister Huan, wake up. This person is from my clan. I'm actually not very familiar with him. The strong young man's eyes widened in astonishment. He couldn't believe it. I regarded you as a brother, and you actually sold me out directly. But when he met Shining Huan's glance, he immediately gave up. With a sad face, he pulled up the corners of his mouth and explained dryly. I was just talking nonsense. It rained heavily yesterday, and I had a fever. I have a high fever. Sister Huan, you have a lot of it. Just take what I just said as a fart. Shining Huan lowered her eyes and waved her hand towards him, signaling him to get out of here. She had been sleeping well this time, and she didn't want to take action now. Moreover, her satiety and water diversion values had not yet been replenished, so she decided not to cause trouble. The young man immediately took the strong boy and rubbed oil on his feet, and he ran faster than a rabbit. At the same time, Sheng Rong and Xu Ming hurried back. Sister Huan, are you okay? Shining Huan stretched out and glanced at him with raised eyebrows. What can happen to me? Those two people were scared away before I even made a move. And what's going on with my title of devil? Puff. Sheng Rong and Xu Ming couldn't help laughing, seeing Shining Huan glance over at him. They quickly suppressed their laughter and explained seriously. This matter has to start with Sister Huan. You killed 18 members of the Tan family yesterday. Those people in the cave saw you showing off your power, and their courage almost broke. Then they talked and said, I don't know what happened. Whoever started it, they will call you Sister Huan. Afraid that Shining Huan would be dissatisfied with this title and bring anger on them, Xu Ming quickly changed the subject and said, Sister Huan, do you want to go to the small market to see what the trading point needs? Yes. Yes. Sheng Rong nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. and then patted his head again as if he thought of something. He took off the space ring he was wearing and handed it to Shining Huan and said, Sister Huan, this space ring is the 18 people from the Tan family dropped it yesterday. And all the other things are also packed inside. This morning our cave was opened and connected to the center of the mountain. The central area over there is where the small market is. We both saw that it is not safe to have such a lot of things piled up next to you. If someone comes, it might cause covetousness. Although we are not afraid of trouble, we can avoid it if we can. Fortunately, there is a space spiritual weapon here, and the two of us put everything inside. Shining Huan reached out and took it, smiled slightly and said, Thank you. The two scratched their heads and looked embarrassed. Sister Huan, don't blame us for leaving just now. Just now, a member of Xinrong's clan got into trouble at the small market. So we gave Sister Huan 2 defensive spirit patterns from the pile of things in the Tan family. Once you use it, it's over. The two looked at her nervously. Although they had rushed back as soon as possible, they were still afraid that she would be angry. Of course Shining Huan won't be angry. They are just fellow travelers, temporary companions, and the two of them have done their best to be kind and righteous. Besides, she didn't fall asleep unprepared. Her expression did not change, and she asked in a calm voice, Has the matter with Xinrong's clan been resolved? Sheng Rong scratched his head, feeling a little troubled. It's solved for now. I'll go to calm him down later. Okay, you guys go over there first. I have to eat and make something, and I have to go to the small market in a while, Shining Huan said as she walked towards the extinguished bonfire. Sheng Rong looked at her sheepishly and hesitated to speak. Shining Huan raised her eyebrows and said, If you have anything to say, just say it. Sheng Rong chuckled, and then took out a small model ship from his arms. Can I keep this with you, Sister Huan? Shining Huan, aren't you afraid that I will swallow you? Sheng Rong said resolutely. Don't be afraid, Sister Huan. You have so many good things. How can you still look at my 3 melons and 2 dates? Xu Ming also raised his hand silently. I'm not afraid either. I forgot to mention just now that my 2 big packages have been placed in the space spirit weapon. Please help Sister Huan keep them for me. I will pay you. Shining Huan looked at their trusting eyes and readily agreed. Okay, then leave it with me for free. Chapter 371 Show off your versatility. After Sheng Rong and the others turned around and walked away worriedly, Shining Huan lowered her eyes and began to inspect the spatial spiritual weapon given by Sheng Rong. The space inside is not big, just a small room at most. But there are a lot of good things inside, including 8 spiritual patterns, 3 5th level advanced defensive spiritual patterns, and the remaining 5 are all 6th level primary offensive spiritual patterns. In addition, there are some scattered ores, materials, parts of various sizes, blank Huanqi paper, etc. But what makes her most satisfied is the 3rd level high-level spiritual weapon machete. It's a little low, and the refining technique is a little rough, but it's better than a fire stick. As for the treasures of heaven and earth, in the secret realm of this game, the treasures of heaven and earth increase the satiety value, drinking water value, and the upper limit of life value. They should eat it directly after getting it. So there is no trace of these things here. There was also relatively little food and water, which must have been consumed by the 18 people in the Tan family. She rummaged around inside, then found a pot, took it out, found water and 3 corns, and prepared to eat the boiled corn in the morning. After she cooked the corn and ate it slowly, she calmly took out a small golden treasure box from her arms, and then took out a model boat from the small treasure box and placed it on the ground. The next second, under the shocked eyes of everyone in the cave, the small boat model turned into a large ship, occupying most of the cave. The few people left behind in the cave swallowed their saliva and finally understood why the 18 people from the Tan family had to rob Shining Huan yesterday. Her ship was indeed enviable, but when they thought of her cruelty yesterday, they all quickly looked away. No, this devil must want to fish for law enforcement again, and they can't be fooled. Those who had seen Shining Huan burn ahead with a fire stick yesterday were wary and did not dare to make any move. However, this does not mean that they were not here yesterday. The same people who came to see them today also knew it. So the eyes of the uninformed few showed greed, with a look of eagerness on his face. There was a skinny monkey-like man who didn't hold back at first, when Shining Huan turned his back to them and started to walk towards the ship. His eyes lit up. He thought he had caught a flaw, and immediately launched a sneak attack as fast as lightning. But Shining Huan seemed to have eyes in her back. She turned her head to avoid his killing move. Then the skinny monkey jumped up in the air and planned to attack further. He suddenly screamed and fell from the air holding his head. Shining Huan lifted her forward foot and put it down. Then turned around. There was a deep meaning in her beautiful black eyes full of aura. And she looked at the thin monkey wailing and rolling on the ground with a half smile. Then he slowly took out the machete from the space spirit weapon. It seemed that he couldn't lift the knife, and the tip of the knife was dragging on the ground. But after looking at the thin monkey rolling on the ground, they didn't dare to despise her. They all stared at her. Her big eyes looked at her step by step as she walked towards the thin monkey, making her heart tighten and beat violently. Finally, I saw her stopping in front of the thin monkey, picking up the machete and swinging it down easily and casually. Blood spattered out, and the body of the thin monkey was sent away, leaving only a few pieces of food that exploded. Shining Huan didn't dislike it either. She picked up the things and put them into the spatial spiritual weapon with a slight curl of her lips. Then she glanced at the other people in the cave with a trace of regret in her eyes. There was a sudden silence in the cave, and the person who had been about to move immediately shrank back and shrank into a quail. Damn it. This woman is actually a person with mental attributes. No wonder she dared to release the big ship so arrogantly. I'm afraid she didn't deliberately lure them. The regret in her eyes was that they didn't come more. Right? At this moment, their thoughts miraculously merged with those who were in the cave yesterday, and pairs of eyes looked at Shining Huan full of fear. Shining Huan curled her lips, put away her eyes, and continued walking towards the ship, and then got into the cabin. After they could no longer see her figure, the few people in the cave breathed a sigh of relief. And then the group of people from yesterday began to educate the compatriots who came today. Shining Huan burned a fire stick and killed 18 people from the Tan family's robbery team yesterday. With his achievements, the reputation of the female devil has spread even wider. By the time Shining Huan refined the previously planned space weapon in the cabin, her famous reputation had even spread in the small market. But she didn't know it at the moment. After preparing the space spiritual weapon, she got off the ship, put the ship into the space spiritual weapon, and then walked towards the open passage to the small market as planned. The space where the small market is located is much larger than the space where I stayed before. It is now bustling with people, and as soon as I enter, I can smell the aroma of all kinds of food. Come! 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 Don't miss it if you pass by. Authentic garlic vermicelli and scallops. The vermicelli comes from a treasure chest. There are only a few left. If you miss it, it will be gone. The nectar brewed by the Wasp clan is sold very cheaply in the secret realm. It has the effect of increasing life by 3%. Customized spiritual weapons. Customized spiritual weapons. Customized by the future spiritual weapon master. Prepare the materials, and I can make all spiritual weapons below the 8th level. I only charge crafting fees and food with satiety value plus 1,000. Come quickly. Today there are only 2 places available. If you miss it, we will have to meet again. The cave was filled with shouts and shouts, making it very lively. Everyone in Xiaxingyu, who had been following Shining Huan in the live broadcast room, was dumbfounded. Having met brothers, I didn't expect that when the geniuses in the Star Territory start business, their shouting is no different from the vendors in the vegetable market. The advertisements for attracting people are very clever, and their voices are not low. Just like the vendors in the vegetable market, Antikai has a lot to offer. Good guy. You are worthy of being the genius of the Upper Star Territory. You really do what you do, and love what you do. Humph. You ignorant bumpkins from the Lower Star Territory are focusing on the wrong thing. You should look at the honey that can increase health. And then look at the future spiritual weapon masters, who can make 8th level spiritual weapons. They are taking the opportunity to show off themselves. So versatile. It is said that the teachers of Hongming College also accept talents with special subjects. In the previous session, a candidate failed the examination, but because his qualifications in the spiritual pattern were so amazing, a certain teacher in Hongming College took the talent into his class. Even though he is not an official Hongming College student, he still enjoys the resources of Hongming College with that teacher. He is indeed the genius of the Upper Star Territory. He is indeed treacherous. But our Sister Huan is not afraid of her. Sister Huan, please set up the spirit pattern customization stall and compare with them. We are 9th level senior spirit pattern masters. We are afraid of them. As soon as Sister Huan comes out and dominates the world, all the spirit pattern masters present will tremble. Chapter 372 Tan Family Tan Shi Brown. These words immediately attracted the audience from other candidates, who were in the same frame in the live broadcast room. Let me see. Let me see who is so arrogant and dares to speak nonsense in front of our young master Tan Shizong. Why? All the spirit pattern masters present are trembling. Our young master Tan Shizong is also a 9th level senior spirit pattern master. But he is still very humble. He is not like some bumpkin from the lower star territory who gets good at it after he has a little bit of ability. It doesn't stop. It's so incompetent. This is Shining Huan again. I heard that Shining Huan killed 18 members of our Tan family. Damn it. Now he dares to come in front of Master Tan Shizong and act arrogantly. Aren't he afraid of death? Looking at what you are saying, it is clear that those 18 people from Tan Sheng want to bully our sister Huan and steal her things. Our sister Huan is just fighting back. This is also a grudge. Can't you Tan family afford it? You are too stingy. Hey, the Tan family and Xia Xingyu are starting to fight. I won't stand by this time. I'll just wait and see. 9 members of the Wu family were also killed by Shining Huan. The Wu family probably hated Shining Huan too. Although Shining Huan was protected by the Dragonborn clan. These two families were both super wealthy families in the upper star field. It was uncertain. Something unexpected happened. Young Master Long couldn't always be by her side to protect her. After all, she was still too young and angry. And she didn't know how to keep a line in life so that we could meet each other in the future. Shining Huan, who didn't know that there was another commotion in the live broadcast room, was walking towards the nearby stall selling food, and exchanged the 8 spirit patterns in the space spirit weapons left by the 18 members of the Tan family for a lot of food and drink. I also went to the grocery stall to exchange for some needed parts, or after she had eaten and drank enough, she walked towards the Wasp clan stall. How do you sell your honey? The stall owner of the Wasp clan was a round-faced girl. When she saw Shining Huan, she trembled subconsciously, and then stammered. 1. A small bottle, and a 3rd level advanced defense spirit pattern. Shining Huan raised her eyebrows, and looked at her face with smiling eyes. You seem to be afraid of me? The round-faced girl gave a sad smile and said, No, I'm not afraid. In fact, she was scared to death. There were only so many people gathered here on the island, and there was no information exchanged between them. It was that the person in front of her who looked sick, slender, frail and stunningly beautiful actually killed the Wu family. 9 people, 18 members of the Tan family, and 2 small family geniuses who made a sneak attack. The name of the female devil had spread in their area. How could she not be afraid? Shining Huan withdrew her inquiring eyes, not sure whether she believed it or not. Her eyes fell on the small bottles of golden nectar on her stall, and returned to the topic. I don't have 3rd level high-level defensive spiritual patterns. Only 9th level high-level ones. What to do with defensive spiritual patterns? The round-faced girl's eyes suddenly brightened, and the fear in her heart dissipated a lot. Are you serious? I have a bottle of nectar here that can increase the upper limit of health by 300%. Seeing that Shining Huan didn't express her opinion, the round-faced girl quickly explained, This is the nectar that can increase the highest health value here. The upper limit of the health value increased by nectar is non-additive. Only the first bottle of nectar taken is effective. So it is very effective. It's valuable. And young Master Tan Shizong of the Tan family also exchanged it for a bottle. Oh! Shining Huan's eyes flashed. She had heard of Tan Shizong, a member of the Tan family. Long Xinglo had specifically mentioned this person to her during the previous investigation, because he was extremely talented in spiritual patterns. And he was very similar to her. They are both 9th level senior spiritual pattern masters. And although this person looks personable, gentle, and has countless reputations, he is actually stingy and extremely jealous. In the past, there was a person from a small family in the Upper Star territory who also had excellent talents in spiritual patterns. He was comparable to Tan Shizong. But later this man died tragically in a secret place. There are rumors that this young Master Tan Shizong bribed the person who entered the secret realm and deliberately killed him. And the Dragonborn clan happens to know that this rumor is not just a rumor, but true. That's why he mentioned it specifically to remind her to be more careful about this person. Tan Shizong must not like her, who is younger than him, but is also a 9th level senior spiritual pattern master like him. After Shining Huan came to her senses, she nodded with a smile. Okay, change, but I have to draw it on the spot. You wait. The round-faced girl nodded hurriedly. Wait. Of course she has to wait. The 9th level advanced spirit pattern is definitely the highest level spirit pattern in this secret realm. There is no such thing as too many things that can save one's life. It's a pity that Master Tan Shizong only changed she got one. And now someone could get it. She was so happy. Originally I only thought that the female devil. Well, Mrs. Long got it from the 18 people of the Tan family who were killed yesterday. But Mrs. Long actually said she wanted to draw it on the spot. So wouldn't she be the same as Mr. Tan Shizong? Is he also a 9th level senior spiritual pattern master? Oh my god. Mrs. Long is obviously younger than Master Tan Shizong at a glance. She has witnessed the birth of a more talented spiritual pattern master. Her round face was full of excitement. When she came to her senses, Shining Huan was no longer in front of the stall, but at the empty seat next door. Oh, this location is well chosen. It happens to be across from Master Tan Shizong, a stall selling roasted sweet potatoes. Humph. Look at how excited these bumpkins in Star Territory are. They are in the same frame as our Tan family's young Master Tan Shizong. She is definitely going to lose. Our young Master Tan Shizong is the fastest holder of the 9th level advanced spiritual pattern. Everyone in the lower Star Territory, haha. The Tan family in the upper Star Territory were confused by them. What do you mean? These bumpkins from the lower Star Territory have given up. Or are you mocking them? The next second they knew it was a mockery of them. Because in a few minutes, they were sending the barrage. Shining Huan had already sat down and started writing. At this moment, she handed the drawn 9th level advanced defense spirit patterns to the round-faced girl next door. This cheating? She must have cheated. Otherwise how could it be so fast? Yeah. She finished the drawing before I even had time to see her start. She must have known that Master Tan Shizong was here. So she did something in advance to make her famous. Everyone in the lower star field, haha. Your Tan family's tolerance is too poor. Is it so difficult to accept the reality? Our sister Huan can draw spiritual patterns so quickly. If you don't believe it, you can check out the previous live broadcast replays. This is not the first time that Sister Huan has drawn spiritual patterns on the spot during a live broadcast. Brothers from Shangxingia have a very good saying. In the same frame, whoever is slower will be embarrassed. Hey, our Sister Huan is also planning to set up a stall here. No one needs to watch the replay. You rebels. Please open your eyes and see clearly this time. You can't cheat in the same frame. You can clearly see who is faster and who is slower. Ha ha ha. Isn't it a coincidence? Both Sister Huan and Tan Shizong have a guest who wants a 9th level advanced defense spirit pattern. They can write at about the same time. So the comparison is more intuitive. Chapter 373. Our Sister Huan is Gagakiang. Tan Shizong, who was sitting a stall away, had noticed Shining Huan's presence since she entered the small market. The smile on his beautiful face was now suppressed, and a deep and strange storm was brewing in his eyes. He knew Shining Huan much earlier than anyone else in the Star Territory. One of his sworn enemies who had been fighting against him at the time went to watch the Hongmeng Academy enrollment quota competition in the Star Territory due to boredom, and learned about Shining Huan, an 18-year-old since the existence of the 9th level senior spiritual pattern master. Shining Huan has often been brought up to confront him, mocking and suppressing him along the way to his most proud spiritual pattern attainments. As a small-minded person, how could Tan Shizong not be jealous? But that mortal enemy was the Wu family, which was very powerful, and had a high status in the Wu family. The interests of the Wu family and the Tan family were involved, so he could not take action against him. So he could only blame all his anger on Shining Huan. The introduction. Moreover, Shining Huan was an 18-year-old 9th level senior spiritual pattern master, and he had grown to such an extent without the resources of a big family to train him. Such qualifications frightened him, and at the same time gave him a deep fear. It's a pity that when he wanted to send someone to kill her, she had already disappeared during the campaign. When he met again, she turned out to be the young mistress of the Dragonborn clan, which forced him to temporarily curb his hostility and hide it. Dragonborn, this clan is all crazy when it comes to treating their partners. Once they hurt their partner, no matter who they are, they will hunt them down endlessly until one of them dies. At present, he does not have the ability to compete with the young master of the Dragonborn clan. At least, he cannot act rashly before he becomes the young master of the Tan family. Otherwise, Tan Anlin and the others will only take advantage of the opportunity and seize the opportunity to remove him from the candidates for the clan leader's successor. Eliminate it. When he thought of this, Tan Shizong felt a little depressed. But even if he couldn't kill Shining Huan now, he could still suppress her. Shining Huan must have just been promoted to the 9th level advanced spirit pattern master, and he was able to draw the 9th level advanced spirit pattern a year ago. His shooting speed, maturity, and drawing success rate must be higher than hers. Thinking of this, the sparkle in Tan Shizong's eyes flickered. After he finished drawing a spiritual pattern, he happened to hear someone coming in front of Xininghuan's booth who wanted a 9th level advanced defense spiritual pattern. He knew that his chance to perform had come. As long as they draw at the same time, it will be clear who is faster and who is slower, and who is more powerful. Obviously, Tan Shizong didn't notice that Xininghuan had drawn a 9th level advanced defensive spirit pattern because he couldn't be distracted just now because he was drawing spiritual patterns. Otherwise, he would not be secretly planning to compare Xininghuan to a scumbag at this moment. But it was better to carry the stall and run away quickly to avoid embarrassment. As a result, the audience in the live broadcast room gathered around, and the spirit pattern drawing competition began where Tan Shi and Tan secretly competed. The people setting up stalls around and the people passing by also exchanged vague glances, paying attention to the two people's situation. The sweet potato stall owner, who was caught in the middle, was a dedicated person. It was not until those fiery eyes were on him that he came out of the world of selling sweet potatoes. He felt restless and wanted to run away immediately with the stall on his back. But when he realized what these eyes were looking at, he steadied himself again. He was also curious at this moment. With his perfect viewing position, whoever left was a fool. So he gritted his teeth and resisted those fiery eyes, staying where he was, and then looked around. Tan Shizong on the left has a tall and straight figure, holding a wheeling pen in his hand. He is carrying an elegant and scholarly style. As soon as he puts down the pen, the vermilion words begin to fall on the huangqi paper. The strokes are smooth, but the strokes have a tone that matches his appearance. The elegant gentleman is different in his strength and vigor. His eyes were serious and focused, and he was very pious on the spiritual patterns. As each stroke fell, sweat appeared on his forehead. It was obvious that he was not relaxed when drawing the spiritual patterns. But fortunately, there was no problem. Still progressing steadily, the sweet potato stall owner nodded. He was indeed a spirit pattern genius, who had been renowned for many years. He did have a few brushes. He had seen other spirit pattern masters who drew spirit patterns, and their ferocious expressions when drawing spirit patterns were much uglier. Then he turned to look at Xininghuan on his right, his eyes almost popping out of his head in shock. Ah, isn't this too fast? Although she started writing slower than Tan Shizong, the coverage rate of spirit patterns on huangqi paper had already exceeded that of Tan Shizong, and she was still very fast, with a smile on her lips. And she didn't look too serious. One is the state of relaxed and freehand brushwork, as if splashing ink casually, with smooth and carefree movements. Looking at the spirit pattern on it, it looks better and smoother than Tan Shizong's. In short, as soon as I see the spirit pattern character, a calligraphy master's aura hits my face. There is no need to pretend to be awesome like Tan Shizong next door. By the time the sweet potato stall owner came to her senses, she had already put the last stroke. And in an instant, the rich ink aura symbolizing the 9th level of advanced light lit up, and the spiritual pattern was completed. The surrounding stalls, and the people passing by all took a breath. They were all well-informed geniuses. They naturally knew how difficult it was to draw a 9th level advanced spiritual pattern. With her speed, she could definitely become a god. The person who came to her with some doubts to buy the spirit pattern excitedly took the spirit pattern, fearing that the people with fiery eyes around him would rush to grab it. When the sweet potato stall owner saw it, he quickly raised his hands to take advantage of the position before others gathered around him, and said excitedly, I also want the 9th level advanced defense spirit pattern. I use a heavenly material and earthly treasure with a maximum health value of plus 300 change. Xininghuan looked sideways at him and nodded with a smile. Okay. So I took out the blank huangqi paper and started a new round of drawing. Tan Shizong on the other side was directly left out, except for a few people who had entrusted the spiritual pattern to him. Everyone else who could afford the price gathered around Xininghuan's stall, and almost even the roasted sweet potato stall. Lifted. Now the situation is intuitive enough. In the same frame, whoever is slower will be embarrassed. Isn't this really embarrassing? Oh, our sister Huan is so strong. If we have more competitions like this, we would really love to see Sister Huan killing everyone. TSK. This young master Tan Shizong is not that good at all. A piece of paper is useless. But he is still praised as a spiritual pattern genius renowned in the star field? Oh, what you said? Master Tan Shizong was trained by a big family, like the Tan family with resources. It's nothing to waste a piece of huangqi paper. It's not like our bumpkins from the lower star territory, who want money but no money, and want resources but no resources. I can only save some money. Try not to waste a piece of huanqi paper, and strive to make every piece of paper successful. Yes, yes, we, the bumpkins from the star territory, can only increase the success rate to 100%. Isn't it true that Sister Huan and Zhang Zhang are successful because of frugality? The young master of a big family is rich, so we can't use Sister Huan's success rate to ask him. Chapter 374. The profiteer is talking about her. He was obviously trying to help Tan Shizong every word, but he was stabbing into the hearts of the Tan family. The mouths of the other families in the upper star territory who were watching the barrage twitched. Those in the lower star territory knew how to deal with yin and yang. After discarding a piece of paper, Tan Shizong's face was extremely gloomy at this moment, with suspicion in his gloomy eyes. He never believed that Shining Huan could draw spiritual patterns so fast. How could this be the speed that a newly promoted 9th level advanced spiritual pattern master should have? It only takes a lot more time to draw the spirit pattern. Only by going all out can one catch up with Shining Huan's speed. However, that senior is already a 12th level senior spirit pattern master. He can only downgrade to draw spirit patterns that are lower than his own level. So fast. But how did Shining Huan, an 18-year-old girl, do it? She couldn't possibly still be a hidden 12th level advanced spiritual pattern master. But this was impossible. Her level of spiritual master was not high enough, and she couldn't draw the 12th level spiritual pattern at all. Advanced spirit patterns? Does that mean she has some secret method to speed up the drawing of spirit patterns? Tan Shizong's eyes flickered, and there was a hint of greed in his eyes. But he quickly restrained himself, and then lowered his eyes and began to plan. After Shining Huan finished drawing 10 9th level high-level spiritual patterns, she stopped taking orders, packed up her stall, and returned to the original cave. Before sitting down and continuing to draw the spirit patterns, I went to the vent left at the entrance of the cave to take a look. There were still dark clouds outside, as if the sky was falling. A violent storm was sweeping across the entire island. As soon as I stepped out, I would be sucked into the air. I don't know life or death. It seems that I have to continue to stay in this cave. She sighed softly, then glanced at the people in the cave who were peeking at her. Her brows furrowed slightly, and she felt worried. If this ocean storm continues for too long, the illusion of peace in the cave will collapse sooner or later. Now these people are afraid of her mental power and headshots with machetes and dare not attack her. But once the food and water are exhausted and they are about to die, who will care about their sanity? And a big fat sheep like her will definitely being targeted. It seemed that she had to make preparations in advance in case of emergencies. Sister Huan, are you back already? Sheng Rong and Xu Ming came back in a good mood. It was obvious that the matter had been resolved. They all had smiles on their faces and brought back a few skewers in their hands. Sister Huan, would you like a piece? The Xuke clan's roasted meat is very well controlled and tastes delicious. It's the best barbecue I've ever had. While nibbling on a bunch of grilled chicken wings, Xu Ming smiled and handed all the handfuls in front of Shining Huan, and said boldly, "Not only are there meat, but there are also vegetarian ones. Sister Huan, you can choose whatever you want." Shining Huan raised her eyebrows, and politely took a bunch of roasted wings and a bunch of roasted potato slices, and then took out 2 corns from the spatial spiritual weapon and handed them over. Xu Ming was stunned for a moment, then quickly refused. "Sister Huan, this is what I'm treating you to, so you don't need to give me anything." Shining Huan ate the grilled wings and glanced at him. "Take it. The more food, the better. There is no place to get free food in this cave." Sheng Rong and Xu Ming were stunned for a moment, and then looked at each other with a somewhat solemn look in their eyes. Xu Ming stopped pushing the corn out and put it away silently, intending to use it for dinner later. Then the two of them said low to Shining Huan, got up, and returned to the small market to find their compatriots. Shining Huan looked at the actions of the two people, and the corners of her mouth were slightly raised. She was a smart person, and she seemed to understand. From then on until the 5th day when they hid in the cave, it was still dark outside, with dark clouds stacked on top of each other, gathering a heaven-destroying storm that didn't look like it would disperse. Obviously, Shining Huan's previous worries were not unfounded. With the passage of time, the illusion of peace in the cave had been crumbling. The most intuitive thing is that prices have begun to change. The price of food is gradually rising, but the previously expensive spiritual weapons and spiritual patterns are plummeting. The cave is filled with hostility and restless smoke. Quarrels, conflicts, small-scale fighting and robbery have become the norm. People who were not in a group became the first targets to be robbed. So Sheng Rong and Xu Ming's tribesmen also found Shining Huan and stayed with them in the cave. Now there are 7 of them in total. Not too many. It was relatively small. And with Shining Huan watching over them, no one reached out to them for the time being. But they could feel that more and more eyes were looking at them covertly and covertly. What? What should we do? Will they come to rob us? One of Xu Ming's clan members turned pale as he spoke, with uneasiness and anxiety in his eyes. They had been reminded by Xu Ming before that they had brought more food around them in the past few days, so they could stay full until now without having to worry about food. But now they are being targeted because of the extra food and have become fat sheep in the eyes of those people. He panicked. Xu Ming's face didn't look good either. He turned to look at Shining Huan and said, "Sister Huan." Shining Huan ate the corn calmly. When she heard the voice, she raised her eyes and glanced at him. "The soldiers are coming to cover up the water and the earth." Xu Ming. These words were so unfathomable that he suddenly calmed down. Ah! He was so calm. What he said was different from not saying it. Come on. Just wait anyway. He scratched his head and thought about it. But he really couldn't think of a way to solve the dilemma. At this time, Shining Huan had finished eating the corn. After wiping her hands, she took out a few corn stalks and a few large coconuts from the spiritual weapon and placed them on the table. Sheng Rong and Xu Ming were originally paying close attention to the other people in the cave. When they heard the movement, they immediately turned their heads alertly and saw Shining Huan's actions. The 6 people's scalps suddenly exploded and they shouted, "Huan's sister, what are you doing? You put the food out for fear that others will not know you are a fat sheep and come to grab it." Shining Huan didn't raise her head and ignored it. She took out a whiteboard from the spiritual weapon without stopping, and started writing on it with spiritual paper dipped in spiritual sand ink. 2 corns are exchanged for the same heavenly material and earthly treasure that increases the upper limit of attribute values by 50%. 2 coconuts are exchanged for 5th grade high-grade ore. The prices of specific items vary. So please come to the stall to discuss the transaction. After she finished writing, she inserted the whiteboard into the coconut pile. And the advertisement was ready. Sheng Rong and Xu Ming were so shocked by her coquettish moves that they both gave a thumbs up. As expected of Sister Huan, this is a great move, since it can be exchanged. Who the HL will fight to grab it? The price tag is only a few hundred million. Gao, are you sure no one will get angry and destroy the stall? Shining Huan had a smile on her face. How could the people who came to smash the stall be said to be angry? They were clearly warm and kind. They rushed to deliver goods to them. But they rushed back. Now, wouldn't the goods on the stall be available again? And can also enrich the diversity of products. The 6 people around him swallowed their saliva. The profiteer Bin Shang was talking about her. Chapter 375 Business is so exciting. As soon as the stall opened, it didn't take long for someone to ask. It was an acquaintance. The round-faced girl from the Wasp clan who had traded with Shining Huan before. Her current condition was much worse than before. Her eyes were black and blue. Her lips were chapped and white. And she looked like she had crawled out of a beggar's nest. Not only was her hair as messy as a chicken coop, her clothes were also torn. There were mottled blood stains in many places, making it very embarrassing. "Can I buy you 4 corns with a nectar that has a maximum health value of plus 300? Shining Huan raised his eyes to look at her and nodded. "Yes, if the maximum health value is plus 300. You can exchange it for 6 pieces. Although this kind of honey is no longer useful to her, she can take it with her and give it to others, such as the senior sister or people from the Dragonborn clan. After all, there are not many good things like this with a maximum health value of plus 300. The round-faced girl's eyes shone with gratitude. And then she quickly shook her head and said, "I only need 4. But I hope you can protect me and finish them." As she said that, she turned her head and glanced in the direction of the cave passage. There were several sneaky figures hiding there, and they were staring greedily in her direction. She had no doubt that once she left the protection of the devil, those people would rush up and steal her things or even kill her. And the reason why she was in such a mess was because of the gang. She had honey on her body, and she had bought a lot of good things from setting up a stall in the cave before. But after the atmosphere in the cave became more and more tense in the past few days, she was not surprised being targeted. Originally, she and her sisters from the Tiger Butterfly clan were not considered alone when they followed the other 5 Tiger Butterfly clan members. But what she didn't expect was that, after someone targeted her and came to her door, her most trusted sister betrayed her without hesitation. She and other members of the tiger butterfly tribe also joined those people who were targeting her and wanted to force her to hand over everything. Fortunately, she had exchanged 2 9th-level advanced defensive spirit patterns before so that she could survive until now. Otherwise she would not have died. Thinking of this, her eyes looked at Xininghuan with more gratitude. Xininghuan followed her gaze and glanced at those people. A look of understanding flashed in her eyes, and then nodded to her. Okay, you can rest next to it after eating. There is plenty of open space here. The round-faced girl opened her eyes wide in surprise. Thank you. Thank you. Then she quickly took out the honey and handed it over. My name is Bei Shuyao, and this is honey. Xininghuan nodded, indicating that she understood. Then took the honey, picked up 4 corns, and handed them over. Bei Shuyao took it quickly, then couldn't wait to peel off the outer leaves and put it to her mouth to nibble on it. Fruit corn can also be eaten raw. She didn't stop in front of the stall, and while eating, she walked to the open space next to her, and sat down next to a slender, fair-skinned handsome guy from the white-feathered bird clan. The expressions of the few people who poked their heads in the passage immediately changed. Damn it! That bitch Bei Shuyao was accepted by that female devil. What should we do now? We don't have much food on us. If we can't get good things from her in exchange for food, we won't be able to survive for long. A woman from the tiger butterfly clan said with a grimace. This was the person Bei Shuyao had previously regarded as a good sister. The man in front of her, who looked ordinary but was full of sullenness, now had a bad look on his face, and his eyes were even more sinister. Isn't it because you were exposed too early, which made the ladies of the Wasp clan be on guard? There is no chance of a sneak attack. The woman gritted her teeth and retorted. She has 9th-level advanced defensive spirit patterns on her body. Even if I attack her secretly, I won't be able to succeed. That means you are incompetent. You still say that you two are good sisters, but you can't even get a spiritual pattern from her. The woman was almost pissed to death by his yin and yang tone. A man wearing a butterfly-like dress from the tiger butterfly on the side hurriedly came out to smooth things over. Now is not the time to talk about who is right and who is wrong. We should think about how to avoid the female devil and steal things from Bei Shuyao. The woman snorted. What can I do? Bei Shuyao is not a fool and will definitely not leave there. The female devil is setting up a stall there, so she will definitely not leave easily. Even if she leaves, Bei Shuyao will grab this life-saving straw and leave together. The sullen man's eyes darkened and a fierce light flashed. Since we can't separate them, let's just share the pot. Since Xininghuan has set up a stall, and she must have a lot of food, I don't believe that no one is interested in her. Then he seemed to have thought of something, and a strange smile suddenly appeared on his lips. Let's go and find Tan Shizong to cooperate. Xininghuan was in the limelight before, and the person who hates Xininghuan the most in this cave should be Tan Shizong. His idea was indeed correct. Tan Shizong was recruiting troops based on the name of the Tan family, and was preparing to take action against Xininghuan. When they came to his door, he accepted them without hesitation. Xininghuan didn't know about this for the time being. She was having a great time doing business at the moment. The maximum health value is plus 30 heavenly materials, and earthly treasures plus a 3rd-grade high-grade diamond in exchange for 2 corns. Okay. Thank you for your patronage. The guests happily left holding the corn. I just want to exchange the 4th grade or for 2 coconuts. But that won't work. My price is already broken. Look in this cave to see who can charge as low as me. The customer was cursing in his heart. Who the H.L. dares to set up a stall now? It's not that he doesn't want to live long. It's just you, the devil, who dares to be so bold. So of course he can't find anyone with a lower charge than this. But considering that his drinking water value and satiety value were already shaky, he could only endure the complaint in frustration. Then gritted his teeth and took out another piece of 4th grade ore, and then left in exchange for 3 coconuts. Xu Ming and Sheng Rong clenched their fists nervously beside them, fearing that the man would burst out and grab the things and run away. Fortunately, this did not happen. After watching the man leave, they breathed a sigh of relief. The business was going well. It's so exciting! TSK. TSK. This Xininghuan is too greedy. Even when death is imminent, he is not afraid of losing his life. So he makes a wedding dress for others. How can we, Sister Huan, do business based on our abilities and be called greedy? Only people like Tan Shizong are called greedy. They are white wolves with nothing but stealing other people's things. They are all evil in their bones. Ha ha. You guys from the lower star region know nothing. Tan Shizong is called capable. Almost 2/3 of the people in the cave have been won over by him. He has first-class charisma and excellent leadership skills. Shining Huan is really going to die now. These people are not the 18 or 19 people in the Tan family before, but more than 50. I don't believe she can fight back this time. Chapter 376, The Defensive Formation Outside the Ship. Oh, you can't do it if you say you can't. When we met those Wu family members on the beach before, you badmouthed them. But in the end, our sister Huan won a big victory. It's useless for you bumpkins in the lower star territory to try to be tough. Facts will prove everything. Don't cry anymore when the time comes. People from the Starfield and the Tan family competed with each other on the barrage, and no one backed down. One party firmly believed that Shining Huan, who had already created too many miracles, could not fail here, and she would definitely be able to pass this level. The other side felt that Shining Huan's life was definitely not as tenacious as Xiao Chang's. This time, their young master Tan Shizong took action. How could more than 50 people capture Shining Huan? Even if the Dragonborn clan did not kill her, they could still make her suffer. Frustrated, grab all her stuff. Come! Come! Tan Shizong is here with someone. Stop scrolling. Oh! The fun is about to begin. Tan Shizong is quite smart, and probably won't kill Shining Huan directly. But there are so many people at the scene. What if there is an accident? In this way, he can throw the blame away, and it's wonderful to solve Shining Huan's serious problem. Tan Shizong didn't know that his little thoughts had been clearly analyzed. At this moment, he was leading people to walk in the passage in high spirits, with a smile on his face. He even thought about what to say for a while. It is best for Shining Huan, who can speak well, to take the initiative, and then he can follow the trend. But what he didn't expect was that Shining Huan didn't play her cards according to the rules, and didn't give them a chance to talk at all. Hearing the sound of large-scale footsteps coming from the passage, Shining Huan raised her eyebrows, stretched out her hand to collect the things in front of the stall, turned to Sheng Rong and the others and said, "Are you willing to go on an adventure with me?" "Ah?" Sheng Rong and others who were immersed in the character of the stall bodyguard were stunned for a moment, looking up at her with blank eyes, as if they didn't understand why she suddenly said this. The first person to react was Bei Shuyao, who had been on alert next door. She immediately stood up and answered solemnly on her round face. "I do." Sheng Rong and others looked at each other. Then their eyes became firm, and they nodded. "Yes. Okay. Let's go then." After saying that, she got up and took the lead and walked towards the entrance of the cave that was blocked by stones. "What are you doing?" Tan Shizong, who had just led people out of the cave passage, saw Shining Huan and others moving stones. The smile on his face froze. His pupils shrank sharply, and his voice became louder and louder. Shining Huan turned to look at him and smiled. "Oh, you guys got here pretty fast." As she spoke, she pushed the stone away with her hands. Tan Shizong's face changed drastically. "Hurry! Stop her quickly!" Immediately behind him, countless figures rushed out anxiously. They had even discussed how to distribute Shining Huan's supplies. But they couldn't just let her run away. But it was too late to catch up now. They only saw Shining Huan showing them a strange smile, then raising her hand and throwing 3 spirit patterns at them. The person chasing at the front shrank his pupils, and his expression changed drastically. "No! Run away!" The next second, 3 loud bangs exploded, and the powerful explosion swept across. The nearest people were directly blown out, and the people behind could not escape. They were affected by the aftermath of the explosion. In an instant, there were countless more people in the cave. There were screams of ghosts crying and wolves howling. But only the person who had previously bought the 9th level advanced defensive spirit pattern still stood in place intact. Tan Shizong and a few people who were fine pushed aside the screaming people in front and hurriedly chased after them. But it was already too late. Shining Huan and his party had already boarded the big ship. At the front of the ship was a giant eagle dragging it. And the big ship. Even a layer of ink halo appeared around the giant eagle. And the light was endless. It was obvious that this large ship used a large number of 9th level advanced defense spirit patterns to construct a defensive formation, making the giant eagle and the big ships were not affected by the fierce ocean storm outside. In fact, even if Tan Shizong didn't gather so many people to besiege her, Shining Huan had already planned to leave the island. After all, the exact location of the central island was unknown, and how far away it was unknown. So of course the sooner the better. But now she has been trapped on this island for 5 days, and has wasted a lot of time. The ocean storm shows no sign of subsiding at all. So she must force her way out. Damn it! Tan Shizhong cursed secretly with an ugly face. He didn't expect that Shining Huan was so cunning and had been prepared for it. The defensive formation outside the ship obviously couldn't be built in a short while. When did Shining Huan start planning? Didn't everything he planned before become a joke? When he thought that the people watching before the live broadcast might be mocking him at the moment. Especially his nemesis, who would laugh at him even more unscrupulously after leaving this secret realm. His face turned blue and white in turns. Sheng Rong and the others on the big ship were actually also curious about this question. They all looked at the defensive formation outside the ship with excitement and admiration. And then looked at Shining Huan. Bei Shuao, in particular, was so excited that her round face turned red. Fortunately, she had made a desperate choice to choose Shining Huan and boarded this smooth-sailing boat. Otherwise, she would have been killed by the group of people in the cave. Eaten and skinned alive. The clan members of Sheng Rong and Xu Ming were also very excited. They looked at the two of them gratefully. If these two hadn't hooked up with Sister Huan first, they wouldn't have been able to take advantage of this opportunity. Facing their curious eyes, Shining Huan's lips curved slightly. It didn't take long. Just after I came back from selling the spirit patterns at the small market 5 days ago. 66,666. As expected of my sister Huan, she had a premonition and started preparation so early. What a smart person. Ha ha ha. The Tan family has nothing to say this time. My sister Huan saved the day by herself. TSK. Compared to our sister Huan, that Tan Shizong of your Tan family is not as talented as our sister Huan in spiritual patterns. Has not as good a brain as our sister Huan. And even has inferior prediction and foresight of things. The big family promised to cultivate it. Where are the outstanding talents who came out and the candidates to succeed the Tan family patriarch? This is it. Isn't this too watery? Yes. You still have the nerve to show it off and publicize it. I'm afraid the Tan family doesn't have anyone left. I think Tan Shizong's brain is blocked by spiritual patterns, and he doesn't care about anything else. This is not possible. The young master of our family has comprehensive development of moral, intellectual, physical, artistic and physical skills. Even if it is not good, he still has to have a good brain. Foresight must be young. The position of the family patriarch is the helmsman of the family's future development. If the helm is not controlled well, I am afraid it will bring the whole family into a ditch. As a family that does not have a good relationship with the Tan family, I think it was right to choose Tan Shizong as the head of the Tan family. Chapter 377. A person must know how to retreat when encountering difficulties. The Tan family members were furious when they saw the weird and sarcastic comments on the barrage, and were annoyed that Tan Shizong was not living up to expectations. However, there are still some loyal supporters of the other candidates for the heir to the head of the Tan family who are happy. Tan Shizong is quite good, but he has ruined his reputation. Then the people they support will have a greater chance. Look, since this kid was so good, they would stop scolding him a few times. Tan Shizong, who didn't know that he was about to be kicked out as the successor to the Tan family, sneezed for no reason. The young man on the side turned to look at him, frowned and asked with an ugly face, "Aren't we going to chase him?" Tan Shizong rubbed his nose and glanced at him gloomily. "You think the ocean storm outside is just a child's play? Chase it. You should chase me and see." The young man next to him was secretly annoyed and a little unconvinced. It was just that the wind and rain were getting a little bit heavier. They might be able to overcome it if they worked hard. But just when he was about to retort, he saw a guy in front of him chasing him fiercely and chased him out of the cave. As a result, he heard a frightened scream just a few meters away. When he looked up, he saw that the guy was taking him with him. The spirit beasts were swept up together and disappeared into the violent ocean storm of wind and rain. The young man shut his mouth and retracted his feet silently. It seemed that this was not something that could be overcome with hard work. A person must know how to retreat when encountering difficulties. In the cave, without Shining Huan, a person regarded by everyone as a first-class fat sheep. A group of hungry people who were in crisis of reduced satiety began to select the next fat sheep, falling into endless internal friction. At the same time, after a period of hard work by the giant desert eagle, the ship finally left the island without any danger, entered the ocean and began sailing normally. The ship flew quickly for 3 minutes, and the harsh ocean storm around it gradually calmed down, and then passed after 2 minutes. The surrounding sea area was calm, and the sun was shining brightly. "Hey, look! It seems that only the island we were on just now is surrounded by ocean storms. Once we leave that sea area, There will be no ocean storms, Xu Ming shouted in surprise. And everyone followed his gaze, and saw that the dark and violent ocean hurricane was really only within the scope of that island. As long as he left that sea area, it would have no impact on other sea areas at all. The eyes of Xu Ming's tribe members also shone brightly, and they were full of emotion. My dear, it's true. That ocean storm probably trapped the candidates in it to delay the time. Fortunately, we followed Sister Huan and escaped. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible. I knew I would be trapped in there for a few days, and I might not be able to take the exam until the ocean storm passes. Shining Huan also stood at the stern of the boat and squinted in the direction of the island. Not necessarily. When the people trapped inside can't hold on anymore, they may try their best to escape and find a breakthrough. Hey, it doesn't matter if they don't care about them. It's okay since we've come out. No, there's a group of 10 killer whales in front of us, all at level 7 or above, coming towards us. Bei Shuyao suddenly issued a warning. Xu Ming and others quickly turned around. Where is it? I didn't see it, Bei Shuyao said calmly. There are about 3 minutes to go. My reconnaissance hornet detected it in front. It seems that the front area has entered a dangerous sea area. They are all dangerous fish schools of level 7 or above. It is difficult for one person to cross. Hongming College, they probably want us to cooperate. Shining Huan narrowed her eyes and said, Get ready to fight. Within 2 minutes, they saw a group of menacing killer whales rushing towards them, with a clear target on their boat. This group of killer whales is not only very large, but also very smart, and knows how to fight guerrilla warfare, which makes them quite panicked. Shining Huan teamed up with others to launch several waves of long-range attacks, and it took more than an hour to deal with them all. Not long after that, they encountered a group of 7th-level swordfish and above. Their combat power was also extremely powerful. If the 9th-level advanced defensive spirit patterns on the ship were not still there, they could have pierced the ship. After they finally got rid of the group of swordfish, another group of sharks came in front of them, each one of which was also at level 7 or above. Such intensive attacks showed that Bei Shuyao's analysis just now was indeed correct. He wanted them to fight as a team. Sheng Rong and the others on the boat had no time to talk to Shining Huan about getting off the boat and leaving separately. Just after they finished fighting, they had time to take a breath and rest, when another group of ignorant troublemakers came up to deliver food. Come on! Why not just ignore them? Yes. Of course, Hua got the fish in his pocket. Several people who had experienced a hunger crisis in the cave now felt full of crisis, and were thinking about hoarding food all the time. After they worked hard and worked together to fight monsters, the harvest was quite good. The treasure chests were piled up in the cabin, and a lot of good things were obtained. Their ship also changed from a medium-sized ship to a large ship, and it was also equipped with weapons and diving capabilities. Sheng Rong and Xu Ming also enthusiastically gave the ship a color and named it Charge. Well, the momentum was there. After more than 60 days of fighting together at sea, the people on the boat were exhausted physically and mentally. Just when they thought they were lost in the vast sea and their emotions hit rock bottom, Sheng Rong, who was lying on the deck, suddenly jumped up like a carp. He shouted excitedly, There is a big island ahead. We finally saw the island. We should be looking in the right direction. There are many people on it. Shining Huan and the others walked out of the cabin and looked forward, and sure enough they saw a large island. There were several large ships docked on the beach of the island. Their appearance was as beautiful as theirs, and there were even bigger ones. There were people coming and going on the beach, and it looked quite lively. A relieved smile spread across their faces. No wonder they were so excited. They had encountered fewer and fewer islands before they encountered this big island. They had not seen an island for more than 10 days. The endless ocean and the wave after wave of sea. They were so upset that they even began to doubt themselves. Now that they finally see the island, there are still people on the island, so they are very excited. However, when Shining Huan looked at the island, she frowned suspiciously. Bei Shuyao was keenly aware of her abnormality and turned to look over curiously. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with this island? Shining Huan hesitated. I just feel something is wrong. Xu Ming had a bright smile on his face. Is there too many people on the island? Maybe something happened in the past that forced them to stay on this island. We will find out if we go over and find out. Sheng Rong also grinned and nodded. That makes sense. Let's go and take a look. We eat fish every day on the sea. I'm a little bit greedy for the green leafy vegetables on land. Hearing this, everyone on the boat nodded in agreement. Sailing is really not something people do. Fortunately, they are all spiritual practitioners. Otherwise they would definitely get scurvy if they didn't eat vegetables for so many days. Chapter 378 Fantasy Island. Seeing their excited and yearning eyes, Xininghuan could only suppress the doubts in her heart and said with a slight smile, "Then go and have a look." In fact, she is also very greedy for fresh fruits and vegetables. When Xininghuan spoke, several people immediately cheered and then accelerated towards the island. "Ah! Don't come over. Danger! Danger here! Woohoo!" Another boatload of victims. As the live broadcast rooms merged, the viewers who came with Xininghuan and others were very curious when they saw these exclamations. "What is the situation? Why do you say you are a victim? Ha ha ha. If you haven't followed the live broadcast here, you may not know that this island is a fantasy island. As long as you enter the sea area of this island, candidates will be affected by the large-scale illusion here and think that they are this island residents, and then assume various roles. Visual inspection is the role setting assigned to them by the fantasy world. Anyway, it is definitely not something they imagined on their own initiative. Yes, Jing Yao, the young patriarch of the Suzaka clan, was a wanderer who had never touched a leaf among thousands of flowers. But here he is the innocent son of the village chief, who has never even touched a woman's hand. This is definitely not the case. His inner thoughts. Hey, our young master is so charming and handsome. Loves to dress up and show off so much. Why can't he be an innocent kid? You are slandering. Slandering? I think it may be their imagination. Looking at Miao Ying. She wants to secretly cut off her beard. Isn't that in line with her usual style? In Fantasy Island, young Master Long's identity is an infatuated widower whose wife was in danger at sea. His wife has been dead for 3 years, and he is still waiting hard. He has to sit on the coast for several hours every day, like a stone watching over his husband, waiting for his wife to come back. Miao Ying's role is that of a pretty village girl. She falls in love with young Master Long, a widower, and asks the elders in the village to help her find matchmaking. Young Master Long is unwilling to marry her, so she tries her best to seduce him. As a plan, she bribed the elders in the village to put pressure on young Master Long, and used the love poison on young Master Long, preparing to plunder and rob him. Shameless. This woman is so shameless. Her character is real, and she didn't run away. This fantasy island is quite interesting. Hee hee. I wonder what role Shining will assign to her after she falls in love with Fantasy Island. If it is young Master Long's wife, who died at sea for 3 years, then there will be a good show. Ha ha ha. I love watching this show. Please give me more. Yes. I love watching it too. This fantasy island is so interesting. Not only the Longxing Tower, but Tan Anlin is also very funny. Tan Anlin is obviously a handsome and elegant young man. But in the fantasy island, he was a pig butcher. And now his whole body was covered in oil, which really made that handsome face blind. Perhaps Tan Anlin has a dream in his heart of becoming a pig butcher. Fart. Get out of here. People upstairs. Don't think that I don't know that you are from the Gao family. Gao Yinghan from your Gao family is not much better either. In reality, he is a perfect young man who does everything. But in the fantasy island, he is just an idler and likes the street kid who teased girls was lucky to have his face to support him. Otherwise, he would have been beaten to death long ago. Yes. Gao Yinghan is the worst in terms of misfortune. His newly married wife, Chai Zian, not only devalued him as worthless in the fantasy island, but also clamored to divorce him and marry him. While still thinking about him, after marrying young Master Long, she wanted to compete with Miao Ying. And there were many tricks. Although she was slightly inferior to Miao Ying, she was not discouraged. Now she also invited her family members to propose marriage. And she also wanted young Master Long to marry her. It was really bold. This approach simply doesn't take Gao Yinghan seriously. Ha ha ha. I heard that in real life, Chai Zian was also chasing young Master Long even though she was engaged to Gao Yinghan. Is this true? Everyone in Xiaxingyu will tell you, yes. Not only yes, but also very blatantly, stepping on Gao Yinghan's face into the ground. Gao Yinghan is so miserable. It's so exciting. I wonder what their expressions will be like after they wake up from the illusion. Ha ha ha. There were voices of sympathy and excitement on the barrage. In short, I felt energetic again. Watching such exciting stuff in the middle of the night made me unable to sleep. Under the gaze of everyone, Xininghuan and their ship finally sailed into the island and docked on the coast. Shining Huan had just stepped off the boat with her companions when suddenly the mental defense in her mind went up on its own initiative. As if something foreign object had hit her hard. The shock made her face turn pale, and her brain was buzzing. "What's wrong with you?" Bei Shuyao saw her stop and cover her head, and immediately held her arm with concern and asked, "Did you remember something after returning to your hometown?" Shining Huan resisted her headache and looked up at her with some confusion. "Hometown? What do you think of?" Bei Shuyao nodded happily. "Yes. Brother Shu and I rescued you in the sea 3 years ago. But you lost your memory. We have been helping you find your hometown for the past 3 years. And this time we finally found the right place. Doctor, it says that you suffered a brain injury and there is congestion in your skull. If you think of something, you can't help but have a headache. If you really can't stand it, stop thinking about it. You can take your time in the future. Anyway, Brother Shu and I are already planning to move to this island to become residents. We will always be with you and won't let you be bullied. It doesn't matter if the memory is not restored." Shining Huan covered her head and felt a little dazed. She felt that what she said was wrong, and there must be something wrong. But she soon felt that what she said was right. Just when she was about to nod, a clear young boy's voice suddenly appeared in her head. "Huan Huan. Huan Huan. This is the strongest illusion set by the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. I will help you stay awake." As he spoke, a golden light shot out from the beast controlling space, rushing directly towards Shining Huan's sea of spiritual consciousness, breaking through the pink mist surrounding the outer circle that was gradually eroding inward, and merged with the weak, pitiful and helpless golden air ball wrapped inside. And in an instant, the golden light it rose sharply, driving away all the surrounding pink mist. Shining Huan also suddenly woke up from the confused state just now. There was cold sweat on her forehead and fear in her heart. "What exactly is going on?" "Bai Zai, this is the strongest illusion of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. The illusion on this island now is an illusion composed of 9 12th level high-level Nine-Tailed Foxes. People with weak willpower will be tricked quietly. Enter the character state arranged by the illusion. Just like several companions around you. It is almost impossible for a person with good willpower, such as you, to survive. If I had struck just 1 second too late, you would have been hit." Shining Huan was shocked. The illusion of the Nine-Tailed Fox was indeed very powerful. "Then how can we remove it? Will this pink mist have any impact on the human body?" Chapter 379. Sister Huan was married before she lost her memory. Bai Zai, it is not difficult for people with strong willpower and mental strength, in order to ensure that everyone can enter the illusion. The Nine-Tailed Fox illusion is the strongest at the beginning. But as time goes by, the fog will slowly fade away. And those with strong willpower will gradually realize that something is wrong and break through the illusion. As for the weak-willed person, who has never discovered the truth, he may be eroded and affected by the pink mist, replacing the original memory. In the end, he may become a madman or become the role assigned to him by the illusion. In other words, this fantasy island will not hurt the body, but it will hurt the brain. Shining Huan realized the danger of this fantasy island. "Then can we use other external forces to help wake them up? Just like what you just helped me do?" Bai Zai, yes. But it's best not to. Bai Zai explained that using mental power to intrude will cause people to subconsciously reject it, which may lead to brain damage and good intentions to do bad things. And it and Shining Huan are from the same source because of the contractual relationship. So such a risk does not exist. The best way is to use verbal guidance and stimulation to let people break out after the influence of the pink mist is reduced. After hearing this, Shining Huan expressed her understanding. She smiled on her pale face, looked at Bei Shuyao, and said with a soft smile, "Okay, then I won't think about it." Bei Shuyao immediately held her hand and said happily, "Hey, let's go to the island quickly and see where it is suitable to live. Then we can ask the residents on the island for information about your life experience," she muttered, and Sheng Rong and others also came forward to comfort her. Apparently their memories have been completely tampered with, and they have entered the roles assigned by Phantom Island. After the group got off the boat, they walked towards the island. Shining Huan looked around, only to find that the surrounding islanders were all secretly moving towards them one by one. No, to be precise, towards them. Peeking at her, there was a look of shock and surprise in their eyes, or a look of watching a good show. Shining Huan raised her eyebrows. Why? The role given to her by Huandao was still a man of great influence. She recalled the memory of the character left when the pink mist invaded just now. She was an amnesiac woman who fell into the sea 3 years ago, and was rescued by Bei Shuyao and Xu Ming. She had always wanted to find her true life experience. This time Hui finally found his hometown. This was exactly the same as what Bei Shuyao said just now. There was no difference. She couldn't find the answer she wanted from this memory, so she could only ask it herself. "What are you secretly watching me for?" she asked a girl nearby. As soon as she opened her mouth, the girl seemed to have a switch turned on. She changed from secretly peeking to blatantly looking. Her eyes were as bright as light bulbs. When she opened her mouth, she expressed pity and gloating. "Shining Huan, it turns out you're not dead. You're quite lucky. But why did you come back after 3 years? Your man has been waiting for you for 3 years. But now he's going to be snatched away by the village beauties. Today all the village beauties are coming to your man's house. We're planning to get married." "But you came back too late. Why did Sister Huan get married before she lost her memory?" Bei Shuyu's eyes widened in surprise. The islanders, who were watching in secret, were also shocked. They immediately started whispering and pointing at Shining Huan. No wonder he hasn't come back for 3 years even though he's still alive. It turns out he lost his memory. Well, it seems that this couple is destined to be together. They parted ways just after they got married. Now they finally come back, but have lost their memory. The man is getting married to another woman again. Shining Huan is really miserable. That's not necessarily the case. Look at the men who came back with Shining Huan. They seem to be very close to her. Especially the one named Brother Shu. The way he looked at her was unclear. Maybe Shining Huan was looking for her outside. A man. It does make sense. Shining Huan has lost her memory, and doesn't know she is married. It's normal to find a man outside. Damn it! My sister Huan really took the role of the wife of young Master Long, who was shipwrecked and died 3 years ago. Red Chicken. Is this a script about returning from amnesia and snatching a husband domineeringly? I rub my hands like a fly, looking forward to the next plot. This fantasy island still has some theoretical basis. In reality, they are husband and wife. And in fantasy, they are also husband and wife. Sister Huan, hurry up and find young Master Long. If you wait a little longer, young Master Long will be engaged to that woman Miao Ying. Oh! Chaizian also rushed to the scene. Oops! The two started to grab the bride. I wonder what their expressions would be like when they saw Sister Huan, the real wife, back. Ah! Get engaged quickly. Get engaged quickly. So that my sister Huan can divorce him and become my wife. Yes! 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 Miao Ying and Chaizian, work harder and poach this corner quickly. Sister Huan belongs to us. Fans of wife were so satisfied with this plot that they shouted for Long Xinglo to cheat and get out so they could take advantage of the opportunity. Of course, there are also CPE fans of the two people, who are also raising high flags and shouting for Shining to run quickly and snatch the man back. Don't take advantage of those coquettish bitches outside who want to eat swan meat. Shining Huan didn't know this for the time being. At this moment, she was listening to the whispers around her. In fact, she could still hear the voices clearly. She raised her eyebrows slightly. It turned out that her character was still a married woman before she lost her memory. Just don't know who the husband assigned to her is. She decided to check it out. Bei Shuyao did not refute. She glanced at Xu Ming with sympathy in her eyes. And then she and Shining Huan arrived in front of her husband's bamboo house assigned to Wan Dao under the enthusiastic guidance of the islanders. This is it. This is your previous home. An islander with shining eyes pointed to a clean bamboo house in front of him and said. At this moment, the spacious bamboo house was packed with people and very lively. Shining Huan stood at the door and peeked in curiously. Oh, they are all acquaintances. Miao Ying and Chaizian are both keen on grabbing men in the fantasy world. TSK. It's really hard to change their nature. In the bamboo house, the owner and client, Long Xinglo, was squeezed into a corner by the two women who were arguing. He was rubbing his temples. His thick eyebrows were furrowed, and his face was very gloomy and ugly. He is not interested at all, and is even very bored with these two women who are rushing to cheat on each other. He truly loves his wife. Even if his wife dies, he will not fall in love with other women. Otherwise he will kill all these people, so that no one would be buzzing in his ears like flies all day long, forcing him to marry another woman. Just when the thoughts in his mind were getting dangerous, a pleasant voice suddenly appeared in the middle of the noisy voices in his ears, and all kinds of malicious thoughts with calculations. No, to be precise, it should be a voice from the heart. It was like a clear spring. The tinkling bell was clean and clear, and it instantly washed away the irritability and anger in his heart. Chapter 380. Consistently Excellent Male Virtue. Long Xinglo stood up abruptly, and with a pair of eyes as dark as a deep pool, he looked in the direction of the voice, trying to find that person. But his sight was blocked by several people in front of him, and he frowned in displeasure. His face became gloomy, and the low pressure on his body also spread. Miao Ying and Chai Zian, who were quarreling, and the relatives, elders, and friends brought by both parties were disturbed by his movements and subconsciously looked towards him. There was an excited expression on Miao Ying's face. Could it be that the love charm she had set finally worked, and it was just delayed because it didn't work before? But when she faced Long Xinglo's cold and vicious black eyes, she realized that something was wrong. It didn't seem like the love charm was working. If the love charm was working, the look in her eyes should be, "It's just love that lasts forever." Facing Chai Zian, she didn't have Miao Ying's acumen. When she saw the movement in Longxing Tower, she immediately looked over happily. "Brother Lu, have you chosen a good person? Are you choosing me? I promise that as long as you get married, our family will definitely treat you as a real family member, so that you no longer have to stay alone in this house. And you can only watch other people's homes during the holidays. As an outsider, you can also better integrate into our Shillong Island." Chai Zian looked confidently at Long Xinglo, who was walking towards her. She firmly believed that the reason why her brother Lu was so cold was because he was alone. So he used coldness as a disguise. She was not afraid. She would be like the little sun. It also melted his indifference. Her parents and several elders behind her also nodded kindly in cooperation. The curious Shining Huan peeked outside the door, and finally saw someone other than the candidates, whose memories had been tampered with. What is going on with these old men, old ladies, and middle-aged men and women? Are they characters created in a fantasy world? This illusion is quite awesome. It looks exactly like a real person, and the expressions are very vivid. I wonder if it will be as flesh and blood as a real person if you touch it. Long Xinglo originally pushed away Chai Zian's father's hand that was blocking the front, then subconsciously squeezed his shoulder. He is a real person with flesh and blood. No, Uncle Chai is a real person. Why does this voice seem to disagree? And what happened to the illusion? He frowned suspiciously. Behind Chai's father, Chai Zian's face was filled with excitement, and she stopped. She stopped. Brother Lu really wanted to choose her. Opposite her, Miao Ying's face was gloomy, and her eyes were filled with resentment under her bright and charming eyebrows, as if they were about to strangle Chai Zian to death like a poisonous snake. As long as this bitch is killed, Longxing Tower will only be hers. At the door, Shining Huan frowned unhappily. This man doesn't really want to choose Chai Zian, right? Hee. Then get a divorce. It's hard to find a toad with 3 legs, but it's hard to find a man with 2 legs. After hearing this, Long Xinglo immediately became anxious. He didn't. How could he fall in love with a woman other than his wife? He was anxious, and subconsciously strengthened his hands. He pushed Chai's father, who was blocking the road in front of him, to the side. Chai Zian, who was looking at him with a shy face, was pushed away by him, and she walked eagerly towards the door with her long legs. Go! When he saw the head protruding from the door, his black eyes immediately shone brightly. His handsome face was full of excitement, and he strode over. He held Shining Huan's shoulders with both hands and held her tightly in his arms. "Honey, you are finally back. I have been waiting for you for a long time." He buried his face in the crook of her neck in a grieved manner, like a coquettish big wolf dog. Ha ha ha. The macho man is acting like a spoiled brat. I didn't expect young Master Long to be such a young Master Long. Oh ha ha. It seems that even in the fantasy world, our young Master Long still maintains the excellent male virtue of being consistent. Well, this man didn't cheat on me, so how could my sister Huan get divorced and become my wife? Chai Zian's posture of throwing a dog and eating shit is so funny, and her wide-eyed expression as she looks at the door with an expression of disbelief on her face is so funny. TSK. This person doesn't really think that young Master Long will choose her, right? Even without Shining Huan, Miao Ying is several times better than her. Where did she get the confidence and sense of superiority that young Master Long would choose her? I have to say that Shining Huan and young Master Long are the most compatible. She is probably the only one who can make young Master Long lower his posture and act coquettishly. At the door, Bei Shuao looked at the 2 people hugging each other, and looked at Xu Ming beside her with concern. "Brother Xu, are you okay? Sister Huan's husband before amnesia was really handsome. You probably have no chance." Amnesia? While he was immersed in the happy mood of being intimate with his wife. Long Xinglo suddenly caught these two words keenly. His black eyes suddenly became cold, and he looked sharply towards the two people who were talking. Bei Shuao and Xu Ming were so frightened that their necks shrank. Especially Xu Ming, who was targeted as a love rival. If his eyes could actually turn into knives, he would have been riddled with wounds long ago. Suddenly the desire to survive overcame the influence of the illusion. He quickly shook his head and subconsciously shouted sincerely, "Misunderstandings are all misunderstandings. I just regard Sister Huan as a biological sister who needs to be filial. I have absolutely no wrongdoing." Bei Shuao and Sheng Rong and the others who followed him immediately cast contemptuous looks at him. They didn't expect his love to be so fragile. One look frightened him and left him hopeless. Fortunately, Sister Huan didn't have that kind of attitude towards him. Such feelings made all their efforts in supporting him and saying good things to him in vain. As for what kind words they said to him, Bei Shuao and others thought about it and felt a little strange. Why they couldn't remember it. Xu Ming, who had resolved the crisis, was also thinking, did he really like Sister Huan that much before? He couldn't think of that feeling anymore. Long Xinglo snorted at him, then carefully pulled the person out of his arms, pursed his thin lips, looked at her nervously and asked, "Have you lost your memory?" Shining Huan nodded seriously. "Yes, I have lost my memory." "Oh, it's not me who has lost my memory. It's you who have lost my memory." Two voices sounded at the same time, and a faint surprise flashed in Long Xinglo's eyes. It seemed that some idea was about to emerge from his heart, but he was interrupted by a scream. "You? How could you not be dead? Impossible. You can't be alive. I saw you die with my own eyes." Long Xinglo's face suddenly turned gloomy, and he looked at Chai Zian behind him full of hostility. The words that burst out from his lips contained murderous intent. "What do you mean you saw my wife die with your own eyes? Was it you who did what happened to my wife?" Chai Zian's eyes narrowed. She immediately woke up and shook her head in panic. "No, it's not me." Then she pointed her finger at Miao Ying. "It was her. She was the one who made tricks on Shining Huan's boat to cause her to be in danger at sea. Not me." Miao Ying snorted mockingly with her gorgeous eyebrows. "I didn't. But you did. I saw you drug the water on the boat before Shining Huan got on the boat. She had an accident because of you." Chapter 381. One of the three most poisonous insects of the Miao people. Chai's father next to Chai Zian also stood up and told the secret that he had kept for many years with a look of astonishment on his face. "No, it was the village chief who embezzled the money to repair the boat. The boat was broken, and it was only Lu and his wife who got into trouble." A trembling old man also stood up among the elders on Miao Ying's side. It's not that Chai Zian's fiancé hated her for liking Mr. Lu and was a stumbling block for Mr. Lu. As a result, Mr. Lu didn't go, and it was only when Mr. Lu's wife went that the trouble happened. Understand? That's not right. The village chief's son obviously liked Shinyatu and wanted to use some tricks. As a result, he accidentally pushed her into the sea. In order to protect his son, the village chief said it was an accidental shipwreck. Hey, what I heard is that Boy Tan Anlin was jealous of Boy Lu and wanted to make him suffer. So he killed Boy Lu and his wife. More and more villagers have come forward to tell the truth about Shining Huan's shipwreck that year. The results are more and more outrageous. The most important thing is that after their analysis, it sounds reasonable at first, but it is really possible after careful listening. Shining Huan, the person involved, was stunned. She felt that the nine-tailed fox who created this illusion was really a damn talented fox. Good guy. For Corners of Love Shura Field has turned into a suspense drama. Who is the person who killed Shining Huan? Ha! The script of Fantasy Island is well arranged. And there is also a pre-plot. So is the key to breaking through the fantasy world to find the murderer? I really want to know which version is true. It's a pity that Shining Huan has lost her memory. It feels like watching a large-scale stage play. Hey, the best talent from the upper star field are starring. That is why Hong'an Academy can have this card. Record it quickly. Record it quickly. You can watch it as a group movie later. Look. Seeing that it was getting dark, not only did they not find out who was the real culprit who caused Shining Huan to encounter a shipwreck, but more and more people provided clues, pointing to more murderers. Shining Huan was a little confused. Headache. Look at the furious Long Xinglo, who has scarlet eyes and wants to kill people. Is it possible that the next plot will be her return with amnesia? Long Xinglo knows the truth and uses his own power to disrupt the island and regards all the villagers as enemies. Achieve the achievement that everyone is the enemy. The plot is really good, and the acting is really good. But can you stop acting? I'm hungry and want to eat. Sheneng Huan rubbed her belly and looked out absently. The voices around her complaining and scolding each other couldn't be heard. They were all fake anyway. And it was useless to listen to them. It was better to solve the problem of eating. Long Xinglo, who was already filled with anger and looked at everyone with vigilance as if everyone present wanted to harm my wife, suddenly paused and frowned. He said he could put the matter of tracing the real culprit aside first and satisfy his wife's appetite. The belly is more important. Okay. You all go back. I will investigate clearly what happened to my wife. He sounded impatiently and started chasing people away with a cold face. The few people who had already moved from pushing to fighting did not obey. Or rather did not hear. They were already getting angry and started fighting. A spark can start a prairie fire. As more and more people are affected, their small war gradually turns into a multi-person battle and a melee. In the blink of an eye, my dear, the surrounding area has become a large battlefield. Even if there are people, they wanted to stay clear and rational and leave. But they couldn't escape from the chaos. Sheneng Huan and Long Xinglo, who were already in the center of the crowd, were no exception. They were also affected and passively participated in the battle. Just started fighting? Did I miss an episode? Wusao. They are really fighting. This melee is too exciting. It is harder than the previous fight in the bamboo forest of Hongming Sanctuary. This time, they are rushing to kill people. Ah. That little bitch Chai Zian actually wanted to take advantage of the chaos to attack Sister Huan. Fortunately, young Master Long found out in time. Ha ha ha. Oh. It feels like having your wrist broken off by your sweetheart. Our Sister Huan is also very powerful. She took advantage of the chaos and stepped on Chai Zian a few times. Her face was distorted. So scary. Miaoying also wanted to make a sneak attack. Ah. Damn. She even used a poison. This is a blood voodoo. The kind that won't stop until the blood from the tip of the heart is seen. But if it penetrates into the heart and tastes the benefits, it won't let go easily again. It will never stop until it absorbs the entire blood supply from the heart. It's one of the 3 most poisonous insects of the Miao people. Miaoying is indeed cruel and ruthless. My Sister Huan is in danger. 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 Sister Huan. Run quickly. Long Xinglo noticed the danger immediately. His deep eyes narrowed, and he subconsciously turned around and took Sheneng Huan into his arms. His back was facing the insect that was flying towards him at high speed, and he wanted to hold it hard. There was already 1 bug on him anyway. 1 more wouldn't be much. And how could someone as delicate as my wife allow such an ugly bug to get into her body? Sheneng Huan was stunned by his action. Miaoying's movements were so tricky that she didn't notice it at all. And there was no need to pay attention because she had 9th level advanced defensive spirit patterns on her body that would activate by themselves. But what she didn't expect was this stupid man from Long Xinglo would use his body to block her. By the time she realized it, it was already too late. The small insect, which was so fast that she could barely see its appearance, had already swished into his body through the exposed skin of his neck. Sheneng Huan was shocked. Miaoying also had a look of astonishment on her face. And then her charming face darkened, and her charming eyes turned into a fierce and crazy smile. Since she can't get this man, it's ruined and no one can get it. Sheneng Huan was protected by Long Xinglo in his arms. Through the hollow of his neck, she saw the change in Miaoying's expression in the crowd. Her heart skipped a beat. Miaoying was a serious member of the Miao ethnic group, compared with the people on the edge of the star field. Those masked men who didn't know whether they were from the Miao ethnic group must be much more powerful. And her gu must also be extraordinary. She didn't dare to delay, and immediately summoned the Gu King, Ice Silkworm, to take out the gu for Longxing Tower. Thinking like this, she calmed down, suppressed her raging anger, and while letting the Ice Silkworm exert its strength, she took out a few 9th level advanced spiritual patterns, and relied on them to hug Long Xinglo's waist with her backhand, and escaped from the chaotic battle. Lock up. Uh-huh. As soon as he helped the person to the foot of a tree, Lu Xinglo let out a muffled sound. Sheneng Huan's ears pressed against his chest could clearly hear his violent beating, which was frighteningly fast. He also began to feel hot and cold. Sheneng Huan subconsciously raised his head, but was pushed back to his chest by Long Xinglo's big hand. I'm fine. Don't look. His voice was hoarse, as if he was trying his best to comfort her. Sheneng Huan's face buried in his chest wrinkled. Worried, she just pulled his hand away and looked up anxiously. His handsome face was now pale. His sharp eyebrows could not help showing painful creases. And his forehead was dripping with sweat, showing his haggardness. Chapter 382 Love Goo and Blood Goo. Shin Huan became anxious and quickly looked at the eye silkworm lying on his shoulder. Bah! These two dead bugs are so powerful. Master, I apply to get in and fight them for 300 rounds. The eye silkworm squirmed with its fat white body and cursed. Two? She raised her head in surprise and frowned. I only saw one. Long Xinglo leaned against the tree, sat down under the tree, and explained with great effort. That woman planted a love poison on me before. Love Goo. Shin Huan raised her voice, and her face suddenly darkened. As soon as she heard the name, she knew what this thing was for. Then it didn't affect you? Sweat dripped from Long Xinglo's forehead, with a flattering look on his weak face. Of course. Although the love goo is powerful, it is not as powerful as me. I am loyal to you. My wife. How can a little love goo control me? A man who can be controlled by love and have another love must not love his original wife or girlfriend deeply enough. He spoke categorically, with a look of contempt for those men who had been controlled. Is it really? My man was also poisoned by a love charm and recovered from his mistress before. It was just taken out not long ago. Now he is crying and kneeling in front of me, hoping that I can get back together with him. I was so moved that I just wanted to agree to him. Never agree to his sister. Young Master Long is right. Although the love goo is powerful, it also has shortcomings. That is, it cannot change a person who truly loves someone deeply to fall in love with someone else. I was targeted by a madman before. I was also infected with the love poison, so I didn't fall in love with him. Although I didn't dislike that lunatic as much as before because of the love poison, I didn't like him either. Yes. Sisters, there are more men than women in our star territory. Women with some qualifications are the hot cakes. You don't have to worry about finding a man you like but can't marry. What are the men who have been defiled by mistresses doing here? Throw them away as soon as possible. If it goes into the trash heap, why don't we replace it with a new one? Rumor spread that love goo is a tool to test true love. It seems that this news is true. I wonder if the Miao Otakus will sell love goo to the outside world. I also want to buy one to try. I want one too. The guy my daughter is attracted to is not a good guy, but she refuses to listen. She thinks that guy is true love for her. Since it is true love, that guy will definitely pass the test of love. Hey guys, the door to a new world has opened. When the businessmen who were watching the live broadcast saw the news of huge purchases, their eyes lit up and they rubbed their hands like flies. This was a business opportunity. They might be able to go to the Miao people to wholesale a batch of love goo, and they would definitely be able to sell it well. Shin Yao leaned lazily on the beauty's couch, holding a love novel with a colorful cover in his hand. He raised his eyebrows and smiled lazily. Oh, maybe I can add another product to my stall. Love goo. I guess. The Dragonborn clan will definitely like it. Shintuyu, who was humming and moving his books, turned to look at him. Are you planning to go to the mountains of the Miao people? Shin Yao's thin lips traced a cool arc, and then he smiled. There is a suitable reason this time, isn't it? I didn't expect that boy from Longxing Tower to be of some use. Do you want to come with me? A smile appeared on Shintuyu's face. You want me to be a defensive shield? Okay, just give me a high bodyguard fee. Shin Yao had peach blossom eyes and a smile. Why? You are a direct young master of the Shinto family, and you still need to earn bodyguard fees from me. A poor man, can't afford your price. Forget it. I'll go on my own. He got off the beauty's couch, stood up, straightened his clothes, and prepared to go out. Shintuyu quickly extended Erkung's hand. No, let's discuss it again. It's not like you don't know that my old man imposed economic sanctions on me because I escaped. I'm poorer than you now. Otherwise, you can help me. For the money you paid for the starship ticket, I will be your bodyguard. If something happens to you in the mountains, I will go first. Then you can take me with you to do some small business of wholesale love goo. I will give you 10% of the profit. Shin Yao. 20%. Shintuyo's face was twisted and he muttered. Feng Sang is much more generous than you. Shin Yao. Oh, I'm stupid. I don't know how to care about things. That's why I ended up like that. Only good people will live long and bad people will live long. Shintuyu was stunned for a moment and felt depressed. That's right. The people who harmed Feng Sang are now living at ease somewhere. But Feng Sang is. Okay. 2 makes 2%. After the two people discussed it, they moved quickly and went directly to the mountains of the Meow people. To the outside world. We want to seize business opportunities. Of course, the sooner the better. But in fact, the two of them were fully prepared. The forces behind Feng Sang and his wife had not yet been figured out. They followed the clues and found the Meow people. However, the Meow people are isolated from the world and rarely born. Their investigation in the past will definitely arouse suspicion and possibly alert the enemy. This business opportunity gave them an excellent opportunity. And of course, they had to seize it as soon as possible. Shining Huan, who was still in the secret realm, didn't know about these things for the time being. After listening to Long Xingluo's explanation, she didn't pursue the matter of the love goo anymore. After all, this man had proven with his actions before that even if he had the love goo, he would still be there. The person in my heart is still her. What she was concerned about now was the one Miao Ying brought out from behind. That one was obviously harmful to others. Then do you know what the second goo insect is? Long Xingluo's face turned pale. He licked his dry thin lips and glanced out guiltily. No, I don't know. Shining Huan's face dropped. Lied to me? Then I leave? Long Xingluo quickly took her hand and said pitifully despite the sweat on his face. I just don't want you to worry. The second one is blood goo. It likes to eat the blood of the heart. At the moment, there is a love goo occupying the territory. So the two goos started fighting. And with the power of the ice silkworms, they are a little restless at the moment. It will be fine after they finish fighting. Shining Huan was not confused by his evasive and simple description of the blood poison. He directly grasped the key point. He liked to eat blood from the heart. And his territory was occupied by the love poison. Therefore, the place where they fought was at his heart. No wonder his heart was beating just now. So intense. She called out to the ice silkworm that was about to pupa and burrow into Long Xingluo's body. Now there were two goo worms in Long Xingluo's heart. If the ice silkworms were added to the mix, the attack would be even more severe. Shin's heart was in a fatal position, and she couldn't take the risk. I'll take you to Miaohua. I saw her on the island before. She must know how to remove the blood poison. Long Xingluo frowned and didn't want to go. My heart is not that fragile. 3 goo worms can't kill me. Besides, although Miaohua is the young leader of the Miao tribe, she may not know how to deal with it here. Chapter 383 Eat the blood poison and kill the love poison. Shining Huan looked at him in surprise. Have you broken through the influence of the illusion? Long Xingluo raised a weak smile. Well, I was a little suspicious when I heard your voice just now. I didn't really get out of the illusion until the blood goo entered my body. Thank you, wife. Shining Huan raised the corners of her mouth and helped him stand up. You are quite sweet. Let's go find Miaohua. Seeing the look on her face that she couldn't refuse, Long Xingluo failed to change the topic and could only shut up. The ice silkworm lying on his shoulder also blinked its 2 sesame eyes. On the surface, it was white, fat, and well-behaved. In fact, it refused to admit defeat and started fighting with the 2 goo insects again. Although the owner told it not to get in and fight hand-to-hand. He didn't say it couldn't be controlled remotely. It's also great at remote control. The more you practice, the better it gets. Long Xingluo noticed the intrusion of cold air, and his heart began to throb violently again. He bared his teeth and grinned slightly. But he quickly tensed up again. He didn't complain to Shining Huan and endured it himself. It would be great if this little fat bug could help him get rid of those 2 goo bugs. By the way, there are Bei Shu Yao, Xu Ming and the others. After supporting the person for several steps, Shining Huan finally remembered and turned to look at the battlefield where the fighting was still taking place. At a glance, she saw Bei Shu Yao and the others sneaking out of the battlefield. The corners of her mouth twitched up. It seemed that there was no need to worry. These people were quite smart. Long Xingluo followed her line of sight and immediately noticed the tall, fair face. He immediately felt sore, gritted his teeth and glared at the pretty face angrily. Then he lowered his head and leaned close to Shining Huan's ear, and said in a dry and hoarse voice with resentment, You are looking at that boy. That boy is okay looking and has nothing to look at. The hot breath hit the side of his face. Shining Huan's cheeks were slightly red. And then she pushed his face away wordlessly. I was just worried that they would be killed in the chaos. After all, they were my younger brothers. If not, it's a pity. Little brother? Right. After getting the affirmative answer, Long Xingluo put away his jealousy and pursed his thin lips into a smile on his pale handsome face. Shining-Huan chuckled. Are you satisfied? Long Xinglo nodded with a smile. Satisfied? Then let's go. Long Xinglo hesitated. I think there may be no need to leave. What's wrong? Shining-Huan frowned and looked at him. Long Xinglo touched his nose with a happy expression on his face. I can feel it. The blood goo worm is gone. Your eye silkworm is quite powerful. Shining-Huan looked over his shoulder in surprise. The white and fat eye silkworm raised its upper body with its arms raised, and raised its head high. Yes, this silkworm is so awesome. Just now, it didn't use its brain. Now it used its brain and cooperated with the love goo to kill the blood first. Goo. 2 worms fighting 1 worm. A sure win. After it goes in and eats the blood goo secretly, it can then kill the love goo and feast on it. It will definitely be able to level up 2 levels in a row. Hee. Eye silkworm thought happily. It has not eaten insects for a long time, since its owner came back from the Edge Star. At most, it only eats insect eggs. This time it can finally take some big supplements to replenish it. The eye silkworm rubbed its short legs and asked sweetly, Master, can I get in and eat that little blood-sucking bug now? Shining-Huan's eyebrows curved. Okay, go ahead. As soon as she finished speaking, the eye silkworm couldn't wait to turn into a ball of mist and penetrated from Long Xinglo's neck. After a while, the eye silkworm not only ate the blood voodoo, but also killed the love voodoo and swallowed it together. The eye silkworm, who returned to Lungxing Tower's shoulder, had 2 small bumps on her fat and white belly, and she also burped. In the past, no matter how many goo worms it ate, its belly wouldn't bulge. But now, it's probably because these 2 have so much energy that it's hard to digest. Seeing that the eye silkworm's head was about to fall asleep little by little, she immediately took it back to the beast control space. And then she didn't leave. She found a nearby tree and sat down under it, and took out the space spiritual weapon. 2 corns came, gnawed one myself, and handed the other to Long Xinglo. How much has the satiety level dropped? Do you want some? Long Xinglo sat down next to her and took a look at the satiety level. It had dropped to 30%. Well, yes. Thank you, wife. He took it and ate the same corn as his wife, enjoying it. It wasn't until Bei Shuao and the others came over that he stopped smiling and glanced at Shuming's face with cold eyes. He also glanced warily at Sheng Rong, who was also about the same height and appearance. He still felt a little sour. Why would a daughter-in-law take in a younger brother who is so good-looking? He should be ugly and easy to handle. Xu Ming and Sheng Rong felt terrified when he stared at her. Shining-Huan's husband before she lost her memory was so scary. Bei Shuao, who was not targeted, was happy. When she saw Shining-Huan, she couldn't help but raise her lips. Unexpectedly, it hurt her wound. She hissed and complained. They fight so hard. They are all from the same village. They were so violent as if they were trying to kill each other. And they kept beating each other harder and harder, as if they were drugged. Fortunately, we escaped quickly. The speaker has no intention. The listener has intention. Shining-Huan turned her head and looked at Long Xinglo with a solemn look in her eyes. It seems that this fantasy is not only as simple as letting them roleplay and immerse themselves in it, but it may also affect people's emotions and make them manic and irritable. And since they are in a fantasy world, they must not pay attention to the game data such as satiety value when they are awake. If they are not careful, a certain value may return to 0 and be sent away. Boom! The bamboo house belonging to Lungxing Tower exploded, and everyone who was originally fighting to the death fell silent instantly. At the same time, the village chief came over with a cane. He tapped the ground with his cane with an angry look on his face. What are you doing? You must rebel. Jing Yao beside him had his hands in his pockets carelessly, with a smile on his evil face. Dad, these people who are unorganized and undisciplined and ruin the environment of our Shenlong Island must be severely punished. Otherwise you will not be able to demonstrate your prestige as the village chief. Miao Ying and others who were standing still looked up at him and rolled their eyes. Huh? This guy dares to punish them. He is not the most unruly person here. There is also the matter of Shining-Huan's shipwreck. The suspects are among the top 3. Oh, by the way, there is also the village chief, who is also very suspicious. The village chief didn't pay attention to the looks in these people's eyes. At this moment, he was furious with his son. He glared angrily at his son, who was watching the fun and making fun of it without taking it too seriously. You have no place to speak here. Go back and arrest me. Fish. Jing Yao still smiled. That's not possible. Long Xinglo is my good buddy. I have to get more compensation for my good buddy. Dad, what kind of compensation do you think is good? I think the Shalong order is very good. How do you feel? Chapter 384 Dragon Token. What dragon order? Shining Huan approached Longxing Tower curiously and asked in a low voice. Long Xinglo changed his posture and nuzzled towards her. It's a game prop. Or a key. I've been to the island further ahead, and a golden leaping dragon gate appeared out of thin air over there, soaring straight into the sky. It is impossible to pass by swimming from the bottom of the sea or flying from the sky. You need a key to open the leaping dragon gate to pass through. The central island should be within that gate. Shining Huan suddenly realized. In other words, we candidates will eventually come to this illusory dragon island. No matter what. Because the key to the door is here? Long Xinglo nodded. Yes. There is a clear sign on the door pointing to the Shenlong Order on Shenlong Island. No wonder so many people gather here to stay on this island. Shining Huan immediately looked in the direction of the village chief with burning eyes. The village chief was holding a cane to beat Jing Yao's bastard son to death. You brat are making things difficult for me. The Shenlong Order is personally guarded by Master Shenlong. How can I get it? Shining Huan's eyes dimmed. It turned out that it was not something that could be obtained directly. What about the divine dragon? Your contracted divine beast is a 5-clawed golden dragon. Can you get close to that divine dragon? We are all dragons, so we should have some friendship. Long Xinglo raised his eyebrows and nodded seriously. I don't know if it's possible. I'll let Brother Long try it when the time comes. In the end, the village chief was only willing to give up a scale, which was Shenlong's token, so that they could see Shenlong with the token. It was up to them whether they could convince Shenlong and get the Shenlong order. The old village chief was quite stingy, and was only willing to give the couple a token. Shining Huan asked for compensation because she was in a shipwreck, but failed to get the second compensation. But the good news is that there is more than one token, and the others are all hidden on Shenlong Island. As long as you find the token before tomorrow's Shenlong sacrifice ceremony, you can also see the Shenlong. So what are you waiting for? The couple immediately stood up and started looking for tokens hand in hand. Hey, brother, aren't you looking for the murderer who caused your wife's shipwreck? Jing Yao quickly stretched out his hand to stop him. Long Xinglo was stunned for a moment. Then he spread his hands and said casually, I'm not looking for him anymore. We all know it's an illusion. So why are we looking for a murderer? Because of this incident, the villagers who had lost their arms, legs, and serious injuries were all stunned and resentful when they heard his words, and even cursed in their hearts. If you didn't find the murderer, you should have told me earlier. Why are you pretending to be affectionate and determined to avenge your wife? Aren't you just kidding them? If it weren't for this murderer, would they be able to fight like this? Especially those who were missing arms and legs. Their intestines turned green with regret. Even more angry than them were those candidates who were fighting and did not pay attention to the satiety value, health value, and drinking water value. The candidates had low durability and failed to replenish food and water in time. They woke up before being sent away, knowing the truth of the illusion, but knowing that it was useless. They were finished. In the end, they were sent away with nothing left behind. Only a belly of resentment. A wave of critical hits before death. Hey, this game's secret realm is really cruel. As the people on the field disappeared one by one, the remaining candidates and villagers hurriedly took out food and stuffed it into their mouths. Those who had no food on their bodies hurriedly used the local materials. Some climbed trees to pick dates, and some time was running out, and I couldn't wait to just lie down on the ground, pick up grass and stuff it into my mouth. But no one laughed at them. Their lives were first. So how could they care about their dignity? It can be seen that the villagers' 3 numerical settings are the same as those of the candidates. After this battle, everyone also knew the importance of the 3 values of durability. Some people were suddenly sent away after a fight. Some were sent away after the fight. But some people could still fight again after a fight. Fight for 300 rounds. Hey, there is a treasure chest in the grass. Ha ha ha. I opened a dragon token. Hee hee. The examinee who stuffed the grass into his mouth had a turn of events. He laughed, put his hands on his hips, and began to sneer. But it didn't last long, and he was soon swarmed by candidates and villagers who wanted the token. In the chaos, he was taken away by some bastard who fished in troubled waters. And the things that were taken out of the treasure box together with the Shenlong token were also stolen. They robbed everything, not even leaving the treasure box. and were carried away by the village chief like a treasure. Xininghuan watched the whole process thoughtfully. It seems that not only the candidates, but also the villagers are opponents. Long Xinglo rubbed the top of her hair and said in a gentle tone, Let's go. Let's go find the treasure chest too. Xininghuan released the treasure-hunting lizard. Let's follow it. Long Xinglo knew what this little lizard was capable of, and a smile appeared on his lips. Okay. With my wife here, this trip to find the treasure chest should go smoothly. This is also true. The couple teamed up alone to follow the treasure-hunting little lizard. Not long after, they found a palm-sized treasure box in the bird's nest on the tree. Unfortunately, there were no tokens inside, so Xininghuan could only accept the few precious treasures inside with tears, and then move on. On this day, both villagers and candidates on Shenlong Island were engaged in vigorous activities to find tokens. Fights often occurred, and Shenlong Island also entered a period of chaos. And this Shenlong Island has also become an important step in screening candidates in advance. As long as those who have not come to Shenlong Island to get the Shenlong token before the Shenlong appears tomorrow will be screened out. Because a Shenlong token can only allow one person to enter as a key, unless there are candidates who can get 2 Shenlong tokens and are willing to help candidates who come late. As time goes by, the advantages of the candidates on the advanced island have also emerged. For example, Miao Ying and Miao Hua have partial mental attributes. People with strong mental powers were the first to break through the pink mist of the illusion and find themselves again. Then, they searched for treasure chest tokens more actively than before, and even more unscrupulously. However, there were not many tokens on the island. Miao Ying and several Miao people in the same camp with her were unable to find any tokens until the evening. Her face turned green with anger, and the expression on her face became increasingly sinister. Let's investigate who has the token, whether it's a villager or a candidate. Since we can't find it ourselves, we can only steal it. Miao Ying raised the corner of his mouth, with excitement in his eyes. There is no need to investigate this. The person who found the most treasure chests was Xininghuan, the bumpkin from the Lower Star Territory who dared to steal a man from you, Mississippi. She must have a lot of tokens. Not as good as us. Go grab her. A tall man of the same race next to him slapped him. You kid, don't come up with bad ideas blindly. Young Master Long is guarding the country bumpkin. How can we have a chance to make a move? Besides, the island is not big. Jing Yao and young Master Long are. The Lord's good friends are here, as well as the people of the Dragonborn clan. As long as we don't kill them with one hit, young Master Long and the others can still sway them. And then we will be the ones who suffer. Chapter 385 Miao Mehong. Miao Yong pouted. That's not necessarily the case. We can also sway people. Didn't Sister Ying plan to form alliances with other families when she was in Hongming Sanctuary? Now we can also seek cooperation with them. I believe they must also want it. Token. He will definitely cooperate with us. But some people are still immersed in the role of the illusion. Not everyone can have the strong mental power to break through the illusion as quickly as we Miao people. Miao Ying's charming eyes flickered, and then her red lips curved into a thoughtful smile. People who are still immersed in illusions also have their uses. And maybe they are even better. So soon a rumor spread on Shenlong Island that the wife of Longxing Tower, who had returned from a shipwreck, took outsiders to find many Shenlong tokens and goodies belonging to Shenlong Island on the island. A real villager in the fantasy world was filled with indignation. I knew that Mr. Lu's wife was not a good person. She actually brought outsiders to search for things that belonged to our Shenlong Island. Humph. She came back the day before we sacrificed the dragon, and made us have a fight. Many people were killed and injured, and the turmoil was not peaceful. She must have planned it in advance. Yes. Who knows if she really has amnesia? The people who came back with her are all young and strong boys. They just came to our Shenlong Island to search for good things and take advantage of us. A group of villagers and examinees who were among the villagers intensified the conflict by saying words to each other. Xininghuan's journey to find the treasure chest, which was originally going smoothly, also became full of twists and turns. From time to time, some villagers had to pop out like a righteous man possessing her and ask her to hand over the good things in the treasure chest. If she didn't hand it over, they would grab it. Other candidates also took advantage of the chaos to fish in troubled waters. Shameless. So shameless. People like Miao Ying use this crooked way to mess with our sister Huan when they can't find anything themselves. People in the Star Territory are really insidious. Hey, that was clearly done by Miao Ying. Why does it involve the entire Upper Star territory? There were people in other families who wanted to take advantage of the troubled waters. Fortunately, Sister Huan and young Master Long were able to prevent them from succeeding. Humph. The tactics of crowds are good. Sister Huan can also win over people. The Xuanwu clan, the Suzaka clan, the White Tiger clan, the Dragonborn clan, and the Silver Wolf clan, and the White Feathered Bird clan, who have gathered a few heads together. Not a lot. Ha! I fought back again. Miao-ing, who was trying to fish in troubled waters by mixing in the crowd, didn't steal anything and made herself look disgraced. Bah! She deserves it. Miao-ing has something on her. She was eyeing the little treasure-hunting lizard and wanted to kill it. Unexpectedly, it advanced at the critical moment. It was like stealing a chicken, but losing a lot of rice. Sister Huan's, thank you, was just like a shrimp and a pig's heart. Miao Ying's distorted face is quite funny. I think she can not only be a sexy succubus, but also a comedian. Sister, I am planning to open an entertainment company. What do you think about recruiting Miao Ying? You can try it, but you have to wait until Miao Ying can come out alive. I think her operation is too arrogant, and she is very good at seeking death. She may not survive the day she comes out. Oh, the little treasure-hunting lizards have become more powerful after they have advanced. They can also specify a location for them to find by themselves. This wave of efficiency is very good. Thank you, Miao-ing. Ha ha ha. Yes. Thank you, Miao-ing. Thanks, Miao-ing +1. Thousands of miles of mountains. The seat of the Miao people. Not all Miao people are what the outside world thinks. They all live in the deep mountains and old forests and live otaku life. Some of them are hidden in opposition to the current life of the Miao people. That is, the Miao opposition groups are still very concerned about it. External. Especially Miao Ying's mother, Miao Manhong, who failed to run for the Miao Saint in the last election. She looks a lot like Miao Ying, but her face is more mature, charming, but her expression is distorted and slightly hideous. Terror. Miao Ying is an idiot. I asked her to take the opportunity to kill Miao Hua and take over the position of saint, and then slowly approach Shining Huan. Is this how she approached me? She directly put people on the opposite side, and now she has caused ridicule. Where do we put the dignity of the Miao people? If the clan leader finds out about this, even if Miao Hua dies, she will not be able to take over the position of the saint. With a sinister look in her eyes, she looked at the people waiting next to her and ordered, "Go! The signal tower in Wanli Mountains has been in disrepair for a long time. It's time to replace it with a new one. The Patriarch and the others are capturing a batch of the new goo insect is practicing goo, so he won't find out about the admissions exam for a while." The person waiting next to him hesitated to speak. Yes. Miao Manhong realized something was wrong, frowned and glanced at her. Say, but the clan leader is out of seclusion now. A look of panic appeared on Miao Manhong's face. Why did you get out of seclusion? Do you know that we have touched the poison in the Goo King's cave? No. The person waiting quickly shook his head. Miao Manhong frowned. That's why. With the Patriarch's obsession with goo insects, he won't leave seclusion for no reason. The people waiting had strange expressions on their faces. It's because a businessman came to our Wanli Mountains to purchase a batch of love goo. It is said that the quantity required is quite large and the price is high. The little girl we buried next to the clan leader sent a message not long ago, saying that the clan leader was here before we were worried about our Miao people's source of income. So this incident directly alarmed the clan leader. Miao Man blushed and said, I am responsible for this. The Patriarch is dissatisfied with me. The people waiting glanced at her and murmured in their hearts. Is there a possibility that Elder Man is overthinking? With the straightforward character of the Patriarch, if he is really dissatisfied with a person, he will just come to the door and beat him up or give him a beating. A scolding. The master she found may have some paranoia about persecution. And now she regrets why she joined the Miao opposition faction, because she thought it was cool. However, although Miao Manhong would overreact whenever the clan leader was involved because she was jealous of the clan leader, she was still relatively smart and quickly regained her senses after being irrational for 2 minutes. Where are those businessmen now? Keep an eye on them. After the little bitch of the Bays clan disappeared, there were still many people hiding behind her who wanted to investigate the truth. There is no guarantee that the Miao people will not be found, although I did not come forward personally at the beginning. But they are also involved. But we can't let them find out. If they find anyone suspicious, report it to me as soon as possible, and I will let them stay with the goo insects in the thousands of miles of mountains. Yes. The person waiting responded with a low eyebrow. But she had a deep suspicion in her heart. Did she really get involved? She didn't believe it. It made people unable to come back. This problem must have grown bigger and not escaped. Chapter 386 The Dragon Sacrifice begins. Somewhere in the open space on Shillong Island. More than a dozen people huddled together pitifully with bruises all over their bodies, looking helplessly at the people sitting in a circle not far away who were carving up treasure chests. With envy, jealousy and hatred in their eyes. Overflowed. The moon waxes and wanes. And people have joys and sorrows. But why are the sorrows all reserved for them? And those people were still happily dividing things after beating them. Children, they still have to sit together and share a piece of candy between you and me. Showing off. They must be showing off. All of them were filled with indignation and resentment. But they still did not leave. They stretched their necks forward in an honest manner, and stared at the group of children who were sitting in rows to share fruits, without moving their eyes. Damn it. There are so many things in those treasure chests. There are both heavenly materials and earthly treasures, as well as high-level spiritual weapons and spiritual patterns that can't be bought outside. Especially spiritual weapons and spiritual patterns. These are on the previous islands. But there is no such thing. The treasure chests that I found before when I killed monsters, or found them on the island, were all raw materials or semi-processed products, like ship parts. There were no finished products like here. This Shillong Island is indeed different. I just regret that they find too few treasure chests, and their skills are inferior to those of others, who can't grab them. Oh! It's another 12th level advanced defensive spirit pattern. It also contains the notes of Zhu Fu, the current president of the Spirit Pattern Masters Association. In his early years, Long Tianrui shouted excitedly, and then immediately handed the notebook to Shining Huan with his big white teeth bared. Sister-in-law, you are a spiritual pattern master, and I give you this notebook of Master Shufu. Shining took it with a smile. Thank you. Although she had her own opinions about spirit patterns, and she could still reform and innovate. But looking at Senior Interstellar's notes might broaden her thinking. So she took it without hesitation. Long Tianrui scratched his head and said with a chuckle, No, sister-in-law, you are the one who has contributed the most. You should be the first to pick out everything in the treasure box. The people from the White Tiger, Suzaku and Dragon tribes all around nodded in agreement. They had seen a lot of people going crazy before because they couldn't find the treasure chest. If Shining Huan and her little treasure hunting lizard weren't there, they might have become one of those crazy people. So now both of them are very friendly to Shining Huan. Especially those from the White Tiger tribe, the Vermilion Bird tribe, and the Pixiu tribe, who were only friendly to Shining Huan because of Gong Shan and Jing Yao at the beginning. Now they sincerely feel that even though Shining Huan is from the lower star territory, his talents and qualifications are no worse than theirs, or even better. And in terms of treasure hunting skills, even the Pixiu clan cannot match them. Next, the treasure chests were opened and things were divided. Everyone got a lot of good things, ranging from 12th level advanced spiritual patterns, defensive and offensive ones, to some natural materials that can enhance 3 attributes. Treasures and food are all there. Everyone got a lot. And even those who didn't have space spiritual weapons before now had one. The Shenlong token was also very lucky, because Shining Huan found enough treasure chests, and the probability of finding one was high. So everyone got a share. After all the treasure chests were divided, there were still more. Everyone unanimously decided to sell them. And the sellers didn't need to look. The big bastards over there, who had their ears pierced and were beaten, all raised their hands in excitement, vying to buy it. Especially those candidates who have come to their senses after being beaten are even more positive. This is a token to meet Master Shenlong and admire his grace. This is clearly a ticket to the highest school in the upper star field. Where is this? Can miss it. Shining Huan, on the other hand, treats the candidates and the villagers equally. He will give it to whoever bids the highest price, using an auction model. In the end, the candidate with stronger demand will naturally win. After the transaction of the Divine Dragon token was completed, the dawn glow on the horizon was already gorgeous and dazzling. In the center of Shillong Island, the village chief sent a message that the Shenlong sacrifice was about to begin. Everyone who had not slept all night rushed to the central square of Shillong Island. When they arrived, the altar had been set up, and a huge coiled dragon incense burner sat in the center. At this time, the village chief took out a coiled dragon that was about as thick as a tree. Light the special incense. Hold it with both hands and raise it to your forehead. Bow respectfully 3 times, and then insert it into the incense burner. Roar. as the white smoke from the incense rises up, forming a white mist dragon. A vast and high dragon roar suddenly appears in the sky, followed by a red dragon tail swimming through the clouds. The next second, the person holding the token in his hand, they turned into streaks of red light and jumped into the clouds, leaving only those who were still standing there, looking in the direction of the sky with envy, jealousy, or anger. Shi Ninghuan felt that the things in front of her were quickly swept back, and then she saw a gate in front of her. The dragon scales on her hand flashed, and she was sucked into the gate. When his sight returned again, he could see the surrounding situation clearly. It seemed to be a huge dragon's nest in the sky. The white mist composed of countless spiritual powers spiraled into a huge circular dragon's nest floating high in the sky. The center of the dragon's nest was hovering. There is a red candle dragon, which is ridiculously big. When Shi Ninghuan stood in front of it, it was only half the size of a fingernail. She stood there for a while with her eyes wide open in wonder, then turned around and looked around. There was no other figure around except her. It seemed that this level needed to be passed alone. At the same time, a voice belonging to the secret realm of the game sounded. Welcome candidates to Shenlong's lair. The Shenlong token is a toy that belongs to Zhulong. Once the Shenlong token is touched, Zhulong will be very unhappy. However, Zhulong is a house dragon and does not like to leave his lair. Players are asked to take it according to their ability. To the Shenlong order. The Shenlong order can take one person into the dragon gate and reach the central island. Shi Ninghuan raised her eyebrows. Wasn't this a hint that they should quickly steal the Shenlong order? As long as they ran out of the Shenlong's lair, they would be fine. But she didn't act rashly, and she looked at each other with the candle dragon, who was staring at her with wide eyes. Note: this is not a still picture. Sister Huan's eyelashes trembled. You are observing very carefully. But Shi Ninghuan is scared to death. The other candidates have already taken action. I said that there are so many good things in the treasure chests opened on Shenlong Island. It turns out that the game is used to deal with the candle dragon. The attack power of the hissing candle dragon is so strong. With just a look, the open flames of H.L. will burn directly to the candidates. Burned to ashes by him. Hey, the Dragonborn clan is quite smart. They actually summon the contracted dragon to be close to the Zulongluo. Unfortunately, the Zhulong is a cold dragon, with his head lying down and eyes closed, and he doesn't pay attention to them at all. Oh, look what I found. There are eggs under the candle dragon plate. Or 3 eggs. Isn't this the common language of our sister Huan? Chapter 387, One Person and One Dragon. The years are peaceful. The ignorant people in Shangxingyu were confused. What happened? How did Shi Ninghuan get involved with Dan? Everyone in the lower star territory was in disgrace. You don't know this, but our sister Huan is a top-notch expert in egg hatching. She once made a fortune in the secret realm by relying on the god-level skill of hatching eggs, commanding thousands of spiritual beasts. I won't say it anymore. You will understand it if you look carefully. Ha ha ha. So everyone in the upper star territory frowned in curiosity, and everyone in the lower star territory squealed with pride. Shi Ninghuan lived up to expectations, and chatted with Zhulong about hatching eggs. Can you really help me hatch eggs? Zhulong brought his head closer. His huge dragon eyes stared at people, and the pressure came to his face. The audience in the live broadcast room took a breath and subconsciously leaned back. It's over. It's over. This Zhulong is so strong. Shi Ninghuan is going to die. Even one bite is not enough to fill the gap between Zhulong's teeth. These bumpkins from lower star territory know how to tell lies. Fart. That's because you are stupid and didn't understand what Zhulong meant. It just groaned and came over. It was obviously communicating with our sister Huan. If it really wants to eat people, it has to be like the one next door. It was as if the Wu family member in the live broadcast room provoked it. It chewed the person in one bite and swallowed it. Long Hen didn't talk much. How could he be like in front of our sister Huan? He would stop after getting close. Obviously it has no intention of eating some human flesh snacks. Yes. Yes. Our sister Huan understands animal language. It seems that she has communicated with Zhulong. Maybe she can make friends with it, and then abduct it. Our sister Huan's 12th level ancient. This is how the mythical beast Dankon came about. Are the people in Xiaxingyu crazy? They can boast so much. There was a lot of noise on the barrage. But Shi Ninghuan calmly finished checking, and nodded to Zhulong. Then one person and one dragon lived together harmoniously. Shi Ninghuan took out the 3-piece spiritual pattern master set, and drew the constant temperature spirit pattern on the spot, preparing to create a constant temperature spirit pattern array. Zhulong's eggs were a little different from those of other spirit beasts. They required too much energy, And a constant temperature spirit pattern was not enough. Use. Zhulong stood nearby and looked around. With a serious and curious look. As if he wanted to learn something. He was eager to learn Zhulong. After Shininghuan draws the constant temperature spirit pattern and arranges the spirit pattern array, Zhulong no longer has to guard the 3 dragon eggs. It stayed in the constant temperature spirit pattern for a while. And after feeling the temperature inside the array in a novel way, it safely shrank its figure and flew in front of Shininghuan. Shininghuan glanced at it, and then continued to dig through the space spiritual weapon with her eyes lowered. She took out a pile of firewood, an iron pot, and a few corns. When she threw the corns into the pot, she asked Zhulong, "Would you like something to eat?" Zhulong glanced at the thing in her hand curiously, then nodded reservedly. "Come on! Put more! I'm big and have a good appetite." Shininghuan nodded. "Okay." Then he took out more than 10 corns from the space spirit weapon and filled the pot to the top. Then he stopped and waited for the corn to be cooked. Not long after, the corn was ripe. And one person and one dragon started gnawing the corn. Everyone before the live broadcast, have you made friends now? Good friends sitting in a row eating corn? Compared with the peaceful life here, the candidates in other dimensions are not doing so well. The dragon brothers summoned by the Dragonborn clan almost failed. But Zhulong thought it was a provocation or coveted its eggs, and became furious on the spot. That dragon brother is also a noble dragon. How can he be caught and beaten by other dragons? He will definitely have to fight back. So dragons started fighting. And the Dragonborn people couldn't stop them at all. So they could only cry and choose to join. The people of the Xuanwu clan are thick-skinned. And the contracted Xuanwu LS are also thick. As soon as they enter the dragon's nest, they immediately summon Xuanwu and hide in their LS. Then, they gradually approach the Zhulong using small steps and slowly move. Their plan was successful in the early stage. Zhulong didn't pay attention to them at all before. Until they stole the Shenlong order. Zhulong became angry. The little bug had the audacity to steal Binlong's toys. Binlong didn't care about you just now, because he didn't take you seriously. Now that he's pissed off Binlong, just bear his wrath. Before the live broadcast, the audience gave Zhulong a speech as a domineering dragon. And then watched the Xuanwu tribe people chasing Zhulong take pictures. There were ghosts crying and wolf howling in the live broadcast room. And the Xuanwu tribe people did not dare to come out of their LS. These two tribes are pretty good. One has top-notch fighting power, and the other has top-notch defense power. They can still be alive for a while. But the other tribes are having a hard time. The people before the live broadcast were jumping back and forth between the various live broadcast rooms, shaking their heads as they watched. The Tan family's nightmare beast only works when it is asleep. Against the awake candle dragon, they cannot force it to sleep. Given the level difference, it is unlikely that it will be trapped for a few seconds even if it is trapped in an illusion. The Tan family's ones are all gone. One mouthful of Zhulong. Smells of human flesh. Crunchy and crunchy. Oh! That kid Tan Qin didn't want his life. He moved the dragon egg so hard that he didn't die. If he had just gone to steal the dragon order instead of moving the dragon egg to attract Zhulong's attention, he wouldn't have died so miserably. Let's have a good life. Why don't people have brains? The Angel Bird Clan, TSK, is not very good. They are good at speed and flying sneak attacks. But the Shenlong token is coiled at the bottom by the candle dragon. You have to lift it up first to steal the Shenlong token. But it is still good to escape with your life. Hey, have you noticed something is wrong with Gao Yinghan? His shoulders are slumped when he walks. Gao Yinghan is known as the perfect young master. He does everything according to the textbook level, especially when he walks. His back is straight, and every step he takes seems to be measured with a ruler. How can such a person have slumped shoulders? Is it because he hasn't woken up from the role-playing yet? Too deep into the drama? The goo worm refined by the Meow people was so small that it was useless against the candle dragon. It didn't even get into its scales, and was directly burned into dregs and ashes by the flames outside the candle dragon. It died so miserably. The Pishio clan is not good either. Their fighting power is not strong enough. But there are no exceptions. Jin Hsong is very smart. Knowing how powerful Zhulong is, he does not choose to attack. Instead, he starts sending gold, silver and jewelry as bribes. The dragons like these shiny things, and they actually asked him to give Zhulong to him. Coaxed. Nothing else. I just want to ask him where he got all these gems, gold coins, etc. I've never seen anything like this in a treasure chest. I can tell at a glance that you are not chasing Jin Hisung's live broadcast from the beginning. Speaking of which, this kid is also unlucky. Along the way, whether it is the treasure chest on the island, or the treasure chest obtained from fighting monsters. In addition to dropping heavenly materials and earthly treasures apart from gold coins and jewelry, he had nothing else. He had to rely on himself to find food all the way. He couldn't hold back his image of a noble young man with all his thoughts. Unexpectedly, these gold and silver jewelry came in handy in this final level. This kid was so happy that he almost burst out laughing. Chapter 388, Obtaining the Dragon Order. Time passed very quickly, and several hours passed in the blink of an eye. Shining-Wan yawned. She was really bored of waiting, so she simply lay down next to the dragon egg and fell asleep. Zhulong's head tilted. He didn't expect this human being to be so bold. After looking around for a while, it became smaller again, and then he fell down next to Shining-Wan, sleeping on his back. Is Shining-Wan still the best? The good guy just fell asleep like this? Isn't this woman too big-hearted? She can actually sleep here? Humph. It's rare to see many strange things. I think our sister Huan slept in the center surrounded by a group of desert monitor lizards back then. Now it's just a dragon. It's a trivial matter. Those who have come to Xiaxingyu really know more and more what Versailles is. And those who are arrogant really deserve a beating. Oh! You are humble and polite in the star realm. So don't praise your family's genius. That is, if your family could have people like our sister Huan, they would be even more arrogant than us. Everyone in the upper star territory, they were speechless. When Shining-Wan woke up, there were 4 little candle dragons crawling on her body. They were chirping cutely and playing a little game of chasing me. As soon as Shining-Wan opened her eyes, a small milk dragon flew to Shining-Wan. It was a small dragon with 2 small fiery red horns on its head, and a pair of red dragon eyes that were watery and full of clarity. It tilted its head to look at her curiously. Chirp! Sister, you are so beautiful. As soon as the little milk dragon opened his mouth, his saliva immediately started to flow down. The candle dragon at the back, which was about the same size as the little milk dragon, but was a smaller version of its mature form, gave the little milk dragon a claw. The cub of the lost dragon. Shining-Wan raised the corners of her mouth and smiled. She sat up and reached out to catch the little milk dragon that was knocked off Guligulu. She rubbed its head with her hands. Then she looked at the mature Zhulong and said with a smile, "The little dragons are already here. It's hatched. Can you give me the dragon token?" Zhulong's body froze, with tangles in his eyes, but he finally nodded. "Here. You are the first to get the dragon order, and there is another boy who is about to get it. You rush to the dragon gate as soon as possible and enter the central island. There is a clearance reward there." Shining-Wan showed a surprised expression. "Are you just telling me it's okay?" Zhulong raised his head proudly. "Look down on dragons. This dragon is the master of the secret realm of the game. As long as it doesn't break the rules of the game, it can do anything, even if the rules of the game are broken. This dragon can handle it." Shining-Wan sincerely praised. "Then you are really awesome." Zhulong raised his head and was about to go to Versailles again when his expression suddenly changed and he roared angrily. "You brat actually lied to me." It flicked its tail and threw Shining-Wan out. With an urgent voice, "Go to the central island quickly. That kid has also obtained the dragon order. Hurry up." There was still an echo of Zhulong's voice, but Shining-Wan had already been thrown out, and staggered back to the square of the sacrificial altar. With a solemn expression, she planned to rush to the central island first according to Zhulong's wishes. But the next second, the sky another stream of light fell from above. "Boy Lu, you are back too." The villagers who were still waiting in the square shouted enthusiastically. Shining-Wan paused in her steps and turned to look behind her. Sure enough, she saw Long Xinglo, who was in a state of embarrassment and with countless bruises on his handsome face. She simply stopped and looked at him, looking up and down, unable to suppress a smile on her lips. "You look like you came back from a fight with a fellow beggar." As soon as Long Xinglo landed, he found her in the crowd at first sight. He raised the corners of his bruised mouth, showed a handsome smile, strode towards her, and hugged her into his arms. "Young married woman." The deep voice was filled with satisfaction. The village chief and villagers who came over were caught off guard and were fed a mouthful of dog food, and their smiling faces froze. After meeting Mr. Shilong, I didn't want to talk about Mr. Shilong's heroic appearance. The first thing I did was to find a wife. Naiwei. This guy is really getting more and more useless as he gets older. What great things can he accomplish if he has a daughter-in-law all day long? Why did you ask him to give it out first? Sheninghuan put her arm around his waist and patted him on the back, with a bright smile on her face. Okay. There are so many people watching. And the village chief is blowing his beard and glaring at you. Please be careful. Long Xinglo didn't want to let go and felt unhappy. He hugged his wife for a while. What happened to her? They were a legal couple with certificates. However, under Sheninghuan's urging, he finally reluctantly released the person from his arms, leaving only one arm tightly clasping Sheninghuan's waist and not letting go. He turned to face the village chief with a pair of handsome eyebrows. He looked at the villagers and said in a cold and unkind voice, My wife and I are going to go out to sea for a while to cultivate our relationship. You can ask the people below about Lord Shenlong. The village chief, who was about to open his mouth to speak, suddenly choked up and waved his hand at him in disgust. Go away! Go away! This brat acts like he doesn't have a wife. Huh? I'm afraid he can't say much with his cold face. If you want to praise Master Shenlong, he should find someone else. So Sheninghuan and Long Xinglo quickly escaped, leaving the village chief and villagers eagerly looking toward the sky to wait for the third unlucky guy to come out. This man used jewelry and gold coins to please Zhulong's Jin Hesong. Originally, he could have come out faster, but Zhulong was unreasonable and had to ask him to count the gold coins one by one and the gems one by one to sort it out. Only then can you leave. He counted money until his hands cramped, and he felt less interested in wealth and money. As soon as he landed, he was surrounded by a group of villagers before he could even take a breath. Jin boy, you have met Lord Shenlong. What instructions does Lord Shenlong give us? How is Lord Shenlong's appearance? Is he particularly tall and mighty? A group of people were asking all kinds of questions, and his ears were buzzing from the commotion. The key was that they couldn't break away, so he couldn't run away. He had to wait until the next unlucky guy appeared, and he was able to divert the disaster to the east and escape. Carrying the Shlong Ling, he quickly ran towards the beach. At this time, Sheninghuan and Long Xinglo had arrived in front of Yulongmen in the same boat. The golden leaping dragon gate stands on the sea with golden light and divinity, just like the Nantian gate in front of the heavenly palace. Majestic and sacred. You go in first, and there should be a reward for first place in the secret realm game, Long Xinglo said, with a look of endearment on his handsome face. Sheninghuan looked at him with a smile. You just gave it up to me? Long Xinglo gently rubbed the top of her hair and said seriously, Whatever I give in to. The first one is you, Sheninghuan said politely. Okay, then I'll go in first. Anyway, it did something good that's suitable for Lungxing Tower. She'll get a share of it. And it doesn't matter who gets in first. Chapter 389 Pan Yao, Dean of Hongming College. The dragon order flew towards Yulongmen. In an instant, the golden light on the sea flourished, emitting a dazzling light. Countless dolphins jumped out of the sea, exuding a cheerful and joyful atmosphere. Sheninghuan stood on the bow of the ship, her clothes flying in the wind. And then she was guided by a golden light coming from the dragon gate. And she flew up. She smiled with her dark hair flying, revealing her smooth and plump forehead and beautiful facial features. Like a flying goddess. Long Xinglo subconsciously reached out to grab it, but only caught a ray of golden light left behind. The person had already flown into Yulongmen. Guilty. There was a lost expression on his handsome face. Ah, my sister Huan is stunningly beautiful. No one can refute her saying she is beautiful. This scene would be even more stunning if it had a beautiful dress. Young Master Long is also a beautiful couple. This beautiful couple is locked in a lock. And all the little threesomes like Miao Ying and Chai Zian have to be separated by me. Ha ha ha. First, my sister Huan ranked first in Hongmeng College's admissions exam. She's awesome. Let me tell you weakly. Do you feel that something is not right? The live broadcast stopped after Sheninghuan flew into Yulongmen. Yeah. Brother. You should be more careful. Why does the screen go black after people fly into Dragon Gate? Young Master Long also used the Dragon Order to enter. And he has the picture. Is there any special reward for winning first place in the game's secret realm that we can't see? Don't be so stingy. There's nothing our distinguished VIPs can't see. That's it. Release it quickly so we can be healthy. At the same time, on the top floor of the Qianquan Tower, in the Hongming Sanctuary, a bronze-colored man with a strong figure and long black curly hair suddenly opened his eyes, and the golden light flashed away. There seemed to be a majestic god in his eyes that could accommodate all rivers. Sex. This is Pan Yao, the dean of Hongming College. If Sheninghuan were here, he would definitely recognize the woman meditating on the futon not far in front of him as Hua Yin. She once went to the Lower Star Territory Hongming College quota contest and served as a supervisor on behalf of Hongming College.
What's the matter,
Dean? She opened her beautiful eyes and asked. Pan Yao frowned, his deep voice carrying a strong intimidation.
Something happened to her. I'm going to save her.
Hua Yin's expression changed, then turned gloomy. He gritted his teeth and said angrily,
Those bugs in the college are really getting bolder and dare to tamper with the admissions exam. They are simply desperate.
However, she did not act impulsively. Hai held down Pan Yao, who was about to save people.
Dean, wait a moment. It is not appropriate for you to take action now. Once the people behind the scenes are alerted, we are afraid that we will repeat the same mistakes we made 18 years ago.
And besides, you haven't recovered from your serious injuries, so you have no chance of winning compared to 18 years ago.
Pan Yao's resolute face showed displeasure, but he still suppressed the anger and eagerness in his heart.
What about your junior sister's child? Your junior sister was involved in it because of me, and she was betrayed by her tribe.
Hua Yin.
Dean, don't worry. Let me check the situation first. Junior sister's children are amazingly talented and beautiful. They are even worse than junior sister and junior brother Feng Sang. Even if those worms want to do what they want in the secret realm of the game,
the hands and feet must also comply with the rules of the game's secret realm. This is why I chose the game's secret realm as the examination venue. The child should be able to handle it.
Pan Yao looked at the screen that appeared in front of him. The boy from the Long family was eagerly looking for him on the island, like a headless fly. He frowned and said,
Then get this boy in too. Your junior sister's child is as young as yours.
Just like junior sisters, they have the vision to find a good man.
A smile appeared on Hua Yin's face.
Yes, they do have good vision. It would be feasible to send this kid in as well.
On the central island, Long Xingli used the Shenlong order less than 2 minutes after Sheneng Huan entered. As soon as he landed, he was directly on the central island. Immediately after, the system prompt sounded, reminding him that he was the first to clear the game. Something was wrong immediately. After picking up the first place reward and throwing it into the spiritual weapon space, he started looking for someone eagerly on the central island. But he rode a dragon and searched almost the entire island, but still didn't see his wife. He became more and more panicked. And then, he saw a black vortex appear out of thin air in front of him. His deep eyes flashed with determination. And he rode the golden dragon and jumped in without hesitation. On the other side of the black whirlpool is a beach cliff with no vegetation. Only exposed jagged rocks. Outside the island, there is only black seawater, which seems to be polluted and exudes a strong stench. With the ebb and flow of the black water, large fish bones and other objects were brought to the beach. Looking at the sky, it was gray and the visibility was extremely low. The entire island looked extremely cold and dangerous.
Ouch!
A huge roar sounded, and Long Xinglo immediately looked up, then quickly ran in that direction. As the distance got closer, dead fish-shaped spiritual beasts gradually appeared on the ground. No, they should be fallen spiritual beasts. After the fallen spiritual beast, it was also called a monster. Warcraft are in a category of their own, a dangerous species in the interstellar world. Their traces were discovered decades ago. Each one is irrational and will only attack and kill crazily. Any living creature in front of them will be hunted endlessly by them. They will only stop when one of them dies. The best way to identify these monsters is their crimson and irrational eyes, as well as their dark attributes. The dark attributes have branches such as devouring, corroding, and poisoning, and are extremely dangerous. More than 10 years ago, due to the rampage of Warcraft, many outstanding children of the major families in the Upper Star Territory were killed and injured. So they put aside their past grievances and joined forces to kill these Warcraft. He only found out about the extinction of Warcraft from his grandfather, who accidentally mentioned it. I didn't expect that there were so many fish that slipped through the net. Thinking this, the expression on Long Xinglo's face became more and more anxious, urging Jin Long to speed up. In the center of the island, Sheneng Huan was breathing heavily, looking at the nine-winged western dragon not far ahead with a pale face. With deep fear in her eyes, she used the 2 12th level advanced defense spirits that she had previously opened from the treasure box. It was only after tattooing that he blocked this ferocious and murderous western dragon that he now had room to breathe. She stood in the defensive shield with an ugly face, and began to review the game. Zhulong had clearly told her before that as long as she entered the Dragon Gate, she would be directly on the central island, and she could directly clear the game and get the reward. But as soon as she entered the dragon gate, he was sucked into a black vortex, and then was thrown to this isolated island exuding darkness and despair. There were also some spirit beasts on the island that exuded black energy, had scarlet eyes, and had a ferocious and murderous aura. Almost before she could react, these spirit beasts pounced on her, with a ferocity that would not stop until they killed her. She knew that she must have been tricked, and that these were definitely not part of the admissions exam. Chapter 390 Shocking changes occur again. Xinhuan had no choice but to accept the challenge. And during the challenge, she found that the 3 data points of satiety, drinking water and health were still there. And these 3 values were also decreasing with the battle, which showed that the island was still in the game. In a secret realm, this also added a lot of difficulty to her. During the battle, she had to take out things to eat and drink from time to time. Fortunately, she had specially trained her durability before. Otherwise, if she took out things too frequently, even if there were rhubarb and 2 hairs in the middle to carry them, it would still affect the battle. Especially the spirit beasts here are rushing forward tirelessly, and their attacks are very intensive. If you are not careful, you will be hit. But as time went by, she felt more and more strenuous. When she finally killed the other miscellaneous people and was about to take a rest, a 9-winged western dragon suddenly appeared. It looked like a boss level, and it had a strong aura as soon as it appeared. She had almost no time to escape and could only deal with it in a panic. But within a few seconds, she was severely injured by the dragon's violent and non-stop attacks. After using the 12th level advanced defensive spirit pattern in time, she was able to have a brief moment of protection from the claws of this ferocious western dragon. Safety period. However, there are not many 12th level advanced defense spirit patterns. She only has 2 space spirit weapons left. She can hold on for another 15 minutes. If 15 minutes pass, if she still can't find a way out, she may have to do it again. She faced this fierce western dragon, but her chances of winning were slim. At most 49%. She could feel that the strength level of this western dragon was not much higher than the candle dragon she had seen before. But because it had no reason and could not communicate, and could only attack wildly, it was much more dangerous than the candle dragon. What to do? Just when she was frowning and thinking uneasily about how to escape, the western dragon who was attacking the defensive shield suddenly seemed to sense something, gave up the attack, turned around, opened its wings and flew in the direction she came from before, at a high speed. Soon, boom, the dark energy group and a purple thunder light met in midair and collided, making a violent sound that was deafening. Xinhuan looked up in surprise, and sure enough she saw a very dazzling golden dragon in the gray sky, and a tall and domineering man standing on the golden dragon. As the purple thunder and lightning tore through the sky, his handsome and gloomy face was also exposed in Xinhuan's eyes. She raised the corner of her mouth, then summoned rhubarb, and flew into the air with a teleport to attack the western dragon. "Daughter-in-law!" Long Xinglo called out and looked her up and down. After seeing the blood stains on her body, his face immediately became ugly, and the eyes he looked at the western dragon were full of murderous intent. Immediately after he raised his hand, thunder and lightning roared in the gray sky, and purple thunder snakes surged, followed by thunder and lightning thicker than water snakes that struck the 9-winged western dragon. Ouch! It roared ferociously toward the sky and sprayed out dark energy. But it was split apart by Lei Xingtian and could not reach Longxing Tower at all. Xinhuan was surprised. It seemed that the thunder attribute was the nemesis of the dark attribute. She had spent a lot of time trying to avoid these corrosive dark energy groups just now. During the thunder and lightning, she was not idle either, attacking with the space blade from time to time. There are many spirit beasts around her. The spirit beasts are versatile and have many attributes and abilities, but not many have strong attack power. After counting, only Da Huang's space blade and Ermao's metallicity are good. As for Wu Hua, although he is an ancient divine beast, he controls the time attribute. He can only pull the spirit beast back to the previous timeline to make it smaller and easier to fight. However, this 9-winged western dragon is weird. Wu Hua's time attribute it didn't work at all. Otherwise she wouldn't have been so passive just now. Now with a powerful thunder and lightning blessing from the Dragon Star Tower, she could finally experience the pleasure of fighting a dragon. So she accelerated her output. With the joint efforts of the two, the dragon finally showed signs of defeat. They took advantage of its illness to kill it, pursued it while they were winning, and finally killed it 30 minutes later. The two looked at each other and just smiled. But then, they were shocked again. Ouch. 2 dragons of the same type. which were larger than the nine-winged western dragon just now, flew towards the two of them, their roars carrying strong violent pressure. The two of them felt suppressed almost the moment they saw them, and a wave of the strong and irresistible gravity forced them to fall directly from midair. Xininghuan and Long Xinglo reacted very quickly. They immediately took the spirit beast back into the beast control space, and then their bodies fell to the ground. Their feet pressed deep pits on the ground, and the dry mud around them cracked with spider veins. Xininghuan didn't stand for long. In just a few seconds, she couldn't bear the heavy pressure. Her legs gave way, and she knelt on the ground, vomiting blood from her mouth. Daughter-in-law. Long Xinglo's eyes were scarlet, mixed with crazy pain and anger. Then, regardless of the strong pressure, he gritted his teeth, suppressed the pain of his internal organs being pressed, moved over, bent down, and hugged Xininghuan into his arms. After the warm embrace hit, Xininghuan immediately felt the weight on her body disappear, followed by a muffled sound from above, and the smell of blood spread into her mouth and nose. He vomited blood. Xininghuan's heart was filled with worry and anger, which filled her chest but could not be relieved. She was almost so angry that she exploded. How could this man be so stupid? Who was the bastard who was behind this scheme? If she could escape and get out, the person must be investigated thoroughly, and then the person will be cut into pieces and his body broken into thousands of pieces in order to vent the hatred in his heart. Feeling the killing intent coming from her body, Long Xinglo twitched his lips, knowing that his wife was no ordinary little girl. After a moment of adapting, he took out a handful of dragon scale grass from the space spiritual weapon and stuffed it directly into his mouth. What are you doing? Your body feels like it's on fire. Could it be that you used some forbidden technique or medicine? After feeling the immediate change in the man behind her, Xininghuan became anxious. Long Xinglo soothed in a hoarse voice. Don't worry. I'm fine. It's just a stimulation to advance. Xininghuan? Then he felt the aura on his body rising steadily. And then the aura of promotion on his body lit up. Silver. It was the aura of a 10th level spiritual master. The silver aura became brighter and more dazzling, and then turned into a golden aura. And then it gradually deepened and stopped until it became a thick golden light. Golden. 11th level senior spiritual master. Xininghuan was very surprised by his promotion speed. He jumped 2 levels in a row. At the same time, the 5-clawed golden dragon received the master's spiritual power in return and flew out of the beast control space. Its body also lit up with golden aura, becoming an 11th level advanced spiritual beast. After recovering from the shock, Xininghuan began to worry again. The promotion is so fast. Are you sure there are no side effects? Don't worry. No. I just suppressed it before and didn't advance. Just in case. Chapter 391 Candle Dragon Statue. Ouch. It's finally time for me to show off my dragon power. The 5-clawed golden dragon roared happily and soared into the air. It let out a mighty roar towards the 2 9-winged western dragons. At the same time, its body quickly enlarged and expanded, and its golden scales emitted a dazzling golden light, illuminating the entire area. It's a cold and dark island, with darkness everywhere you pass. Ouch! The dragon clan is different from other spiritual beasts. Only after advancing to the 11th level will they officially enter the mature stage and show the true strength of the dragon clan. The 2 western dragons on the opposite side were intimidated by the golden light and stagnated in midair as soon as they met. Then, 1 golden and 2 black dragons of different shapes began to tremble violently in midair. The collision of gold and black brought out fierce energy aftermath, and the stones on the island were shaken by several waves. The aftermath energy was flattened. The damn demon dragon is rampant in this dragon's domain. Hearing the familiar voice, Xininghuan subconsciously looked up and saw a ferocious crack torn open in the gray sky. The huge candle dragon and 3 small milk dragons got in through the crack. It roared angrily and headed towards the 2 west ends. The dragon pounced fiercely. The 2 wings of the 9-winged western dragon were torn apart with just 1 claw, and black blood spilled, like a black rain. The 5-clawed golden dragon was also stunned when he saw this cruel method. Then it was thrown aside by Zhulong's tail. Stay here, you little male dragon whose scales had just grown. Is tickling the ugly dragon. Leave me alone. After cursing and being disgusted, Zhulong swung his beautiful fiery red dragon tail and rushed forward. With 3 strikes, 5 divided by 2, he tore off 7 wings as fiercely as a tiger. The wings of the 2 western dragons were uneven, and they lost their balance when they waved hard. They hit the island below with 2 bangs. The 3 little milk dragons
that had been flying at low altitude and observing secretly immediately bared their milk teeth and pounced down fiercely. They scratched and bit the two roaring western dragons, howling and screaming fiercely. It can be vaguely seen that they have inherited their mother's ferocity. And when they grow up, they become three ferocious and violent candle dragons. The five-clawed golden dragon flew in midair, hugging its tail aggrievedly, and then lowered its head to look at the four dragons below. One large, three small and four, fighting against the two western dragons. It lowered its head in frustration, and the whole dragon was stunned. It's wilted. What is the promised moment for it to perform? Before it even showed its prowess, it was whipped by a female dragon and robbed of all the limelight. Long Long felt aggrieved, but Long Long didn't say anything. Bai Zhe, who is fully awake in the beast-controlling space, is preparing to sprint out of the egg to save 1-1, silently retracting its little hooves. It used a few bits of spiritual power to secretly stick the broken egg back together, pretending that nothing happened. Well, it hasn't woken up yet, and it can still sleep for a while to digest. Inherited. After tearing the two western dragons into bloody skeletons, Xulong stopped his movements, shook off the stinky and sticky blood on his body, held his head high, and carried three small milk dragons that had also been cleaned up in a reserved and elegant manner. He flew over and stopped in front of Xininghuan. Long Xinglo frowned and stood in front of Xininghuan vigilantly. Xulong snorted, rolled his eyes at him, and roared at him. You liar brat. Get out of the way of my aunt. Believe it or not, my aunt will tear you apart. The candle dragon bared its fangs, and the powerful dragon power came towards the face. In the secret realm of the game, its strength was suppressed by the rules before, so this brat successfully deceived him. But here is the area it suppressed, which is a gap in the secret realm of the game. The suppressive power of the rules is weakened, and it can still tear this kid apart. It's not a matter of minutes. As it said, its claws could no longer restrain themselves and were ready to move. Long Xinghua didn't know what the candle dragon was talking about. He thought it was chasing them and wanted to kill them after killing the two demonic dragons. So he began to seriously think about whether he and the golden dragon could kill the candle dragon and the three small milk dragons. Perhaps they could first take down the three small milk dragons to threaten the big candle dragon. Seeing the tension between one man and one dragon, and the smell of gunpowder gradually becoming pungent, Xininghuan coughed lightly and walked out from behind the Dragon Star Tower. With a dirty face, she said helplessly to Xulong, "Can you send us out? I'm about to fall behind on my admissions exam." Who could be wronged by her? During the competition for Hongmeng Academy's enrollment quota in the lower star territory, she clearly had the ability to surpass the others and won the first place in the standings to get the quota. But she just couldn't do it. On the way, several waves of people appeared who wanted to kill her and arrest her, so that she couldn't help but leave the examination room and lost the chance to get a place. It was like this again this time. It was obvious that she had obtained the Shenlong order and opened the dragon leaping gate and was about to become the first person to clear the level. But damn Chung Yaojin came out to get this crappy place for her. If she didn't rush out to the central island to report, let alone just miss the first place, she might not even be able to catch the tail end of the crane. The person behind the scenes was really vicious. Even if he couldn't kill her, he would still make her miss the opportunity. Xulong immediately retracted his paws, held him up with some guilt, and then said seriously, "This is my mistake. I am responsible for it." At the same time, the sound belonging to the secret realm of the game sounded. Ding dong, congratulations to player Xininghuan for discovering the hidden copy. Congratulations to player Xininghuan for completing the hidden dungeon, solving the crisis of the dragon, successfully achieving the special feat, and gaining plus 50 favorability in the secret realm of the game. Congratulations to player Xininghuan for winning the special prize. After the voice broadcast, a golden treasure box floated out of Xulong and landed in front of Xininghuan. She opened her eyes in surprise. "Is there such a good thing?" "Thanks." After thanking Xulong, Xininghuan rubbed her hands and happily opened the treasure box on the spot. There weren't many things in the treasure chest, just something that looked like a jade pendant. If you looked closely, it was a flaming red candle dragon. Xininghuan had a surprised expression on her face. "Xulong statue. Xilingman?" Xulong nodded, holding his claws and looking reserved. "You little human girl is still very knowledgeable." "Yes. It is the little spirit gate of our Xulong clan. With the little spirit gate, you can use the pure spiritual energy inside and summon our Xulong clan 3 times. From now on, you only need to be honest. Establish a spiritual link.
And this Xulong will barely respond. Seeing it barely speaking arrogantly. But actually the dragon's whiskers were flying. Xininghuan couldn't laugh or cry. Okay. I must be honest. And besides boiled corn, there are other delicious things we can try together. Zolonglong's eyes lit up, and he rubbed his paws carefully, seemingly impatient. The three little milk dragons were even drooling after hearing this. The five-clawed golden dragon that was driven over felt disgusted for a while. Huh? They are dragon cubs that have never seen the world. But look at the big candle dragon. It shrank its head again. Didn't dare to say anything. Chapter 392. For people clear the level in the lower star territory. Oh ha ha. It turns out that I found a hidden copy. I knew that our sister Huan must be fine. We turned bad luck into good luck. Isn't this a good thing? Rubbing hands. I have been in the star territory for so many years. But I have never heard of a hidden copy in the secret realm of the game. Darling. This Xininghuan has some luck with her. Even the favorability of the secret realm in the game has been added up to 50. With this favorability, Xininghuan's luck will be greatly improved after entering the secret realm in the future. I had a friend who added the favorability of the secret realm to 20 before. And he will enter the secret realm again. The treasures of heaven and earth are collected in large quantities, as if they are free of charge. In short, this favorability value is very useful. Once the danger is reduced, the benefits are many. Unfortunately, this thing is not very good. Each secret realm is different, and only heaven-level secret realms have this hidden benefit. Unexpectedly, among the candidates of this year, Xininghuan, who came from the lower star territory, turned out to be the most outstanding. Tan Shizong, who used to be like a flower in the Tan family, is still rowing. He hasn't even arrived at the fantasy island yet. No wonder he often shows off his spirit pattern ability during exams. He is self-aware and knows that he has no ability to pass the test. So he wants to use his spiritual pattern talent to find another way to attract the attention of the teachers at Hongning Academy. It's a pity that he met Xininghuan at the wrong time. Xininghuan was much better than him in the spiritual pattern. The teacher was blind to fall in love with him. The Wu family is the biggest joke. Wu Fangxing was praised as the most powerful genius in the Wu family. He even said before that he would crush other geniuses. Ha! The result is this. Even the little Xininghuan is. He couldn't do it. He was pressed to the bottom of the boat after they met each other. And his brother died. When he met again and said a few words, he was knocked out by Xininghuan. He was really a coward. The Gao family is not doing well either. That Gao Inghan really messed up his brain on the fantasy island. He was a perfect young master before. But now his character has been completely replaced by the character in the fantasy world. Look at his slumped shoulders and slouching look. Ah! The people of the Gao family are going to be so angry. Ha ha ha. The same goes for his sister Gao Ingming. If you look carefully, her behavior is also weird. She was coaxed by Tan Haofeng into a bitch again before. But now she looks like a scum-killing female devil. She cut off Tan Haofeng's arm with a big knife. No one could try to persuade her. Now she was chasing Tan Haofeng and slashing like crazy. Oops. Jing Yao, the scumbag next door, was also targeted by her. Why is our young master of the Suzaku tribe such a scumbag? He just doesn't look like a serious man. That's right. Chai Haoji from the Snake Clan is a scumbag. During the exam, he actually pushed his wife out to block the knife. What a sin. Why did that girl from the Wu family marry him? Because she had bad eyesight. This is not a member of our Snake Clan. Chai Haoji has already married into a wife. She is from the Wu family. All other shit basins are thrown in our Chai family. Haha. It's not that you, the Snake Clan, do things that are too disgusting. Seeing that the barrage had turned into a battleground for the major families in the upper star territory, everyone in the lower star territory quickly retreated and started eating melon with relish. By the way, take a look at the 4 people they sent up from the lower star field who successfully passed the level. One of them is the senior sister Jin Qiuyu. This girl does have a bit of luck like the female version of Long Outhian. With a lucky cat, she can find countless treasures. The dangers on the road are also one after another. However, after passing through, it can be said that the opportunities gained after the fierce battle are also very great. Relying on the dangers and opportunities along the way, she managed to find the magic island before the sacrifice was about to end. She solved a lustful villager and got the dragon token from him. Finally, she followed the same path as Jin Hisong and used gold coins and jewelry to follow her. Xulong made a deal and finally succeeded in getting the dragon order. The second is Xiang Hongtian,
A man worthy of the title of King Go. He kept a low profile in the early stage, knowing that people in the upper star territory looked down on the lower star territory. He also behaved timidly and inconspicuously, and escaped many group battles on the way. When someone was robbed, he obediently handed over his things, and then took the opportunity to run away. With this magical skill, he managed to survive all the way, and finally reached the central island. Third brother Gaoyu. He is a bit awesome. He is worthy of being a man who hangs around flowers all year round, but never touches his body. He meets countless beauties along the way, and gets a ride with many beauties with his sweet words. I walked with the beauty almost all the way, and in the end, I actually told him to go all the way to the end without overturning. Fourth, Ling Liang. Good guy. This kid is different from Xinhuan. He is really lucky. His experiences along the way were similar to those of Xiang Hongtian. He encountered many group fights and roadblocks. Xiang Hongtian he has some abilities, but he is really useless. But he is lucky enough to pick up the slack. Those who fought in a group saw that he was timid and cowardly, and he looked like he was too capable of fighting. So the big guys excluded him first and started fighting on their own. In the end, everyone was injured, and all the good materials and people were scattered all over the place. All were sent away. Ling Liang could only accept the wealth that fell from heaven with a tearful grin. When he was robbed, he obediently handed over his belongings. As a result, within a few steps of the robber, he either encountered a gangster and died together, or he died tragically in an accident. Without exception, they all died. Good guy. Now not only his own things are back, but also the things originally owned by those who robbed him. He made a lot of money by picking up mistakes, and saw the rest of the star territory gritting their teeth and feeling dissatisfied. But there is no other way. Luck is also a kind of strength. Who can tell people to be lucky? Maybe they did great merit in their previous lives, but you didn't see it. In this way, 4 of the 8 places in the lower star territory have passed, which is equivalent to half of the people. This is definitely the best result in the lower star territory in history. Everyone in the lower star territory cheered and cheered, looking at the big families in the upper star territory, who were still noisy and almost evolved into fighting each other in reality. Hey, they are even happier. Xinhuan and Long Xinglo were teleported out of the secret realm of the game together with all the other candidates, who were still alive. Their destination was still the same bamboo forest as before, but they were not in the original bamboo house, but in the bamboo forest, surrounded by various people. The dead corpse was obviously a person who had been teleported after death in the secret realm of the game. At a glance, she saw several corpses not far away from her that had their head shot off and had the most miserable appearance. Xinhuan, Tan Shizong and several Tan family members rushed towards Xinhuan angrily, with twisted expressions on their faces filled with endless anger. Xinhuan raised her eyebrows and looked over.
What are you doing?
Tan Shizong was about to scold her for not practicing martial ethics and escaping early when he heard a charming sound of disgust coming from behind.
Whoever killed these Tan family members didn't care at all. Their heads were smashed into paste.
Miao Ying jumped away from the headshot corpses with a look of disgust on her face. Chapter 393 Little Gangster Gaoing Han. Tan Shizong subconsciously turned around and saw the corpses of several Tan family members lying on the ground with their heads cracked like rotten watermelons and leaking juice. Thinking back to what I heard in the cave, it seems that Xinhuan single-handedly blew the heads of more than 10 people in Tan Bay. When he heard about this incident before, he didn't have much emotion. After all, Tan Bei was considered a competitor of his in the Tan family. So when he heard that Tan Bei was headshot, he was not only not angry but also a little excited. But now, he really after seeing their corpses, his heart shrank. Without him, this way of death would be too miserable.
Hey, what's the matter with you?
Xinhuan looked at Tan Shizong, who had turned his head and made no move, and raised his eyebrows suspiciously. Tan Shizong's body stiffened. He slowly twisted his neck back, forced the corners of his stiff mouth, and said dryly,
No, it's nothing. I just want to say that if we have the opportunity to communicate more about spiritual patterns in the future, you can come from the lower star field.
Although he has great talent, he lacks some spiritual patterns, which I happen to have here.
As expected of someone who had been pretending for so many years before overturning, and who was once one of the most promising heirs of the Tan family. He quickly calmed down under the stimulation of the corpse. Now he has left the secret realm.
And Xinhuan is accompanied by an eyeing Long Xinglu, since it's difficult to kill her, then win over her. There will be plenty of opportunities to use Shining Huan for yourself in the future. Shining Huan understood his thoughts at a glance and smiled calmly.
Thank you very much, Master Tan, for your kindness, but it's enough that I got a copy of Master Zhufu's spiritual patterns in the secret realm. I can't be too greedy.
I don't know if she was talking about herself or talking about Tan Shizhong. After hearing this, Tan Shizhong's face turned a little ugly, but he still had to force a smile.
Yes, really? Then I won't force it.
Shining Huan smiled, regretting in her heart that it looked like she couldn't fight anymore. The deep black eyes of Long Xinglo next to him glanced at Tan Shizhong with disdain, and snorted coldly. With such virtue, he still wants to trouble his wife. You should be lucky that you stopped the situation in time. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind killing one more person here. The murderous intent in his eyes was obvious, and Tan Shizhong was so overwhelmed that he almost couldn't breathe. In the end, he could only take 2 steps back in resignation and hid behind a fellow clansman next to him. He didn't let go until Long Xinglo moved away. One breath. I don't know if it was his illusion, but the young master of the Dragonborn clan who grew up in the Lower Star territory felt more powerful than before entering the secret realm of the game, like a murderous knife that had been unsheathed. After waiting for a while, until Shining Huan took Long Xinglo away with a smile, he dared to carefully poke his head out. He saw Long Xinglo guarding Shining Huan like a dragon guarding treasure, scanning the surroundings with sharp eyes. The canine spirit beasts at his feet would have to bear his fierce look. The woman Niao Ying also wisely avoided him at this moment, not daring to make eye contact with him. Tan Shizhong cursed in his heart. The Dragonborn clan has something wrong with their brains. They obviously have strong strength, but they don't know how to fight for interstellar supremacy and prosper the family. When he becomes the first person in the Interstellar, what kind of woman will he need? He doesn't need such helpless protection. With a woman. At this time, the voice of a tribesman next to him trembled.
Brown? Master Brown, look at the family announcement. The head of the family has cancelled your candidacy as the heir to the clan leader.
What? Tan Shi's eyes were about to burst. He quickly turned on his optical brain and saw the announcement of his dismissal. Looking at the reasons, he found that Shining Huan was the culprit who caused him to be like this. There were also various derogatory remarks on Star Network that called him Xiang, and curses. The evil in his eyes surged out, and he glared in the direction of Shining Huan full of resentment. But when he touched the back of Long Xinglo, he woke up in time, brake suddenly, and forcibly retracted his eyes. No. Now that the evil dragon is still by Shining Huan's side, he has to find another opportunity.
Little junior sister, what are you looking at?
Jean Qiuyu saw the slightly condensed look in her eyes, and couldn't help but raise her hand and wave it in front of her eyes. Shining Huan came back to her senses. The murderous intent in her eyes flashed away, and then she curled her lips and smiled.
Nothing. Senior sister, how was your exam? Did you pass it?
She looked at Jean Qiuyu's dirty clothes, which were almost gone and covered in blood. She must have had a very difficult time in the secret realm of the game. Jean Qiuyu's eyes lit up and she smiled.
After passing the level, junior sister and I can enter Humming Academy like you. By the way, your 3rd senior brother has also passed the level. What about 4th senior brother?
As soon as Shining Huan finished speaking, Wei Ziyuan had blood on his face. His head lowered in frustration, and a faint voice came out.
I didn't pass the level.
Neither Shining Huan nor Jean Qiuyu were surprised by this. Wei Ziyuan was a belligerent person. It was rare to meet so many powerful peers. He would definitely be unable to resist impulsiveness. The two of them were about to comfort him when they heard Gao Yu's laughter not far away.
Ha ha ha. Gao Yinghan, how did you become such a virtuous person?
Okay.
Those old men in the Gao family were so angry when they saw it. The good boy who had worked hard to cultivate and suppress them for so many years turned into a little gangster in the blink of an eye. Ha 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 cough cough.
Shining Huan looked at Gao Yu, who was smiling and angry, with a question mark on her forehead. But the strangest thing is Gao Yinghan in front of the 3rd senior brother, who is her 3rd senior brother's twin brother. She has met this perfect young master twice. Every time. This man is elegant and decent. And he is a noble young master. He was acting cool. But now his shoulders were slumped. He was careless. And he was full of scorn. If it weren't for that face, she wouldn't have recognized it. Long Xinglo narrowed his eyes and explained softly in her ear.
It must have been affected by the memory in the fantasy island. The character's memory and personality replaced my own personality.
Shining Huan's eyes lit up. She became interested and continued watching the show with burning eyes. Gao Yinghan frowned. but his delicate and handsome face made a vicious expression.
You are so ridiculous. You have to act like a younger brother. Believe it or not, I will slap you.
Gao Yu pouted and was dissatisfied.
What brother? I'm the brother. Okay.
After finishing speaking, he stared at Gao Inghan with a strange look.
TSK. TSK. It seems that the memory in your mind has not been completely replaced by the memory of the character in Fantasy Island. Do you still remember me? Then do you still remember Chai Zian? Gao Inghan's eyes were fierce, and he looked unhappy.
Why are you telling me about that flirtatious woman? I have already terminated our engagement with her.
Gao Yu smiled and shook his head, blinking his peach blossom eyes teasingly.
That happened in the secret realm of the game in reality. You are married to this woman, and she has also been engaged to you since childhood. But what she likes is that others don't like you. So you are a cuckold and have to be forced by your elders to marry her. You are really miserable.
Chapter 394 Divorce. Gao Yu didn't think it was a big deal when he was watching the show, and wanted to take advantage of Gao Inghan's brain damage to make a few more provocations. Gao Inghan did not live up to Gao Yu's expectations. He showed an angry expression and said filthy.
Bah! What kind of bad old man forced me to marry her? If you don't throw such a free-spirited woman away as soon as possible and still marry her back for the new year, there is something wrong with that old man's brain.
Come on! Divorce? Divorce now. Let the old man marry himself and be a cuckold. I don't want to be this green bastard.
Gao Yu smiled so brightly that he gave him a thumbs up.
Good brother. You look much more pleasing to the eye now than before.
Then he pointed to Chai Zian, who was seriously injured and paralyzed on the ground, but was lucky enough to survive, and continued to encourage.
Divorce is not difficult. As long as both parties apply and agree on the Star Network, they can divorce. Now she shouldn't be able to move it that way. But it doesn't matter. My dear brother, you and she are husband and wife, and you can use her optical brain permissions, so you can apply for her.
Gao Inghan's eyes lit up, and he happily said thank you. Then he walked to Chai Zian and squatted down. He lifted her arm in disgust under her shocked eyes, and then started to operate without any hesitation. After a while, the marriage contract between the two was terminated, and the spouse column was restored. Became nothing. Gao Inghan seemed to have got rid of some shackles. Feeling relaxed, the corners of Gao Yu's mouth also rose a little, and there was a sincere smile in his eyes. It seems that it is a good thing that this brother's brain is broken. If he had been brainwashed by the Gao family before, he would not do such a thing. Well, it seems that he can still be saved now. He walked forward with a smile and put his arm on Gao Inghan's shoulder.
If you divorce this woman, your parents will definitely be very angry. You will be scolded when you go back, and you may get beaten again. Why don't you stay in Hongming with me and my brother?
Let's just wait for the start of school in Sanctuary.
At the same time, Gao Inghan's optical brain sounded, and the word,
grandfather,
was displayed on it. Gao Yu's eyes suddenly darkened, and the corner of his mouth turned into a mocking arc.
Look, here comes the one who wants to punish you.
Gao Inghan's eyelids jumped, and the hand he was about to press to answer immediately changed direction,
hung up, and then kept dragging the number into the blacklist. The main thing was to carry out the rebellion to the end. Gao Yu was also stunned when he saw it, and then laughed happily. Go up to the Star Territory. Gao family. A group of old men looked livid with anger.
The traitor! The traitor! Gao Inghan is the traitor! That kid Gao Yu should have been dealt with long ago. And now he is allowed to lead our most obedient chess piece. What should we do? Well, be prepared. Let's first try to see if we can get Inghan to recover his memory and return to his previous obedient self. In addition, we will select a few suitable ones from the previous batch of promising people and let us train them. But that person is interested in Inghan's physical qualifications that are most suitable for being a container. If we change people, will there be less things that the Gao family promised to us? Humph. The one who initially took his fancy was Gao Yu. Later, after Gao Yu realized something was wrong and ran away, we chose Inghan. That person didn't object to it either. Anyway, as long as the person with good physical aptitude and talent is good, we would choose Inghan. There won't be much of an opinion. Okay, let's do this first. Contact the people at Hongming College. If Inghan doesn't come back, we will have no choice but to trouble him.
The two brothers Gao Yu and Gao Inghan, who were unaware of the Gao family's conspiracy, soon hooked up and finally looked like real brothers. Before the live broadcast in Xingyu, Shugu, as a master, looked at this scene and nodded happily. Although Gao Yu, a brat like Gao Yu, is usually cheerful and careless, he still misses his brother in his heart. Now that boy Gao Inghan has changed so much, it seems that he can be saved. Gao Yu, a brat like Gao Yu, shouldn't feel that life is meaningless. Life is boring. Shin Huan looked at Gao Inghan, who had been fooled by Gao Yu, and then looked at Wei Siyuan, who had his head hanging down. He opened his mouth to comfort him before.
It is better not to pass the level than to have a bad brain and be fooled by the third senior brother. Fourth senior brother. What do you think?
Woolen cloth?
Wei Siyuan thought it made sense.
You're right, little junior sister. If I don't pass the level, I can come back in 3 years. If my head is broken and I get tricked by the third senior brother, it would be too miserable.
He glanced at Gao Inghan sympathetically. Gao Yu, who had just walked over with his freshly baked brother, happened to hear these words. He raised his neck arrogantly and said,
You know what the HL. I am saving my brother from suffering.
Although Gao Inghan had an unruly look on his eyebrows, he still nodded seriously. My heart told me that I must seize the opportunity to believe this brother whom I have never met a few times. So I believed him, even though he looked like he deserved a beating, and he didn't seem like a good person. Hearing his inner voice, Long Xinglo moved his eyebrows, his eyes deep and thoughtful. It seems that Gao Inghan has a story. The Gao family? My daughter-in-law's family also has a feud with the Gao family. Recently, I have to ask the family to help with an in-depth investigation. But having someone within the family investigate would be expensive. He turned on his optical brain and took a look at his 5-digit account balance, and frowned with some melancholy. It seemed that after entering Hongming Academy, he would have to enter a few more secret realms to make money. Along with Long Xinglo's strong desire to make money, the Hongming College admissions exam has ended. Although there are many people who survived this admissions exam, not many passed the exam. There are only 50 people, which is just the whole number. The 50 freshmen will start school in 3 days. During these 3 days, they can each go back to their homes to find their respective mothers, or they can enter the college and advance to adapt to college life, and officially start classes in 3 days. Shin Huan and Long Xinglo did not hesitate and chose to enter the academy early, and the other 48 people also made the same choice. After sending away other people who had not passed the customs, the live broadcast ended, and the Hongming Sanctuary also officially closed the external channels. The outermost circle of the entire Hongming Sanctuary was covered with a thick and dangerous white mist,
blocking people from going out and blocking people from going out. Avoid the prying eyes and coveting of outsiders. Looking at the white mist that quickly formed, Shin Huan was shocked. Such a powerful ability to control the planet showed the background of Hongming Academy.
Juniors and junior students, please welcome you to officially become students of Hongming College.
Senior sister Hua Nanrong appeared again without a trace, with the same gentle smile on her face. But it was more real than before.
Hello, senior sister.
The 50 people said low politely, which made Hua Nanrong's smile deepen a bit. And the eyes she looked at them became gentler. As gentle as looking at a group of lambs waiting to be slaughtered and divided up. She laughed cheerfully.
Let's go! Senior sister will take you into the official campus area of Hongming College first. You have to pay attention in a moment. Not every senior student will be as gentle and friendly as me. They are eat sheep without spitting out the bones.
Shin Huan and others, it's quite scary. Chapter 395 Oath Formation. In the vast cloud mist mountains, a majestic archway is erected high, with the 4 characters, Hongming College, written on it. The writing is elegant, strong and powerful, and it is soul-stirring, making people feel a sense of broadness and joy. Looking below is a huge martial arts field. Looking far away, you can only see the outline of some tall buildings at the end of the martial arts field in the distance.
Wow! It's so big here!
Compared with the exquisite beauty and elegance of Zishu Academy, this place has a deep barbaric atmosphere. However, the usual crazy fighting situation was not seen in the martial arts field at this time. More than 30 senior students all restrained their murderous intent and stood obediently at the door, looking forward to it. After seeing Hua Nanrong leading a group of freshmen in, his eyes immediately shone with salivation. But he quickly restrained himself. Shin Huan felt a little strange, always feeling that their eyes looked like wolves. The other freshmen were also frightened by this uncomfortable atmosphere, and did not dare to look around anymore. They glanced fearfully at the group of old students, who did not speak, and only used their eyes to bully them. Long Xinglo silently took a small step forward and stood in front of Shin Huan. frowning and staring sharply at the weird seniors in front of him. The people who were staring at Shinning-Wan immediately looked disappointed. But then, they regained their composure and cast their radiant eyes on Long Xinglu, as if saying that this was not bad. Shinning-Wan? Long Xinglu? However, seeing that these seniors just looked at each other and did not come over or say anything, they felt a little more at ease. Then they followed Hua Nanrong to the center of the martial arts field. There was a small stone platform with a strange circle drawn on it. Formation pattern. Hua Nanrong smiled lightly and pointed to the small stone platform and said,
"This is the oath formation. The oath above is not to reveal the internal environment and internal teaching conditions of Hongming College for life. Otherwise you will die immediately. After you complete this oath formation, we will be our Hongming College."
You are a true student. On the other hand, if you don't agree to this oath, you can no longer be a student of Hongming College. We will arrange for someone to send you away. Promise. How could you not agree?
Among the freshmen, those who were from the Upper Star territory knew something about Hongming College, and many of them knew about the existence of this oath formation. So when Hua Nanrong said this, they didn't need to hesitate at all and agreed directly. They had gone through a lot of effort to get the chance to enter Hongming College. They were just one step away from getting the chance. So why not agree? Moreover, it is just a secret, not murder and arson. After listening to it, Shinning-Wan finally understood why the news inside Hongming College could hardly be found in the outside world. It should be the existence of this oath formation. So 50 people put their hands on it one by one, and the oath was completed quickly. At this time, the old students who were watching eagerly not far away burst into laughter, and then rushed towards them like wild horses running wild.
Ha ha ha. I finally signed the oath. Come on. Come on. New students. Are you interested in joining our Tiger War team? Our team has good wages and good benefits. And the benefits are also great. Elementary school girl. I see that you have amazing bones. Why not join our lone wolf team? With us seniors to protect you. We will ensure that you can survive in the secret realm.
The old students all set their sights on their target and began lobbying. They were so excited that they even started to grab it. Shinning-Wan and Long Xinglu were surrounded by people, all talking about grabbing people.
Xue Mei-shen, to be honest, our Shengshi team has been paying attention to you for a long time. Join our team. Our captain has said that as long as Xue Mei-shen is willing to join, the welfare contract will be based on level A. Not only will you get a guaranteed salary of 300,000 yuan per month, but also those who take 1% of the things in the secret realm will have priority in selecting the top 10. And the treatment will be absolutely favorable. A senior with a baby face but a bruised forehead said. He smiled very kindly and extended an invitation to Shinning-Wan in an eager tone. The handsome guy opposite, who is tall, has long legs and has 8-pack abs, quits. He raised the bruised corners of his mouth with a look of disdain. Xue Mei-shen, don't listen to this guy by Yang. Their Shengshi team talks nice, but they have no human rights after entering. They are not so kind and just let you take 1% of the things. You will risk your life.
Go fight for it. The contract is A-level, but the responsibility is also A-level. For newcomers like you, the schoolgirls, they will definitely push you out to be cannon fodder for the front line. You can only get things if you survive. If you don't survive, you will die in vain. There is no pension.
The uncovered by Yang's baby face was pulled down. His eyes were gloomy.
Then your Shalong team will have a pension?
Long Jingyuan held his head high and said proudly.
No.
Bai Yang twitched the corner of his mouth.
Then you're talking nonsense.
Long Jingyuan snorted and looked at him with disdain.
Although our team does not have it now, we can promote democracy within the team. I proposed this not long ago. I believe that soon the pension issue will be added to our list. The team benefits.
After finishing speaking, he also sent a formal invitation to Shinning-Wan.
Senior Sister Shen and Junior Lu, please join our dragon team. Most of our team members are from the Dragonborn clan. We are all members of our own family. What can be more comfortable than joining our own family?
Comfortable.
Bai Yang gritted his teeth.
Good guy. I didn't expect Long Jingyuan, a man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, to be so good at talking. Why didn't I notice it before? If I had known, he would have carefully planned an invitation to speak. His baby face was gloomy. In Hongming College, everyone puts aside their family status and only cares about themselves. Do you want to openly violate what Dean Panyao once said?
Long Jingyuan choked and glared at him in annoyance. For a moment, the two of them looked at each other with lightning and thunder. And then they fought each other. And finally fought. Although no spiritual beasts were summoned, their barehanded combat was quite exciting. They were coming and going so fast that they were almost invisible to the naked eye. The seniors around him were not surprised. And they were happily eating melons nearby, pointing and saying that Bai Yang had improved again. Long Jingyuan was getting harder and harder to deal with. And so on. Shi Huan and Long Xinglo, who didn't say a word and were still confused, were speechless. What happened? What team is not a team? However, they are familiar with this stance of starting a fight after a disagreement. It was similar when they were in Zixu Academy. They really saw fighting madmen everywhere. After admiring the confusion of the freshmen, Huan Nanrong finally spoke with a smile.
You still don't know the situation of our Hongming Academy. Why don't you go to the Academy's intranet and carefully decide which team you want to join? Or be a lone warrior and a lone ranger?
The freshmen, who had been persuaded by their seniors and sisters, immediately cast grateful glances at her. They were grabbed by their clothes and their arms were exposed. Some of them even thanked her for preserving their virginity. Chapter 396 Jinkuan Tower.
Shi Huan also quickly picked up the optical computer, connected to Hongming College's intranet, clicked to enter the Hongming College homepage, and read most of the matter in just 3 lines. It turns out that Hongming College does not offer classes according to classes like Zixu College. Although there are teachers here, they are all elective courses. You need to pay for class registration. The tuition is very expensive, unless you are favored by the teacher. As an apprentice, the teacher said that tuition is waived, so there is no need to pay. However, although the tuition is expensive, it is definitely worth it. The teachers who can independently teach elective courses here are all boss-level figures. They are among the best in the world and authoritative in the industry in terms of elective majors. These people were either famous in the past and later retired, or they are still famous now, as expected of Hongming College, which has top-notch teacher resources. All the teachers inside are top-notch. In addition, there are some unknown people, or even people whose names have not been heard of. But with the comparison of the previous lists, everyone is willing to believe that these people may be hidden powerful people, like sweeping monks, compared with the freshmen who had already recognized the person and were whispering excitedly. Shi Huan didn't know much about the capable masters and was not so impressed. So her mood was relatively stable. After a casual glance, she continued to scroll down. Except for elective courses, there are no learning classes in Hongming College, and the most important activity for students is to climb the tower, Jinkuan Tower. This Jinkuan Tower is the treasure of Hongming College. Each floor is sealed with countless entrances and exits to the secret realm. The Jinkuan Tower has a total of 12 floors. The higher the tower level, the more dangerous the secret realm becomes. Students can form their own teams or enter the secret realm alone. And unlike Zixu Academy and other colleges in the lower star field, which require points allocated by the college and points, Hongming Academy is so rich that there is no need to pay this point. There is an entrance fee, and students can come and go as they please. As long as you have the strength and ability, and are not afraid of death, you can enter whichever secret realm you want. The only requirement is that you must go level by level, and each level must meet the requirements of each level before you can enter the previous level. This is also a deliberately set rule to prevent students from being too arrogant and going directly to a tower level that does not match their own strength and dying unjustly. As the tower gets higher, the secret realm becomes more and more dangerous. The students gradually form teams from scattered lone warriors and work together to enter the secret realm inside the tower. This is why there are teams. The recent past is the harvest season that the seniors and seniors have estimated based on their experience in the past several years to gain the most from entering the secret realm. Therefore, each team is very active in entering the secret realm, and the tower climbing operation is also extremely enthusiastic. This has also led to the various teams entering the secret realm. The personnel has been seriously damaged, and there is an urgent need to expand the manpower. The freshmen will be targeted by them. After reading it, Shi Huan suddenly realized, no wonder everyone is so enthusiastic about recruiting people to join the team. Relationships are in short supply.
But why are there only more than 30 seniors here?
When recruiting people, the more people the better. It's just like the university club in the previous life. The leader of the club invited everyone he could and also put on some programs. The main thing was that one person is more powerful than others. More people can attract more people. Hua Nanrong raised the corner of her mouth slightly and showed a subtle smile.
Everything is here in order. Those who are not here are unsightly. I'm afraid I'll scare you.
Shi Huan understood what she meant.
She must have been hurt too badly. It seems that secret tower climbing is more dangerous than imagined. So it is even more important to choose a correct and reliable team. Xinhuan turned to look at Longxing Tower. What do you think? Do you want to choose a team to join? She had stayed with the Dragonborn clan for a few days, and had a good impression of the Dragonborn clan. Moreover, the Shenlong clan that Long Jingyuan just mentioned sounded pretty good. Long Xingluo's deep brows flashed with thought. And then he said gently and patiently, "Don't worry. We can stay in the academy for a few more days to see the situation. Besides, today is not the official opening day. It will be in 3 days." Xinhuan nodded. "That makes sense. We are still young anyway, so we don't have to worry about this for a while. The old students around are waiting to recruit them into the team. QAQ. Why aren't you in a hurry?" "They are." Xinhuan made a decision. Long Tianrui and several freshmen who were listening with their ears pricked up also nodded and thought it made sense. Even Miao Ying, who had no dealings with Xinhuan, gave up her plan to join the team now. The other freshmen were of course following the herd mentality. And they also imitated others and expressed that it would not be too late to make their selection later. Old students who were in urgent need of fresh blood to replenish their team. Damn! What's going on with this freshman class? Why is it so hard to fool them? In previous generations, they were sure to fool everyone, especially those teams with poor reputations or weak teams. Their faces turned green. They just want to take advantage of the fact that the new students don't know anything and are thin-skinned, so they can recruit a few more people for their team. But this new class is not easy to deal with. They will be selected in a few days. So what advantage can they have? So one by one, they gritted their teeth and raised their stakes. But the freshmen were unmoved, even if there were a few who were persuaded to move. Looking at the others who had not taken any action, they immediately took their hearts back. A few strong teams will be in a good mood. This freshman class is good and has brains. In previous years, all the freshmen were deceived by those weak teams who blocked the door with their talk. They were forced to put down their strong character and follow them to block the door and rob the ignorant freshmen. Now, as long as these freshmen are not stupid, they will definitely choose their strong team after understanding the situation. So after several strong teams expressed their welcome to the young students they were optimistic about, they then led the crowd with grins and walked away in a swaggering manner, fully demonstrating the magnanimity of the strong teams. The weak team bit their handkerchief and became jealous. Damn it. They might not be able to get anything out of this year's freshman class. As for the Zongbulia team, they still wanted to fight for it. So they left after talking about some good benefits and increasing their favorability. After all the seniors who came to pull people away, Huananrong's guidance work ended, and she disappeared with a cool wave of her hand. A group of freshmen were left standing in the large and empty martial arts field, looking at each other. "How about we go to Qingquan Tower first?" Jin Xiaoyu suggested. Xinhuan immediately nodded in agreement. "Okay, let's go take a look. Maybe we can go to the first level secret realm for a few days." Jin Xiaoyu became excited and said, "Let's go!" She likes to enter secret realms the most. There are different opportunities every time. Moreover, Hongming Academy's secret realms do not charge entry fees, and there are no restrictions. This is much more convenient than going to secret realms in the lower star territory. Chapter 397 105 Secret Realms. Jin Xiaoyu and Xinhuan walked in front hand in hand, followed by Long Xingluo, Long Tianrui, Jing Yao, Gong Shan and others. Gao Yu also pulled the unruly and cool Gao Yinghan and followed them excitedly. Xiang Hongtian and Ling Liang, 2 people from the lower star territory, naturally would not lag behind. It would be safer to follow Xinhuan, so they followed without hesitation. After a while, people left one after another, and more than half of the 50 people were missing. Miao Ying's charming face was gloomy, but she soon opened up with a charming smile and looked at Tan Anlin, who was still standing there. She blinked and invited. "Can I come with Mr. Tan?" Tan Anlanjin had a polite smile on his face, and then refused. "I'm afraid this is inconvenient. I have already contacted the eldest brother in the family, and will join his team directly. Miss Ying should find someone else." After saying that, he saw a dazzling and beautiful giant bird flying from the sky and landing. Tan Anlin smiled at the cold-looking man on the giant bird, then walked forward gracefully, jumped up, and flew handsomely onto the giant bird. On the back of the giant bird immediately spread its wings and flew away after a clear chirp. The strong wind and dust kicked up by its wings dazzled Miao Ying and others. "Bah!" Miao Ying spat out the sand in her mouth.
Her face was sullen, and her eyes were filled with malicious light. Just as ugly as her was another member of the Tan family with a low sense of presence. Amber Tan. He is also one of the candidates to succeed the head of the Tan family. However, because there was Tan Anlin, who was gentle and well-known, and Tan Shizong, who was praised by everyone for his outstanding talent in spiritual patterns, and was nurtured by the family's resources. He was the only candidate. Soon it became inconspicuous. After watching Tan Anlin leave with sinister eyes, he calmed down, straightened his clothes, stepped forward with a smile, and said gentlemanly,
Miss Ying, I wonder if I have the honor to act with you.
Miao Ying looked at him with a pair of charming eyes, and thought arrogantly in her heart, since Tan Anlin, a man who refuses to drink alcohol for a toast. Don't blame her for being ruthless. Although Tan Anbua is more talented and powerful than Tan Anlin, it's a little bit worse. But with her help, this gap won't be a problem. She can help him seize the position of the head of the Tan family. After weighing the pros and cons, Miao Yingju smiled and said,
Master Bai is joking. This is my honor.
The two looked at each other and reached an agreement with a smile, and then walked forward hand in hand. A few of the remaining people also flashed their eyes a few times, and then quickly followed. Although Hongming Academy does not pay attention to what family everyone comes from and everyone is equal, the shackles of family concepts have been fixed in their hearts since childhood, and it cannot be lifted easily. And after everyone left, a hidden little blue butterfly snapped on the spot and dissipated in the wind, leaving no trace behind. Shining Huan silently received the message from the little butterfly Fendi, with a slight smile on her face. Thoughtfully, Miao Ying. It is true that she cannot do without men everywhere. But the more she makes calculations and tricks, the better. The more the horse's feet are exposed. As for Miao Huai, she seems to be aloof and taciturn. Although she doesn't look like a bad person, she still needs to be careful because she knows people but not their hearts. She planned to target the Miao people behind the scenes against her mother and father. Firstly, they were the most suspicious. And secondly, they had no access to the outside world in Hongming College. Miao Ying was the one who had the most obvious antagonism with her, and was also the easiest to investigate.
This is the Qianquan Tower. It doesn't look very lively.
A group of people stood at the entrance of the tower, looking up at the towering and mysterious Qianquan Tower in front of them. The Qianquan Tower is located in the center of Hongming Academy. Even though it has only 12 floors, the top of the tower towers high into the clouds. They cannot see the top with their naked eyes. Moreover, although the Qianquan Tower is just a tower, it covers a large area. It is the largest building in Hongming Academy. As soon as you enter the first floor of the tower, you can see a huge hall. Directly in front of it is a huge screen, which plays the requirements for clearing the first floor. 1. Enter 10 first-level secret realms and successfully come out alive. 2. Complete at least 3 secret missions. Looking to the right, there are densely written items related to all the small secret realms on the first floor. 1. Blood Mist Swamp, Prefecture level. Customs clearance task. Pick 10 Blood Mist flowers. Current status, open. There are 0 people in it, and 100 people can enter. 2. Beast Forest Secret Realm, Earth level. Customs clearance mission. Obtain 10 pairs of eyes of red-eyed and golden-eyed beasts, currently closed. 3. Drunken Bamboo Secret Realm, Heaven level. Customs clearance task. Pick 10 pounds of 12th grade drunken bamboo shoots. Current status, open. There are currently 8 people in it, and 92 people can enter. 4. Icefield Secret Realm, Heaven level. Customs clearance task. Pick 10 12th grade Tianshan Snow Lotuses. Current status, closed. There are currently 18 people in it, and 82 people can enter. Listing all the way down, there are a total of 105 secret realms. The inexperienced Jin Qiaoyu opened his eyes in astonishment.
Good guy. There are so many secret realms on the first level, and they are all heaven level and earth level high level secret realms. The quantity and quality are really jaw-dropping.
Moreover, the mission requirements are all 12th grade heavenly materials and earthly treasures. The wholesale sales of 12th grade heavenly materials and earthly treasures are as good as Chinese cabbage. No wonder Hongming Academy is so popular. It is so rich. I am afraid that all the secret realms in the entire Lower Star territory combined are not as numerous and of high quality as the secret realms on the first floor of the Qianquan Tower.
Which one are we going to choose?
Jin Qiaoyu was dazzled and turned to look at Shining Huan as if asking for help. Shining Huan narrowed her eyes and said,
I want to go to the 4th one. The Icefield Secret Realm.
The most important thing is that she saw the 12th grade Tianshan Snow Lotus. After Bai Zhe came out of the secret realm of the game, she completely broke out of her SHL and received all the inherited memories. The 8 materials to repair her damaged soul were also listed in full this time. List: 1.99 drops of 10th grade high-grade A God Bamboo Marrow Liquid, 2.66 10th grade high-grade Dragon Scale Grass, 3. 311 grade high-grade Skylight Glazed Fruits, 4. 312 grade high-grade Tianshan Snow Lotus, 5. 1 super grade Linchine Fruit, 6. A Wind Gu Wing, 7. A drop of Star Fairy Rain, 8. A wisp of Tiany's True Energy. Except for the 12th grade high-grade Tianshan Snow Lotus. She had never even heard of the remaining Linchinhua, Phoenix Gu Wings, Pointing Star Xianlin and Tiany Jinchi. And they were marked as super grade. Obviously a rare and extremely precious treasure of heaven and earth. So she decided to grab what she could and needed first.
The Icefield Secret Realm is a heaven-level secret realm.
Jean Xiaoyu looked over in astonishment. Is the junior sister playing such a big game? Shouldn't she try from the Earth-level secret realm and first explore the situation of these secret realms in the Upper Star region? You must know that even if the secret realms are divided into the same level, there are different levels of difficulty when you actually get inside. Chapter 398 Icefield Secret Realm.
Elementary school girls are quite angry, but you still have to be a little self-aware. Secret realms like the Icefield Secret Realm, which are highly difficult in the sky level, are not accessible to newbies like you.
A mocking sound came from behind. When he turned around, he saw a man with bulging muscles and a long back and waist leading people. There were 2 acquaintances among the people behind them. They were Miao Ying and Tan Anbai, who had parted ways before. Shitting One frowned displeased.
Thank you, Senior, for reminding me.
Seeing this, the man's face was a little proud. When a pair of fierce eyes fell on Shitting One's face, his eyes lit up obviously. Then he teased with a bit of covetousness.
If the elementary school girl really wants to go in, call me brother. I can also take you in for a long experience. But only for you and the pretty schoolgirls around you. I won't accept other pretty girls.
Shitting One's face suddenly dropped. Long Xinglo shot towards him with cold eyes. And cold murderous intent emerged from his body. Good brother. Ha! The purple lightning flashed and aimed at the man's face. The man's expression changed, and he turned his head to avoid it. But he was still a step too late. The lightning struck his ear, directly shaving a long horizontal head on his head, and using electricity to singe half of his ear. The pungent burning smell came, directly igniting the man's anger. He didn't expect this freshman pretty boy to be so tough and dare to break his skin directly. He was so angry that he wanted to take action. The few people following him suddenly became excited and hurriedly stepped forward to surround him, grabbing him and trying to persuade him.
Brother Ming, don't do anything. You have already been booked 3 times by the captain. If you do it for the 4th time this year, you will have to take care of all the bathrooms in the team. Yes. The key point is that fighting is a waste of time. Our captain predicts that the Tianshan Snow Lotus will bloom soon. If we waste time and fail to enter in time and fail to pick the Snow Lotus, we will all be punished. And Brother Ming, don't forget that you issued a military order before you went out. If you fail to bring back 20 flowers, you will hand over all your belongings and all balances in your account to the team. It doesn't matter if we receive a small punishment. But Brother Ming, do you really want to become a pauper?
The anger in Tan Mingfei's heart gradually calmed down, and the fierce light in his eyes disappeared. The young man who stopped in front of him kept trying.
Brother Ming, don't be so fussy about it as a junior. In fact, the haircut he gave you is pretty good looking.
Tan Mingfei felt aggrieved and stared at the speaker.
What a bullshit hairstyle. Didn't you see that my ears were also injured?
The young man opened his eyes and told lies.
Hey, it's just a minor injury. It'll be fine with a little treatment.
As he spoke, a white light emitted from his finger and flicked on Tan Mingfei's ear. The wound immediately disappeared, and he recovered as before. The anger in Tan Mingfei's heart was finally suppressed. And then he was hugged and pushed by several people, half pushed and half pushed to the side of the hall, which marked the door of the Icefield Secret Realm. Miao Ying and Tan Anbo glanced at Shitting One and the others who were still in the same place, pouting with regret that they could not start a fight. Then they quickly followed them into the door. Tan Anbai relied on his clan connections and Miao Ying's coquettishness to get Tan Mingfei to agree to take them up for free without joining their team. Oh no! Take them for free. Icefield Secret Realm. This opportunity cannot be missed. After entering the Secret Realm, Tan Mingfei was still thinking about holding grudges.
Huh? When that pretty boy comes in, he will know the danger of the Icefield secret realm. Not to mention 10 Tianshan snow lotuses. I won't leave even one for them.
Miaoying rolled her eyes.
Does Senior Ming already know the specific location of Tianshan snow lotus?
Tan Mingfei resolutely said.
I don't know. The Icefield secret realm is so big, and it looks similar in every place. And the location is different every time it is teleported in. How can I know where the Tianshan snow lotus grows? Anyway, with our strength, we can still get there.
Can't find it?
Miaoying. So it's just like a headless fly looking for luck. Right. An ominous premonition arose in my heart. At this moment, she deeply suspected that Tan Mingfei was unreliable. Was it too late to quit and switch to another team? In the hall, after Tan Mingfei left, Longxing Tower finally turned off the air conditioning, and the condensed atmosphere returned to normal. Jin Xiaoyu swallowed.
Then, should we go in now? What if we meet Tan Mingfei and they want to kill us?
Shining Huan raised her eyebrows and chuckled.
Don't worry. That Tan Mingfei is useless. His strength is similar to that of the young man who helped entreat him. But he is no match for Brother Liu. Even if they meet, they will be worried.
Jin Xiaoyu was surprised.
How do you know their strength? Little junior sister?
Shining Huan explained vaguely.
One of my abilities.
This is of course an additional ability that Bai Zhe gained after breaking out of his SHL with Bai Zhe's ability to know everything. Can he still tell the specific levels and general strength of the two people? But we can't talk about Bai Zhe yet. Jin Xiaoyu and others thought it was the newly awakened skill of one of her spiritual beasts. So they believed her without asking any questions. Jin Xiaoyu eagerly stared at the door of the Icefield secret realm and said eagerly,
Then let's go in too. The person just now said that the Tianshan snow lotus will open soon. So don't miss the time.
Since Tan Mingfei dared to go in, they now have Longxing Tower, who is more powerful than Tan Mingfei. So what should they be afraid of? Others also nodded one after another. Even Xiang Hantian and the timid Ling Liang nodded very quickly like chickens pecking at rice.
Determined to go with I. So a group of 20 people entered the Icefield secret realm. But they were unlucky. As soon as they entered, they encountered a pack of Icefield snow wolves that came out to look for food. They were fierce in combat, and the Wolf King's level had reached the 11th intermediate level. Jin Xiaoyu reacted the fastest, pulled out the weapon with a quick glance, and then rushed forward with a roar. Shining Huan was stunned for a moment, and then took out a shiny machete and followed closely. After a bloody battle between the 20 people and the wolf pack, the number of the wolf pack decreased rapidly. Before the Wolf King could notice it, an impact struck him from the weakest point. Ling Liang rushed out as a breakthrough, then called a few wolf boys who were still alive and ran away. After Ling Liang came to his senses, he immediately lowered his head in shame and came to admit his mistake.
It was my fault that I couldn't stop them.
Before he could finish his words, a fierce howl of wolves could be heard in the distance. They heard the sound and ran after it. They saw that there was a large-scale snow landslide in front of them. The Wolf King and the Wolf Brothers fell directly, and their backs were a little bit. There happened to be long and sharp ice picks underneath, which directly pierced the Wolf King and the Wolf Brothers, forming a wolf gourd. Ling Liang looked at the wolves below who were stabbed in the belly and bleeding, but still struggling to survive. He scratched his head suspiciously, feeling that the development of this story was a bit familiar. Chapter 399. The female version of Long Aotian's physique is causing trouble. Jin Hisong took the lead and excitedly threw attacks at the Wolf King.
Quick! Quick! Kill them while they are sick. The Wolf King's skin and wolf teeth are both expensive materials, and they are also quite popular in Hongming College. Especially it's those people who major in spiritual weapons. If they put it up at the door of their elective course, it will definitely be sold out within a minute.
Jing Yao then followed up and threw an attack, with a smile on his lips.
You can do it, kid. You've only been here for a short time, and you've already figured out how to make money.
Jin Hisong smiled modestly.
It's nothing. I just heard a few words casually.
Jin Xiaoyu looked curiously at this distant cousin whom she was not familiar with, and decided to learn from him more in the future. In the past, she did not have the qualifications of a beast master, and she had a bad relationship with her parents. She had no sense of belonging to the Pishio clan, and she did not have the Pishio clan's sensitivity to wealth. However, after contracting with the lucky cat, she found that it seems that I have some ideas about business and wealth. So I can't waste this qualification. After a few people joked and killed the Wolf King and his wolf brothers, they gathered their bodies and prepared to leave. There are many dangers on the ice sheet, and the smell of blood will attract other predators. Moreover, this is a heaven-level secret realm, and they dare not underestimate it. The Tianshan Snow Lotus should be an extremely cold place, like the highest peak of Changxue Mountain. How about we go to the highest mountain in the distance to find it? Okay.
Shining Huan suggested that the others didn't have any objections, and even if they did, they had to hold it in. And then, they set out on the road while being vigilant. However, this journey is still not smooth, and it can even be said to be extremely unlucky. But after the misfortune, there is a little bit of luck. For example, not long after they left the snow landslide where the dire wolves were tied into wolf gourds, they encountered a group of dire snow leopards lurking in the snow, preparing to hunt. Although their number is smaller than the previous wolves, their quality is high. They are all spiritual beasts of level 11 or above. And among them, there is also a leopard with the ability to hide. At first, Shining Huan and his party didn't really notice their existence. It wasn't until they got closer that the five-clawed golden dragon issued a warning, and they were ready just before the snow leopard pounced. Besides Long Xingluo, Jin Qiaoyu was still the one with the fastest reaction. After dodging the first snow leopard pounce, she started to fight back with her backhand. This group of ice snow leopards were much more vigilant than the Wolf King, and they began to prepare to retreat without succeeding in their attack. But not far after they ran out, a very similar dramatic thing happened again, and they also encountered an accident. The ice-field snow leopards ran into a glacier in a panic. The ice on the glacier broke, and they all fell into the water. They were attacked by the ice-field crocodiles inside. As a result, the two sides fought chaotically, and both sides were injured. Shining Huan, who rushed over, was shocked. Others found another bargain. After setting off on the road again, they repeated what they had done before. They were attacked by a large group of ferocious beasts, and fought with all their strength. The ferocious beasts fled. When they encountered an accident, they chased after them, and made up for the loss. After several very similar cycles, they finally reached the highest mountain that Shining Huan said. Roar! The beasts roared, and everyone was injured all over their bodies. Their miserable and tired faces showed a wry smile. No! Come again! We will reach the top of the mountain soon! Jin Qiaoyu seemed to be the most injured, but she was the most energetic and eager to try. What's the point? Good things come in a long way. I encountered more dangers when I entered the secret realm before than this time. Every time I narrowly escaped death, I finally got something particularly good. The dangers I encountered in the past are just a grind. Besides, I can still get a bargain every time I encounter danger, which is much better than when I entered the secret realm before. Everyone in the team looked at her differently, with surprise and a little sympathy. This girl is really unlucky. Look, after encountering one danger after another in this secret realm, she still feels better than before. A flash of light flashed in Shining Huan's mind, and she looked at Jin Qiaoyu thoughtfully. Could it be that the physique of the female version of senior sister Long Aotian was causing trouble? Not sure. Let's have a look. So they stood up again, picked up their weapons, and summoned the spirit beasts to start fighting. This time it was a group of ice snow tigers, which were more lethal than the spirit beasts they had encountered before. After a while, they and the spirit beasts were injured again. Colorful. But in the end, the group of snow tigers were repelled. And what happened next was the same as before. They encountered an accident on the way to escape, and were pierced and nailed to the spot by the rain of ice picks that fell from the cliff. Shining Huan and the others chased after them, and used a wave of swords, and then naturally picked up a wave of icefield snow tiger corpses. I finally feel like why the development of this story is so familiar. Ling Liang, weren't you just like this before? When someone came to trouble you, you obediently handed over the things and survived. But those who were robbed by you, there was an accident, and you rushed over to pick it up. Xiang Hantian spoke eloquently, and gave examples to prove his point of view. Shining Huan glanced at Ling Liang's slender body in surprise. Did he have such strange luck? Look! Iceberg Snow Lotus! I found the Iceberg Snow Lotus! It's on the iceberg cliff! Shintuliai grinned, pointed at the steep cliff ahead, and shouted excitedly. The rest of the people who were still resting in place immediately raised their heads and stretched their necks to look. And sure enough, they saw the blooming iceberg snow lotuses. There were as many as hundreds of them. Good guy. This is the iceberg and snow lotus nest. Jin Qiaoyu wiped the blood on her face and said with a bright smile. Let me just say, it's all hard work ahead. But the benefits in the end will definitely be great. Yes.
Xinhuan also nodded, confirming that the strange thing before was probably caused by the combination of the physique of the female version of senior sister Long Outyan and Ling Liang's leak-picking physique. Although the danger is indeed great, as the senior sister said, the more you hone yourself, the more benefits you will get. Immediately, I was reluctant to separate from senior sister and Ling Liang. If their physiques and weird luck could stay together, even if they wandered around in the secret realm on the first floor of Qingkuan Tower, the things and wealth they could get might not be as good as those in Qingkuan Tower. There are few in the upper level. Moreover, they will also make progress and keep moving up. Instead of trying to squeeze in by taking advantage of other established teams, it is better to organize a team of your own, which not only has the right to speak, but also can be assigned a lot of things. Long Xinglo helped her straighten her messy hair. His deep black eyes looked at her with softness and indulgence. And then he seriously agreed.
I think your idea is feasible.
Xinhuan raised her head and met his eyes. She immediately knew that he could hear her voice again. She raised the corners of her mouth and said in a good mood,
Don't be anxious now. Let's try again after entering 2 more secret realms.
Chapter 400 What a Striker.
Someone is coming over to the mountain. Hurry up and pick the iceberg snow lotus.
Xinhuan left a blue hidden butterfly clone at the foot of the mountain. Unexpectedly, it came in handy. As for the visitor, he was an acquaintance. Just when he was about to have a nice talk with his wife, preferably asking for a kiss or something, someone ruined him at this moment. Long Xinglo's handsome face immediately elongated into a resentful face, and he looked toward the foot of the mountain and gritted his teeth, full of murderous intent. Jing Yao, who was watching secretly, silently lit a candle for the person at the foot of the mountain. Gao Yu stood next to him with his hands folded on his chest, and the corners of his mouth raised in a smile.
Don't tell me. The sour smell of love is not that bad.
Gao Yinghan on the side glanced at him and frowned.
Are you envious?
Then he added some awkward words of concern.
If you really want to fall in love, you should first put away the libertine temperament in you, and then deal with those flirtatious things. Otherwise you will find someone you really like in the future. The girl probably won't last long. Women are very jealous. I've heard before that men like the Dragonborn clan are the most lovable if they work together to teach each other. Why don't you learn from this?
Gao Yu was stunned for a moment, then snorted.
Your brother. I have experienced so many women, and I still need your teachings?
Gao Yinghan glanced at him with disgust, straightened her waist slightly.
I'm married, but you're not.
Gao Yu didn't show any mercy, and immediately sneered.
Did you get her back? Or did you really like to marry her? Or is it because you are happily married now?
Gao Yinghan, who was forced to marry by the old man and is now divorced, suddenly had his shoulders slumped again. At the foot of the mountain, Tan Mingfei walked like a tiger and was full of energy. He walked in front and pointed out the mountains and rivers.
We are just ahead. There must be icebergs and snow lotuses on such a high snow mountain. I will definitely not run away this time.
Miao Ying, who was exhausted behind her, raised her head and looked at the towering snow-capped mountains in front of her hidden in the clouds and mist. She silently swallowed back her dissatisfaction, then gritted her teeth and looked at Tan Mingfei's evil pen, and believed in him for the last time. If she hasn't been able to find the Tianshan Snow Lotus yet, so she must put a mute charm on this villain to make him shut up his mouth that can talk more casually than the ant at the vegetable market. The expression on Tan Abua's face wasn't very good either. He originally thought that finding a reliable clan brother to lead the way would make Miao Ying look at him in a new light and become more interested in their cooperation. But in the end, he was screwed over by this idiot Tan Mingfei. Smashed. He didn't say anything about Tianshan Snow Lotus. And he talked a lot. He was just bragging blindly all the way. He thought highly of himself and was arrogant. He didn't take him as the candidate to succeed the patriarch at all. When he was in the family, he was obviously a very humble and capable clan brother. Why did he become so good after not seeing him for just 3 years? Tan Anbua had a gloomy face and quickened his pace.
Hey! Xiao Bai! Don't be so anxious. There are many dangers in this secret realm. You are still too young. Without my brother and my experience and ability, you still can't be at the forefront. If something unexpected happens, you can't. Weird, brother. I didn't remind you.
Tan Mingfei was a big seller and was very dissatisfied with Tan Amber after he overtook him and became the leader without permission. Tan Anbai's face immediately turned gloomy again, and his eyes when he looked at Tan Mingfei were full of hostility. Tan Mingfei also realized that this clan brother had a problem with him. and immediately raised his eyebrows. He was annoyed and turned against him. He kindly brought this boy in with his girl, but the boy still dared to look down on him. Find a fight. Seeing the situation reaching a stalemate, the atmosphere gradually became hostile. Tan Mingfei, who was following behind with a muffled voice, and was used to hearing the words go in and out of his left ear and the right ear, immediately rushed forward and gave a skilled persuasion.
Brother Ming, don't get angry. Junior Amber is still young. Don't be as knowledgeable as him. It will damage our dignity as brothers.
The other people holding Tan Onbo also whispered to persuade him.
Don't make trouble with your brother. What a great striker. If you get angry and leave, who will be your shield? It's just that you are too young to realize the benefits of Brother Ming. Although Brother Ming talks a little too much and his words are not very pleasant, he is practical. For this reason, it is worthwhile to listen to a few more nonsense.
Tan Amber listened to their persuasion with a shocked and weird expression. And then he felt a little more sympathetic to Tan Mingfei, who was kept in the dark and thought he was very popular. How could these teammates be his younger brothers? Fortunately, he was still smug and smug. They were clearly always ready to push him, his eldest brother, to block the bag and sacrifice him. Suddenly the anger in his heart disappeared. After an awkward apology, he returned behind Tan Mingfei. After Tan Mingfei was flattered by several teammates surrounding him, his anger subsided a little. He reluctantly accepted Tan Amber's apology, and then continued to lead the game vigorously. Miao Ying, who was excluded and didn't hear what they said, frowned and felt a little dissatisfied with Tan Onbai. But she was soon distracted by the cold fragrance that reached her nose.
Tianshan Snow Lotus. It must be the fragrance of Tianshan Snow Lotus. It has bloomed. I really found the right place this time.
Miao Ying's eyes were shining brightly. Finally, Tan Mingfei raised his head and regained his proud self-confidence.
I'm right. I'm sure I won't be wrong this time. The Tianshan Snow Lotus is on top. The smell is still very strong, and there must be a lot of it. You guys will be there soon.
Move quickly and pluck all the snow lotus flowers. If you don't want to leave them for the pretty boy from the Long family, you won't leave them for the pretty boy. When you get out, you will see how the cute boy still behaves and dares to scalp me. I will make him jealous and hate him to death.
Thinking of the scene of Tan Mingfei being arrogant in front of Long Xinglo and Shining Huan, Miao Ying and Tan Amber suddenly became more tolerant of Tan Mingfei. They were quite happy to see such evil words disgusting others, especially Shining Huan and Long Xinglo. The two of them were even more happy. Just thinking about that scene made them feel bad. For the first time, Miao Ying and Tan Onbo also echoed a few words and said bad things about Shining Huan and Long Xinglo. Because of this common hobby, the three of them had a much better relationship than before, until they went up the mountain and saw Shining Huan and others resting under the steep cliff. Looking at the bare cliff again, the smiles of the three people immediately froze on their faces.
What a coincidence. We meet again.
Shining Huan relied on Lon India's clone to live broadcast the entire process. She could clearly hear the pride, belittling, and ridicule on their way up the mountain. So she simply stopped leaving and sat down here to rest. No. When she saw them coming, she took the initiative to say H, low with a bright smile. Long Xinglo, who also watched the live broadcast, raised the corners of his mouth and glanced at his evil-hearted daughter-in-law lovingly. Then he also looked at the three people and said H, low.
You came too late.